My name is Lin Chi. I live on the continent of origin cards, a world where everything from the laws of nature to the human soul is made of cards. I live in Stone Iron City, a border town in the Iron Anvil Duchy. My life here is actually my second one. In my previous life on a place called Blue Star, I drowned while trying to save a dog that didn't actually need saving. It was a frustrating end, but I was reborn here as the son of a mercenary named Lin Feng. I am 15 years old now. Most people here call me a genius. Even as a young child, I was smarter than the others. I helped my father leave his dangerous job and start a successful shop. I handle the business and the money because my father is better at fighting than thinking. However, I had one big problem. I reached the age of 15 without ever sensing, source power, or awakening my life card. Today, I finally went to the furnace church for the awakening ceremony. The city was crowded and full of energy. My father was much more nervous than I was. He spent the whole time kneeling and mumbling strange prayers to the god of origin cards, even asking the gods to keep the wind from blowing a lady's skirt. I stood there calmly, watching the crowd. I don't believe that rolling on the ground or shouting prayers makes the gods listen more. While waiting, I learned that people can actually awaken at any age if they feel the power. I even saw an 87-year-old man waiting to get his card. It made me realize that everyone's path is different. Deep inside my mind, I have a secret. I can finally feel source power, and I can see a mysterious, pitch-black card floating in my consciousness. I didn't tell my father yet. I came to the church to use the official source crystal to see if I can truly unlock my potential. I want to see what kind of card this world has waiting for me, or if my secret black card is the real key to my future. I watched closely as the ceremony continued. An 87-year-old man named Old John stepped up to the platform. To everyone's surprise, the purple crystal glowed, and he successfully awakened his life card after a lifetime of waiting. He was so overcome with emotion that he cried, believing he finally had the talent to be a card master. The crowd whispered about the possibilities. Some hoped for a legendary high-quality card, while others argued that he was too old for it to matter. When the card finally appeared, it was only white, the lowest quality. It turned into a simple wooden cane. While some people were disappointed by such an ordinary result, Old John and his son were genuinely happy. The cane was sturdy and useful for his daily life, and the old man even used it to playfully chase his son. Watching them, I realized that even a basic card could bring someone great happiness by fulfilling a lifelong dream. Soon, more people went up. Most awakened common white equipment cards like sickles or hammers. These are practical for workers in our town, but they aren't powerful. Finally, it was my turn. My father, Lin Feng, tried to comfort me, but I was so nervous that I accidentally grabbed a stranger's hand instead of his. I stepped onto the stage, hearing the crowd murmur about me. Because I had been a genius child, everyone expected me to awaken something amazing, like a green or even a rare blue card. I touched the purple crystal and waited. 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. The crystal stayed dark. There was no light at all. The bishop told me to check my mind. I found a new card there and pulled it out. It was a dull, gray-white card with a simple drawing of a bone. It didn't glow or look special. The bishop confirmed it was just a bone, not even a ghost card. The crowd, which had expected greatness from me, burst into cruel laughter. They mocked me, saying my only talent was feeding dogs. My father got angry and used his powerful 4-star blade to silence the crowd. He protected me as we walked out, but the shame stayed with me. I am a traveler from another world, and I refused to believe I was given a second life just to hold a useless bone. As I watched the other people in Stone Iron City step up, most of them received basic white cards like tools or hammers. These were fine for ordinary work, but I was hoping for something better. I was so nervous that I accidentally grabbed a stranger's hand instead of my father's, which was quite embarrassing. When a girl in front of me pulled a glowing green card, the crowd became very excited. I prayed to the god of source cards, asking for at least a green or blue card to match my second chance at life. Because I was known as a child genius, the people in the crowd had very high expectations for me. They whispered that I must be blessed by the gods and would surely awaken a rare blue card. Their excitement actually made my nerves go away. I truly believe that as a traveler from another world, I was destined for greatness. I stepped up and placed my hand on the crystal, but nothing happened. There was no bright light and no reaction from the stage. The bishop told me to look inside my mind. I found a card and pulled it out, but my heart sank. It was a dull, gray-white card with a simple drawing of a bone. It didn't glow at all. It was a colorless or useless card, even worse than the common white ones. The bishop confirmed it was just a plain bone. The crowd's respect immediately turned into cruel laughter. They mocked me, joking that my genius card was only good for feeding dogs. The humiliation was painful. My father, Lin Feng, became furious and summoned his powerful 4-star blade to silence the bullies, even threatening a man named Reed who questioned if I was really my father's son. Despite the insults, I remained calm on the outside. I grabbed my father's arm and led him away from the church. I didn't want to fight. I just wanted to go home and understand why my destiny had given me nothing but a bone. After the humiliation at the church, I retreated to my room in the Wonderful Tales shop. I stared at my life card, a useless bone, feeling like a failure. I even tried to fuse it with a mysterious, pitch-black card I've had in my mind since birth, but nothing happened. In my frustration, I tried to physically tear the bone card apart, only for my father, Lin Feng, to catch me. To my surprise, he wasn't disappointed. He spent 10,000 cane, a huge part of our savings, to buy me a green quality, wind chime cat, beast card. I lectured him for being reckless with money, but his kindness touched me. He even told me a story about a grandmaster who started with a useless flower card, giving me a spark of hope. The next day, while running the shop, a hunter brought in a fox-like beast. My sharp eyes noticed a pink tail, and I bought the creature for 20 cane. Hidden inside its belly, I found a pink fluorite stone worth at least 500 cane. This one reminded me that I could still succeed through business, even if my card was weak. I then experimented by placing my bone card on the beast's skeletal remains, hoping for an evolution, but it failed. However, as I lay in bed later, the sunlight hit my second, secret card just right. I realized the stone pattern in the center wasn't solid. It was a tiny, spinning black vortex. This was my true, golden finger. I spent the next week training harder than anyone else. My source energy grew 10 times faster than my neighbors, flowing like warm water through my body. But just as I was making progress, my world was turned upside down. Uncle Ruelian burst into the shop, bloodied and terrified. He told me that my father had been ambushed by bandits while gathering herbs. They are holding him for a massive ransom of 100,000 cane, and I only have 3 days to save his life. My face darkened. The time for quiet training was over. Lin Chi's boots struck the stone-paved street with quick, heavy steps. The noon sun was blazing, and sweat ran down his temples, soaking his collar. But he didn't dare slow his pace. As he ran toward the city lord's mansion, he quickly sorted through the strange details of the situation in his mind. How could the bandits from Stone Iron Mountain come down at this time? Could it be that the insider has been exposed? The thought made Lin Chi's heart sink. There were only a few merchants in Stone Iron City who dealt in reselling goods. The reason the Wondrous Tale shop had never been robbed was because, years ago, he had paid a large sum to bribe one of the bandits. That man would always send him a warning before each raid, allowing him to avoid danger in advance. But this time, there had been no message, and even Lin Feng had been taken. Clearly, something had gone terribly wrong. The gates of the city lord's mansion were getting closer, guarded by 2 majestic stone griffins. The soldiers at the entrance wore silver armor, their hands resting on their sword hilts as their sharp eyes scanned the passers-by. Just as Lin Chi reached the steps, 2 guards blocked his way. "Stop! This is restricted ground. No unauthorized people allowed." The cold shout made him halt at once. Breathing heavily, he forced a polite smile onto his face. "Sir, I'm not just anyone. I'm here to deliver luminous fluorite to Miss Alicia." He deliberately emphasized the name Miss Alicia. Lin Chi knew well that if he said he was here to report a crime, the guards would treat him like a troublesome commoner, maybe even drive him away with their staffs. But mentioning the city lord's daughter changed everything. Sure enough, when the guard heard Alicia's name, his stern expression softened slightly. He looked Lin Chi up and down, still serious. "Wait here. I'll go report." "Thank you, sir." Lin Chi nodded quickly and stood still, not daring to move, while his mind raced. The city lord's forces already attacked Stone Iron Mountain half a year ago, but each time, they only claimed a small victory. They never wiped the bandits out completely. Ordinary people might not see the truth behind it, but Lin Shi understood perfectly. The bandits of Stone Iron Mountain were like the city lord's hidden treasury. Every 6 months, the so-called campaign against them allowed the authorities to collect a special war tax from the townsfolk and to seize some spoils from the bandits' lair. It could be said that these soldiers were even more ruthless than bandits. But since they represented the side of justice, no one could really argue with them. Even if I report it to the authorities, they won't send troops. My only hope now is that the young lady truly needs a large amount of pink fluorite. Before long, the guard who had gone to report came out quickly and nodded toward Lin Shi. Come with me. The young lady is waiting at the manor. Lin Shi followed the guard into the city lord's residence. The stone path beneath his feet was spotless, and the flower beds on both sides were filled with rare moonflowers, their fragrance drifting gently in the breeze. He kept his head down the whole way, walking respectfully behind the guard, not daring to look around. Still, from the corner of his eye, he noticed that most of the people passing by had calm, steady auras. They were clearly card masters, and a few of them even seemed stronger than his father, Lin Feng. This made Lin Shi's desire for strength burn even more. If he were strong enough, his father wouldn't have been bullied by bandits, and he wouldn't have to live so carefully now. Young lady, I've brought him. Soon, they arrived at a beautiful manor. The garden was filled with cherry trees, their petals drifting down onto a crystal rock formation in the courtyard. Beside the rock stood a young girl in a style dress. She looked about the same age as Lin Shi, with fair skin and delicate features. She was Miss Alicia, the city lord's daughter. In front of her, a half-meter-tall lark stood on the rock, preening its feathers. Lin Shi's eyes quickly swept over the bird. When he saw that its tail feathers were pink while the rest were gray-white, he quietly let out a breath of relief. So, you're the one who said you have pink fluorite for me? Alicia's voice was clear and lively, carrying a hint of youthful charm. Her gaze on Lin Shi was calm but curious. Lin Shi immediately stepped forward, placed his right hand over his chest, and bowed slightly, respectful but not overly humble. Yes, beautiful Miss Alicia. I happened to find a piece of pink fluorite. I heard you've been looking for it, so I brought it here, hoping it might be of help to you. As he spoke, he opened his hand to reveal a small piece of pink fluorite. Sunlight shone on the stone, making it glow softly with a pink light that was hard to look away from. Alicia's eyes brightened, and she nodded lightly. The maid quickly stepped forward, took the pink fluorite, and raised her hand to summon a glowing white card. She was a 1-star card master, and her tool card was a beautiful comb. With a light tap on the fluorite, the hard stone turned into fine powder, which she gently brushed onto the lark's wings. In just a moment, one of the lark's wings turned a soft pink, matching its tail and making it look even more lovely. Miss, the pink fluorite isn't enough. We'll need at least 10 more of this size to turn all of the lark's feathers pink, the maid said softly, putting down the comb. Alicia frowned. You. Seeing that she was about to speak to him, Lin Shi quickly said, Miss, please just call me Lin Shi. Alicia nodded slightly, her tone softening. Lin Shi, can you find more pink fluorite for me? Without hesitation, Lin Shi nodded. Of course. It's my honor to serve the beautiful Miss Alicia. As long as you need it, I'll do my best to find it. Hearing this, Alicia smiled. Good. If you can find the fluorite, you'll be well rewarded. Lin Shi bowed again. Don't worry, Mississippi. In 1 or 2 months at the fastest, or 3 months at the latest, I'll find enough pink fluorite for you. 1 or 2 months. Alicia's smile froze. I'm entering the Card Beast Beauty Contest in 2 weeks. That's far too long. I can only give you 2 weeks. This. Lin Shi looked troubled, frowning deeply as if making a hard decision. Miss, before this, 2 weeks would have been enough. But now, Alicia's eyes lit up when she heard it was possible. What happened? If it's money, I can pay you in advance. Any amount is fine. Lin Shi sighed, as if he had made up his mind. It's not about money, Mississippi. The person who can find the fluorite has been captured by the bandits of Stone Iron Mountain. If I search alone, it will take much longer. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Don't worry, Mississippi. I'll do my best to find the pink fluorite within a month. Alicia didn't even listen to the rest of his words. She quickly asked, Do you mean that if we rescue that man, you can find the pink fluorite I need within 2 weeks? Lynch nodded firmly. As long as we can save him, I promise to gather 10 pieces of pink fluorite within 2 weeks. You won't miss the beauty contest, miss. That's wonderful. Alicia's eyes lit up. She couldn't wait a whole month. Xiaolan, take Kara with you and make sure to bring that person back from Stone Iron Mountain. Xiaolan nodded and led Lynch out. Following behind her, Lynch finally felt his tense heart relax a little. The bandits on Stone Iron Mountain wouldn't dare go against the city lord's mansion, he muttered. Soon, they found Kara training in the martial yard. He was a tall, strong, middle-aged man in black armor, with a scar across his face and sharp eyes like a hawk's, clearly not someone to mess with. After Lynch briefly explained the situation, Kara just gave him a cold glance and said 2 words. Lead the way. Lynch hurriedly brought Kara back to his shop. Sir, please come with my worker, he said respectfully. Lynch had already prepared a carriage at the door, even laying soft cushions inside in case his father was too injured to walk. Kara glanced at Ruoyan, who quickly climbed into the carriage without delay. Watching the carriage roll away, Lynch finally felt half his worries lift. Father is safe now, but there's still something even more important. He started searching through every restaurant and tavern in the city again. He had to find the hunter who sold him the beast meat. Without that, he couldn't complete Alicia's task, and his own life would be in danger. Lynch ran along the streets for most of the day, asking around every tavern and shop in the southern part of the city. His feet were sore and blistered when he finally caught sight of a familiar tall figure inside the Old Oak Tavern, where the smell of ale filled the air. The hunter was sitting by the window, an empty cup before him. His rough fingers traced the rim as he stared blankly out at the street. Lin Chi felt a surge of joy, pushed the door open, and walked in quickly. He went straight toward his target and sat down with such speed that a small gust of wind startled the nearby drinkers, who looked up curiously. Bartender, bring a barrel of ale. Lin Chi called toward the counter. Soon, the bartender carried over a heavy barrel and set it down with a thud. A few drops of ale splashed onto the wooden table. Lin Chi pushed the barrel toward the hunter and smiled warmly. Seeing the full barrel placed before him, the hunter scratched his head, looking puzzled. Young man, do you need something? Lin Chi picked up the hunter's empty cup, filled it to the brim, and handed it over, speaking as if chatting with an old friend. Uncle, I just wanted to ask where you hunted the beast you sold me earlier. My girlfriend's birthday is coming up, and I plan to make her a fur coat. Oh, you need a lot of fur? The hunter's dull eyes suddenly lit up. His sharp gaze made Lin Chi feel a little uneasy. Yes, but I need ones with nice colors. Like that fox from before, its tail was pink. Girls love pink fur coats. I've got some. I've got plenty. The hunter slapped the table excitedly. Leaning forward, he lowered his voice. I still have a bunch of low-grade beasts at home. Many of them have pink fur. I was planning to sell them in the city once I had enough. But if you want them, I can take you to see them right now. Really? Lin Chi's heart leapt with excitement. He had only planned to find out where the hunter caught the fox, but this unexpected offer could save him a lot of trouble. Suppressing his excitement, he kept his expression calm. That's great, uncle. Please take me to see them. If they're good, I'll buy them all. Let's go, let's go. The hunter lifted the barrel of ale onto his shoulder and walked briskly out of the tavern, his earlier gloom completely gone. The two of them walked one after the other toward the west side of the city. The houses grew fewer as they went, until they finally left the city and reached an open area near the Blackwind Forest. From a distance, Lin Chi saw a fenced yard made of rough wooden stakes. Several strings of dried animal bones hung at the gate, swaying gently in the wind and making a creaking sound. We're here. The hunter uncle pushed open the gate, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. The ground inside the yard was covered with dry grass, and more than a dozen dead beasts were laid out on it. There were also many traps dug around, each lined with sharpened wooden spikes, clearly meant to stop wild beasts from sneaking in to steal food. These are all low-level beasts I've hunted recently, the hunter said proudly, patting one beside him. I was planning to dry the meat and sell it slowly, but if you want the fur, I can sell them all to you. Lin Chi looked over the beasts in the yard. There were digging moles, hopping rabbits, and greenleaf sheep, each with some pinkish fur. His heart leapt with excitement, but he kept a calm face, frowning slightly as he examined them. Uncle, don't you have any fox-type beasts? I'd prefer fox fur, it makes better coats. The hunter shook his head regretfully. No, not this time. The foxes have been hiding deep in the forest lately. I only caught one, and these are all the rest. Lin Shi sighed and gently nudged a hopping rabbit and a greenleaf sheep with his toe. The rabbit fur is decent, good for a vest. The greenleaf sheep's wool is thick enough for a sweater. He paused, then looked up at the hunter. Uncle, I'll take all of them. How about 100 cane? The hunter's face lit up with joy. Among these, the greenleaf sheep was the most valuable, worth about 50 cane, and the rest together weren't even worth 20. Deal. That's great, he said quickly, afraid Lin Shi might change his mind. But you'll have to help me deliver them to my shop. No problem. Without hesitation, the hunter raised his hand and summoned a glowing white card. It had no star marks, only the image of a rope on it. Lin Shi understood the situation clearly. It seems this uncle is like me, still a beginner card master. But even his rope is stronger than my bone card. A flash of white light appeared, and a thick rope materialized in the hunter's hand. He skillfully tied the captured beasts together and carried them on his shoulder with quick, practiced movements. With his hands behind his back, Lin Shi walked ahead, leading the way while casually chatting with the hunter. Uncle, did you catch these beasts in the Blackwind forest ahead? Their fur colors look quite special. Is there something unusual in that forest? Wanting to be cautious, Lin Shi tried to find out where he might locate the pink fluorite. If the beasts didn't have enough of it inside them, he could still try his luck elsewhere. It was always good to have a backup plan. The hunter carried the beasts easily and replied casually, yes, all from the Blackwind forest. If you go west, there's a hidden cave. I set traps there and caught this greenleaf sheep. I see, Lin Shi said, suddenly understanding. The greenleaf sheep must eat rocks to get salt. It probably ate stones with pink fluorite powder, which turned its fur pink. That cave might have a lot of pink fluorite. When the hunter delivered the prey to the shop, Lin Shi still didn't see Lin Feng and began to feel a bit anxious. But then he thought about it. Stone Iron Mountain was dozens of miles from Stone Iron City. Even by carriage, it would take half a day, so it was normal that Lin Feng hadn't returned yet. Uncle, here's 110 cane. The extra 10 is for your trouble. Thank you for helping deliver the goods. Lin Shi handed him a card. The hunter quickly waved his hands, embarrassed. Oh, I can't take that. You've already paid enough. Delivering them is no problem. It's fine, please take it. Lin Shi knew he had gotten a great deal this time. He wanted to give more, but it was better to stay cautious. After thinking it over, he decided that 10 extra cane was enough. After the hunter left, Lin Shi moved the beasts into the kitchen one by one, sweating heavily from the effort. My body is still too weak. If I can become a card master and reach a higher level, I'll definitely be stronger and won't have to work this hard. He caught his breath, poured himself a glass of cool water, and drank it all. After resting for a moment, he picked up his boning knife and began dissecting the beast to look for pink fluorite. Let's start with the greenleaf sheep. It's so big. Maybe I can find a good amount of pink fluorite. Holding the knife, Lin Shi made a careful cut along the sheep's belly and opened the stomach. Inside, there were only some half-digested grass and small stones. After searching for a long time, he found just a tiny piece of pink fluorite, no bigger than a fingernail. His face showed clear disappointment. Such a big greenleaf sheep, and only one small piece? That's too little. Unwilling to give up, he took up a jumping rabbit and began dissecting it. Luckily, the rabbits didn't disappoint him. From 3 of them, he found 3 small pieces of pink fluorite. They weren't large, but it was still better than nothing. Lin Shi put the stones into a cloth pouch and counted them. Only 4 in total, still half short of the 10 that Alicia needed. Looks like I'll have to wait for father to come back and try my luck in that cave. After storing the 4 stones, Lin Shi sighed and casually lifted a plump, burrowing mouse onto the table. This little one looks quite chubby. I can roast it for dinner tonight. He made a cut along the mouse's belly, ready to clean it, when his fingers touched something hard. Why is its stomach so firm? He reached in and pulled out the object, his eyes widening in surprise. Oh my goodness! It was a piece of pink fluorite the size of a fist. Lin Shi quickly washed it clean and checked it several times, afraid it might be an illusion. So you didn't get hunted, you ate a rock and couldn't handle it. Overjoyed, Lin Shi held the crystal up to the light. It was beautifully clear and bright. The god of source cards may not favor me, but heaven surely does. Grandpa Heaven, Tonight I'll burn you some paper offerings from this world as thanks." He kissed the pink fluorite with deep gratitude, then set the meat outside to dry before returning to the shop, still breathing heavily. "When I have enough money, I'll buy a storage card. Then father won't need to drive when he goes to buy supplies. It'll be much safer." Waiting anxiously in the shop, Lin Chi couldn't focus on his training. It wasn't until night fell, when all the nearby shops had closed, that he finally heard the sound of footsteps outside. "Son, come out and unload the goods." As soon as the carriage stopped, Lin Feng jumped down from it, his voice loud and full of energy, showing no sign of exhaustion. Lin Chi quickly ran over and looked him up and down. Although his clothes were a bit dirty, there were no visible wounds, and his face looked healthy. Lin Chi finally felt relieved. "Dad, what happened this time? Why did those bandits come after you?" Lin Feng grinned, showing his bright, white teeth. "Nothing serious. I just happened to run into them. Their leader even wanted me to join their group, but I refused." Seeing how relaxed his father looked, Lin Chi knew things probably weren't as simple as he made them sound. "All right then, leave the goods in the backyard and unload them tomorrow. There's food waiting for you in the kitchen. Eat and get some rest." Without another word, Lin Chi turned and went upstairs. Lin Feng looked at his son's back, smiled, and shook his head. Then he unloaded the goods from the carriage, carried them to the backyard, and obediently went to the kitchen to eat. Back in his room, Lin Chi closed the door, took out a fist-sized pink crystal from his cloth pouch, and placed it on the table along with a swirling life card. He took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began to channel the energy within his body. Now that his father was safe and the crystal was secured, he could finally focus on his training. "Don't rush. Once I figure out how to use this card, those bandits will have to beg for mercy." Lin Chi silently vowed that one day he would go to Stone Iron Mountain to avenge his father. Early the next morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, Lin Chi heard a series of quick metallic sounds from downstairs, the grinding of herbs mixed with the clinking of glass bottles. No doubt, Lin Feng was already busy making blood-clotting medicine from yesterday's supplies. With a wave of his hand, a card appeared in front of Lin Chi. "It's already the 8th day, and I still haven't reached the level of a 1-star card apprentice. Or maybe, like Xiaoyan, I'll need to train for 3 years before I can awaken my life card." The thought made Lin Chi feel hopeless. Just then, a loud voice boomed from downstairs like thunder, instantly breaking his gloom. "Son, Lai Fu is back. Come down quickly." Lai Fu. Hearing that name, Lin Chi almost jumped up from his bed. Lai Fu was his girlfriend when he was 10. Last year, she awakened a rare green talent card and was sent by her family to the Junior Card Master Academy in New Glory City. She hadn't returned since. Lai Fu must have learned a lot about card mastery by now. Maybe she can help me solve the problem with my life card. Lin Chi thought as he quickly got dressed and hurried downstairs. As soon as he reached the living room, he saw a girl in a blue dress standing in the center. Her long hair reached her waist, the ends slightly curled. Her skin was as fair as fine porcelain, and her face looked a little more mature than it had last year. "Lai Fu, you're back." Lin Chi stepped forward and hugged her, his heart full of excitement. Lai Fu's body stiffened. She didn't return the hug, and her voice was calm and distant. "I'm back." The lack of warmth in her tone made Lin Chi uneasy. "Lin Chi, I have something to tell you." Lai Fu avoided his eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Chi's worry grew stronger. He took her cold hand, feeling her fingers shake. "Come on, let's talk in my room." Watching his son hurry upstairs with the girl, Lin Feng paused his work with the mortar and pestle and shook his head helplessly. Inside the room, papers covered the wooden table, sketches of his life card and energy analysis data filled with formulas and questions. Lai Fu sat on a chair, clutching the hem of her dress so tightly that the light blue fabric wrinkled. She kept her eyes down, avoiding his gaze. Lin Chi spoke first, his voice gentle, trying to ease the awkwardness. "Lai Fu, I have some questions. Can you help me understand them?" Hearing his warm tone, Lai Fu finally lifted her head. "All right." Lin Chi leaned forward, his eyes full of hope. "I want to know how a life card can advance. You probably know mine is just a bone, right? But my father said there's a card master in the kingdom whose first life card was just a flower." At the mention of card mastery, Lai Fu's eyes brightened a little. "You mean the rose count, right?" I heard my teacher talk about him at the academy. Really? So tell me quickly. Lai Fu organized her thoughts and said seriously. Count Rose's original main card was a blank, colorless card called the Thorny Rose. It really looked like a rose from the roadside flower bushes, except it wouldn't wither, so there was nothing special about it. Later, he worked hard for a year and finally reached the 1-star card apprentice level, opening his card slot space. He also linked his first subcard, a 2-star summon card called Vine's Demon. Normally, even if a blank card can be cultivated, its limit is only a 2-star card apprentice. But Count Rose later obtained a special card called the Heart of the Rose. Heart of the Rose? Lin Chi quickly asked. What kind of card is that? Lai Fu shook her head. I'm not sure about that. When we advance from a 2-star card apprentice to a master card user, we need to prepare some materials to upgrade our main card. After successfully becoming a 3-star master card user, the main card usually changes from white to green quality. But Count Rose used the Heart of the Rose as a material to upgrade his main card, breaking the usual rule that blank cards can't become master cards. His main card also jumped several stages, transforming from a colorless blank card into a blue summon card called Rose Fairy. It's said this summon card is very powerful. At that time, Count Rose, a 3-star master card user, could even fight against a 4-star master card user. So, main cards can really be upgraded. Lin Chi's heart surged with excitement. He clenched his fists and his eyes lit up again. Then my bone main card can also be upgraded, right? As long as I find the right materials, I can become a master card user too. Seeing his excitement, Lai Fu showed a complicated smile on her face and nodded seriously. Lin Chi, you've always been smarter than others, a genius. As long as you work hard, you can definitely become the second Count Rose. Lin Chi's smile gradually faded. He looked at Lai Fu's evasive eyes and spoke softly. Lai Fu, you came back to see me not just to tell me this, right? Hearing this, Lai Fu instinctively lowered her head, afraid to meet his eyes. Just tell me, do your parents know I awakened a blank card? Do they disapprove of us being together? Lin Chi had practiced this sentence countless times in his mind, but when he finally spoke, he still felt his throat tighten. Lai Fu buried her head even lower, gently nodding. Her long hair fell down, covering her face, so her expression was unclear. So, is that why you want to break up with me? Lai Fu stared intently at Lin Chi, waiting for his answer. But Lai Fu shook her head gently, her movement light, but very clear. This shake of her head left Lin Chi completely stunned. He frowned, confused, and asked, You're not here to break up? Lai Fu shook her head again, her lips trembling for a moment before she whispered, Aye. Then why do you want to break up with me? Lin Chi asked, his doubts growing deeper. Lai Fu whispered, Lin Chi, I believe you can become the second Rose Earl. I didn't give up on you just because you woke up your card. I just think our personalities don't match. Not a match? Where's the problem? Lin Chi asked again, confused. They grew up together, so he couldn't understand why they suddenly didn't fit. Lai Fu seemed to have made a decision. She suddenly looked up, staring straight into his eyes. Her eyes were a little red, but she still clenched her teeth and spoke. When I'm with you, I always feel like you're my dad, controlling everything. I have to ask you before going out to play. I need to listen to you about what to wear. Even talking with friends, I have to tell you. This feeling is too uncomfortable. I can't breathe. And I also made a new boyfriend at school. It's been 2 months. After saying all this, Lai Fu seemed to lift a heavy burden from her chest. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, but she didn't dare to look into Lin Chi's eyes. Lin Chi's eyes widened, and his mind buzzed like there were countless bees flying inside. He had thought before that he might follow the route of breaking off the engagement like Xiao Yin, but he never expected that he would end up living as the top warrior of the Qing dynasty, the king of green hats. Lin Chi, don't be angry. Lai Fu hurriedly took a card from her pocket and placed it on the table. This card is something I saved up for a long time, exchanged for a con card. Just as an apology to you. As soon as she finished speaking, Lai Fu almost ran out like she was fleeing, heading for the door, her steps unsteady, leaving the green-hatted king standing there in a daze. Son, why did the girl run off? I just made her favorite honey water. Why didn't she stay for dinner? Lin Feng carried 2 steaming glasses of honey water into the room, looking confused at Lin Chi, who was glowing green above his head. Lin Chi slowly raised his head, his eyes hollow as he looked at his father. His lips moved, and he said something that made Lin Feng freeze instantly. Dad, do you think I am like a father? The tray in Lin Feng's hand clattered loudly onto the table, spilling a few drops of hot honey water onto his hand, but he didn't notice. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Chi, and a shocking guess suddenly popped into his mind. Son, are you saying Leif is pregnant? But she just came back. How did you manage that? You're so young. Lin Chi's mouth twitched, a wave of speechless emotion flooding his heart, even dulling his previous sadness a little. He stood up and pushed Lin Feng toward the door. Dad, what are you thinking? Nothing's happened. Son, tell Dad, don't push me. Is it true? Is Dad going to be a grandpa? Just tell me. Lin Feng was pushed along while excitedly asking, raising his voice. Bang! Lin Chi suddenly slammed the door shut, blocking Lin Feng's questions and knocking. He leaned against the door, took a deep breath, but felt his chest tighten even more, as if a heavy stone was pressing down. He walked back to the table, looking at the chair Leif had just sat in, his gaze becoming dazed again. In my past life, I chased girls but failed, and I ended up losing my life. In this life, I started from when I was a child, raising a girl as a child bride, only to find out I was raising her for someone else, and now they say I look like her father. Do I really have such a strong paternal instinct? The sudden breakup didn't make Lin Chi too sad. This isn't Blue Star. Finding a partner here means waiting in line. Like the son of a blacksmith in the city who just broke through to a one-star card apprentice a few days ago, and his family already arranged 3 girls for him, even preparing the meeting gifts. On this continent, strength is everything. Whether it's polygamy or polyandry, as long as you have enough power, no one will say a word, even if you have 3,000 concubines. He stretched lazily, pushing down the awkward feeling caused by the breakup, and muttered to himself. What is meant to be will be. What isn't, don't force it. If there's any regret, it's like the feeling of losing a daughter he raised carefully for years to a young man with blonde hair. That really doesn't feel good. But more than these emotions, the biggest frustration for him was the bottleneck on his cultivation path. Dear heavens, my love life is over. Can you give me some luck in my training? His gaze returned to the card on the table. Let me see what this breakup fee is. He pinched the card with his fingertips. Sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the card, revealing a grayish-white skeleton frame. A 1-star summoning card, skeleton minion. Honestly, this was exactly what Lin Chi dreamed of. But what he wanted was to turn his main card into a skeleton minion, not to get a card that summons a skeleton minion. I also have a 2-star beast tamer card, Windchime Cat. But if I can't break through to a 1-star card apprentice in a day, I can't open a card slot. Without a slot, these 2 things are worth less than a piece of paper. He clenched his fist, a stubborn spirit rising from his heart. The less I get, the more I want to prove myself. If Count Rose can transform from a discarded card into a master of card cultivation, why can't I, Lin Chi? He summoned his mysterious Vortex main card, sat cross-legged, and slowly infused his recently recovered source energy into it. This Vortex card was like a bottomless pit, draining all his source energy each time, leaving nothing behind. Strangely, every time his source energy was depleted and he started cultivating again, he could clearly feel his energy recovering faster, and even the total amount of energy inside his body was quietly increasing. This, paying effort yields rewards. Little Golden Finger was what kept Lin Chi persistently training day and night. In the following days, Lin Chi's life was very dull, just training and more training. After Lin Feng returned, he took over all the chores at the general store. Every day, Lin Chi trained on the roof, from dawn to dusk, claiming it was to absorb the essence of the sun and moon for better efficiency. One afternoon, the scorching sun made the tiles hot to the touch. Lin Chi sat cross-legged on the roof, sweat dripping down his forehead and cheeks, but he never let go of his main card, continuously channeling source energy through his fingertips. I've never seen anyone as hard-working as Shao Qi in my life. Ruoyan carried 2 bags of freshly collected herbs and came over. Looking at Lin Chi training under the blazing sun on the roof, he couldn't help but praise him. All right, you think my son is like someone sneaky and lazy like you. Lin Feng took the herbal medicine and looked at his almost obsessed son. He felt both sad and happy. Ha ha, Brother Feng is right. When we were mercenaries, we could only train for 2 hours a day before getting restless. Little Chi is truly exceptional. Ruilian, Lin Feng's old partner, is a 3-star energy card master. Now unemployed, he occasionally helps Lin Feng transport goods and lives quite freely in this small town. It's mealtime. Brother Feng, aren't you going to cook? Ruilian looked at the sky. The sun was almost setting. Lin Feng waved his hand. No need. This kid now only eats breakfast and dinner. He trains at least 14 hours a day. Judging by today's condition, he might skip dinner altogether. Sure enough, until the moon climbed the treetops, the figure on the roof didn't move. The moonlight was like a thin veil, softly covering Lin Chi's face. His tough and serious look showed his stubbornness inside. 87th time, he whispered softly. As his internal energy was drained again by his main card, he looked completely exhausted. He fell backward and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. In these 3 days, his progress was obvious. On the first day, he could only hold about 10 sessions of energy infusion. By the second day, it increased to over 40. Now, his energy recovery was twice as fast as before, and his total internal energy had increased several times. But even so, Lin Chi still hadn't reached the threshold of a 1-star card apprentice. This made him a little anxious. How much longer until I awaken? Could it really take 3 years like I initially thought? Lin Chi looked at the moon in the sky. The round moon looked just like the whirlpool on his main card. As he stared, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier until he finally closed his eyes completely. The next morning, the cawing of a cuckoo bird sounded by the window. Lin Chi, annoyed, covered his ears and turned over to continue sleeping. He had trained late into the night last night and was too tired, so he decided to rest for a while. But the soft blanket, the comfortable feeling, and that faint smell of sweat. Wait, isn't that the smell of dirty socks I haven't washed in a week in my room? He suddenly opened his eyes and realized he was still in bed. Without thinking, he knew Lin Feng must have carried him back in the middle of the night. I actually fell asleep. That must have wasted so much time. He looked regretful, wishing he could slap his handsome face. Hurry up and practice to make up for the lost time. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Chi took out his Vortex Birth card. As he activated the source energy within his body, the card suddenly emitted a gentle glow. The originally still vortex on the card slowly started to spin, as if water was flowing inside. Teach this is. Lin Chi's pupils suddenly shrank, and his breathing became rapid. His hands holding the card trembled slightly, and his heart pounded loudly, almost jumping out of his chest. It's been nearly half a month since he awakened the card. Every day, he drained his source energy, waiting for his birth card to show signs of change. Hard work pays off. Lin Chi took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Let me see what abilities this card, which I've nurtured with source energy for half a month, actually has. He closed his eyes, injecting both mental and source energy into the card. Suddenly, a vague voice echoed in his mind, as if coming from a distant void. A rule card? He muttered, full of confusion. What kind of card is this? I've never heard of it before. In the next moment, more information flooded into his mind, clearly engraved in his consciousness. Within the scope of rules, all cards can be fused. Lin Chi was completely stunned. He stared at the card in his hand and scratched his head. Fusion cards? Like in games, where you fuse and evolve. To verify, he quickly got out of bed, rummaged through a drawer, and pulled out a skeleton soldier summoning card and a 2-star beast control card, Windbell Cat. He placed both cards in his palm, with the bone card in the middle, holding his breath and focusing. After a moment, the vortex in his mind sent another message, this time clearer. Fusion rule. Only complete cards can be fused. Complete cards? Lin Chi slapped his forehead, finally remembering that his bone birth card was a useless card. The biggest problem was that it was incomplete. Only a bone. That's not a complete card. I need a complete bone. I have to find more bones to complete my birth card. He excitedly jumped out of bed, barefoot, rushing downstairs. Son, why are you up so early today? Breakfast isn't ready yet. Lin Feng was standing in the yard brushing his teeth, looking surprised as Lin Chi rushed into the kitchen. Dad, where are my bones? Lin Chi peeked out from the kitchen, looking around where he had been before. He had carefully gathered the bones he had removed during the dissection of the beast into a bamboo basket, placed in the corner of the kitchen. But now, they were gone. Lin Feng pointed behind him. Look, They're right there, behind. Lin Shi looked in the direction he was pointing. On the stove, there was a large steaming pot, bubbling and emitting a strong meaty smell. His heart sank, and a bad feeling rose in his chest. Lin Shi swallowed nervously, his voice trembling. Dad, did you cook those bones? Seeing Lin Shi like this, Lin Feng also swallowed his toothpaste. He instinctively felt like he had done something wrong. I saw you've been training very hard lately, so I thought I'd boil some big bones to help you recover. Lin Shi looked at the bones boiling in the pot, a vein throbbing on his forehead. He was angry inside but couldn't show it. Who would have thought that these seemingly useless bones would now be key to his core card fusion? Dad, go to the market and buy me more bones. The more the better. Lin Shi prepared a basin of cold water, grabbed a spoon, and started scooping the bones from the pot. All right, I'll go now. Lin Feng didn't dare ask more. He tossed his toothbrush into a cup, grabbed his coat, and rushed out the door, worried that if he was late, his son might get upset. Cooked bones. Should they still be usable? Lin Shi stared at the bones he just scooped out of the basin. The hot steam blurred his vision, and some meat scraps clung to the bones, giving off a strong bone broth smell. He clenched his teeth, a fierce look in his eyes. I'm betting on this. Even if I fail, I'll just wait for Dad to buy fresh bones again. He raised his hand, and his core card made of grayish-white bones appeared out of nowhere, floating gently into the cold water basin. Then, he pulled out the Vortex Rule card, trembling slightly as he clenched the card with his fingertips. Oh, Lord of Heaven, please let me succeed this time. Later, I'll offer you the best tribute and burn 3 incense sticks. While muttering, Lin Shi poured his source energy into the card. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the basin. The swirling air carried a faint whistling sound and pulled all the bones inside. Lin Shi held his breath, staring intently at the vortex with wide eyes. His heart was pounding fast. In just a moment, the vortex disappeared and the bones were gone. Only a card lay quietly at the bottom of the basin. It's done. Lin Shi was so excited that his voice trembled. He reached out and grabbed the card, feeling its cold, familiar touch. The front of the card shows a strange-looking skull. Compared to the skeleton soldier left by Bath, it is much shorter, less than a meter, and faintly shows signs of boiling, looking loose and fragile. Summon card, skeleton soldier rating. A weak, patchwork skeleton, barely a cannon fodder or material. As this information appeared in his mind, Lin Shi felt a mix of tears and laughter. The result wasn't perfect, but it was still his first card he had fused himself. Summon, skeleton soldier. He poured his source energy into the card. There was no dazzling light. Only a faint gray mist flickered. Then, a short, stocky skeleton appeared before him. The skeleton wobbled as it stood, each movement making its bones creak loudly, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Ha ha, ha. Lin Shi couldn't hold back anymore and burst into loud laughter. All the frustration of awakening useless cards, the embarrassment of being mocked, and the anxiety of no progress in training, all vanished with this laugh. He reached out to pat the skeleton soldier's shoulder, but as soon as his fingertips touched the bones, the skeleton suddenly collapsed with a rustling sound, bones scattering everywhere. Lin Shi's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at the pile of bones on the ground and shook his head helplessly. So fragile. No wonder my main card still has no color. He waved his hand to recall the skeleton, then looked at the 1-star summon card of the skeleton soldier left by Bath. If basic bones can be fused into a basic version, maybe these 2 skeleton cards can evolve further? Eagerly, he held the 2 skeleton cards and the rule card in his hand, pouring his source energy into them again. The rule card floated in the air, its vortex spinning rapidly, pulling both skeleton cards inside. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At the moment the whirlpool stopped, a card glowing with white light slowly fell. As soon as this card appeared, a buzzing sound suddenly came from deep inside Lynch's mind, as if something had been unlocked. A semi-transparent space appeared in his mind, clearly showing the outline of a card slot. Card slot space. I've broken through to 1-star card apprentice. Lynch was so excited he jumped up. The card in his hand seemed to come alive, with endless information flooding into his mind. Summon card, skeleton soldier. Star level, 1-star quality. White description, an upgraded version of the skeleton minion, with stronger, tighter bones, and stable soul fire. Has basic combat skills and can fight normally. Evaluation: a little damage dealer, a cannon fodder. Lynch looked at the picture on the card. The skeleton was indeed much taller than before, with bones changing from gray-white to light brown, clearly more solid. Wow, this isn't just a skeleton minion anymore. It's a soldier. He couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, my main summoning card is a summon card. As long as I have enough source power, I can summon it again even if it's broken apart. Unlike beast taming cards, even if I can summon a beast, what's the point if it stays by my side? If it's killed, it's truly dead, and I lose the path of beast taming. Lynch then took out the 2-star beast taming card, Wind Chime Cat. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work out, I can sell it or give it to my dad. He moved his mind, and the card instantly linked with space. A faint green light flashed, and the information on the card appeared clearly in his mind. Beast Taming Card. Wind Chime Cat Star Level. 2 stars quality. Green talent. Sharpness of wind. Highly perceptive. Able to sense subtle airflow changes and hidden energy fluctuations. An excellent scout. Skills: bell sound distraction. Shaking the wind chime can produce invisible sound waves that slightly disrupt the opponent's concentration. Description: a cute-looking card beast, but don't underestimate its fighting power just because it looks adorable. As Lynch infused a small amount of source power into the card, an elegant cat appeared on the table in front of him. It was pure white, with light green tips on its ears, and 3 tiny bell-shaped shadows hung from its tail. It was curious, using its paw to scratch at the corner of the table. Seeing Lynch look at it, the wind chime cat stopped moving, lifted its head, and softly meowed. Meow. The sound was sweet and clear, with a cool breeze-like feeling. This is a beast summoning card. It really is amazing. Lynch carefully reached out his hand. The wind chime cat rubbed against his fingertips, its fluffy fur making him feel warm inside. At this moment, he finally felt like he belonged in this strange world, no longer just a confused outsider. Son, I bought all the bones from the market for you. Come and see how they look. Suddenly, Lin Feng's loud voice came from the gate, breaking Lynch's thoughts. Soon after, a tall figure carried a complete cow skeleton, holding several large, thick bones, walking quickly into the yard. The bones still had fresh blood on them, clearly just cut from a carcass. I specifically asked the butcher to prepare these fresh. Lin Feng's voice suddenly stopped. His eyes fixed on the wind chime cat on the table. The large bone in his hand clattered to the ground with a heavy sound. Meow. The wind chime cat was startled. Its tail gently flicked, and the crisp sound of the tiny bells rang out in the quiet kitchen, giving a faint, ethereal feeling, unlike a real sound. Son, is this something you made? Lin Feng's voice trembled. He rubbed his eyes, afraid he was seeing things. Lynch smiled and nodded proudly. Dad, I've broken through. Now I'm a 1-star card apprentice. Great, 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 Lin Feng said, great, 3 times, his eyes shining with excitement. He stepped forward and grabbed Lynch's arm. I knew it. You're a genius. Lin Feng pulled Lynch to go outside. Let's go? I'll take you to the best restaurant in town. We'll order your favorite braised beast meat to celebrate. Lynch quickly waved his hand. Dad, don't go. From now on, with 2 beast card masters in the family, training and buying cards will cost money. We should save where we can. We still have dried meat at home, so we can just cook a couple of dishes. Yes, yes, save money. Lin Feng patted his head and turned to run outside. I'm going to buy 2 pounds of fresh vegetables and a good bottle of wine. Today, we must celebrate properly. Watching his father's energetic figure, Lin Chi smiled helplessly. He's just a young man of 35. Lin Chi looked at the cow skeleton in front of him and took out a skeleton soldier card and a rule card. He placed the 2 cards beside the cow skeleton. But the expected whirlpool didn't appear. The cow skeleton still lay quietly on the ground. Strange. Why didn't it work? Unwilling to give up, Lin Chi poured the newly gathered source energy into the cards. Although there was no movement in front of him, he received a message deep inside his mind. Cannot fuse with incompatible materials. Incompatible materials? What does that mean? Bone, card, bone. Repeating these words in his mind, Lin Chi suddenly had a realization. It's because these are bones, not cards, so they can't fuse. This thought stunned him. That's not right. Why could my main card fuse bones the first time? After thinking for a long time, Lin Chi couldn't figure it out. But since his main card had now grown, it was still a good thing. If I can't use it, I can't use it. Luckily, Wanka Pavilion sells summon cards for skeleton soldiers. He threw the cow skeleton back into the pot, added some water and herbs. If I can't fuse, then I'll stew it into bone soup to help recover my strength. Now, a brief explanation of the level boundaries. 0 stars, apprentice card user. No card slot opened, cannot use auxiliary cards. Only improve internal source energy through training to enhance the basic attributes of the main card, if it has attributes. This is the starting point for all card masters. Most people stay at this stage for 1 to 3 months. Some less talented ones may stay over half a year, with no upper limit. 1 to 2 stars, official card user. Card slot is awakened, allowing connection of auxiliary cards. 1-star card user has 1 slot. 2-star has 2 slots, meaning each star level adds 1 slot for auxiliary cards. The total source energy and storage capacity of the card user greatly increase, enabling the use of auxiliary cards for battle or support. This is the basic stage of the card master, and also the stage with the most people. Most ordinary people stay at the card apprentice level their whole lives. Only those with talent and hard work can advance to become card masters. 3 to 5 stars, card master. This is the first major stage after breaking through the card apprentice level. The total source power increases exponentially, and the card slot space expands to 3 to 5 slots. Each star level adds 1 slot. They can use higher starred cards and even understand advanced skills of the cards. In small towns like Stone Iron City, card masters are considered important figures. They can hold positions in mercenary groups and the city lord's mansion, gaining some social status. For example, the previously mentioned guard captain is a 5-star card master. 6 to 8 stars, card grandmaster. They can control multiple high-star cards at the same time and have a place in large cities. These are elite card masters with sharp control over their source power. They can manage many high-star cards simultaneously and even create linkage effects between different cards, such as summoning cards working together with beast cards. Throughout the entire duchy, card grandmasters are rare talents. They can be city lords, college mentors, or generals in the kingdom's army, holding high prestige and power. To help readers remember, I will reveal these stages first. Thank you all for your support. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for can come true at the market. Lin Feng hummed a tune off-key as he cheerfully moved between stalls, unable to hide his smile. Usually, when he bought things, he was known for being a 3-cut bargainer in Stone Iron City. No matter what price the stall owner offered, he would first cut it by 1/3. Sometimes, he could even leave the seller speechless and force them to lower the price voluntarily. But today, he didn't bargain at all. He paid whatever the seller asked, even refusing change if it was given slowly. This unusual behavior stunned the surrounding vendors. "Old Lin, what's been happening at home lately? Is there something wrong with your health?" Someone asked. "Go away. It's your health that's the problem. I'm a card master. I once cut down a lava tiger with a single slash. I'm in good shape," Lin Feng said proudly, patting his chest. Next to him, Uncle Zhang, who was selling fruit, leaned in and lowered his voice. "So it's about that kid Lin Chi, huh? I heard he awakened a useless card, so don't take it too seriously. That kid has been smart and quick-witted since he was young. Even if he doesn't become a card master, he could do well as a small landowner or in business. Haha, my son has been clever since he was little, just like me." Lin Feng smiled even more happily. He casually picked up an apple from Uncle Zhang's stall, took a bite without wiping it, and chewed. "But don't underestimate my son. He's much better than me." Suddenly, a sarcastic voice broke the lively atmosphere. "Your son? Haha. You don't even have a wife. Who do you think gave you a son? Could it be your neighbor Wang's wife? Then your son is just a mixed breed." Lin Feng turned sharply, his face dark with anger, staring at the man in front of him. "Read. How dare you say that again?" The aura of a 4-star card master suddenly burst out. The crowd around quickly scattered, and vendors hurriedly packed up, afraid of getting involved. "Haha, am I wrong?" Reed crossed his arms, his face full of mockery. "That so-called son of yours awakened a useless card, and he's just a waste? Like you, he's useless his whole life? I'll cut you with one sword." Lin Feng couldn't hold back anymore. He threw down his basket of vegetables. Green cards appeared instantly in his hand, shining brightly. A long sword materialized in his grip. Lin Feng, do you really think you're still the genius you used to be? Reed sneered, full of disdain. To take care of that unknown little brat. You haven't trained properly for 15 years, right? Your source energy has long stagnated. I feel sorry for Lily. Why did she ever like someone like you who's so useless? Reed took a step forward, releasing an even stronger aura than Lin Feng. A flash of light appeared, and he held a silver spear, its tip gleaming coldly. 5-star card master, someone exclaimed. Reed has broken through to 5 stars. No wonder he's so arrogant. A 5-star card master can open an extra card slot. Lin Feng only has 4 stars. He's doomed now. The people around discussed anxiously, their eyes full of concern for Lin Feng. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, glaring at Reed with a fierce look. So that's it. He just broke through to 5 stars and couldn't resist coming to trouble me. It seems that the new card has given you a lot of confidence. Red's lips curl into a fierce smile as he licks his lips. Haha. Today you are definitely going to lose. Attack. Lin Feng takes the lead, advancing with a sword drawn, swinging it from below to above. Whoosh. A loud whistling sound rings in the air. Red clearly knows he can't take this attack head-on. He flips and jumps to dodge. Huh. Lin Feng is a bit surprised, not expecting the opponent's speed to increase. Watch the spear. A flash of cold light appears. Red shakes his long spear, which instantly transforms into countless spear shadows surrounding Lin Feng. The shadows are dense and confusing, making it hard to tell which are real. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Feng raises his windbreaker blade, fighting hard to block. The blade and spear clash fiercely, sparks flying. The sound of metal hitting metal echoes through the marketplace, making people's ears tingle. Red's attacks come in waves, each strike full of power, trying to overwhelm Lin Feng. With years of fighting experience and knowledge of Red's moves, Lin Feng, though at a disadvantage, remains steady in defense, showing no signs of weakness. Years ago, they trained and fought together. Lin Feng can guess Red's moves even with his eyes closed. Red, if that's all you've got, go home and rest. Lin Feng swings his sword forcefully, pushing Red back. Then, a green card appears in his hand. The onlookers see the card and become excited. It's a 2-star skill card, Wind Slash. This is Lin Feng's signature move. He used it to kill the lava tiger back then. Without new tricks, Red might be out of commission for half a month again. As the card activates, Lin Feng's windbreaker blade begins to emit a dazzling green glow. The blade seems to have wind flowing through it, and a sharp aura bursts from him, stronger than before. Don't think only you have skill cards. Red is not willing to show weakness either. He pulls out a green card. 2-star skill card, Frost. Suddenly, ice crystals appear around him. His long spear becomes icy cold, with tiny ice cones forming on the tip. Die. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He swung his sword, creating a huge green blade wind that carried a sharp force, rushing toward Leda. As it passed, the air was torn apart with a whistling sound. At the same time, Leda shook his spear and released a frost skill. A cold aura hit him, colliding with the blade wind and making a sizzling noise. Ice and wind fought each other, stuck in a stalemate. Leda sneered. While Lin Feng was focused on fighting the frost, a green card suddenly appeared. The card instantly merged into Leda's body. He took a quick step forward, stabbing his spear like a venomous snake toward Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng sensed danger. He tilted his body slightly, and the spear brushed past his clothes, leaving a bloodstain on his chest. Haha, that's the difference between a 5-star and a 4-star. Leda laughed wildly, increasing his energy output. The frost spread further, covering Lin Feng's limbs. My strength and speed are better than yours. You're no match for me. Prepare to die. Lin Feng's limbs froze in ice, and his movements slowed down. His small wounds bled more, blood flowing down and turning into tiny ice crystals on the ground. Everyone around shook their heads and whispered, sigh. Old Lin is in serious trouble this time. After Leda broke through to 5 stars, his strength is too strong. Then why don't you go help him? Someone asked anxiously. I'm just a vegetable seller, not a card master. Do you really think card masters are as common as cabbages? Just as Leda thought he had won and was about to deliver the final to Lin Feng, a black arrow suddenly shot out from the crowd. It was fast as lightning, heading straight for Leda's shoulder. Ding! The spear knocked the arrow away. Leda looked angrily at the crowd. Ruelian. The crowd parted, and a burly man appeared, holding a black bow. His face showed helplessness. Ruelian sighed. Leda, I can't just watch you kill Lin Feng. Leda's face turned red. He pointed at Ruelian and shouted. So you can watch him kill me? Last year, he seriously injured me, and I was out of commission for half a month. Why didn't you say anything then? No, Lin Feng won't kill you. Ruelian shook his head confidently. Every time you fight, he just knocks you down, at most making you stay in bed for half a month. He has never seriously hurt you. If he wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Red was stunned. After thinking carefully, it seemed to be true. He clenched his teeth, knowing that with Ruelian here, he definitely couldn't kill Lin Feng today. Although Ruelian is not as strong as him, he is also a 3-star card master, and his bow and arrow are long-range weapons. If he tried a sneak attack, he wouldn't succeed. He turned his head, glaring at Lin Feng with resentment. Lin Feng, just wait. One day, I will shoot you dead with a single arrow. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of phlegm in response. Ah, is that it? I haven't had enough fun yet. The onlookers, seeing there was no more excitement, started to leave and discussed among themselves. Let's go home and cook. But Red is really strong. He's already broken through to a 5-star card master. I even saw him secretly use a green card earlier. Hey, you can't say that. Lin Feng actually has better talent. If it weren't for Lin Chi back then, he would have already broken through to 5 stars, maybe even become a card master. It's all for the kids. As the voices around grew quieter, Lin Feng put away his weapon silently and picked up the vegetable basket from the ground. Feng Ge, Ruelian stepped forward, wanting to say something. Lin Feng interrupted directly. Don't persuade me. This is my grudge with him. Also, don't tell Lin Chi. After saying this, Lin Feng walked forward, leaving Ruelian with a bitter look as he watched him go. While tying an apron and preparing to cook, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Don't believe everything in books. Those stories are just tricks for kids. Summoning beasts is a waste of time. Think about it. Summoning card masters work hard to care for their beasts, feeding them special food every day, playing with them, and grooming their fur. It's not only a waste of energy, but also requires saving money to buy resources. When a fight comes, they're afraid to let the beasts lead, worried they might get killed. If a beast dies, the summoning card becomes useless, and all the previous effort is lost. Lin Chi shook his head helplessly, stood up, and gently patted the wind chime cat's head. The cat happily rubbed against his hand. Dad, don't use your mercenary team as an example. They only have green quality beasts, and they haven't grown much. I read in a book that a past summoning master's beast was a giant dragon. He transformed into a dragon knight. He could fight any other summoning master of the same level, making him unbeatable at his level. What's wrong with a giant dragon? Lin Feng retorted stubbornly, chopping meat with a knife. Our tool cards have also produced powerful figures. Once, there was a sword saint whose main card was a dragon-slaying sword. People called him the dragon-slaying knight, and he specialized in slaying giant dragons. He was very strong. Seeing his father's serious expression, Lin Chi couldn't help but laugh. All right, tool cards are powerful. But you're right, powerful beasts are really too expensive for ordinary families like ours. If I had a giant dragon, even if I emptied the entire Ironstone City, it wouldn't be enough to feed it a few meals. Summoning cards are better. While the father and son argued, Lin Feng quickly finished cooking. He brought out a meal with 6 dishes and 1 soup, stir-fried dried beast meat, bone broth, fresh vegetables, all smelling delicious. Lin Chi picked up his chopsticks. After 2 bites, he remembered something important. Dad, after dinner, I want to go to the Wan Card Pavilion to buy some Dust Star cards. Dust Star cards? Lin Feng paused with his chopsticks, looking at him with confusion. Why do you want to buy that? Dust Star cards are mostly useless junk. You've just advanced to a 1-star card apprentice. Even if you buy cards, you should get 2-star cards. Lin Chi thought for a moment and decided it was better not to say too much right now. Oh, just browsing casually. If I find a suitable card, I'll buy one to try it out and get familiar with the types of cards. Lin Feng didn't think much and nodded. All right, you've had your own opinions since you were young and know how to act. Now that you're a 1-star card apprentice, if the Card Academy recruits students later, you should try out. It's better to learn skills there than to just mess around at home. As for the family shop, Uncle Lin Shi and I will watch over it, and we'll definitely make it bigger and stronger. No, no, Dad, just keep things as they are. Please don't act on your own. Lin Shi quickly waved his hands to stop him. It wasn't easy for him to teach Lin Feng from someone with almost no business sense to someone capable of handling things alone. But he knew Lin Feng could only handle things on his own now. Business is like a battlefield, full of challenges. Lin Feng might not be able to handle everything. Lin Feng rubbed the back of his head and chuckled softly, not arguing. He knew that business wasn't his strong suit. Keeping the shop running well was thanks to the methods Lin Shi had taught him before. I've finished eating. Lin Shi put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Lin Feng took out a purple card from his pocket and handed it over. Here, this is for you. The Wan Card Pavilion's cards aren't cheap, so don't be stingy with spending. Lin Shi took the Source Crystal card and looked at it. It showed a limit of 90,000 KON, and he was stunned. Dad, I was just browsing around. You don't have to give me all your KON, right? We still need money for supplies at home. Lin Feng patted his shoulder, full of trust. You used to be helpless, and I was worried you couldn't protect this money. Now that you're a one-star card apprentice, I trust you. Seeing Lin Chi hesitating, he added, if you run out of money, you can earn more. Improving your strength is more important than anything. Is that so? Although Lin Feng found Lin Chi a bit strange, he still took the stored value card. After leaving home, Lin Chi couldn't wait to head toward the center of the city, the Wan Card Pavilion. Basic one-star cards cost between 100 and 1,000 KON. Summoning cards are about 300. As a businessman, Lin Chi had already planned how to make money using his fusion card. Take the simplest equipment card, the Iron Sword, for example. A Dust Star card with an Iron Sword is worth 10 KON, but a one-star equipment card costs 200 KON, a 20-fold price increase. Based on my experience merging skeleton soldiers, upgrading an Iron Sword to a one-star card should only take 4 or 5 cards. If I do the math, selling the merged card after costs, I could earn about 150 KON, and that's just for the basic equipment card. If I collect enough one-star cards and merge them into a 2-star card to sell, I could earn several thousand KON per card. I hope my guess is correct. Feeling excited, Lin Chi finally arrived at the Wan Card Pavilion. As the only card shop in Stone Iron City, the Wan Card Pavilion has a grand appearance. With red walls and golden tiles, a large sign hangs at the entrance. People come and go constantly, including wealthy young men in fancy clothes, card masters in armor, and ordinary card apprentices like him. The hall is spacious and bright, with several card counters. Many people gather around each counter, and staff in uniform guide customers nearby. As Lin Chi stepped into the hall, a woman in a pink dress with a gentle smile approached him. Little handsome guy, do you need help choosing cards? I'm a professional card appraiser. I can recommend the best cards for your strength and ensure you get good value. A card guide, in simple terms, helps you pick the right cards to buy. It's a profession called a card appraiser. Because there are so many types of cards, some card masters don't know how to match the right cards for themselves, often buying cards that don't improve their strength much. That's why beast summoning cards are always expensive. They're the simplest and most straightforward. You don't need to worry about your main card. Just summon a new battle partner. No, I'll look around myself. Lin Chi declined the offer and headed straight to the counter. Sir, what type of cards are you interested in? Lin Chi replied directly, I want to see the Dust Star card catalog. Hearing this, the clerk's smile stiffened slightly. Dust Star cards have low profit and few buyers. Most are ordinary people hoping to find a good deal, and few, like Lin Chi, who look neat and serious, would buy such cards. He quickly took a thick illustrated book from the drawer and handed it over. Customer, take your time to look. Call me if you need anything. Dust Star card, as the name suggests, is like fragments of stars. If the skeleton soldier is a complete one-star card, then the Dust Star card might be just a bone or a piece of armor from the skeleton soldier. These cards are quite mixed. Some Dust Star cards can be used as materials to upgrade other cards, while others are useless. It takes a sharp eye to tell the difference. After all, treasures can be found in trash. It is said that the Rose Heart of the Earl of Rose was originally discovered among Dust Star cards. Lynch started flipping through the book. 99 roses, infused with deep love by the card maker, priced at 100 KON, a plain iron sword. Although simple, it can be used without source power, making it a must-have for travel. Price: 10 Khan. New clothes for the king. This card was carefully crafted by a master card maker, combining astronomy, geography, philosophy, and culture. It is said only clever people can use it. Price: 10 Khan. Is this a joke? Who would buy this if only smart people can use it? A whip, a bone, a set of chess pieces. Lynch quickly lost interest as he flipped through the cards. Among these Dust Star cards, only items like the iron sword and bones could be useful. The rest were just junk. He closed the illustrated book and said to the card seller, "I want to buy 10 iron swords and this bone Dust Star card. How much stock do you have?" The seller quickly took 10 cards from the counter and handed them over. "Customer, we have many iron sword cards in stock, but only one bone Dust Star card. If you buy 20 more iron swords, I can give you this bone Dust Star card as a special offer." Lynch thought for a moment. A complete cow skeleton costs about 30 Khan and can be fused to create a skeleton soldier summon card. One skeleton soldier summon card costs 300 Khan. Fusing them saves 270 Khan. He had an idea and said to the seller, "Here's the plan. I'll buy 10 one-star skeleton soldier summon cards, and you give me all 10 iron sword Dust Star cards and the bone Dust Star card. How about that?" The seller was surprised by his proposal. "I thought I was just doing a small business with 300 cards, but unexpectedly, it increased tenfold. 10 skeleton soldier summon cards. That's a big order worth 3,000 cards. 10 skeleton soldier cards cost 3,000 cards in total. According to the rules, I can give one free card. These 30 iron swords and one bone aren't worth much. Costs add up to less than 100 cards. That way, I can still earn a 200 card commission." The card seller thought for a moment, then quickly stood up with a smile. "All right, dear customer, as you wish." Lynch swiped his card to pay. The seller respectfully handed over the 10 skeleton soldier cards, the 30 iron swords, and a bone card. Both were happy with the deal. Just as Lynch picked up the cards to go home and experiment, a haughty voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, isn't that our waste card, genius Lynch? What are you doing at Wanka Pavilion? Could it be that your dogbone main card is finally ready for training?" Haha. Lynch paused, turned his head, and saw his former follower, Wang Meng. Wang Meng was his childhood assistant. He used to follow him around, calling him Brother Chi in a playful way. But since he awakened a white quality tool card, a short sword, he hadn't contacted Lynch. Now he was a 2-star card apprentice and had some fame among young card apprentices in Stone Iron City. Wang Meng was with 2 young men, former followers of Lynch, now his subordinates. They were all mocking Lynch together. "Ha ha ha, Brother Meng, you're joking. Lynch's main card is just a bone. If bones could be trained, wouldn't pigs be able to climb trees?" The crowd quickly turned their attention to the noise. Some whispered, "Is that Lynch? I heard he awakened a waste card and can't even open a card slot." Wang Meng is now a 2-star card apprentice, with 2 auxiliary cards. Lynch is probably going to be bullied. 2 idiots. Lynch was tired of their nonsense. He gave them a cold look and turned to walk away. Arguing with these people would only lower his status. "Oh, don't be in such a hurry, genius." Wang Meng hurried forward and reached out to grab Lynch's arm. "Let me see what kind of treasure cards you bought. Did you buy a bunch of useless cards just to match with your bone friend?" Wang Meng was actually here at Wanka Gu to try his luck, hoping to find cheap Dust Star cards. Maybe he could get a good deal. But when he saw Lin Chi buy dozens of cards in one go, even if they were Dust Star cards, they still cost hundreds of Khan. That's the average person's monthly income. He suddenly felt upset. Why can someone who owns useless cards be so rich? Get lost. Lin Chi's eyes turned cold. Before Wang Meng could do anything, a clear ringing sound suddenly rang out. Then, a white shadow darted out quickly, like lightning, rushing toward Wang Meng. Meow, meow. The wind bell cat landed on Wang Meng's face, its sharp claws instantly scratching his skin. It scratched wildly, and soon his face was covered with blood. My face! Wang Meng screamed loudly, waving his hands wildly to try to push the cat away. But the wind bell cat was quick and kept jumping around him, making it impossible to shake off. People around gasped in surprise. It's a beast card, and a 2-star beast card, Wind Bell Cat. This card is worth at least 10,000 Khan. In Stone Iron City, many could afford to buy beast cards, but most low-level card apprentices were careful with their money. Beast cards need long-term energy feeding and are easy to die in battles. They're less practical than equipment cards, which can be used immediately and aren't easily damaged. So, only rich kids from wealthy families or reckless young people dared to buy beast cards. Everyone's eyes on Lin Chi changed instantly, no longer with sympathy or mockery, but with surprise and caution. Lin Chi just awakened his card? It's only been a short time, and he's already a one-star card apprentice. Wind Bell Cat, let's go. Lin Chi called softly, and the Wind Bell Cat meowed before jumping off Wang Ming's face. It walked gracefully behind Lin Chi. Wang Ming covered his face, falling to the ground in a mess. Blood was flowing from his fingers, and he grimaced in pain. Brother Ming, are you okay? Two younger brothers hurried over to help Wang Ming up, looking worried. Oh no, my face. Wang Ming lay there, too scared to open his eyes. His face felt burning hot with pain. However, he still reached out a hand and said fiercely, Lin Chi, you better watch out. I won't let you go. The little follower silently shifted his pointing finger away from himself toward the door. Then he finally relaxed. After leaving Wanka Pavilion, Lin Chi headed straight to the market. He still needed to buy a cow skeleton, but along the way, he kept feeling like someone's eyes were constantly on him. This made Lin Chi think that the wind chime cat beside him was too eye-catching, so he quickly put it away. Strange, why does someone keep looking at me? Lin Chi touched his chin and looked around with doubt. The wind chime cat was already hidden away, so it shouldn't attract attention anymore. Could it just be his imagination? He kept walking until he reached the meat stall. Before the shopkeeper could ask what he wanted, Lin Chi asked directly, Boss, am I handsome? The meat shop owner was momentarily stunned, clearly not used to this kind of question. He looked Lin Chi up and down. Black hair, somewhat outdated clothes, about 1.75 meters tall, a face that's somewhat handsome but not stunningly so. But customers are always king, so the shopkeeper immediately smiled brightly and said sincerely, handsome. Of course, handsome. Among the young men in Shirtai City, you're definitely in the top 3. Hearing this honest compliment, Lin Chi grinned. Give me a cow skeleton. The shopkeeper also smiled happily. Got it, please wait a moment. While the shopkeeper went to prepare the cow skeleton, Lin Chi walked over to a nearby vegetable stall. Uncle Tian, why are people at the market always staring at me? Could it be that someone wants to marry their daughter to me? His narcissistic attitude made Tian Bo roll his eyes and almost throw a vegetable leaf at him. You little show-off. Who said anyone wants to marry their daughter to you? Lin Chi put away his smile and asked seriously, then why do they keep staring at me? Did something happen? Tian Bo hesitated for a moment and sighed. Little Chi, this matter. Your dad doesn't want me to say. Oh. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Tian Bo. If your dad doesn't want me to say, then does that mean Red is fighting with him again? Tian Bo's expression suddenly became unnatural, and he avoided eye contact with Lin Chi, not daring to look directly at him. Seeing this, Lin Chi nodded to himself, already understanding the situation. Not only did they fight, but he also didn't want me to know. That must mean he lost the fight and is afraid I'll worry. A look of shock grew more intense on Tian Bo's face. That means Red has probably advanced to a 5-star card master, and maybe even obtained a powerful secondary card. Seeing how casually Lin Chi analyzed the situation, Tian Bo's shock was obvious. Little Chi, your dad always says you're a genius. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Come on, take this cabbage home and stew it. Thank you, Tian Bo. Lin Chi took the cabbage. At this moment, the butcher shop owner also carried over a complete set of cow bones. Lin Chi paid and carried the bones, heading home. On the way, his face grew darker, and he fully understood one thing. No wonder my dad gave me all his savings. He's probably afraid that if he fights Red someday and gets hurt, he might die. So he left me some money in advance. Red is just a 5-star card master. Although I can't help my dad train, I can still upgrade his windward slash to a blue quality. Lin Chi made up his mind. This time, he must fulfill his childhood dream. To defeat Red. As soon as Lin Chi entered the house, he headed straight to the backyard with the heavy cow bones on his shoulder. His mind was full of card fusion. With a loud bang, he threw the cow bones onto the ground, kicking up some dust. The fresh bones still had traces of blood and emitted a faint smell of blood. Lin Chi rubbed his hands eagerly and took out a bone card and a vortex rule card, placing them on the cow bones, side by side. Such fresh cow bones should be able to fuse a strong skeleton minion. He took a deep breath, gathered origin power at his fingertips, and slowly infused it into the rule card. The familiar vortex appeared, followed by the faint white glow of the dust star card. The card surface indeed showed a skeleton minion. Summon card, skeleton minion star level, 1-star quality, white card description, evolved from strong animal bones. Mom, you don't have to worry about my osteoporosis anymore. Evaluation, a somewhat harmful cannon fodder. Success. Although the quality is still white, it is much better than the previous patchwork version. He took out his main card, the skeleton soldier, and used the fusion card again to boost its power. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A slightly greenish-white card appeared. Summon card, strong skeleton soldier star level, 1-star quality, white skill, basic fighting. Mastery of simple punching and blocking techniques, allowing more effective attacks during battle. Card description, a skeleton made of multiple strong bones, with a certain level of durability. Evaluation, a soldier. Even after death and turning into a skeleton, it can still charge at enemies. Wow, it even has a skill. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to pour source energy into it. Summon, skeleton soldier. A dazzling white light flashed, and a huge skeleton over 2 meters tall instantly appeared in the backyard. The skeleton soldier is pale brown, with sturdy bones, tightly connected joints, and a hollow skull with a flickering soul fire inside, giving off an oppressive aura. It looks much more imposing than the previous skeleton minion. Lin Feng circled around the skeleton soldier twice, unable to hide his excitement. Skeleton soldier, let me see your strength. The skeleton soldier seemed to understand his command. Without hesitation, it took heavy steps toward the old locust tree in the backyard. It raised its right fist, the joints creaking, then suddenly punched the tree trunk. Bang! After a dull sound, sharp finger bones pierced into the trunk, leaving a deep fist mark, with chips flying. Lin Feng leaned in for a closer look, frowning slightly. This power seems a bit weak. Although he couldn't punch out such a mark with his bare hands, using an iron sword could easily cause this kind of damage. For a strong skeleton soldier, this power seems insufficient. Iron sword? A new idea suddenly came to Lin Feng's mind. Since the skeleton soldier has basic fighting skills, if I equip it with a weapon, its power could double, right? He quickly took out 3 iron sword cards and a rule card, placing them together. Let's try merging with an iron sword first, and see if I can create a usable weapon. Source energy was injected, and a whirlpool appeared again, pulling in 3 iron sword dust star cards. This time, after spinning for a moment, the whirlpool disappeared, leaving only a dull gray card. Tool card, sharp iron sword quality, none rating, slightly sharper than a normal iron sword 3. Not enough yet. Lin Feng added another card into the whirlpool. He gradually understood the pattern of the whirlpool. When the required amount for transformation isn't reached, the whirlpool won't show any light. One more. He added another iron sword, and this time, a white light appeared. The card showed a clear, sharp iron sword with simple carvings on the handle. Lin Feng picked up the card, and information appeared instantly. Tool card, mercenary sword star level, 1-star quality, white attribute, sharpness rating. The blade has been specially treated, making it much sharper than a normal iron sword, suitable for close combat. As a white quality sword, it is very popular among mercenaries. Finally succeeded, Lin Feng excitedly held the card, injected source energy, and a flash of white light appeared. A sword over a meter long materialized in his hand. The sword's blade shimmered with a cold light, reflecting sharp rays under the sunset. The handle was wrapped with dark cloth, making it comfortable to hold. He swung the sword, feeling a slight tremor in his wrist. The sword wind howled, much lighter than a normal iron sword. Such a sharp feeling. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at a nearby skeleton soldier, a smile forming on his lips. With such a sharp sword, I wonder how many hits your bones can withstand. Ha! He raised the sword with both hands and swung it at the skeleton soldier. Clang! A crisp metal clash sounded, sparks flying. The imagined scene of bones breaking didn't happen. Instead, only a sword mark appeared on the skeleton's bones. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then realized. It's not that the mercenary sword isn't sharp enough, but that my strength isn't enough. I'm just a one-star card apprentice now, with limited source energy, so my swinging power is naturally weak. If my father were here to swing, with his 4-star master card skills, he could probably break the bones with one strike. He waved his hand, recalling the skeleton soldier back into the card slot, then summoned it again using source energy. The skeleton soldier surprisingly returned to a perfect, undamaged state, and the sword marks left on it earlier disappeared. The injury is gone, but I need my energy to heal it. Lin Feng stared sharply at the skeleton soldier, then began to wildly chop at its head. Come on, I'll cut, cut. After more than 10 strikes, there was a loud, and the skeleton soldier's head fell to the ground. Its huge body also collapsed. Phew! Lin Feng took a breath and waved his hand to store it away. Next, summon, skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier was summoned again, looking completely intact. But Lin Feng felt a sudden emptiness inside him. His legs went weak, and he almost fell over. Wow, does reviving a skeleton soldier really use that much energy? He checked his internal energy and found it had been drained by half. Is this my main card? If it were a secondary card, reviving once would cost me 2/3 of my energy, right? Lin Feng frowned and started to think carefully about the energy consumption. Main cards are linked to the user's awakening and connected to the master card, so they use very little energy. Secondary cards, because they are linked through card slots, also consume a manageable amount of energy. But other cards require a lot of energy. For example, the mercenary sword in his hand. When he summoned it just now, it used up 1/10 of his energy, and once activated, it couldn't be turned back into a card. It could only be used as a physical weapon. Because of this, in the world of energy cards, master card users usually only use their main card and secondary cards in the slot. Unless in an emergency, they rarely use temporary cards. If they find a better secondary card, they can replace the old one. For someone like Lin Feng, who treats cards as disposable, it might happen among lower-level master card users. But at higher levels, their cards are often 3-star or 4-star. Having such cards means they are linked to the card space and can be reused as secondary cards, never used just once. My dad said that every time the mercenary group goes on a mission, they buy a lot of mercenary swords. This one costs 200 Con. 5 iron sword cards are only 50 Con. If I sell them, I could earn 150 Con easily. I also have 25 iron sword cards and can combine 5 more mercenary swords. In just a few seconds, I could earn 750 Con. Wow, with this speed, I'll be the richest person in Stone Iron City in no time. Lin Feng excitedly waved his mercenary sword, the wind from his swing sweeping the ground and kicking up dust. He could already see piles of Con, imagining himself creating more advanced cards. Looking at the 5 1-star card tools in front of him and the mercenary sword in his hand that he couldn't turn back into a card, Lin Feng looked around. He thought about how to equip the skeleton soldier with a weapon. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. He called over the skeleton soldier, pointed at the mercenary sword on the ground, and gave it an order. Hold this sword. The skeleton soldier's hollow eye sockets flickered with a spark of spirit, and it reached out with its sturdy bones to grasp the sword handle firmly. Lin Feng took a deep breath, focused, and shouted loudly, "Time to witness a miracle." Card recall. As he gave the command, the skeleton soldier glowed with white light all over, and along with the mercenary sword in its hand, it turned into a streak of light and flew back into Lin Feng's hand, transforming into a card again. Lin Feng looked down and was full of surprise. The picture on the card had changed. Instead of just a skeleton soldier, now there was a sword tightly held in its hand. Wow, this is amazing. I can play like this. Seeing the weapon added to the card info made Lin Feng very excited. Time to rest. When my energy recovers, I'll upgrade the skeleton soldier. With 5 mercenary swords, Lin Feng left the shop through the front door. Lin Feng was sitting behind the counter, dividing the prepared coagulation ointment into small wooden boxes. Noticing Lin Feng's arrival, he didn't look up and asked, "How was your harvest at Wanka Pavilion? Did you get the cards you wanted?" Lin Feng smiled confidently. "Of course, I not only got the cards I needed, but our shop can also try selling cards in the future." Haha, good kid, you have ambition. Lin Feng praised a few words, but didn't take it seriously. He continued packing the finished coagulation ointment into boxes. Seeing that his father didn't believe him, He laid out the tool cards one by one on the counter. As a card master, Lin Feng quickly sensed the special fluctuations of the cards. He looked at the 5 tool cards on the counter, opened his mouth to speak, but then swallowed his words again. Dad, just say what you want. Don't hold back. Seeing Lin Shi encouraging him, Lin Feng finally couldn't hold it anymore. He pointed at the tool cards on the counter with a tone full of concern. You spendthrift. Why did you buy so many mercenary swords? 5 cards cost 1,000 con. With that money, you could buy a green quality tool card, which is much more useful than these 5 white cards. Cards aren't expensive because they're many, but because they're good. After all, you're only a 1-star card apprentice, and your card slot can only hold 1 card. At this point, Lin Feng's angry expression suddenly paused. He suddenly remembered that an old mercenary from the Mercenary Guild once said that some talented card masters might get extra slots when awakening their card slots. Could it be? Lin Feng leaned closer to Lin Shi, speaking mysteriously. Son, tell me secretly, do you have several card slots? Huh. Lin Shi looked confused. I'm a 1-star card apprentice. I only have 1. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked confused. Then he asked, why did you buy these 5 tool cards? Are you planning to sell them? In Stone Iron City, people only go to the Wand Card Pavilion to buy cards. It has many types and good reputation. Unless your prices are as low as the black market, no one will buy from us. The black market? Lin Shi caught a strange word. Does Stone Iron City have a black market? I've never heard of it. Lin Feng shook his head, continuing to pack the coagulation ointment while explaining. Stone Iron City is a boring place. There's no black market there. I'm talking about New Shine City. That's where the black market is, selling cards cheaper than Wand Card Pavilion. But most are second-hand or even damaged cards, with high risks. Lin Shi nodded thoughtfully, a glint flashing in his eyes. No problem. In the future, our wonderful Tales shop will be like Stone Iron City's black market, selling cheap and good cards, and sure to attract buyers. Son, stop messing around. Lin Feng's tone was a bit helpless. Selling cards isn't like selling ointment. It's not that simple. First, you need a card maker to supply the cards. Our family's profit in a year isn't enough to hire a low-level card maker. And even if we did, making cards requires many rare materials, which we can't afford. Lin Shi didn't argue. He just looked at Lin Feng with a smile that made his scalp tingle because of how strange it was. Dad, if I tell you that I am a card maker, would you believe me? Lin Feng pointed at Lin Shi. You? A card maker? Lin Shi nodded seriously. That's right. The father and son stared at each other, and the room suddenly went quiet. After a few seconds, Lin Feng couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing, covering his stomach. Ha! Son, your joke is so funny, more amusing than Uncle Ruelian's stories. Since I can remember, no card maker has ever come from Stone Iron City. If you really become a card maker, the sun will rise from the west. Ha ha ha. As Lin Feng kept laughing, he suddenly felt that mocking his son like this might not be very nice. He cleared his throat and looked at him with an encouraging gaze. Cough cough. Son, wanting to be a card maker is a good goal. It's admirable. Whether or not our Lin family has the talent for making cards, I support you. But dreams are one thing, reality is another. We should stay grounded, focus on selling ointments first. When your strength is enough, then you can think about making cards. Lin Shi didn't speak. Instead, he took out a purple source crystal card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at it, but didn't take it. This card is for you. Keep it for yourself. Dad still has money, so you don't need to give me any. Lin Shi looked calm. Check the balance. Curious, Lin Feng looked at it. It showed 87,000 con, 3,000 less than before. Seeing this number, Lin Feng's face suddenly turned awkward, and he spoke anxiously. You kid. 5 mercenary swords, even at Wankage Pavilion, only cost about 1,000 con. Why did you spend 2,000? Did someone cheat you? Lin Shi didn't answer. He took out 10 small skeleton summon cards that shimmered with white light, placed them on the counter, and lined them up with the 5 mercenary swords. Wow, Lin Feng was once again stunned, his eyes wide like bells, staring at the 15 cards on the counter, his mind buzzing. The skeleton soldier summoning card costs 300 card coins at Wand Card Pavilion. 10 cards total 3,000 card coins. 5 mercenary sword cards cost 1,000 card coins each, totaling 5,000. So combined they are 4,000 card coins. but the stored value card is short by 3,000 card coins. No matter how he calculated, it didn't add up. He couldn't understand how 3,000 card coins could buy 10 one-star summoning cards and 5 one-star equipment cards. Did he say Lin Chi found them? But Lin Chi's awakening was a useless card, bone, and he was very unlucky. Finding even one dust star card was good. How could he have picked up 15 one-star cards at once? Did he say he stole them? He knew his son well. Lin Chi had always been cautious and had a strong sense of morality. He would never do sneaky or dishonest things. Could it be that my son is a natural card maker? A bold thought suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Why say natural card maker? Because most card makers on the source card continent need to inherit their skills. But natural card makers are different. They can sense the energy of cards instinctively and can create cards without learning. Such people are legendary. Lin Feng's breathing quickened. He grabbed Lin Chi's arm, trembling a little as he spoke. Son, can you show me? I've never seen a card maker craft a card in my life. Just one performance. Let me see. Okay? Seeing this, Lin Chi smiled slightly, arrogantly lifting his chin. Oh, now you believe I'm a card maker? You didn't say that just now. Lin Feng shook his head. Not quite. You need to perform once for me to believe. All right, then I'll show you what a real card maker can do. Lin Chi took 2 skeleton soldiers summoning cards from the counter, waved them in front of Lin Feng, then slapped both cards and infused source energy into them. A whirlpool appeared and disappeared in just 2 seconds. When he turned his hand over, only one card remained. A 1-star summoning card, Skeleton Soldier. Lin Feng watched this scene, his eyes widening even more. He was silent for a moment before muttering, Son, isn't a card maker supposed to create cards? Why did you make 2 cards disappear, leaving only one? This isn't card making, it's a waste. 2 1-star summoning cards were combined into a single 1-star summoning card. This kid is wasting money. Lin Chi helplessly rolled his eyes, placed the Skeleton Soldier card and the Skeleton Minion card together, and pushed them in front of Lin Feng. Compare these 2 cards and feel their energy fluctuations to see what's different. They're both 1-star cards. How different can they be? Lin Feng looked pained as he carefully examined the Skeleton Soldier and the Skeleton Minion. Although this card hasn't broken through to 2 stars, it's definitely twice as strong as a normal Skeleton Minion. Son, how did you do that? Lin Chi smiled, but said nothing. Is that even possible? He merged another Skeleton Minion into the card. When the vortex still didn't turn green, he added 2 more. Finally, a bright green glow appeared, something very sensitive viewers would notice. Summoning card, Skeleton Warrior star level, 2 stars quality, green skill, fearless charge. Gains a temporary boost, increasing attack and speed. Card features. The bones are a dull, grayish iron color, very hard, greatly increasing defense. The soul fire burns brightly, with blue flames in the eyes, significantly boosting strength and stamina. Evaluation. This is a true warrior, a trustworthy ally on the battlefield. This is a 2-star green card. Lin Feng stared at the green glow on the card, almost knocking his chin on the counter. This summoning card is even stronger than your wind chime cat. Son, you really are a card maker. Compared to Lin Chi's calm and relaxed attitude, Lin Feng was so excited he couldn't speak clearly. He spun around the counter twice and suddenly grabbed Lin Chi's hand. Son, am I dreaming? Punch me so I can wake up. Lin Chi rolled his eyes. Who would punch their own son? If others hear, they'll think I'm unfilial. Bang! He punched Lin Feng down. Lin Chi rubbed his hand and said reluctantly, Just this once, to fulfill your wish, but no more after that. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng lay on the ground, feeling the pain on his face, realizing he wasn't dreaming. Great. My son is a card maker. My son is a born card maker. Actually, Lin Feng has never seen a card maker and doesn't know how cards are made. But he knows only a card maker can produce higher quality cards. So Lin Chi's ability to fuse cards is seen by him as a special skill of a card maker. Lin Chi picks up a glowing green Skeleton Warrior card and waves it in front of Lin Feng. Dad, I fused this 2-star green card using only 5 1-star Skeleton Soldier cards. The cost is just 1,500 Con. But in Wan Ka Gu, a 2-star green summon card sells for at least 3,000 Con. We could earn 1,500 Con profit from just one sale. Do you think our shop the wonderful tales should start selling cards? Yes, we must do it. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately perks up and jumps up energetically. His back straightens like a proud farmer singing a song of victory. Later, I'll go to the mercenary group and try to sell them swords. Plus, this skeleton warrior, strong and tough, will definitely be a good helper. Lin Shi smiles and nods, but he still has some worries in his mind. He looks at Lin Feng carefully and reminds him seriously. Dad, I need to tell you something. If someone asks where these cards come from, just say you made them yourself. Don't mention me. Huh? Lin Feng looks surprised and points to his nose. I made them? But I don't even fully understand the materials for making cards. Lin Shi has already prepared his story. Just tell others that 10 years ago, you met a hidden card-making master and became his apprentice. Over the years, you've been secretly practicing in Shurdai City. Now, you've finally learned enough to make cards. Lin Feng scratches the back of his head, still feeling a bit unsure. Will people believe that? Lin Shi looks confident. They will, because you have the talent. Huh? Really? Lin Feng doesn't realize he's seen as such a noble figure in his son's eyes. Of course, since you broke through to 4-star card master 10 years ago, you haven't advanced since. Even a mediocre card master would have made some progress in 10 years. But you, Dad, are as steady as a rock. No increase in your spiritual power at all. That's your best cover story. Lin Feng was stunned and confused. This sentence didn't sound like praise, but upon thinking carefully, it seemed to make sense. He opened his mouth, but could only nod helplessly. All right, I'll go along with you. Lin Shi patted his shoulder and spoke seriously. Dad, I'm not asking you to boast blindly. Pretending to be a disciple of the card-making master can make us seem like we have support behind us. That way, selling cards will be safer. After all, in Ironstone City, only the Wand Card Pavilion sells cards. If we suddenly jump in, it's like stealing their business. Without some background, we'll definitely cause trouble. Lin Shi explained the situation clearly, and only then did Lin Feng fully understand. He clenched his fists, eyes full of determination. Exactly. You're still too weak now and can't reveal that you can make cards. Let Dad take on that pressure. From now on, I, Lin Feng, will be a disciple of the card-making master. He straightened his back, wiping away his previous slump, showing more confidence and arrogance, like a hidden master of card creation. Seeing his father's change, Lin Shi smiled happily. Yes, that's the spirit. Look around the house and get a feel for it. I'll go to Wand Card Pavilion to buy some materials for making cards, so we can stock up. Lin Feng waved his hand energetically. Hurry back. When you return, we'll make a plan to sell cards and aim to start the business next month. Wand Card Pavilion. Kane was about to change shifts for lunch when he saw Lin Shi's figure and stopped in his tracks. Dear customer, are you here to buy more cards? Seeing it was the sales clerk who sold him cards in the morning, Lin Shi nodded. Yes, still buying cards, but this time in larger quantities. Hearing this, Kane's eyes lit up. He could tell this was another big deal. Please, follow me to the VIP room inside. It's quieter there. Lin Shi followed Kane into a beautifully decorated small room, furnished with soft sofas and a delicate tea table. Soon, a waiter brought fresh fruit and chilled drinks, very respectful. Kane placed a thick card guide on the table and handed it to Lin Shi with both hands. Customer, please look at the cards you need. If you buy a large number, I can offer you a discount to ensure you're satisfied. Lin Shi opened the card catalog and noticed that this time it had one more page than in the morning. The page showed several 2-star cards, including equipment cards and summoning cards, but all were very expensive. As he flipped through the catalog, he casually asked, Are you new here at Wonka Pavilion? I don't think I've seen you before. Before awakening his main card, Lin Shi often visited Wonka Pavilion with Lin Feng. He remembered most of the card sellers here, except for Kane, who looked unfamiliar. You're right, customer. I transferred here from Black Iron City 2 months ago, Kane replied honestly. Lin Shi's eyes moved slightly. Oh, are you a resident of Black Iron City? Although Kane wasn't sure why Lin Shi asked, he nodded honestly. Yes, I live in Black Iron City. I was transferred here to gain more experience and hopefully get promoted in the future. A smile appeared on Lin Shi's face. He closed the catalog and pointed to the cards on the page. All right, I'll choose these cards. After some selection, he finally picked several hundred Dust Star cards, 21-star Skeleton Soldier summoning cards, and 10 each of 2 other 1-star cards. Kane quickly took the catalog, looked at the circled cards, and his eyes lit up with happiness. These cards added up to a significant amount, and he would definitely earn a good commission. He hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment, customer. I'll prepare these for you right away and ensure they are delivered quickly. No rush. Take your time." Lin Feng picked up a sunset fruit and slowly ate it, enjoying the free snack. Nothing to lose by not eating it. Kane moved quickly. About 10 minutes later, he came in carrying a delicate wooden box. "Customer, here are the cards you ordered. There are 140 in total. Please check them." Lin Feng glanced at the box. "No need to check. I trust your professionalism." Kane's smile grew even wider. "Thank you for your trust. These cards total 15,300 KON. My highest discount is 5%, so the total is 14,535, rounded to 14,500 KON. How does that sound? That was a discount of 800 KON. Although Lin Feng knew he could negotiate further, he chose not to. In fact, he didn't even want the 5% discount. 15,300 KON, no discounts, no rounding. Lin Feng handed over the stored value card. Kane was stunned by this move. He opened his mouth, but took a long time to respond. After working for so long, this was the first time he saw someone refuse a discount willingly. Of course, you can also pay at a 5% discount, and the remaining 0.5% can be your tip. Lin Feng's words made Kane feel very excited inside, but he also had his limits. He knew what money he could accept and what he couldn't. "You're joking, sir. Then I will pay the full price." After swiping the card, Kane carefully returned the stored value card to Lin Feng and even offered to see him out. Even without the 0.5% tip discount, his commission this time was at least 1,000 KON. 1,000 KON. An ordinary person earns only about 300 KON a month, and Kane's own salary was just 500 KON. But today, Lin Feng's commission gave him 1,200 KON, equal to 2 months' salary. Kane. Outside the Ka Pavilion, Lin Feng looked at the young man who was only a few years older than himself. "Customer, do you need anything else?" Feeling Kane's obvious respect, Lin Feng nodded. "I heard that your card sales staff at Ka Pavilion can be promoted to apprentice steward after selling 100,000 KON worth of cards. Is that right?" Kane was a bit surprised. He had thought Lin Feng was just an ordinary customer and didn't expect him to know about such things. He quickly nodded, with a hopeful tone. "Yes, sir. That's the rule at Ka Pavilion. I've been working towards that goal and hope to be promoted soon." Lin Feng patted his shoulder, with a meaningful look in his eyes. "I believe in you. Actually, you can set your sights higher, like becoming the head of Ka Pavilion in Stone Iron City." Sunlight shone on Lin Feng's face, and his smile carried an irresistible power. Kane looked into his eyes, as if he could hear his heart pounding faster. He vaguely felt that this young man was not an ordinary card apprentice. If he could build a good relationship with him, his future might be very bright. He returned home carrying a box full of cards from Ka Pavilion. As Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the Wonderful Tales shop, he saw that the person sitting behind the counter was not his father, Lin Feng, but his good friend, Ruelian. Ruelian was looking down, organizing a box of coagulation ointment, occasionally sighing and not noticing Lin Feng at all. "Uncle Ruelian, why are you here running the shop?" Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Ruelian suddenly looked up, as if he had seen a savior, and quickly ran out from behind the counter. "Little Chi, you're finally back. Your dad. He's gone crazy." "Crazy?" Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and quickly asked, "Uncle Ruelian, take your time. What happened to my dad?" Ruelian took a deep breath and counted on his fingers, describing Lin Feng's strange behavior. "He bought a very fancy outfit for 50 KON. Said he was a card maker, filling the room with stones and bones, and wielding a kitchen knife to chop things." "Little Chi, that was 50 KON. Your dad and I grew up together. He bought clothes with just 3 KON and wore them for 5 years without wanting to throw them away. Now he spends 50 KON on clothes. He's gone crazy. He must have been shocked by Red." "Huh." At first, Lin Feng thought it was just a joke, but when he heard the name Red, his face changed. "Red? What's wrong with him now?" Seeing that he might have slipped up, Ruelian quickly chuckled. "It's nothing. I was just talking casually. Don't overthink it. Red didn't cause trouble for your dad." "Really?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Ruelian. But seeing his evasive look, He knew he wouldn't get any answers no matter what he asked, so he didn't press further. Lin Shi took a deep breath, suppressing his worries, and thought silently. Anyway, I've awakened the rule card as my special power. Give me some time. If Red comes to cause trouble again, I'll beat him so badly he won't recognize himself. Uncle, don't worry. My dad is fine. We're closing the shop this afternoon and going home for dinner. Seeing Lin Shi hang up the closed sign for the rest, Rulian still looked a bit worried. Are you sure he's okay? The two of them walked into the small courtyard of the house. As they pushed open the door, they heard loud banging and crashing sounds, as if someone was smashing things. They exchanged a glance and hurried into the inner room. You see Lin Feng squatting on the ground. In front of him are a pile of animal bones, furs, and colorful stones. He is holding a kitchen knife, carefully carving a bone, muttering to himself. This bone isn't dense enough. I need to make it thinner, or the card quality won't be good. Dad, are you making a card? Lin Shi wanted to say he was making an art craft, but then he thought about Rue Lien nearby. This was a good chance to help his dad prove he's a real card maker. He deliberately raised his voice. By the way, Dad, I bought the materials you need for making cards. Lin Feng didn't look up, just responded with sounding a bit like a master. Got it. Don't bother me. I'm in a crucial stage of making the card. Even a small distraction could ruin it. Oh, okay. I'll go cook then. Lin Shi nodded and turned to leave, leaving Rue Lien standing there, looking stunned. What is this? Is Brother Feng really making cards? And does little Chi know how to cook? Rue Lien couldn't understand Lin Feng's actions. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go downstairs and find Lin Chi. He was worried that Lin Chi might burn the kitchen while cooking. Little Chi, is your dad really making cards? You can't have just found out about his condition and are just fooling around with him, right? Rue Lien was cooking while looking at Lin Chi, who was munching on sunflower seeds. Uncle, my dad really is a card maker. When he finishes making the cards, you'll see if it's true or not. Really, seeing how serious Lin Chi was, Rue Lien started to believe him a little. But he knew Lin Feng too well. If that guy could become a card maker, he thought he himself could become a master of card control. Son, Lin Feng's voice came from upstairs. Quickly give me the materials. I will make a 2-star card right away. What? A 2-star card? Rue Lien hurriedly turned off the stove and ran upstairs with Lin Chi. Dad, the materials are here. Lin Chi held 5 small skeleton soldiers in his hand, with the fusion card on top. When he handed it to Lin Feng, he used the fusion card directly. This created an illusion that when Lin Feng went to pick up the card, a vortex appeared just at the right moment, as if he had made it happen. Lin Feng also cooperated, clasping his hands together and reciting a self-made spell. Heavenly Spirit, Earthly Spirit, Source Card God, reveal your true power. After finishing, he quickly clutched the fused skeleton warrior card in his hand, pretending to be mysterious so that Reilian wouldn't see it. Then, Lin Feng walked up to Reilian and said seriously, Reilian, do me a favor. On this card. Don't mess around. Lin Feng frowned. Hurry up or the card will fail. Uncle Reilian, please. My dad is about to collapse. Lin Chi also hurriedly urged. Reilian felt confused but still blew on the card as asked. Open, Lin Feng shouted loudly and suddenly spread his arms wide. A card glowing with green light appeared before Reilian. He clearly saw the front of the card showing a skeleton warrior. 2-star summoning card. Reilian's mouth opened wide, and he was so excited he almost couldn't speak. His good friend suddenly becoming a card maker was more shocking than discovering that his friend was actually a girl disguised as a boy. Brother Feng, you're really a card maker. How did I not know this before? Lin Feng straightened his back, showing a hidden smile. Reilian, I'm not pretending anymore. I'll tell you the truth. I am a card maker. I've been secretly practicing for 10 years, and now I've finally succeeded. 10 years of practicing card making? Reilian was deeply shocked. Brother Feng, you're the most talented mercenary in our mercenary group. You haven't gained any source power in these 10 years. I suspected you were hiding your true strength, or that you had fallen, and I even imagined you were trying to understand the true meaning of source cards to reach the level of a master. But I never dared to think you'd be learning to make cards. Reilian was very emotional, his eyes turning red. Reilian, Lin Feng's heart was also touched. He didn't expect that in Reilian's eyes, he was still the same person he always admired. Brother Feng, Realian excitedly held Lin Feng's hand, tears welling up. From now on, in Stone Iron City, no one will look down on us anymore. Realian. Brother Feng, Realian. Seeing the two grown men crying together, Lin Chi shook his head. The act was a bit too realistic. However, this is also good. Even Uncle Realian now believes that my father is a card maker. It will be much easier to make others believe it in the future. He quietly left the room, giving the two of them space to catch up. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lin Chi spread out the cards, covering half the bed. All the cards I bought at Wanka Pavilion this morning are now fused. Now I have 2 skeleton warriors, and I can try to change the qualities of my main card. On the source card continent, changing the qualities of a main card is always very difficult. Usually, only when a card master advances from a 2-star card apprentice to a 3-star card master, with the help of rare materials and finding the right path, can their main card undergo a transformation. For someone like Lin Chi, who is only a 1-star card apprentice, transforming a colorless main card into a white 1-star card is very rare on the continent. Lin Chi took a deep breath, summoned 2 2-star skeleton warrior cards, and placed them together with his main card, Skeleton Soldier, focusing his mind to activate the rule card. Fuse. After a few seconds, instead of the expected whirlpool, a cold message suddenly appeared in his mind. Card star level mismatch. Fusion rules not met. Lin Chi froze, holding his main card. What does that mean? Can't I fuse cards of different star levels? His main card is 1 star, and the Skeleton Warrior is 2 star. Since their star levels are different, they can't fuse. Fortunately, I still have 10 new 1-star skeleton minion cards, which are of the same star level. Lin Chi quickly adjusted his mindset, set aside the 2 2-star cards, and picked up a skeleton minion card, placing it with his main card again. Fuse. This time, a whirlpool immediately appeared, swallowing both the main card and the skeleton minion card. After just a few seconds, the whirlpool disappeared, and a brand new card fell into Lin Chi's hand. Summon card. Sword-wielding skeleton warrior star level. 1-star quality. Green skill 1. Fearless charge. Gains a temporary blessing, increasing attack and speed. Skill 2. Basic swordsmanship. Attack 10 description. This is a sword-wielding warrior, a trustworthy comrade on the battlefield. Note: the star level of the main card corresponds to the card master's level. Lin Chi is a 1-star card apprentice, so no matter how much his main card improves, its star level remains 1 star. If Lin Chi advances to a 2-star card apprentice, then his main card star level will also become 2 stars. Green quality. I finally succeeded. Lin Chi excitedly waved his fist, then suddenly had a bolder idea. Since I've achieved green quality, why not try to break through to blue quality all at once? He immediately picked up 2 2-star skeleton warrior cards from the bed and placed them together with his newly fused green main card. Fuse. Lin Chi stared intently at the whirlpool, eyes wide, hoping to see a blue glow representing the blue quality. But after the whirlpool disappeared, the card in his hand was still green, just with an added talent. Summon card. Sword-wielding skeleton star level. 1-star quality. Green talent. Brave heart skill 1. Fearless charge. Temporarily boosts attack and speed. Skill 2. Basic swordsmanship. Attack 10, with simple slashing and stabbing techniques. Evaluation. This is a very strong skeleton warrior, whose powerful strength gives him a fearless spirit. If skeletons had hearts, still green? 2 2-star green cards aren't enough? Frowning, Lin Chi reluctantly took all 9 remaining 1-star skeleton soldier cards and combined them with his main card. Fuse. I don't believe 9 white cards plus 2 green cards can't break through to blue. The whirlpool absorbed all the skeleton soldiers, and this time, no star level fusion failure occurred. I see. Low star cards can't fuse into higher star cards, but high star cards can absorb lower star cards. However, this time, no blue glow appeared inside the whirlpool. Summon card. Sword-wielding skeleton star level. 1-star quality. Green attributes. Toughness 10 talent. Brave heart skill 1. Fearless charge. Temporarily boosts attack and speed. Skill 2. Basic swordsmanship. Attack 15 evaluation. This is a very strong skeleton warrior, whose powerful strength gives him a fearless spirit. If skeletons had hearts. Is that all? Lin looked at the card in his hand, completely stunned. He invested in 2 green quality cards and 9 white quality cards, totaling 11 cards. But he didn't see any hint of blue light. Before, when I fused 5 white skeleton soldier cards, I could turn them into 1 green skeleton warrior card. When I fused 4 white cards, it was still a 1-star white card, but the card glowed with green light. But this time, I used so many cards, and there's not even a sign of breaking through to blue? Lin stared at the cards, lost in thought. Could it be that upgrading from green to blue quality needs more than 5 2-star green cards? Although he didn't succeed in raising his main card to blue quality, Lin wasn't discouraged. He had figured out the rules of card fusion. He organized his thoughts. Fusing cards probably requires 5 cards of the same quality. To fuse a blue card, I might need 10 green cards. And to fuse a purple card, maybe at least 10 blue cards? Or even more. Lin was shocked. A 2-star green skeleton warrior card could sell for 3,000 KON. To upgrade his main card to blue quality, he would need 30,000 KON. The scariest part was, if he wanted to upgrade to purple quality later, it would be even more expensive. 30,000 times 10. 300,000 KON. Lin swallowed hard and instinctively touched the stored value card in his pocket. There were only about 70,000 KON left. What made him even more worried was that the 10,000 cards pavilion didn't have that many skeleton soldier cards for sale. Kyan said before that the sales of skeleton soldier summoning cards are almost zero. If I didn't buy them, those 20 cards would just be gathering dust in the warehouse. Whether I can get more in the future is still uncertain. Without skeleton soldier cards, does that mean I can only buy 2-star green cards to fuse? A 2-star summoning card costs at least 3,000 KON. Lin could empty his savings to buy 20 of them. But such a risky move isn't something a businessperson would do. No, I need to use half of the KON in my stored value card to keep the shop running, and the rest can be used to buy cards. Lin made up his mind. It's not much different to buy a few more 2-star cards. Tomorrow, I'll buy 6 2-star cards to change my quality first. That way, I'll still have 2,000 left, enough to keep the shop's card business going. He withdrew his main card and took out 2 stacks of cards. Beast card, digging mouse star level, 1-star quality, white skill, digging description, a yellow-brown mouse-like beast with a keen sense of smell and sharp front paws. It helps find and dig up shallow metal ores. Evaluation, a useless mouse in battle, but probably tasty when roasted. Magic card, small fireball star level, 1-star quality, white description, shoots a fist-sized fireball, powerful enough to ignite wood or injure small animals. It is a basic single-target attack magic. Evaluation, the simplest fire element magic card, a good partner for beginner card users. First, I'll fuse these cards. When I sell them later, I can make some money. Lin stretched lazily. After repeatedly fusing cards earlier, he used up a lot of his source energy. He decided to rest for a while and wait until his energy recovered before continuing. An hour later, Lin felt his source energy was fully restored. He sat cross-legged again and picked up 10 digging mouse beast cards. Fuse, the vortex swallowed all 10 digging mouse cards. This time, the glow of the vortex was brighter than when he fused the skeleton card before. Fusing beast cards seemed more complicated than summoning cards. After a moment, the vortex disappeared, and 2 beast cards with a green glow fell into Lin's hand. Beast card, Broken Rock Fierce Mouse star level, 2 stars quality, green attribute, 3 skill 1, Rock Claw Strike. Uses source energy to gather a powerful physical attack that can tear through normal armor. Skill 2, Rock Skin. Consumes a small amount of source energy to temporarily turn the skin to stone, greatly increasing physical defense for 30 seconds. Evaluation, a beast evolved from the digging mouse, with incredible destructive power. Looking at the mouse-like beast on the card, about the size of a hunting dog, with claws shining like metal, Lin thought even the wind chime cat might not be able to beat this guy. Wind chime cats sell for 10,000 cards, so this Broken Rock Fierce Mouse should be at least that much. The price of a 1-star beast card, Digging Mouse, is only 330 cards. That's the lowest level of beast cards. After all, the main use of digging mice is to help miners dig, so no one would use them for fighting. These 10 gold mine mice cost a total of 3,300 KON, but the two broken rock fierce mice that can be combined directly bring at least 20,000 Con in return. Sure enough, beast taming cards are valuable. Lin Feng smiled happily, put away the broken rock fierce mice cards, and picked up the 10 small fireball magic cards, ready to continue merging. He couldn't wait to see what powerful card they would become after merging. Card knowledge. Here's a simple explanation of the relationship between card quality and star level. For example, a 1-star white quality skeleton minion has a base attack of 5. A 1-star green quality sword-wielding skeleton has an attack of 10. A 2-star green quality sword-wielding skeleton has an attack of 20, doubling its strength with an extra star. But side cards are not limited. If a 1-star card's auxiliary card is a 3-star blue card, its strength can even surpass that of a 2-star card with 2 white cards. However, this is not absolute. It depends on the beast tamer's familiarity and teamwork with the cards. Some 5-star beast tamers can defeat opponents with green quality decks using only white quality cards. A 1-star beast tamer can link a 3-star auxiliary card, but cannot link a 4-star card. It's like a baby can only eat 1 bowl of milk. Even a gifted giant baby can only eat 2 bowls, but definitely not 5. Overeating leads to discomfort. The same applies to beast tamers. Meow. Early the next morning, Lin Feng was still asleep when he felt on his cheek. He groggily opened his eyes and saw Feng Cat's fluffy head, sitting on his chest and licking its paw. Clearly, the earlier was caused by it. Feng Cat, I told you your tongue has thorns, and it hurts to lick people. Lin Feng reached out to push away Feng Cat's head, but the little creature wasn't afraid. Instead, it snuggled into his arms. Its weight of dozens of pounds made him gasp for air, almost choking. Cough, cough. Isn't it said that owning cats makes people happy? Why has my happiness disappeared? Lin Feng helplessly sat up, looking at Feng Cat, which refused to leave his lap. He could only channel his internal energy to feed it. The benefit of beast cards is that if the owner cannot afford to raise a beast, they can transfer source energy to nourish the card. This way, the beast can absorb energy and stay full. Finally, when the source energy was exhausted, the wind chime cat jumped out of the card, stretched lazily, and raised its tail high. It was clear that it had eaten well and was in good spirits. Your source energy was just restored, and you ate it all so quickly. Link sat cross-legged on the bed, starting to cultivate his source energy as it ran out. Yesterday, after a hard night, he fused 100 dust star cards and iron swords into 21-star mercenary sword cards. He also fused 10 1-star fireball cards into 2 magic cards called explosive fireballs. However, he didn't plan to sell these 2 magic cards. Instead, he wanted to give them to Lin Feng and Ruelian to replace their secondary cards. Their secondary cards were really poor. Lin Feng's was a bit better, with a green skill card, but the rest were just so dull they looked like glowing white cards. This is the life of a card master. Once you choose this path, you can only spend your life working hard to make money. Thanks to the fact that fusing cards always drained his source energy, Link had to practice and recover his energy dozens of times every day. As a 1-star card apprentice, his source energy reserve was even larger than that of a 2-star apprentice. But a card apprentice is still a card apprentice. The faster you recover, the faster you consume. Step, step, step. Link lazily walked downstairs, with the wind chime cat wagging its tail behind him. Lin Feng also came out of the kitchen carrying breakfast. Son, Uncle Ruelian has already gone to the mercenary guild to promote the cards. I think someone will come to buy cards today. How are your preparations? Link reached the dining table and took out a stack of cards from his pocket. 21-star tool cards with mercenary swords, and 2 2-star beast cards called Fragmented Rock Fierce Mouse. That's all for now. Beast cards? Lin Feng's eyes immediately focused on the 2 green glowing beast cards. He picked one up and looked at it carefully, his face full of shock. Link wasn't surprised that he made summoning and tool cards, but beast cards usually sealed a beast's egg into the card or directly sealed a living beast. Since Link was only a 1-star apprentice, he definitely couldn't do that. Dad? What's wrong? Seeing Lin Feng staring at him, Link felt a bit strange. It's nothing. It's nothing. Lin Feng put away his surprised expression, stored the card, and then looked seriously at Lin Chi. Son, you've had your own ideas since you were young, but I must remind you. In the future, you must not reveal your card-making skills to others, especially the method of making beast cards. Otherwise, it could cause trouble. Understand? Lin Shi looked at Lin Feng with some surprise, not expecting this rough father to be so careful this time. Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. These two magic cards, you and Uncle Rulian each take one. Once the family business gets bigger, I'll replace your cards with better ones. Seeing the two-star magic cards in front of him, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and took them directly. Meow. At this moment, the wind chime cat jumped onto a stool and pawed at the table. Huh. Lin Feng looked at Lin Shi with a surprised expression. Does it want to eat too? Lin Shi was also a bit surprised. He had been feeding the wind chime cat with source energy before and had never given it human food. He tentatively nodded. Maybe. Why don't you try giving it some? Lin Feng skeptically pushed the rice porridge in front of the wind chime cat. To his surprise, the cat lowered its head and ate small bites, moving gracefully like a noble, not at all awkward. Wow, I've never seen a beast card eat so elegantly before. Lin Feng watched in amazement and explained to Lin Shi. In the past, we had a brother in the mercenary group who had a one-star beast card, a fierce wolf dog. That guy was extremely aggressive and would eat anything, bones, raw meat, even corpses from the battlefield. But these beast cards are hard to tame. Once, during a mission, that brother got injured, and the wolf dog suddenly bit him, almost eating him. We had to work together to kill the wolf dog finally. Lin Shi almost spat out the porridge, shocked. Beast cards can eat people? Lin Feng nodded, his face serious. Of course. That's also why I bought the wind chime cat for you. It's gentle, friendly to humans, and almost never attacks its owner. Unlike some beast cards, which are naturally wild and difficult to tame. Even if sealed in a card, they might turn against their owner. He picked up a beast card of a fierce rat with a broken rock, pointing at the fierce-looking rat on the card. Look at this broken rock fierce rat. Just by its appearance, you can tell it's not easy to deal with. Although it fights strongly, its temper is probably more fierce than the wind chime cat. Dad will teach you 2 tricks to judge beast cards. Lin Shi blinked, curious. What tricks? Lin Feng didn't hide it and said directly. It's judging by the name. Usually, beast cards with words like fierce or evil are definitely not gentle. I see. Lin Shi suddenly understood, but then felt worried. Can I still sell these 2 broken rock fierce rat beast cards? If I can't sell them, I can't use them either. Isn't that a waste? Lin Feng smirked, showing a mischievous smile. Don't worry. Unless someone has had this experience, most people don't know that some beast cards can harm their owner. These 2 beast cards will definitely sell for a high price. Lin Shi looked surprised. Dad, are you trying to cheat people? Cheat people? What did I do? I'm just a merchant. And didn't you say that honesty is the best business practice? Lin Shi shook his head. I only said 2 things, honesty and integrity. Why do you only remember one? Ha ha ha. They're pretty much the same. I've been in the mercenary group for so many years, and I've only seen that happen once. Most beast cards, as long as the owner treats them well, won't harm their owner. You can rest assured. Meow. While they were talking, the wind chime cat had finished eating and was licking its paws as if savoring the taste. Seeing its adorable look, Lin Shi thought to himself, beast cards are not just cards. They are living beings. Bang, bang, bang. While Lin Shi was holding a bowl of porridge, a sudden urgent knocking on the door sounded. Who is it? Lin Feng put down his wooden spoon and called out loudly. It's not business hours yet. A serious female voice came from outside. Open the door. People from the City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion? Lin Feng paused, showing a puzzled expression. Could it be another raid? Do they want to collect tax for the raid? He was about to get up to open the door when Lin Shi grabbed his wrist. Dad, you don't need to go. They are here for me. Lin Shi put down his bowl and wiped his mouth. Worried that Lin Feng might be concerned, he added, last time you were kidnapped by bandits, I asked Alicia, the City Lord's daughter, for help. Miss? Lin Feng looked confused, clearly surprised that his son was so capable, even involved with the City Lord's daughter. Let's go, Fengling. Lin Shi waved at Fengling, who immediately understood and jumped lightly to his side, wagging his tail as they headed toward the door. I didn't expect Alicia to lose patience so quickly. He remembered that he had been helping Alicia find the glowstone, and the task was already completed. But Lin Shi wasn't in a hurry to deliver it himself. It would be a submissive act to deliver it personally, and waiting for her to come to him meant she still needed something from him. He didn't expect Alicia to give him 2 weeks to complete the task, and now, just 10 days in, she was rushing him for progress. When the door opened, standing outside was Alicia's personal maid, Xiaolan. Xiaolan wore a blue maid outfit, her face tense. When she saw Lin Chi, she spoke directly. Lin Chi, my lady asked me to ask you about the glowstone. It's found. Lin Chi interrupted her calmly. Just lead the way to see the lady. Really? Xiaolan's previously serious face immediately lit up with excitement. Great. Let's go see the lady. Following Xiaolan through a few streets still shrouded in morning fog, they soon reached the gates of the city lord's residence. The guards at the gate stood straight, but their eyes showed some laziness, clearly still sleepy from the early morning. Hey, isn't that Wang Teng? Lin Chi stepped forward, gently poking the guard's waist with his finger. Hey, who dares to attack me? Wang Teng clutched his side, cursing under his breath as he turned around. But when he saw who was coming, his curse caught in his throat. Lin Chi, seeing his former boss, Wang Teng instinctively wanted to shrink back. No, I've already become a card apprentice, and I'm now a guard at the city lord's residence. Lin Chi awakened a useless card, so he's unlikely to turn things around in this life. I'm worried about what he might do. Earlier, Lin Chi hadn't awakened his main card, so these followers remained followers, because they weren't sure what kind of card Lin Chi, who was called blessed by the gods since childhood, would awaken. Since Lin Chi woke up and realized he had a useless card, these guys started looking for other ways out. After all, it's not promising to follow a useless card master. This thought made Wang Teng feel more confident instantly. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat and forced a serious look to appear more commanding. Lin Chi, what are you doing here? Do you know where this is? The city lord's mansion. Believe it or not, I could arrest you for attacking a guard and throw you in jail for a few days. Seeing Lin Chi's smug attitude, he couldn't help but laugh and deliberately spoke more slowly. Oh, the guards at the city lord's mansion are so impressive? Little Lon, it seems they don't welcome me. I think I'll go back now. About the glowing stone. When Lin Chi turned to leave, Xiaolan immediately got worried. Hey, don't go. She grabbed Lin Chi and angrily glared at Wang Teng. You're new here. How are you talking to the young lady's guest? Apologize quickly, or I'll go find the captain of the guards and have you fired. Miss. Wang Teng's pride instantly froze, like he had been splashed with cold water. He didn't expect that the useless Lin Chi could still be connected to the young lady. In Stone Iron City, there are 2 emperors. One is the bishop of the Lava Church, and the other is the city lord. He thought that becoming a guard for the emperor would be promising, but he didn't want to be dismissed after just 2 days on the job. Chi, brother Chi. I didn't mean to. I was just distracted for a moment. Your lordship, please forgive me. Seeing Wang Teng's helpless look and almost crying, Lin Chi shook his head with a look of helplessness. I originally thought you had the potential of an emperor, so I took you in as a little brother. But after all these years of teaching, you're still a coward. Truly, Tengzi, you're hard to teach. He ignored Wang Teng and turned to Xiaolan. Little Lon, don't waste time. Let's go see the young lady. Yes, let's go see the young lady. Xiaolan quickly nodded, glared fiercely at Wang Teng, and then led Lin Chi into the mansion. Wang Teng stood there, watching their figures, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and didn't even dare to straighten his back. In the large training ground, dust was flying everywhere. A slender figure was fighting a middle-aged man. Alicia wore comfortable, active clothing. Her long blonde hair was tied in a ponytail, swinging as she moved. She controlled the cloud sparrow. Its wings flapped, sending sharp gusts of wind toward the opponent. The man across from her was a 5-star card master. He summoned a strong black bear as his card beast. Despite this, the bear was gradually pushed back by the cloud sparrow's attacks. The bear had several wounds and growled lowly. Lin Chi stood at the edge of the training ground, feeling surprised. I thought the city lord's daughter was just a pretty girl who liked to paint her card beasts. I didn't expect her to be so strong. He carefully sensed the energy waves from both sides. Alicia was already a 4-star card master, at the same level as his father. She looked only a few years older than him, maybe 17 or 18, but she was 20 years younger than Lin Feng. Her talent was truly impressive. Alicia seemed to notice Lin Chi's gaze. She didn't stop her actions. Instead, she took out a card from her pocket. Her energy flowed into it, and the card instantly turned into a green light. merging into the Cloud Sparrow. Lin squinted and watched. It was a 3-star skill card. Although it was not low in star level, its quality was only green. But for the Cloud Sparrow, it was just right to maximize its power. On the source card continent, high-star cards didn't always mean high quality. But high-quality cards always had a low star level. It's like a card-making apprentice who can only make 1-star white cards in a lifetime. One day, with a flash of inspiration or luck, they might make a 2-star white card using the same materials. That's quite common. Even though the card's power increased, it was only about 50% stronger than a 1-star card. Its quality was like a green 1-star card, which couldn't be better than a green 2-star card. The Cloud Sparrow suddenly flapped its wings fiercely, stirring up a whirlwind around it. It blocked all escape routes for the black bear like an invisible wall. Then, the Cloud Sparrow dived down, its sharp beak aiming for the bear's eyes. The middle-aged man's face changed. He quickly shouted, "Miss, I give up." Seeing the opponent surrender, Alicia's lips curved into a small smile. "Let's end today's training here. Come back, little Cloud Sparrow." The Cloud Sparrow turned into a flash of light and returned to the card. She turned to look at Lin. Her golden hair was pressed against her cheeks, and a light sweat beaded on her forehead. In the blue gemstone-like eyes, there was clear anticipation. "Did you find the pink fluorite?" Link took out a delicate box from his pocket. When he opened it, a soft pink glow of fluorite appeared before everyone. "Wow, such a big piece." Alicia's eyes lit up with surprise. She reached out gently to touch the fluorite, feeling its smooth warmth. "This quality is much better than I expected." Next to her, Xiaolon also came over, excited. "Miss, such a large piece of fluorite. Besides dyeing the Cloud Sparrow, there will be plenty left. Later, you can dye other cards too. It will look really nice." "Other cards?" Link was momentarily stunned, thinking silently, as expected of the city lord's daughter. Ordinary people have to be careful with their cards, but she has a whole bunch. That's the difference in status. After accepting the fluorite, Alicia finally took a serious look at Link. The young boy in front of her wore simple cloth clothes. He wasn't very muscular, but his eyes were clear and calm, showing maturity beyond his age. His source power fluctuation indicated he was only a 1-star card apprentice, but he worked much faster than expected. 1-star card apprentice, but capable and quite young. She glanced at the wind chime cat behind Link and a smile appeared. Lin. She struggled to say his name, but seemed to have forgotten it. Link immediately spoke up. "Link." "Oh, right, Link." Alicia cleared her throat lightly and took out a card from her pocket, handing it to Link. "Link, you completed the task well. As we agreed before, I was only going to give you Khan as a reward. But since you also have a card beast, I have 2 options for you now." Link slightly bowed. "Please, miss, tell me." "The first option is to give you Khan, as agreed, for 50,000 Khan." Alicia paused, her gaze falling on the fluffy tail of the wind chime cat. Her voice softened a little. "The second option is to give you the materials to upgrade your wind chime cat, which can help it advance from 2 stars to 3 stars. "Upgrade materials?" Link looked down at the wind chime cat, feeling a bit worried. He now has a rule card, and it is certain that he will fuse a stronger beast card in the future. Although the wind chime cat is obedient, he hasn't decided whether to spend time training it yet. Seeing his hesitation, Xiaolon nearby reminded him. "Lin, only Miss has the materials to upgrade beast cards in all of Black Iron City. If you miss this chance, you'll never get another." "Do you really think the wind chime cat is more important than money?" Upon hearing this, Lin suddenly understood. "Yes, the wind chime cat was a gift from my father. How can I measure our feelings with money? Moreover, after spending these days together, the wind chime cat has become very obedient and clingy." Lin took a deep breath and looked up at Alicia with a firm gaze. "Miss, I have made my decision. I choose." Alicia looked pleased, waiting for him to say the upgrade materials. But what Lin said next made both of their faces freeze instantly. "I choose Khan." The room instantly fell silent. Xiaolan's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe her ears. "You? After thinking so long, you still want money?" Alicia's smile also disappeared from her face. She turned away disappointed, thinking to herself, "It seems I was wrong. Lin isn't someone with vision. He's just a businessman who values money above all." "Xiaolon, take him to get the money." Alicia's voice was a bit cold. After speaking, She turned and walked toward the training grounds deep inside, clearly not wanting to say another word to Lin Chi. Lin Chi held the 50,000 Khan stored value card just received from the city lord's treasury, feeling very happy. Dealing with rich people is different. The reward is 30,000 more than I expected. He looked down at the wind chime cat at his feet and asked with a smile, "Little wind chime, you won't be mad at me for choosing Khan and not your upgrade materials, right?" Meow meow. The wind chime cat raised its head, its tail gently swaying. It rubbed against Lin Chi's pants, still looking elegant and obedient, clearly not understanding the conversation he just had with Alicia. "Don't worry, I've looked at the upgrade materials. They can upgrade you to 3 stars, but the quality is still green. Instead of choosing that useless material, I'll personally help you plan your evolution route." Meow. The wind chime cat responded softly. As Lin Chi's card Beast, it can't understand specific words, but it can clearly feel its owner's care. Its small head nuzzled against Lin Chi's body. That's right, Lin Chi has already decided to make the wind chime cat his permanent secondary card. Although his dream card Beast was originally one that could fly with him, no one said he could only have one beast. Anyway, he will become stronger over time. With each star level upgrade, he can open new slots in his card space, so leaving a spot for the wind chime cat is no problem. Grand opening sale. Everything is 9.9% off. When Lin Chi arrived at the Strange Tales shop street, a loud noise greeted him. He looked around and saw the shop entrance crowded with people, packed tightly in layers. Feng Lin was standing at the counter, holding a mercenary sword card, shouting loudly. 1-star tool card, mercenary sword. Not 2,000, not 200, only 198. That's right, just 198 Khan. Buying it is a great deal, boss. This mercenary sword card only costs 200 Khan at the One Card Pavilion. You're cheaper by 2 Khan. Isn't that a bit stingy? What? Being 2 Khan cheaper makes me stingy. Feng Lin's eyes widened, and he raised his voice. 1 Khan can buy you a barrel of wheat beer. 2 Khan lets you drink 2 more cups. Isn't that enough? And all my tool cards are guaranteed. You can pay on the spot and try it out. If it's worse than at One Card Pavilion, I'll give you your money back and add 10 Khan as compensation. Seeing the crowd hesitating, Feng Lin took a sip of the red ink in his cup. After pretending to spit blood, he continued shouting. We're all brothers in the Mercenary Guild. Today's blood-spitting price is 195 Khan. This dramatic scene instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. A young man in mercenary clothes was the first to take out a stored value card and squeeze to the counter. Boss, I want one. Good kid. Feng Lin's eyes lit up. He quickly put away his pained expression and patted the young man's shoulder. I can see right away that you have the look of a mercenary guild leader. You'll definitely have a bright future. He took out his source crystal card and gently tapped it against the young man's card. With a surge of energy, 195 Khan was instantly transferred. Lin Feng handed the mercenary sword card to the young man with a smile and said, Come, Captain, your sword. Why not swing it a couple of times here so everyone can see? People around immediately cheered, Yes. Swing it a few times. Let's see if it's really that good. The young man was excited by being called Captain and nodded right away. Good. Let everyone see. He quickly disconnected the dust star card from his slot and, without adjusting his stance, started linking a new card. A long sword with a faint silver shine appeared in his hand. The hilt was decorated with simple patterns, making it look more refined than a normal mercenary sword. That sword looks pretty good, someone praised. Swing it a couple of times and listen to the sound. The young man held the sword, flicked his wrist lightly, and swung it through the air, making a sharp, whoosh sound with a faint glint on the blade. Seeing this, Ruelian quickly took a thick piece of wood from a shop and handed it to the young man. Try cutting this wood. The young man didn't hesitate. He gripped the sword with both hands and swung it down hard at the wood. The wood broke cleanly, with a smooth, even surface and no splinters. Why is it so sharp? The crowd immediately erupted in excitement. Why can't my mercenary sword cut like that? As mercenaries, almost everyone had a mercenary sword, and most had used one at some point. Give me a card. I want to see how it compares to the one I bought from Wanka Pavilion. A tall mercenary pushed through the crowd, took out a source crystal card, and placed it on the counter. Go ahead, try it. The first 5 cost only 195 Khan, but after that, It's 198. Lin Feng didn't expect that the sword made by Lin Chi would be so sharp, so he immediately raised the price. The mercenary activated the sword card on the spot, took the long sword, and swung it at another piece of wood. That wood also broke neatly. He weighed the sword in his hand, looking amazed. It's definitely sharper than the one I bought from Wanka Pavilion. Boss, how many more do you have? We, the Wild Wolf mercenary group, want them all. All of them? Lin Feng's smile grew wider. Just as he was about to agree, a clear, bright voice suddenly sounded. Excuse me, sir. Today, the Strange Tale shop only sells mercenary swords to individuals. If the Wolf mercenary group needs many cards, we can take custom orders. We guarantee the same quality as today, and the price can be even lower. Everyone looked toward the voice and saw Lin Chi holding a wind bell cat, walking out from the crowd. The mercenary saw that the speaker was a young boy and looked a bit annoyed. He frowned and was about to speak, but Lin Chi continued. My father was also a mercenary. He understands how hard everyone works on missions and knows how important a good weapon is. Over the years, he has been researching card making, trying to create the best tools for mercenaries. Every mercenary sword card is made with his care to help everyone stay safer during missions and reduce danger. What? These cards are made by Brother Lin Feng? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, with a look of disbelief. Most of them knew Lin Feng as a skilled member of the mercenary group, but they had never heard that he could make cards. Of course, Brother Feng made them. Rui Lian immediately stepped forward. He was Lin Feng's top follower and now also his biggest fan. My brother Feng put a lot of effort into making these cards. As Rui Lian spoke, a story about Lin Feng being taken as a disciple by a card-making master 10 years ago and spending 10 years in Sword Hidden City spread among the crowd. Everyone listened in amazement. When they looked at Lin Feng again, their eyes were full of respect. A middle-aged mercenary sighed. No wonder Brother Feng suddenly left the mercenary group back then. I thought he was tired of mercenary life, but it turns out he went to learn card making and is thinking of us. Yes, to make such a good sword, he hasn't improved his star level in 10 years. That kind of dedication is rare. Lin Feng nodded politely, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, showing a deep, wise expression as if he alone was awake while others were drunk. Don't worry, everyone. My father said that from now on, mercenary swords will only cost 190 Khan for mercenaries. No matter how many you buy, the price stays the same. This is a benefit for all mercenaries. 190 Khan, Brother Lin Feng is so kind. Such high-quality swords, if sold at one card pavilion, would cost at least 250 Khan. I want one, bring me two, and also get one for my brother. Boss, I want to place a custom order. Our Wild Wolf mercenary group needs 30 cards. Hearing the excited shouts, Lin Chi felt secretly happy. It's done. His goal was simple, to create an image for Lin Feng, a retired veteran mercenary who has spent years studying card making and finally created good cards to give back to the mercenary group. Only if the mercenaries in Shirtai City all admire their father will the pressure from Wanka Pavilion and the City Lord's Mansion decrease. Wanka Pavilion is present in almost every town in the Lava Kingdom, and their wide distribution without being robbed is because they likely have the support of the City Lord's Mansion. He naturally didn't have much money to flatter the City Lord's Mansion. Moreover, this people-centered approach seems more long-term. If one day the mercenaries and card masters in the town support Lin Feng, it might even be possible for the City Lord's Mansion to be led by the Lin family. Son, in just 1 hour, all 20 mercenary swords have been sold. We earned 3,800 Khan, almost as much as our shop's profit for a month. Inside the Wonder Tales shop, Lin Feng's smile never left his face. Lin Chi was also calculating the actual income. Subtracting 1,000 Khan for materials, the profit is 2,800 Khan. Plus, the mercenary group pre-ordered 30 cards, which could bring in another 4,200 Khan. He paused, gently tapping his pen on the paper. So today's card sales alone are equivalent to a month's revenue, and I didn't even have to bother my father to buy daily necessities or run deliveries. Finally, Lin Chi concluded that selling cards was truly a highly profitable business. Dad, in the future, we can reduce the stock of daily necessities in the shop. We should gradually shift to mainly selling cards. Shift to selling cards? Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Good. I'll listen to you. Selling cards makes much more money than selling daily necessities. Lin Shi carefully stored the source crystal card on the table, then stood up and said, I'm going out for a bit, to Wanka Pavilion to stock up on more cards. No need to prepare lunch for me. He knew well that the big sales today would soon reach Wanka Pavilion's ears. He needs to buy more basic cards now before Wankagu reacts, or he might face purchase restrictions later. Actually, Lin Shi knows that to sell cards for a long time, he must cooperate with Wankagu. After all, he is not a card maker and cannot produce cards himself. But right now, he is too weak to negotiate a partnership with Wankagu. If he's not careful, he might be completely eaten up by them. That's also why he's trying to make friends with Kane. Wankagu is a business place. Since their employees' promotions depend on the sales of cards, Lin Shi thinks investing in Kane, a newcomer, is better than trying to do business directly with the current Wankagu manager. Carrying all his savings, Lin Shi quickly walks toward Wankagu. As soon as he steps inside, a butler in a black uniform greets him with a standard smile. Welcome, sir. How can I help you? Lin Shi glances at the badge on the butler's chest. Lida. It seems my previous large purchases at Wankagu have caught the attention of the management, or else a butler wouldn't come to greet me personally. Lin Shi looks around and sees Kane sitting at the counter, looking miserable, but he keeps glancing toward the door, clearly noticing him. A slight smile appears on Lin Shi's face. He says to Lida, no need to trouble yourself. Call Kane over. I only want to talk business with him. The butler's smile stiffens. Sir, I have higher authority than Kane and can offer you the best discounts. Lin Shi glances at him calmly, with a tone that leaves no room for argument. Who am I? Who are you? When did I need discounts to buy things? Lida is speechless, standing there with a red and white face, unsure what to do. At that moment, a gentle female voice is heard. Lida, go call Kane. Lin Shi looks toward the voice and sees a beautiful woman in a burgundy long dress walking over. She has delicate makeup and an elegant aura. Lin Shi recognizes her. Fiona, the head of Wankagu in Shirtai City, and also the dream girl of all the young men there. Once, Fiona was also Lin Shi's innocent teenage crush. Although Reed was reluctant, he dared not disobey Fiona's orders. He glared sharply at Kane from a short distance and quickly turned to leave. Fiona approached Lynch with a polite smile. Dear guest, I apologize for the inconvenience. Next time you visit Wanka Pavilion to buy cards, Kane will serve you throughout and ensure your satisfaction. As the manager of Wanka Pavilion, Fiona had already noticed the unusual increase in sales. This month, Wanka Pavilion's revenue was over 10,000 more cards than usual. After checking the records, she found that almost all of this extra income came from the same customer, and Kane, who had recently been transferred here, was responsible for these transactions. In a small town like Iron City, Wanka Pavilion's main customers are the city lord's mansion and various mercenary groups. The total monthly revenue is about 100,000 cards. Lynch's spending was nearly equal to the third largest customer, so Fiona naturally couldn't ignore him. Thank you. Lynch nodded slightly and looked at Fiona carefully. This woman seemed gentle, but her eyes showed sharp intelligence. She was clearly not an ordinary person. He didn't chat much and turned to follow the guide Fiona provided, heading to a private room on the second floor. The room was decorated beautifully and comfortably, with fresh fruit on the table. Lynch picked up the 2-star card guide on the table and examined it carefully. After flipping through for a while, he only found one 2-star summoning card, Skeleton Warrior. Other skeleton-related cards included Soulfire Skeleton, Skeleton Shield Guard, and Skeleton Strongman. That was all the 2-star skeleton summoning cards available at Wanka Pavilion. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open. Kane entered carrying tea, wearing a shy smile. Dear guest, sorry to keep you waiting. Lynch put down the guide and looked up at Kane. Kane, why does Wanka Pavilion have so few skeleton cards in stock? Can't you order more? Kane respectfully replied. Please don't be angry, guest. The sales of skeleton summoning cards are generally slow. These are stored stock accumulated over several years. Now, the headquarters thinks these cards have low profit, so they rarely produce skeleton summoning cards anymore. What? Lynch was stunned. If Wanka Pavilion doesn't produce these cards, how can he improve his strength? Without enough skeleton cards, it would be impossible for his main card to upgrade to blue quality, let alone purple. Kane looked at Lynch's face and quickly added, "Don't worry, sir. I have already submitted a request to the headquarters card supply department, explaining that Stone Iron City needs skeleton-type cards. Next month, they will coordinate with other towns' card guilds to send over a batch of skeleton summoning cards." "Good." Lynch sighed in relief and confidently said, "Whatever amount there is, I want that much." He no longer worried about the skeleton cards. He picked up the card catalog and quickly selected cards. "Include this Skeleton Warrior, as well as Burning Soul Skeleton, Skeleton Shield Guard, and Skeleton Strongman. I want all of them. Also, give me 300 Dust Star Tool cards with iron swords, 100 Dust Star Tool cards with daggers, and..." As Lynch spoke, Kane recorded and calculated the prices. The more he calculated, the more excited he became, and his hands trembled slightly. When Lynch finished choosing, Kane took a deep breath before announcing the total price. "Sir, the total for these cards is 80,000 Khan." Kane swallowed hard. 80,000 Khan. If this deal goes through, his personal earnings will reach 100,000 Khan, and he can be promoted from card seller to apprentice steward. "Swipe the card," Lynch said casually, making Kane's heart race. Kane took the source crystal with both hands, his fingertips trembling. He quickly completed the payment process. When he returned the card to Lynch, his voice was a little excited. "Sir, I'll go pack your cards right away, thanks." Lynch nodded, leaned on the sofa, picked up a piece of fruit, and ate it slowly. Not long after, Kane came in carrying a heavy wooden box and handed it to Lynch. "Sir, your cards are all here. You can check them." Lynch took the wooden box, weighed it, and nodded with satisfaction. "No need to check. I trust you." After saying that, he stood up and headed for the door. "Next time, when new skeleton cards arrive, remember to notify me immediately." "Definitely. Definitely." Kane nodded quickly and saw Lynch off to the card guild entrance. Until Lynch's figure disappeared at the end of the street, Kane couldn't hold back his excitement. He clenched his fist. He was finally going to be promoted. The staff hierarchy at Wanka Pavilion is strict. Trainees and card sellers are treated normally. But once someone accumulates a personal sales total of 100,000 cards, they can be promoted to a trainee steward and receive a green quality random card as a reward. "Congratulations, Kane. You are now a trainee steward." Fiona suddenly appeared behind Kane, smiling warmly as she looked at him. "Great steward." Kane stiffened and quickly turned around, instinctively straightening his posture with a hint of fear in his eyes. He knew Fiona was powerful, and few people dared to offend her in Wanka Pavilion. "Don't be so nervous." Fiona patted Kane's shoulder gently. "You've only been here less than a year, but you've already met the promotion standards. You have a bright future. Go fill out your promotion application, and you can also choose your green quality card." Kane hurriedly thanked her and quickly ran toward the office, worried that if he hesitated, the opportunity might disappear. Fiona watched Kane's back, her smile fading gradually. She turned her gaze toward Lynch's departing figure. 3 purchase records, each time buying a large number of Dust Star equipment cards and skeleton summon cards. He's not from a mercenary group or noble family. Buying so many basic cards, are they for card-making materials, or is there another purpose? Unlike Kane, who only cared about immediate benefits, Fiona had already started thinking about Lynch's purpose in buying cards. After all, in Stone Iron City, besides the City Lord's mansion and the Mercenary Guild, few people would buy so many cards at once, especially skeleton minions, which are known as cannon fodder cards. However, Fiona quickly suppressed her curiosity. She was a merchant, and Lynch was a customer who could bring in significant revenue. As long as he didn't do anything to harm Wanka Pavilion's interests, what he used the cards for was none of her business. As long as it made money, everything else was unimportant. Lynch carried a heavy wooden box, walking home from Wanka Pavilion. He was planning to first fuse some iron sword cards to replenish his shop stock, and then figure out how to improve his main card with the new skeleton cards. When he was 2 streets away from the Wonderful Tales shop, his steps suddenly stopped. The wind chime cat walking beside him was the first to notice something unusual. Its triangular ears, which had been drooping, instantly stood upright, and a low growl rumbled from its throat. A pair of sapphire-like eyes suddenly narrowed, locking onto the street corner on the right. "What's wrong, Windbell?" Lin looked in the direction of Wind Bell Cat's gaze. He saw a faint glimpse of a black piece of clothing in the shadow of the corner, along with a blurry figure, someone hiding there, spying on him. Is it someone from Wanka Guild? Or another mercenary group? Lin mind was filled with suspicion as he secretly held a card with a skeleton and a sword on it. He had expected that some suspicious people might come to investigate him or cause trouble. After all, the Wonder Tales shop only sold one-star equipment cards today and didn't promote high-star cards. This made it hard for others to confirm whether Lin Feng was truly a card maker. If these cards were just lucky finds, could there be more cards? Or had he really inherited the skills of a card maker? There are some secret card realms on the continent of Yuan Card. Because rare cards can be obtained from inside, many card masters venture into these secret places. Many also die inside, which leads some card masters to seal their inheritance into cards before they die, waiting for someone destined to inherit them. If Lin Feng only lucked into inheriting a card master's legacy, his situation would be very dangerous. Major mercenary groups and nobles would try everything to seize him. If they couldn't get him, they might destroy him instead. After all, this is Ironstone City, a remote place. To register as a card maker, Lin Feng would have to go to the duchy, which is quite far away. But if the rumors were true, that Lin Feng was taken as a disciple by a master card maker 10 years ago, such a master with a proper lineage would be someone to avoid offending. In this world, card makers hold a very high status. Every master behind a card maker has enough power to make the duchy tremble. If his apprentice had an accident, there would be no need to find a culprit. The entire small town of Ironstone City, a level 3 city, could be wiped out with everyone inside. Lin patted Windbell Cat's head and pointed to the roof nearby. Windbell, go around the roof and see who that person is. Windbell Cat immediately understood. It gently kicked off with its hind legs, like a feather touched by the wind, silently leaping onto the roof tiles of the small house without making a sound. It crouched on the ridge of the roof, moving toward the street corner. I want to see who is so quick to target my shop. Lin quietly moved a few steps toward the street corner, with a card already charged with energy between his fingers. Soon, a sharp cat cry suddenly sounded from the corner. Meow, followed by a man angrily cursing. Cat. The wind chime cat leapt down and ran straight into the alley. Lin didn't hesitate anymore. He quickly ran toward the corner, his boots making crisp sounds on the cobblestone street. As he turned into the alley, he saw a man in a black short-sleeved shirt hurriedly getting up, trying to run toward a dead end on the other side of the alley. The man heard the footsteps, turned around, and viciously kicked the chasing wind chime cat, cursing loudly. Get lost! Lin wanted to chase after him, but the man had already run out of sight around the corner. Why does that sound so familiar? And the silhouette looks familiar too, but in the next second, the whimpering of the wind chime cat snapped him back to reality. The little creature was curled on the ground, its front left paw slightly clenched, with a bright bloodstain on its pink paw pad, clearly injured from the kick earlier. Lin face instantly darkened. That guy must be Reed. He had previously thought it was Wang Meng and his group. After all, a few days ago, Wang Meng had caused trouble for him and had been scratched by the wind chime cat, so he might come back for revenge. But now, that idea was dismissed. The wind chime cat was a 2-star card beast. Even if its physical strength was average, its speed far exceeded that of ordinary card apprentices. Only a 3-star card master could hurt it, and Wang Meng was just a card apprentice. He couldn't do that. In all of Ironstone City, besides Reed, who else could be a familiar card master with a grudge against him? Lin carefully picked up the wind chime cat. When his fingertips touched its injured paw, the little creature flinched in pain but still rubbed its head against his chin, making a gentle meow sound as if to say it was fine. Don't worry, I'll take you home first. Lin voice softened, but a colder look appeared in his eyes. Once I sell these cards, I'll find a way to strengthen you. Then I'll go after Reed for revenge. Lin face was cold. He initially wanted to expand his card business first, but now it seemed that improving his own strength was the safest choice. The strength of a card master is closely related to the star level and quality of their cards. A 3-star card master, even with only 3 subcards, can have a 70% chance of winning against a 4-star card master with 4 white quality subcards if all their subcards are green quality. If Dad can get a blue quality skill card, he could easily defeat all the 5-star card masters in Stone Iron City. Lin Chi was walking home with Feng Cat, quickly thinking in his mind. He knew the power structure of Stone Iron City well. 5-star card masters are the highest level ordinary card masters can reach, and there are only a few in the whole town. Master card masters are even rarer, with only 5. One is the current city lord, Alicia's father, who is often away on official business in the duchy and usually doesn't return for half a year. Another is the bishop of the Lava Church, Xiao Aodhua, who has a status even higher than the city lord. Besides the city lord, there's also said to be a master card master in the city hall, but no one has seen him in action, so he's just considered one. The other two are the leaders of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group and the Black Wind Mercenary Group. He also heard from Rillian that only these 5 master card masters in Stone Iron City have blue quality cards. When Lin Feng got home, he saw his son carrying Feng Cat, with some bloodstains on his clothes. "Son, did you get into a fight?" He quickly brought some blood-clotting ointment. Lin Chi took the medicine, applying it to Feng Cat, while saying, "It's red." "Red? That brat, how dare he hit you?" Lin Feng's face instantly darkened. He suddenly slammed the table, furious, and was about to storm out. "I'm going to deal with him right now." "Stop." Lin Chi suddenly looked up, giving a cold warning that made Lin Feng's foot stop midair. Lin Chi took a deep breath, calming his rising emotions. "Dad, I'm not saying you can't go, but you can't go now. You only have 2 green subcards, and the rest are white quality. You're no match for red. He's a 5-star card master, and even if his subcards are average, they're still much stronger than your current setup. When I upgrade your subcards quality, then you can go." "Okay, I'll listen to you." He reluctantly withdrew his foot, walked over to Lin Chi, and silently helped apply medicine to the Wind Chime Cat, though his face still looked unhappy. Carefully wrapping the Wind Chime Cat's injured paw with clean gauze, Lin Chi looked up at Lin Feng. "Dad, give me all your backup cards." Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all. Since Lin Chi took out those special tool cards, he completely trusted his son's skills. He waved his hand, and 4 streams of light floated from his fingertips, landing on the table and transforming into 4 cards. 2 of them glowed with a faint green aura, and the other 2 were plain white. These were all his contracted backup cards. "I'll go upstairs to make you new backup cards. You help the Wind Chime Cat get some meat to eat." Lin Chi stored the 4 cards carefully, then stood up and gently rubbed the chin of the Wind Chime Cat. The little creature closed its eyes happily and purred contentedly. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of this little guy." Meow. The Wind Chime Cat looked up at Lin Chi, and its tail lightly swept his pant leg, as if encouraging him. Lin Chi hurried upstairs and closed the door tightly behind him. He laid out the 4 cards on the table. His eyes first fell on the green skill card, Wind Slash. This card was obtained by Lin Feng years ago when he was in a mercenary group, fighting off a band of robbers. It was not only a 2-star quality card, but also had a unique Wind Slash effect. Even on the shelves of the card pavilion, there was no second identical card. Whether it works depends on you. Lin Chi took a deep breath, took 5 white skill cards from a wooden box, and prepared to fuse them. This was a basic swordsmanship skill card, but its price had already reached 1,000 card coins each, comparable to the best white quality beast taming cards. Skill cards could directly enhance the power of a main card. They were always in high demand because the better the fit with the main card, the stronger the effect, and the higher the price. Fuse. A black vortex instantly formed in the center of the table. The 5 white cards were slowly swallowed by the vortex. As the light flickered, a new card with a green glow appeared. Skill card, Strong / Star Level, Level 2 Quality, Green Description. Swing your weapon to deliver a powerful slash. The effect diminishes with distance. Evaluation. A good skill combination for artifact-type beast tamers. Without pause, he took out 5 1-star skill cards labeled Sword Edge and added them to the vortex. This time, the vortex spun faster. After a moment, the second green card quietly took shape. Skill card, Sharpness Star Level, Level 2 Quality, Green Description. One of the best combinations for swordsmen and archers, showing sharpness and unstoppable power. 1, 2, 3. The green light in the room flickered repeatedly until the 10th 2-star green card was placed on the table, and Lin Chi stopped. Each 2-star skill card was different: slash, sharpness, piercing, windward. He used different types of basic skill cards because the wand card pavilion didn't have enough stock to make the same type of white skill cards. He had to substitute with similar attribute sword and blade cards. Fortunately, his rule card seemed to accurately recognize attribute connections, and the fused cards matched his expectations. Rule card: oh rule card, I want to focus on windward slash as the main skill, with other cards as support. Please don't give me free reign to create other skills. For this upgrade, he spent 50,000 con cards and collected 51-star skill cards. If he failed, the loss would be huge. He first inserted the slash skill card. The vortex's glow brightened a bit. Then he added 8 green cards, including sharpness, one after another. When the 8th card entered the vortex, a faint blue hue finally appeared within the light green glow. Sure enough, 8 cards can trigger blue light. 10 cards will definitely succeed. Lin Chi's spirit lifted. He immediately pushed in the last 2 green cards. The vortex suddenly expanded rapidly, and the blue light almost lit up the entire room. When the glow faded, a card with deep blue light slowly floated before him. The edges of the card had patterns like flowing wind, radiating a sharp aura. 3 stars. It's really 3 stars. Lin Chi clenched the card tightly, sweat forming on his palms from excitement. He only realized today, after seeing Alicia's 3-star green card, that the star level and quality of a card are not necessarily equal. He had worried that spending 10 green cards would only produce 1 green 3-star card, but now he saw he had overthought. The logic of the rule card should prioritize quality, with star level following the material limit. After recording this fusion experience on paper, Lin Chi took a deep breath and eagerly checked the new card's information. This was the first blue card he had ever fused. Skill card: Wine/triple strike star level, 3 stars quality, blue attributes, 30, wind speed compatibility 50% description. Using a weapon as a medium, it tears through the air ahead, creating 3 continuous vacuum slashes. The last 2 slashes are twice as powerful as the first and can extend the attack range with wind power. Evaluation: Wind/triple strike is a perfect skill for sword-type card masters. It shows the ultimate sharpness of airflow slicing and gets extra bonuses in wind environments. That's a skill card. It's much better than the wind/attack. Lin Chi believes that just this one card can help Lin Feng defeat a 5-star card master. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chi pulls out his favorite card, sword-wielding skeleton. Last time, I used 5 2-star skeleton cards to fuse, but couldn't reach blue quality. I also tried fusing other types of 2-star cards, but it said attributes do not match. Currently, the wand card pavilion only has 4 2-star skeleton-related cards. This time, I am still 1 short. Skeleton Warrior, Burning Soul Skeleton, Skeleton Shield Guard, Skeleton Strongman. Fuse them all at once. A vortex appears again, and all 5 cards are placed into it. This time, the vortex shines brightly, with a faint deep blue hue, but the fusion process is much slower than before, likely due to the special attributes of the cards. Lin Chi patiently waits until the vortex's glow gradually dims. A card with a rich green light floats out, its edges surrounded by a faint blue glow, indicating it is just 1 step away from blue quality. As expected, still 1 short. Looking at the card before him, Lin Chi shows a look of expected surprise. Summon card: Heroes remains star level, 1-star quality, green talent, fearless hero, does not fear stronger enemies, attack 20%, defense 10%. Weapon: Skeleton Greatsword, attack 30, with a heavy strike effect, skill 1. Hero charge, straight line rush that stuns the target, can be combined with weapon for a dash /, skill 2. Intermediate swordsmanship, basic skills like slash, chop, stab, flick, with 30% attack accuracy. Description: the belief and courage of the hero run deep in the bones. Even after death, as a skeleton, it inherits the hero's faith and fighting instinct. Due to the special nature of one hero skeleton, it has the potential to become a king. Evaluation: this card is made from the bones of multiple fallen warriors, a special summon card that breaks the usual rules. It can grow stronger. If you find the hero's heart, it can upgrade to blue quality and unlock a king-level evolution path. Wow, even the weapon has upgraded. And now it has kingly potential. Lin Feng looked at the card in his hand, clearly surprised. He could feel that although this card is also green quality, it is several times stronger than the previous sword-wielding skeleton. The illustration on the card has changed. It shows a tall skeleton holding a black greatsword covered with bone spikes. Its eye sockets glow with golden soul fire, no longer grim and eerie, but radiating a brave hero's aura. Lin Feng stroked his chin, thinking, the mercenary sword I fused before is better than the one sold at Wanka Pavilion. It's not just luck. Cards fused from the same level tend to be of the highest quality within that level. Although upgrading a blue quality card requires 10 green cards, missing even one makes it impossible, but the strength of the fused card makes Lin Feng very satisfied. His eyes fell on the more than 200 Dust Star Iron Sword cards on the table. 5 Dust Star cards can be fused into a 1-star white mercenary sword. 5 1-star white cards can be fused into a 2-star green card. 10 2-star green cards can be fused into a 3-star blue card. That means 250 Iron Sword cards can produce a 3-star blue card. Up to this point, Lucky's eyes suddenly lit up. 1 Dust Star card, 10 con each, so 250 cards total. That's 2,500 con. And 1 3-star blue equipment card can sell for at least 20,000 con in Ironstone City. After subtracting costs, I'd make 17,500 con profit. Plus, blue quality cards are almost impossible to find at the 10,000 card pavilion. If I sell them through bidding, the price could go even higher. He had been thinking that selling mercenary swords one by one was too slow. Now it's clear that merging high-star cards is the real way to make big money. Lucky patted the table and made a decision. First, I'll merge a 3-star blue equipment card. Not only will I quickly recover funds, but I'll also give my dad's card-making skills a big boost. If he can make a 3-star blue card, who will doubt his strength? Lucky immediately started organizing materials. The room lit up again with a faint blue spiral glow. This time, he aimed to create a 3-star blue card that Ironstone City hadn't seen in a long time, to truly boost the fame of the Wonderful Tales shop. The next day, before dawn, a long line had already formed outside the Wonderful Tales shop. Son, wake up. If you keep dawdling, those people outside might tear down our shop. Lin Feng hurriedly rushed into Lucky's room. But as soon as he stepped over the threshold, his steps froze. His breath, which had been quick, suddenly caught, and his eyes fixed tightly on the desk. 3 different glows shimmered in the dim light: pure white, gentle green, and a deep blue like a sea gemstone. Stacked cards covered half the table. Son, Lin Feng's voice trembled. He had lived over 30 years and had only seen green quality cards in Ironstone City. Blue quality was only heard of in mercenary groups. Seeing so many at once made his heart race so wildly it felt like it might burst his ribs. Lucky struggled to open one eye, exhaustion spreading from his eyes. Last night, he had used almost all his mental energy to merge cards. Now his head felt like it was stuffed with cotton, heavy and swollen. Dad, keep the 8 magic cards. Leave 1 pair of stealth boots and anti-magic breastplate for you. The rest, sell them. Don't call me. I need to rest, he mumbled vaguely. Then his eyelids closed completely, clearly exhausted to the limit. This child, no matter how urgent the card making is, you must take care of your health. Lin Feng sighed with concern and quietly walked to the table to check. 21-star equipment cards, including Scout short blades, were neatly arranged, with sharp, clear blade patterns on their surfaces. 2 2-star mercenary greatswords glowed with a heavy green light, and faint shadows of the swords hitting the ground could be seen on the cards. 8 explosive fireball cards radiated heat, as if flames might burst out at any moment. What made his heart race the most were a few blue glowing cards at the corner of the table. One was a 3-star equipment card for a phantom longsword, its blade faintly visible in the mist, mysterious and fierce. For stealth boots with flowing dark patterns looked perfect for sneaky attacks. There was also a magic-resistant armor and a skill card called 3 consecutive wind slashes, with a special shine. Lin Feng held his breath, carefully collected all the cards, and only placed the 8 explosive fireball cards into a wooden box on the table. Then he quietly turned to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, the impatient people outside would break down the shop's door. When he opened the wooden door of the shop, A wave of heat mixed with the smell of sweat and smoke rushed in, and countless urgent voices immediately overwhelmed him. Boss, where is my mercenary sword? Please don't sell out today. Yeah. I got here before dawn to line up. Boss, I want a mercenary sword. Lin Feng raised his hand to calm the crowd and said loudly, First, I want to apologize. We haven't made mercenary swords recently, but I have better items. 2 mercenary great swords and 20 scout short blades. The crowd fell silent for half a second, then erupted into even louder discussions. Scout short blades and mercenary great swords? What kind of cards are these? I haven't seen them in the Wand Card Pavilion's catalog. Mercenary greatswords sound heavier than mercenary swords. Boss, I want one. A tall, muscular man over 2 meters tall pushed through the crowd, with some bloodstains on his leather armor. Hey, Flanders, why are you cutting in line? Someone behind him complained. Flanders glared back fiercely, his big eyes full of menace. The person immediately shrank back and swallowed his words. Flanders strode to the counter, slapped the table, and said, Lin Feng, the mercenary sword you sold last time was indeed sharp, but it was too light. Don't let me down with these mercenary greatswords. Lin Feng smiled warmly as he looked at Fland. The two were old friends, so he naturally understood this rough man's temper. Fland, the mercenary greatsword is a green quality, 2-star item card. How many cards are you willing to trade for it? What? A 2-star green card? Everyone was surprised to hear this. A 2-star green card? Lin Feng actually made a 2-star green card. Although it was rumored yesterday that Lin Feng was a card maker, most people believed he was just lucky to find a secret realm card, which gave him many cards suddenly. Now that 2-star cards have appeared, people are unsure whether Lin Feng is just lucky or truly a card maker. Fland was also stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, The 2-star item card from Wanka Pavilion sells for 2,000 Khan. If this is real, I'll give you 2,100 Khan. He looked at Lin Feng and offered what he thought was a high price. Normally, Lin Feng might try to get a better deal, but now he had a 3-star card in hand, which was the main focus today. So, he didn't bother arguing over a small amount with Fland. Deal. Fland swiped his card eagerly, quickly removing a white sub-card and linking it to the mercenary greatsword. Fland, let's see how good this mercenary greatsword is. Wanka Pavilion doesn't sell it. Yeah. Wanka Pavilion sells very few 2-star cards. If this mercenary greatsword is really a green quality 2-star card, I want to buy one too. A few mercenaries nearby, who liked heavy weapons, eagerly stared at Fland. Alright, let's show everyone. As the green light flashed, a heavy sword over a meter long suddenly slammed onto the blue stone slab with a loud bang, causing the people around to shake. A small appeared on the stone. Wow, that's heavy. The surrounding mercenaries' eyes widened in amazement as they moved closer to examine it. Fland, let me try? See if it's really effective. One mercenary, wearing the same style leather armor as Fland, stepped forward. He was clearly part of a mercenary group. He drew his sword from his waist and shouted loudly before swinging it at Fland. Good timing. Fland held his sword with both hands, his arm muscles bulging instantly, and suddenly swung a powerful horizontal slash. With a sharp, the mercenary's sword was cut in half. The blade flew far away, and he was knocked back a few steps, sitting heavily on the ground. The whole crowd instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed on the broken sword and the large sword on the ground. Oh no, this brother is hurt. Quickly, bring some blood clot ointment. Only 99 Khan. It stops bleeding very fast. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Rillian ran out from behind the counter, holding a small bottle of medicine. The mercenary struggled to get up, ignoring the cut on his palm from the sword handle. He hurriedly shoved a source crystal card into Rillian's hand. Swipe. I want to buy a mercenary greatsword. You're hurt and still want a mercenary greatsword? Rillian took the card, first showing a look of surprise, then his eyes reddened with emotion. Brother, you really love it. Don't worry, the last mercenary greatsword is yours. I'll also give you this blood clot ointment. He crouched down to apply the medicine. The mercenary nodded gratefully, but when Rillian returned the source crystal card, he suddenly froze. Brother, isn't the mercenary greatsword 2,100 Khan? Why did you charge me 2,300 Khan? Rillian's smile remained unchanged, and he confidently said, You don't know, brother. The first one was a special introductory price, sold at a loss. Selling the second one at 2,300 is already cheap. This is the last one. If you don't want it, other brothers in line are waiting. The mercenary was speechless. Everyone around secretly cursed Rillian as a dishonest merchant, but no one really felt sorry for him. The power of that big sword was obvious. Even if it cost 200 more con, it was a sure profit. After the 2-star equipment cards were sold, the crowd immediately became restless. Boss, besides the mercenary greatsword, are there any other high-quality cards? Seeing the 2-star cards, everyone's expectations for 1-star scout short blades decreased. They all wanted the 2-star cards. Of course, Lin Feng suddenly pounded the counter. His previously easygoing attitude faded, and he crossed his arms, shoulders slightly relaxed, exuding pride. He deliberately paused, waiting for everyone's curiosity to reach its peak, then loudly announced, "I also have the latest 3-star blue quality equipment cards, but they will only be officially sold in the afternoon." "What? Blue quality?" Someone at the front of the crowd exclaimed, their voice changing pitch. "Did I hear that right? Did he say blue card?" "Absolutely, it's blue quality," Lin Feng said firmly, scanning the crowd. Even from among the crowd, there were gasps of surprise. An employee in Wanka Pavilion uniform looked shocked, muttering, "Impossible. Our branch in Stone Iron City often runs out of green cards. How can a small shop like his have a blue card?" Lin Feng, could he really be a card maker? Seeing everyone whispering and seeming doubtful, Lin Feng patted the table to get their attention. "Everyone, look at what I have in my hand." Everyone looked over as a deep ocean blue card shimmered between Lin Feng's fingers. The glow was gentle but not blinding. On the card's surface, a phantom long sword appeared faintly in the halo, with the details of the sword's tassels clearly visible. Wow! A series of eager breaths sounded, and many mercenaries' throats moved as their eyes burned with desire, as if they wanted to burn the card. Someone quietly clenched their weapon at their waist, clearly having bad intentions. It seems everyone has forgotten the rules. Lin Feng's brow furrowed, and his aura as a 4-star card master was fully unleashed. A cold, killing intent swept through the crowd like a cold wind. Those who had been ready to act froze instantly, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. Suddenly, everyone was awakened by this icy, killing aura. They remembered that Lin Feng was a seasoned veteran mercenary, even serving as vice leader of a mercenary group. Master Lin Feng, the lean mercenary who had spoken first, reacted quickly, his tone instantly respectful tenfold. "Are you really going to sell this blue quality card?" The fact that he was willing to sell even a blue quality card made everyone believe that Lin Feng was a card maker. For a moment, everyone accepted his identity. Of course, Lin Feng relaxed his aura, gently flicking the blue card with his fingertips. "There are 3-star blue cards in total. First come, first served. If there are many buyers, the highest bidder wins." He pointed to the left side of the counter. "All right, if you want the Scout Shortblade, line up here. There are 20 in total. Blue cards will be sold starting this afternoon." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd quickly dispersed. Most mercenaries ran outside the city quickly, eager to report the news to their leaders. A blue quality card. If any mercenary group had one, their strength would definitely improve a lot. The once crowded team suddenly became much smaller. Lin Feng quickly sold his Scout Shortblades and happily closed his shop. He needed to prepare for the afternoon auction, which was a great chance to make the story of the wonderful world famous. The news of the appearance of a blue quality card spread like a thunderclap over Ironclad City, causing a big commotion. All the mercenary groups, the 10,000 cards pavilion, and even the city lord's mansion were alarmed. Inside the city lord's mansion, Alicia was using a silver spoon to scoop a source crystal and offered it to the lark's beak. The card beast had just been given a new coat of feathers and was now proudly pecking at the source crystal, making a happy chirping sound. If Lin Chi saw this, he would definitely scold capitalism for being so terrible. The source crystal contains source energy, which is a good helper for card masters to practice and can also boost the strength of card beasts. One source crystal is worth about 10,000 con. "Miss, there's urgent news to report." A maid named Xiao Lan hurried in, holding up her skirt, her face flushed, and her tone full of urgency. Alicia gently stroked the smooth feathers of the lark. "Xiao Lan, always pay attention to your posture. Besides, such a big city like Ironclad City, what big event could possibly happen? Xiaolon took a deep breath, trying to regain her ladylike composure. After a slight bow, she said, "Miss, it's about the cards. There are rumors that someone is selling blue-quality cards, 3 of them." Oh, Alicia finally looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in her light golden eyes. She also had blue cards herself, and there were plenty in the 10,000 cards pavilion of the Ironclad Kingdom. If you had money, you could buy them. What really surprised her was that Ironclad City was a third-tier town, and it was so remote. Where could these blue-quality cards come from? She still played with the lark's feathers casually and asked, "What type of cards are they?" "I heard they are tool cards." Xiaolon carefully recalled the information she heard. Hearing this, Alicia felt a bit disappointed. "Tool cards? Those are useless to me." "Miss Ku, the card seller is not from Wanka Pavilion, but from the shop that delivered the fluorescent stone to you last time," Xiaolon quickly added. Alicia turned her head, her light blonde hair brushing her shoulders, and finally showed genuine surprise on her face. "Are you talking about Lin Shi?" Yes, that's him." Xiaolon nodded repeatedly. "Now everyone in the city is talking about it. His father, Lin Feng, is a card maker, and these cards were also made by Lin Feng." Card maker. Alicia's finger paused over the wings of the skylark, her eyes showing even more shock. All the card makers who can produce blue-quality cards in the Iron-Felt Kingdom are honored in the capital. How could Stone Iron City hide such a person? Xiaolon tentatively asked. "Miss, should we report this to the city lord? Father is at a meeting in the kingdom. Even if we inform him now, it will be 10 days before he can respond." Alicia thought for a moment, then finally smiled. Maybe he was lucky to enter the secret realm and brought out the cards. They are just tool cards. Only mercenaries like to use them. No need to worry about them. Compared to the calm of the city lord's mansion, Wanka Pavilion was in an uproar after hearing the news. "Blue-quality cards? And 3 of them? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Fiona suddenly slammed her hand on the mahogany table, her delicate makeup slightly hardened with excitement. Laird, standing below, quickly straightened his posture, but couldn't help glancing at Fiona's rising and falling chest due to her movement. He swallowed and replied, "Yes, Archdeacon. This is absolutely true. Now the entire mercenary circle is going crazy. All the major mercenary groups are rushing to the Strange Tales shop to buy cards this afternoon." Fiona looked shocked. If all the mercenary groups had returned to the city, then this was almost certainly true. There was also a 10% chance that Lin Feng wanted to be humiliated, which was why he was teasing everyone. Lin Feng. Fiona did have some impression of this man. Besides being a 4-star card master, another reason was that he always stared at her intently whenever he came to buy cards. Fiona knew she was beautiful and fully used her advantage. Usually, her visits to Wanka Pavilion increased the customer flow, but others secretly watched and pretended to be gentlemen. But Lin Feng was completely different. His gaze was too aggressive, as if he could see through his body. Could he be a card maker? Thinking about how Lin Feng only visits Wanka Pavilion to browse and admire himself, and has never bought a card before. It was only recently that his son Lin Qi started buying many cards, and after that, Lin Feng's shop began selling cards. Putting all this information together, Fiona suddenly concluded that Lin Feng is a card maker. No wonder he never buys cards at Wanka Pavilion. He must be studying our cards to make better ones. Fiona looked down at the 2 mercenary swords on the table. One was made by Wanka Pavilion, and the other was bought from a mercenary. The sword bought from the merchant was indeed sharper than the one sold by Wanka Pavilion. "Lade, go call Kane." "Kane?" Lade's expression darkened. He was really annoyed with Kane lately. Now Fiona called him over. His status clearly dropped. "Why are you just standing there?" "Oh yes." Inside the Wondertail's shop, Lin Qi slept very deeply. Using up his source power only made his body tired. The source power from the world slowly seeped into his body to help fill the deficit. But overusing mental strength was not so easy to recover from. Even in deep sleep, his mind was chaotic, filled with strange nightmares. Sometimes it was the uncontrolled glow during card fusion. Other times it was the endless source power crashing inside him, making him furrow his brows and sweat coldly on his forehead. After a while, Lin Qi suddenly stretched lazily, and his bones made a slight sound. He opened his sleepy eyes. The sunlight outside the window shone through the blinds, dazzling him, causing him to squint instinctively. It took a while for him to recover, still feeling a bit dazed. Feels like I slept for a long time. I didn't expect it to be just noon, he muttered to himself, propping himself up and sitting on the bed, his head still heavy. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lin Chi relaxed his hands on his knees and slowly cleared his mind, trying to enter a meditative state. This was his unique way of meditation. For ordinary card masters, meditation is just about guiding source energy into the body. However, he can visualize himself during meditation, allowing his tense mind to relax like soaking in warm water. Maybe it's because he listened to Buddhist visualization and Taoist energy cultivation in his past life, even though he never studied them. Since awakening his main card, whenever he trains and actively feels the flow of source energy, he naturally enters a highly focused state. Otherwise, with his restless personality, he wouldn't be able to train for hours at a time. Creak after some time, Lin Chi, though with his eyes closed, clearly sensed the door opening quietly and someone sneaking in. Dad, just put the food on the table. You've finally woken up. Lin Feng's voice was relaxed. I also should have told you earlier. As a card master, you need to keep at least 10% of your source energy in your body at all times. If you drain yourself completely and become too weak to protect yourself when danger comes, that would be bad. While speaking, Lin Feng carried a steaming bowl of meat soup to the bed. The rich smell of meat instantly filled the air. Drink it while it's hot. Lin Chi opened his eyes, took the heavy ceramic bowl, and scooped up a big spoonful to eat. The thick soup slid down his throat, warming his stomach and making him feel very comfortable. His previous fatigue also eased a lot. Dad, aren't you selling cards at the shop today? Is business slow? Selling cards? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. The cards sold out yesterday. Yesterday? Lin Chi paused, his eyes full of surprise. He clearly remembered sleeping only a few hours, so how could a whole day have passed? You slept for a whole day and night. Lin Feng took out a source crystal card and a pair of stealth boots with 3 stars from his pocket. The 1-star and 2-star cards are sold at market price. The 3-star Phantom Longsword was snatched up by the mercenary group, and the final bid reached 40,000 Khan. The Wild Wolf mercenary group bought it. The 2 pairs of stealth boots were bought by the Wan Card Pavilion. I kept 1 pair for you, in case you need it when you go out, and I'm using the other myself. Lin Chi took the 2 cards and saw that the balance on the source crystal card was actually 120,000 Khan. Clearly, the prices of those 3-star cards exceeded his previous estimate. Dad, are the people from Wan Card Pavilion just here to buy cards? Did you say anything else? Lin Feng stroked his chin. I also ordered 3 Phantom Long Swords, each costing 50,000. I thought it was a good deal, so I bought them. Is there a problem? 50,000 card coins? Lin Chi smiled knowingly. You sold them to the mercenary group for only 40,000. The Wan Ka Pavilion paid an extra 10,000. This isn't just buying cards, it's a test to see if you're a card maker. Apprentice card makers can only create white quality cards of 1 or 2 stars. Only true card masters can make green quality or higher cards. Each card master in the country is highly respected and can receive offerings. Wan Ka Pavilion offering a high price for cards is basically trying to find out more about Lin Feng. If Lin Feng really is a card master, then paying 50,000 per card isn't just a test but a sign of goodwill, since their offer is much higher than the market price. If Lin Feng can't produce the Phantom Long Sword, I don't know what Wan Ka Pavilion will think, but it definitely won't be good news. Son, what should we do now? Although Lin Feng trusts Lin Chi's ability, he is still unsure because Wan Ka Pavilion is very powerful. Don't worry. Lin Chi put down his empty bowl, his eyes clearer now. Since Wan Ka Pavilion wants to bring you in, they won't attack us before confirming your identity. We should take this time to prepare more card-making materials, so we can handle things later. Lin Chi has already decided. Since Wan Ka Pavilion wants to recruit Lin Feng, he can go confidently to buy cards there, and they will be happy to serve him. He can see that Fiona is an ambitious woman who won't be content staying in Ironstone City forever. Bringing a card master into the pavilion is a big achievement, much more than her working hard to sell cards and build her business in Ironstone City. After putting 8 2-star magic cards, Explosive Fireball, into his pocket, Lin Chi called out the Wind Bell Cat and left. He kept these 8 magic cards just in case. Now, his internal source energy has reached the level of a 2-star card apprentice. Using one 2-star magic card only consumes 1/10 of his source energy. If he encounters someone with ill intentions, even a 5-star card master, these 8 cards that can be triggered in succession are enough to give them a hard time. Normally, a useful 2-star magic card like this would be set as a secondary card, ready to use at any time. But Lin Feng is different. He is a 1-star card apprentice, with only 1 card slot. The Bellcat's position is absolutely irreplaceable, so this 2-star magic card can only be used as a one-time card. Anyway, it's not expensive, only worth 8,000 Khan. Right now, he is a man with 120,000 Khan, and soon he will start a new card-making round. The Wand Card Pavilion has already reserved 3 phantom long swords, and the cold 150,000 Khan are waiting for him. Welcome, guest. As soon as he stepped into the Wand Card Pavilion, Kane, dressed in a steward uniform, quickly approached with a warm smile. The guests around, who were chatting in small groups, looked at Kane with more respect, surprised to see the usually serious steward so attentive. Not bad. Kane, you've broken through to a 2-star card apprentice. After linking with the Bellcat card, the Beast card gave him sharp senses. Lin Feng could feel that Kane's source power was stronger than when they last met. Kane's smile grew wider, and he said gratefully, "Thanks to you. After I was promoted to an intern steward, the headquarters gave me a good quality secondary card, so I managed to break through to the next star level. Ha ha ha, that's not just luck. I see your luck is even better than that." Lin Feng patted his shoulder and went straight upstairs. This simple sentence and action made Kane's heart race. He had already guessed that Lin Feng intended to train him, but he was hesitant because he was part of the Wand Card Pavilion. Now, experiencing the power and convenience that come with promotion, Lin Feng subtly hinted that there were even greater opportunities ahead. The temptation was too strong, and he couldn't hold back anymore, feeling his blood heat up. Lin Feng sat in a private room on the 2nd floor. As he opened the card catalog on the table, he heard the door gently pushed open. Kane carried a tea tray at the front, followed by a graceful figure. Fiona, the chief steward of the Wand Card Pavilion. "Honored guest, welcome to our Wand Card Pavilion. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Fiona approached with elegant steps, sat beside Lin Feng, and gently brushed her curly hair behind her ear. A sweet fragrance drifted with her movements, refreshing and pleasant. Link's heart immediately sounded the alarm. This woman, is she trying to me? I'm still a minor. In his past life, he died because he was too eager to please others. Now, in this new life, he sees through the tricks of beauty. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she can be. Moreover, although he is young this time, he has dated a few girls before. Not as mature and as Fiona, but enough to make him immune to many of a woman's advances. The Grand Steward has worked hard. I'm here to buy card-making materials. My father is a respected card maker, so I can't let him handle these small tasks himself. Link's tone is calm, but his pride is clear in his eyes. Fiona sees his pride not as arrogance, but as natural. If her father were a card maker, she might be even more confident. Exactly. Master Lin Feng signed an order with our card hall yesterday. I forgot to bring the materials for him, which was my mistake. Fiona immediately shows some guilt. She gently flips her hand, and a silver glowing card appears in her palm. She hands the silver card to Link sincerely. "Honored guest, this storage card contains the materials needed for card making. Consider it my apology for my oversight." Storage card. Link's eyes flicker with interest as he looks at the silver card. He knows that even a 1 cubic meter storage space card can cost at least 100,000 Khan, especially since Fiona included the materials. This apology is quite valuable. He doesn't pretend. He takes the storage card calmly and softens his tone. "I accept your kind gift. I will tell my father about your kindness when I return." Seeing Link accept the card, Fiona's smile becomes even gentler. "Then I won't bother you to choose your cards." She stands up, her skirt fluttering, and turns to Kane. "Take good care of our guest. Any mistake, and you'll be held responsible. Goodbye, Grand Steward." Link also stands to see her off. He knows he shouldn't get too close to such a clever woman, but since she offered, he sees no reason to refuse. After all, he is not a knight and does not have knightly spirit. Accepting gifts without offering anything in return is also fine with him. When Fiona left, Lynch sat down again and pushed the card catalog in front of Kane. Kane, help me prepare these cards. Kane respectfully took the catalog and left the room, leaving Lynch alone in the private chamber. He pinched a storage card with his fingertips, his eyes flickering. Let's see how sincere Fiona is. He injected source energy into the storage card. Suddenly, the slot area felt a slight tremor, and a strange, wonderful feeling of establishing a connection with a secondary card arose, but it didn't take up any slot space. I see. Lynch suddenly understood. This storage card belongs to a special space card. It can store cards without occupying a slot, making it quite a useful item. He flipped his palm, and the storage card appeared again, but now the card's surface bore a faint imprint of his source energy. This means that from now on, only he can open this stored card. Fiona truly is a shrewd merchant, very careful with her plans. Lynch glanced at the storage space, which was filled with cards. Apart from summon-type skeleton cards and skill cards, almost all the cards he previously bought at the 10,000 cards pavilion had been duplicated, with no difference in quantity. If he fused and sold these cards, he could earn at least 50,000 con. Lynch quickly calculated in his mind. Instead of mixing low-star cards with high-star cards for sale, it's better to open two separate sales channels. One aimed at ordinary people, selling at low profit but high volume. The other targeting wealthy clients, earning high profits from high-star cards. High-value cards like 3-star blue cards can be sold only to the 10,000 cards pavilion or to mercenary leaders and nobles in nearby towns. Meanwhile, 2-star and lower cards are best sold to common folk. Before long, Kane came in carrying a heavy black sandalwood box and placed it respectfully on the table. Guest, your cards are ready. Lynch opened the box. Inside, it was densely packed with cards, mostly 1-star equipment cards. Although he didn't spend many con this time, the number of cards he bought was astonishing. Kane explained, these 1,000 Iron Sword cards are our current stock at Wanka Pavilion. We probably won't sell this type of card again within the next week. That shows you have good judgment and do good business. Lynch casually waved his hand, and all the cards in the wooden box flew into his storage card. You can also report the situation to headquarters and request some cards from other towns to be sent to Stone Iron City. They will probably sell well. This way, your level can increase with your sales, and you might even catch the attention of higher-ups. Lynch's words were quite clear, and even Kane, no matter how simple, could understand. Kane's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly bowed and replied, "Thank you for your advice. By the way, the summoning cards you requested earlier are being prepared at headquarters. They should arrive in Stone Iron City within 3 days." His eager attitude made Lynch very satisfied, showing that Kane had already mentally accepted him. Good. When the cards arrive, be sure to notify me immediately. Lynch patted Kane on the shoulder and left after swiping his card. This time, he spent 50,000 con. Besides 10,000 con for the Iron Sword, he also bought 100 seal cards, 100 1-star summon cards for parasitic vines. Seal cards are used to create star-level cards and capture card beasts. Although they are blank cards, each is worth 100 con. He plans to catch card beasts himself in the future, so the seal cards will come in handy then. As for why he didn't buy Beast Tamer cards directly at Wanka Pavilion, first, because they are too expensive and not cost-effective. Second, buying too many Beast Tamer cards might raise suspicion. Buying equipment cards like Iron Swords can be justified as materials for making cards, but buying a large number of Beast Tamer cards? That would be hard to explain as just for food ingredients. Parasitic Vines are a common type of summoning card, costing only 300 con each, similar to skeleton minions. But Lynch saw its potential. Breaking down the name, Parasitic Vines include the words, would attribute, parasitic, and vine. This reminded him of a card beast he saw in the card encyclopedia, Vine Tree Spirit. However, the Vine Tree Spirit is a high-level card beast. Lynch knows very little about such creatures and will need to study them gradually in the future. Little Chi is back, from Wanka Pavilion to his home. As he pushed open the door, a familiar voice accompanied by the aroma of food greeted him. Link's eyes immediately locked onto the busy figure in the kitchen. He saw Uncle Rillian tying the worn-out apron of Lin Feng, holding a kitchen knife and carefully chopping mushrooms on a cutting board. Uncle Rillian? Link quickly stepped forward, full of curiosity. Why are you cooking here? Where's my dad? Rillian, chopping mushrooms into the pot, replied. Your dad said he wants to break through to become a 5-star card master. He's worried about distractions, so he asked me to watch the shop for him and make you some hot food. Oh? Dad is finally going to make a breakthrough. Link's eyes lit up instantly. This news made him happier than earning a lot of money. Lin Feng had been stuck at 4-star card master for 10 years. After such a long time, even a lazy person would want to do something. When he was young, Link thought his father's slow progress was because of old injuries from his mercenary days, which kept him from advancing. But as he grew older and understood his father better, he suddenly realized it wasn't injuries or talent holding him back. The old man was just lazy and liked to enjoy life. When Lin Feng was a mercenary, he risked his life with every mission. Even without actively practicing, his source energy would increase through battles. But since he switched to running this shop, Link used his sharp business skills to manage everything well, and his father's burden was completely lifted. Every day, he either relaxed in a rocking chair drinking tea or played chess with neighbors. His life was more comfortable than that of retired elders. He also liked to say that his strength was enough for Stone Iron City, and since he couldn't break through to become a card master, whether 4-star or 5-star didn't matter. People are like that. Only under pressure and danger do they improve. Once they relax, they become like a tree rooted in the ground, no longer wanting to move. Now it seems my card-making talent made Dad feel the pressure again. He wants to improve his realm to help me deal with some unnecessary troubles. After talking a few more words with Rillian, Link went back upstairs to his room. He tidied up the room neatly, laid a deep blue cloth on his desk, and solemnly took out all his cards. For Link, card fusion was a sacred and serious matter, not to be taken lightly. On the desk, there was a stack of custom cards ordered from Wanka Pavilion, and another stack of new items that would be put on sale tomorrow. Lin Shi gently brushed his fingertips over the cool cards, his eyes becoming focused. First, fuse the Phantom Longsword. Take your time with the rest. After experiencing a terrible situation where his source power and spirit were drained, he no longer dared to fuse cards as recklessly as before. Otherwise, he might fall into a deep sleep for a whole day and night, which would waste valuable training time. He took a deep breath and summoned a rule card, gathering faint source power at his fingertips. In the next second, a vortex appeared out of nowhere above the desk. The swirling airflow, with a slight pull, in the iron sword cards one by one. The cards spun rapidly inside the vortex. The patterns on their surfaces gradually lit up. As the light grew brighter, the iron sword cards began to change shape, slowly transforming into pure white light, then green, blue. Each time he successfully fused a 3-star blue card, Lin Shi paused his actions to focus on training, allowing his consumed spirit and source power to recover slowly. After repeating this process several times, 4 hours later, all 4 3-star artifact cards of the Phantom Longsword had been fused. They floated neatly in front of him, the blades on the cards shimmering with cold blue light. Lin Shi did not stop. He immediately took out his main card and entered a training state. The source power in the air seemed to be guided, turning into countless tiny points of light that surged into his body. The hero's skeleton main card in his hand also emitted a gentle golden glow. The skull pattern on the card gradually became clearer, with faint energy flowing through the bone lines. After an unknown amount of time, a dazzling starburst suddenly burst from the card, imprinting itself onto the upper left corner of the hero's skeleton. That was the mark of reaching 2 stars. He suddenly opened his eyes, feeling as if the previously empty source power inside him had instantly been filled. His spirit was also stronger than ever before, even more powerful than at his peak. Summon card. Heroes remains star level, 2 stars quality, green talent, brave and fearless, does not fear stronger enemies, attack 25%, defense 15%. Weapon, skeleton greatsword, attack 35, with a heavy strike effect, skill 1. Hero charge, a straight line rush that stuns the target, can be combined with weapon for a dash slash, skill 2. Intermediate swordsmanship, basic skills like slash, chop, stab, and flick, attack accuracy 35%. Description, the belief and courage of heroes run deep in these bones. Even after death, as skeletons, They inherit the hero's spirit and fighting instinct. Due to the special nature of one of these hero skeletons, it has the potential to become a king. Evaluation. This card is made from the bones of many fallen warriors. It's a special, unconventional skeleton summon card with growth potential. If you find the hero's heart, it can upgrade to blue quality and unlock a king-level evolution path. I've advanced beyond a 2-star card apprentice. Lin Feng clenched his fist excitedly. The feeling of gaining strength is so awesome. Wang Ming took 3 years to become a 2-star card apprentice. Wang Teng is still at 1 star. I only took a month. Must be a genius. Lin Feng raised his rule card, knowing his rapid progress owes a lot to this core card. There are 3 main ways for card masters to increase their source power. 1. Meditation, to absorb source energy from the world. 2. Battle, to exhaust their own source energy and then practice. But battles between card masters are long, and they risk injury, so it's not very efficient. 3. Source crystals. These contain the purest source energy, like the purple crystal in the lava cathedral that helped the town awaken their core cards. 1 source crystal is worth 10,000 Con and can only sustain a card apprentice for a day of training. For a card master, it can be absorbed in just a few hours. So, this method is called the wealthy person's training method. Because of his card fusion, Lin Feng needs to drain his source energy dozens of times daily. After draining and replenishing, his capacity slightly exceeds what it was before, and over time, his source energy storage surpasses that of other card apprentices at the same level. Now, even if a new 2-star card apprentice just broke through, their internal source energy is still more than those who have been practicing for a long time. After the main card advances to 2 stars, all attack abilities also improve. Lin Feng clearly remembers that when the Brave Skeleton was still a 1-star card, its talent was brave and fearless, which increased attack by 20% and defense by 10%. Now, both have increased by 5%. Even more surprisingly, the feedback from the main card's upgrade has made his body much stronger. Lin Feng stood up, walked to the mirror, and looked at his noticeably changed reflection. His once slightly thin body now showed smooth, firm muscles, and his shoulders had widened a bit. More surprisingly, his height, which had been fixed at 175 centimeters, now suddenly grew to 178 centimeters. When he looked at the mirror frame, he saw a little extra curve compared to before. This is the true strength of a card master. When the main card gets stronger, the card master benefits too. He clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power beneath his muscles, which was much greater than before. His eyes shone with excitement. The book says that each time a card master advances to a new level, their lifespan increases by a few years compared to ordinary people. If the main card is a life-type card, it can even break human life limits. I wonder if the feedback from life-type sub-cards can boost my vitality. Lin Feng's gaze fell on a stack of shiny white cards on the desk. These were the 100 parasitic vine seeds he had just acquired. On Blue Star, plants and wood attributes always symbolize vitality. The source card continent should follow similar rules, right? Summoning card. Parasitic vine seed star level. 1-star quality. White description. Summons a seed that can be hidden on an enemy or within a specific area, then activates parasitic wrapping. Evaluation. The seed taken from the vine demon has some binding ability, but its effect is quite ordinary. Fuse. His internal source energy had already recovered to full. Without hesitation, Lin Feng flicked his finger, and 5 parasitic vine seeds were swallowed into a vortex. A green light shone from the vortex. After a moment, a green glowing card slowly fell. Lin Feng caught it eagerly and looked at its attributes. Summoning card, Wrapping Thorns star level, 2 stars quality, green attribute, Toxin 3 skill 1. Wrapping actively wraps around and attacks an enemy, dealing continuous damage and mild poison damage while slowing the target's movement. Skill 2. Thorn Armor. Responds to the summoner's command, quickly wrapping around a chosen ally to form a temporary layer of armor. This provides some defense and reflects minor damage to melee attackers. Card description. No longer a seed that needs a medium. It now grows directly from the ground as deep green thorny vines covered with sharp, poisonous spikes. Evaluation. Evolved from a simple binding seed into an active summon capable of both offense and defense. Its tactical value has greatly increased, making it a reliable control and support card in a deck. Entwined Thorns, both offensive and defensive. This card is good, but still not enough to become my secondary card. Lin Chi set the Entwined Thorns card aside and glanced at the remaining 95 parasitic vine seeds, determination flashing in his eyes. I'll go all out and aim for a 3-star upgrade. If the upgraded Entwined Thorns turned out strong, it could become his second support card. If not, he would have to evolve his 2-star magic card, Explosive Fireball, to 3 stars and see what it could do. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chi raised his hand and cast 45 parasitic vine seeds into the source energy vortex. This time, the green light bursting from the vortex was 10 times brighter than before. The energy churned and boiled as if something alive was being born within. Before long, 9 green Entwined Thorns cards floated around the vortex, radiating faint waves of energy. Focusing his mind, Lin Chi guided the vortex to merge the 10 Entwined Thorns cards once more. A dazzling blue light exploded, illuminating the entire room as a powerful wave of energy spread outward. When the light faded, a deep blue card slowly drifted down and settled in Lin Chi's palm. On its surface, a vine with purple patterns looked so lifelike it seemed ready to burst out at any moment. Summon card, Enigmatic Vine Spirit Star Level, 3-star quality, blue attributes, Poison 10, Health 10 talent, Mimicry Stealth. When in forests, grasslands, or any plant-rich environment, the vine spirit can perfectly blend into its surroundings, making it extremely hard to detect. Skill 1. Thornbind. Releases 5 thorny vines to entangle different targets, or combine them to strangle a single target, dealing continuous damage and binding it tightly. Skill 2. Neurotoxin. Its sharp spines can secrete powerful neurotoxins. When it attacks an enemy, the target not only moves slowly but also has a chance to become temporarily paralyzed. Evaluation. The Strange Vine Demon is a deadly hunter that combines stealth, strong control, and continuous damage. It perfectly shows the transformation from plant to monster. Wow, such a great card. Link tightly held the Strange Vine Demon card, his eyes full of excitement. The hero's remains can charge forward and attract fire, while this Strange Vine Demon hides in the dark to strike a deadly. Light and dark, a perfect match. He quickly sat on the carpet, slowly closing his eyes. Link focused all his mental energy on the card in his palm. With a thought, the source power inside him awakened like a flowing stream, moving along his arm's veins, finally gathering at his fingertips, resonating with the energy fluctuations on the card. A faint golden glow from the source power spread from Link's fingertips, gradually enveloping the Strange Vine Demon card. The deep blue light on the card became brighter, as if countless tiny vines were gently writhing within the card's patterns. Linked to the card slot space, deep in his mind, a void space floated a golden light shadow, his main card, the hero's remains. When the spiritual silk thread carrying the Strange Vine Demon's energy touched the space barrier, the entire card slot suddenly glowed with a soft green light, shining together with the hero's remains' golden glow. Without any resistance, the Strange Vine Demon transformed into a streak of green light, smoothly falling into the other side of the card slot space, facing the hero's remains from afar. Just as the card was fully embedded, a cool energy flowed back into Link through the mental link. Unlike the fierce power of the hero's remains, this energy carried the vitality of plants, slowly nourishing his meridians. The tension from continuous card merging instantly eased. Link suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in his gaze. He could clearly feel that he had established a strange connection with the Strange Vine Demon. It was as if, with just a thought, he could command it to hide anywhere with plants, even sensing in advance how strong its neurotoxin's paralyzing effect was. My vitality really increased. He opened his palm, his skin still young, but the vibrant vitality inside him was different from the strength gained from muscle growth, gentle and long-lasting. Each secondary card can support the main card, and the higher the star level and quality, the greater the benefit. No wonder a single star difference among card masters can create a huge gap. The Wind Chime Cat gives him sharp senses, the Brave Skeleton grants him strong power, and now the mysterious Vine Demon brings vitality. He seems to see his future self, gradually transforming into an extraordinary being with the help of the cards. He places his main card and 2 secondary cards on his lap, already planning a clear battle strategy in his mind. When facing enemies, he will first have the brave skeleton charge forward, using its large sword to attract attention and disrupt the enemy's formation. Meanwhile, the mysterious vine demon hides among the plants, waiting for an opening. When the enemy shows a weakness, it will quickly entangle them with thorns and inject neurotoxins to control them. Finally, either the brave skeleton or the wind chime cat will deliver the final. The more he thinks about it, the more perfect this combination seems. 1 attack, 1 defense, 1 alert, covering offense, control, and warning. They can fight head-on or attack secretly. If things get too tough, the wind chime cat can also serve as a lookout and escape route. This is the power of teamwork in a card deck. This is the wisdom of the people from Blue Star. He feels proud and confident. In Ironstone City for so many years, he's never seen anyone use a combination of cards like this. Even Lin Feng only knows how to pair a skill card with his Windbreaker Blade. His other secondary cards are just unrelated items. What's a mercenary sword or a faint glow moss? How can these miscellaneous things be used as secondary cards? Because of this, Lin Chi managed to fuse a 3-star armor, a pair of 3-star boots, and a 2-star explosive fireball. Since his main card is a tool card, he chooses a warrior path, arming his body first, then keeping a ranged magic card for emergencies. He thinks, I should also make a set of 3-star tool cards for backup. Right now, he's wearing the 3-star stealth boots he fused earlier. Although they don't have a link slot, these summoned items will gradually wear out until they can no longer be used. But he doesn't mind. When they break, he can fuse a better pair. His life is more important. Let's see what this mysterious vine demon can do. He activates his source energy, and the mysterious vine demon inside the card slot responds immediately. The potted plant on the windowsill suddenly swayed gently. Under a few green leaves, a tiny, dark green vine quietly extended. The tip of the vine had small, sharp thorns. This was the miniature form of the evil vine spirit. Can it really use nearby plants to appear? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow and gently touched the vine. His fingertips immediately felt a faint prickling pain, along with a slight numbness. Is this nerve toxin not very strong? As soon as he said that, the vine of the evil vine spirit started to sway, as if expressing its displeasure. This little guy is quite smart. How is it like a beast taming card? Lin Chi was curious and mentally connected with the evil vine spirit card. He sensed a small mental fluctuation from it. So that's how it works. After linking the card, it gave me some immunity to the toxin. And this toxin is only 1/10 as harmful as a nerve toxin. He put the evil vine spirit back into the card and called the lively wind chime cat onto his shoulder. Previously, his body was too weak to bear the weight of the wind chime cat, so he mostly just held it. Now, it could stand on his shoulder and stay balanced. Let's go, wind chime cat. Let's go out for a walk. Down in the yard, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged under the old locust tree, practicing. His wind-breaking blade rested on his knees, and his anti-magic armor made him look broader and stronger. He also wore stealth boots on his feet. This gear made his posture tall and straight, with sharp, fierce eyes. Gone was the lazy, beer-bellied, dull-eyed look he used to have. Thanks to feedback from 3 blue 3-star cards, his stagnant cultivation finally broke through to 5 stars. His source power was still pushing him forward. Looks like Dad is about to make a big push to become a Beast Tamer Master. While Lin Chi imagined Lin Feng breaking through to Beast Tamer Master and dominating Stone Iron City, a calm voice came from behind. Feng Ji has been refining for 10 years, but to become a Beast Tamer Master, source power alone isn't enough. He must also transform his main card to blue quality. Lin Chi turned his head in confusion. Uncle Ruelian, what do you mean? He knew almost nothing about the requirements to become a Beast Tamer Master. Ruelian's expression darkened slightly, as if recalling some old, forgotten memory. His voice also became a bit more subdued. Yuka's card depends on the quality of the main card and the source energy cultivation, but ultimately, it still depends on the card master's fate. Depend on fate. Lin Chi was completely confused. What does fate have to do with it? Ruelian didn't answer. Instead, he patted his shoulder. Xiao Qi, Don't be discouraged just because your main card is a useless card. Some people are lucky. Even if their main card is a low-quality white card, they can still break through bottlenecks and progress smoothly on the card mastery path. But if someone isn't lucky, even if their initial main card is blue quality, they might only be able to stay at the card master level for life. Lin Chi listened, still confused, and couldn't help but think, after all that talk, I still don't understand the point. Seeing that Ruelian didn't want to say more, he didn't ask further. Uncle Ruelian, you and Dad's main cards used to be white quality, right? How did they upgrade to green? And what materials are needed now to upgrade to blue? Lin Chi knew he could help Lin Feng improve the quality and star level of his secondary cards. But since the main card is linked to the card master's life, his rule cards couldn't interfere. Ruelian's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he looked at Lin Chi for a long moment, as if weighing something. After a while, he slowly looked away and shook his head. My brother and I will think of a way. You kids shouldn't get involved. Focus on your training. That's the most important. Also, in a few days, the Beginner Card Academy in Xian Yao City will start recruiting students. You'd better prepare quickly, or you might not even pass the test. Seeing Ruelian's attitude, Lin Chi realized he probably saw him as a little kid who hadn't grown up, afraid he'd get into trouble if he knew too much. He sighed inwardly, but didn't ask further. He just nodded. All right, I'll go out and play for a while. I won't be home for lunch. He already had a plan. After Lin Feng finished training tonight, he would secretly ask him about it. Right now, the most important thing was to find Wang Ming and settle the score. He still remembered how he was mocked at the Wan Card Pavilion last time. Lin Chi clenched his fists and cheerfully headed toward the abandoned mine in the north of Iron City. Servants, I'm here. Iron City is just a third-tier town under the jurisdiction of the Ironfelt Kingdom, with a population just over 10,000 and an area less than a square kilometer. But the land around the town is surprisingly vast. To the west is the Black Wind Forest, and to the north is this abandoned mine. Beyond the mine are rolling iron mountain ranges that, from afar, look like a sleeping black dragon. The abandoned mine used to be the lifeline of Stone Iron City. When the ore was exhausted, it became a secret hideout for the city's older children. Lin Chi used to be the king of this abandoned mine, with dozens of younger brothers and 5 or 6 beautiful women in his harem. But as everyone grew older, especially after awakening their main cards, fewer people came here. Only a few still dreaming of treasure, like Wang Ming. Thinking about those days makes Lin Chi smile. He once casually tricked Wang Ming, telling him that the mine contained firestones worth 100,000 khan. He said he made money selling those stones, which helped his family buy the Wonder Tales shop. Others didn't believe such a silly story, but Wang Ming did. He not only came to mine every day to dig stones, but also spent all his savings to buy a beast tamer card for a mining rat. He took the rat to dig in the mine every day. Lin Chi still can't tell if Wang Ming is simply naive or just plain foolish. After wandering around the mine, Lin Chi felt stuck. Although the mine is abandoned, it's quite large. He checked several old spots he used to frequent, but didn't see Wang Ming anywhere. He looked down at the wind chime cat at his feet. The little creature was wagging its tail and rubbing its head against his pants. Wind chime cat, can you find Wang Ming? The kid with the painted face you caught last time. The wind chime cat raised its head, first suspicious for a second, then let out a meow. Meow. Its amber eyes were full of confidence, as if saying, leave it to me. It leapt gracefully onto a piece of ore, and suddenly, 3 transparent bell-shaped shadows appeared at the tip of its tail. Dingling, a soft sound echoed, as if a gentle breeze was spreading through the bells. This was the wind chime cat's innate wind sensitivity. It could sense sounds around it and smell prey in the wind. Meow. In just a moment, the wind chime cat jumped down from the ore, ran to Lin Chi, hooked his hand with its tail, and barked twice toward a mine entrance to the east. So Wang Ming had hidden inside the mine. No wonder he couldn't find him. Lin Chi followed the wind chime cat through the mine, winding around until they finally stopped in front of a dark, gloomy entrance. He was about to take a step forward when he heard hurried footsteps and heavy breathing coming from the cave. Pant, pant, a blood-covered figure rushed out of the mine, and it was Wang Ming, who had been impossible to find. However, Wang Ming was now covered in blood, pale-faced, and very nervous. He was holding something bulging in his arms. Lin Chi, The moment Wang Meng saw Lin Qi, his pupils shrank suddenly, as if caught in the act of doing something wrong. His voice trembled. Why you? What are you doing here? He instinctively tried to hide a cloth bag behind him. Lin Qi looked him up and down, frowning. Did you fight with a beast? Why are you covered in blood? And what are you hiding behind you? Before he could ask more, Wang Meng's eyes turned fierce. Without hesitation, he charged at Lin Qi, a dagger gleaming in the light, stabbing straight at his chest. Trying to kill me? Lin Qi's expression instantly turned cold. Summon, the skeleton of the brave. Bang. A giant skeleton, 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared. Its bony hand grabbed the dagger, stopping it from moving forward. Skeleton minion. Wang Meng looked at the 2-meter-tall, giant skeleton in shock. Have you advanced to a 1-star card apprentice? Until now, Wang Meng still didn't think of this special skeleton minion as Lin Qi's main card. He thought Lin Qi had just lucked into advancing to a 1-star card apprentice and awakening a space card slot. Wang Meng, you're still so stupid. If it weren't for your mother's face, I wouldn't have taken you as my little brother. Lin Qi didn't expect Wang Meng to be so foolish, completely ignoring how he was taught a lesson by the Wind Bell Cat at Wan Card Pavilion. If he hadn't advanced to a 1-star card apprentice back then, how could he have unlocked the Wind Bell Cat in the card slot space? Lin Qi raised an eyebrow and looked at the cloth bag in Wang Meng's arms, feeling surprised. He had only casually made up a name earlier, but now it turned out there really was something similar in the mine. Once I sell the Fire Rock, I can buy 2 Samsung secondary cards. Then Miss Alicia will definitely like me. And I can go from being a commoner to a noble, Wang Meng said excitedly, his eyes shining as if he already saw his bright future. Wow, didn't you say before that you liked the widow Li next door? That you wouldn't marry anyone else? How come you're changing your mind now? When Lin Qi pointed out his embarrassing secret, Wang Meng's face suddenly turned red. Shut up. He knew his dagger couldn't break the skeleton's defenses, so he quickly took out a white card. Burn to ashes for me. Boom. A fireball about the size of a basketball shot out from the card, heading straight for the skeleton of the brave. 1-star summon card, small fireball. Looks like you haven't been collecting protection fees lately. Lin Qi crossed his arms and watched the fight with a relaxed expression, knowing it was an easy win. He knew Wang Meng well. His main card was a white quality dagger, and after upgrading to a 1-star card apprentice, he kept pestering his family to buy a Beast Tamer card for the digging mouse. When Lin Qi heard this, he was very happy. But now he didn't expect Wang Meng to actually find something good in the abandoned mine. Wang Meng, where are your followers? They usually stick with you. While the skeleton was beating up Wang Meng, he suddenly realized that Wang Meng must have brought those 2 followers with him to mine. But now Wang Meng was coming out covered in blood, clutching his treasure, while the 2 followers were nowhere to be seen. That was hard not to imagine something suspicious. As soon as he thought this, Wang Meng's face turned pale, and a flash of panic appeared in his eyes. But then he became fierce again, glaring at Lin Qi as if he wanted to eat him alive. None of your business. Seeing his changed attitude, no longer the silly fool, but showing a murderous aura, Lin Qi guessed something. Did you kill them? His eyes turned cold, and his voice carried a chill. Wang Meng, don't forget, in Ironstone City, killing someone means you have to pay with your life. You're talking nonsense. It seems Wang Meng was hit where it hurt, and suddenly he went crazy, his eyes turning red as he released several fireballs in a row. They fell into the mine by accident. It has nothing to do with me. As long as I kill you, no one will know about this. 3 fireballs flew toward him one after another. The brave skeleton swung his large-boned sword, the wind howled, and he instantly deflected the fireballs. Wang Meng's energy was already low. After firing a few small fireballs, his face turned paler and his breathing became rapid. But the brave skeleton stood at the entrance of the mine, so he couldn't escape. Wang Meng, stop struggling. You killed someone and want to hide it? You can't escape, Lin Qi said coldly. What kind of card is that? How can it be so strong? Wang Meng looked at the unharmed brave skeleton, full of disbelief. He had seen skeleton soldiers before, and he could easily cut them apart without cards. But this skeleton soldier in front of him, Lin Qi, looked strange in every way. His bones and aura were different from what he had seen before. Even more, this skeleton soldier carried a large boned sword. Is it too late to ask now? Lin Qi smirked coldly, clearly not planning to explain. Lin Shi, you're asking for death. Wang Ming's expression darkened. Suddenly, he pulled out a card. Oh, you're willing to show your hand? Although Lin Shi appeared unconcerned, he had already quietly summoned the strange vine demon. As a 2-star card user, he couldn't afford to be careless. Even if Wang Ming wasn't very smart, there were all kinds of strange cards on the source card continent. If the opponent had a hidden card, he might suffer. Shadow Devouring Fong. With a loud shout, Wang Ming activated the card instantly. At the same time, the dagger in his hand was covered with black mist, which condensed into a sharp, Fong-shaped illusion. Wang Ming suddenly swung his dagger. The illusion shot out like a ghost, passing through the gaps in the brave skeleton's bones and aiming straight for Lin Shi's throat. So it's a skill card. Lin Shi remained calm. Just as the Shadow Devouring Fong was about to hit him, a few thick vines instantly intertwined into a net, blocking his front. The Shadow Devouring Fong collided with the vine net and instantly dissipated, leaving only a shallow tooth mark on the vines. What? It actually blocked it. Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. This Shadow Eater Fong is something I worked hard to trade for from a traveling merchant. He said even a 3-star master of protective charms could be ambushed and killed trying to steal it. How could you block it? Wang Ming was almost breaking down. For this card, he had even served as a guide for the merchant for 2 days, running back and forth until he was exhausted like a dog. But now, he couldn't even break through Lin Shi's defenses. Wang Ming, if you have no other way, just come with me to the city lord's mansion to admit your mistake. Lin Shi didn't expect Wang Ming to have grown. He had always thought his secondary card was still the digging mouse, but it turned out the other had quietly switched to a different skill card. However, the growth wasn't much. If that skill card had been used, Wang Ming definitely wouldn't have foolishly shouted out loud, alerting the enemy. No, I am innocent. They accidentally fell into the mine. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Ming had used all his tricks, but couldn't even scratch Lin Shi. At this moment, he had no desire to fight. Clutching what he held in his arms, he just wanted to escape back into the mine. Poison Vine Demon, trap him. The dark green vines, like living snakes, instantly wrapped around Wang Ming's limbs. The sharp thorns on the vines lightly pierced his skin, releasing a faint neurotoxin. Wang Ming was shocked and quickly waved his dagger to defend himself. Not to mention, his spiritual power was already running low. Even at full strength, he couldn't resist the 3-star Poison Vine Demon's entanglement. Lin, Wang Ming felt numb all over. His legs suddenly stopped, and he opened his mouth to speak but couldn't say a word. He could only watch helplessly as the vines tightly bound him, causing him to fall to the ground. Lin Shi walked over and squatted beside him. Looking into his terrified eyes, he sighed softly. Wang Ming, even if you no longer follow me, I never wanted to trouble you. But for a broken stone, you even killed your childhood friend. How can your heart be so cold? He remembered when they were kids. Wang Ming and the others always followed him, calling him Big Wang. Back then, he often taught these followers to stay united. But now, former friends have turned against each other over a piece of, or even resorting to violence. Lin Shi stood up, kicked the cloth bag on the ground. The bag opened, and a large, human head-sized fiery red stone rolled out. The surface of the stone still emitted a faint warmth. What kind of mineral is this? He asked. Lin Shi didn't believe it was volcanic firestone, because he had made up that name himself. Little bone, smash it open, he ordered. The brave skeleton stepped forward, raised his great sword, and struck the fiery red stone hard. Bang! With a loud crash, the stone shattered into pieces. Among the flying fragments, a small, baby fist-sized red crystal dropped out. Its surface shimmered with a faint flame glow, and even from half a meter away, a hot temperature could be felt. Really hiding something good, Lin Shi said, his eyes bright. Before he could bend down to pick it up, the mysterious vine demon had already extended a vine, carefully curled around the crystal, and handed it to him. Good eye, he said. Lin Shi touched the vine demon's vine, took the crystal, and immediately retracted his hand. Ouch, hot, hot, hot. He quickly threw the crystal to the brave skeleton and placed his hand on the wind chime cat's head. Meow, the wind chime cat felt Lin Shi's warm hand was very comfortable and couldn't help but nuzzle. Could this be a fire crystal? Lin Shi wondered aloud as he stroked the wind chime cat. He kicked the bound Wang Meng nearby and asked, "Hey, do you know what this is?" Wang Meng lay on the ground, eyes fixed greedily and angrily on the red crystal. But he was paralyzed by the nerve toxin, unable to speak or even move a finger, only glaring at Lin Shi with his eyes. "Guess I asked a useless person," Lin Shi muttered. He picked up Wang Meng's dagger. "Since you wanted to kill me earlier, I'll teach you again. The principle that killers are always killed." Wang Meng's eyes suddenly filled with fear. He struggled to shake his head, but his body was frozen. Stab! The dagger pierced his chest. Lin Shi didn't hesitate, wrapped the crystal in his coat, and turned to leave. There are no bookstores in the city, and no books. I feel like I am a fool right now. Lin Shi clutched the crystal stone as he entered the town, thinking whether it might be a treasure. At this moment, he deeply missed his life in his previous world. Back on Blue Star, no matter how rare an item was, he could just take out his phone and take a picture. He could easily look up its geological origin and historical uses. But now, forget about smartphones. He hasn't even seen a bookstore in this town. Within the Iron Felt Kingdom, towns like Stone Iron City are third tier and have no schools. Over 90% of the people in the city are rough folk who can't read or write. The reason he could read and write was because, as a child, he stubbornly begged Lin Feng to hire a tutor, and he learned then. But that tutor was not very skilled. Lin Shi finished learning everything the tutor knew in just a month. The tutor was so discouraged that he returned the tuition fee and, before leaving, gave Lin Shi a yellowed book called The Kingdom of the Furnished Travelogue. This book told stories of a traveling merchant who bought and sold things across the Furnace Kingdom, vividly describing local customs, scenery, and dangers. Thanks to this book, Lin Shi learned how grand and exciting this world is. He learned about fire-breathing beasts at volcanoes, strange minerals that can freeze cold air on icy plains, and unique card-making techniques from different places. If it weren't for this book, in a place without internet or good transportation, Lin Shi might have thought the world was just Stone Iron City and a few nearby small towns, just like the young people in the town. Alicia should know what this is, Lin Shi thought, holding the crystal up to his eyes. Through it, he looked at the distant city tower and suddenly remembered the young lady from the city lord's mansion. Last time, Alicia easily showed him advanced materials for a wind chime cat. She was knowledgeable, so maybe she recognized this crystal. But as soon as the thought appeared, he dismissed it. No, I can't go find her. What if this stone is really a treasure, and she gets greedy? One should not have malicious intentions, but caution is necessary. After thinking it over, Lin Shi decided that asking Lin Feng at home was the safest choice. After all, my father was a mercenary. He's traveled all over the south and north. Maybe he's seen something like this before. Carrying the treasure, Lynch didn't dare wander the streets much and quickened his steps, eager to return to the shop. But as he turned onto the familiar street, he froze. The wooden door of the shop was tightly shut, and the long line of customers from before was nowhere to be seen. "Uncle Ruelian, why aren't you open today?" Lynch approached and saw Ruelian sitting in front of the door, holding a glass of wine, secretly glancing across at the bakery. Inside the bakery, Mama Dashin was tying an apron and kneading dough. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming her face and making people feel cozy. "Oh, we're closed today for a break." Ruelian took a big sip of beer, the liquid running down his chin. He didn't mind and continued with a smile. "You taught me this, remember? To use hunger marketing. Our cards are good quality, cheaper than Wankago, but we have limited stock. To keep everyone interested in buying, I only sold half of the cards your dad made yesterday, saving the rest for tomorrow. That way, we can keep people eager." He paused and added, "And making cards is hard work. Your dad needs some rest too." Lynch listened to Ruelian's confident explanation and nodded silently. He was secretly amazed. I only mentioned hunger marketing casually to Uncle Ruelian before, and he understood it so well. I used to focus on helping my dad with business, never realizing that Uncle Ruelian is actually a true business genius. With Ruelian's clever tactics, Lynch thought that even if he learned more about business, his shop wouldn't close down when he traveled across the continent. Maybe it could even grow bigger. "Are you feeling more eager to explore the world?" Lynch sat on a small stool beside Ruelian, gazing at the distant mountain range and murmuring to himself. Lynch had always wanted to explore the world, but the dangers outside kept him from doing so. Since awakening his main card, His desire to see the world grew stronger. In his past life, he was trapped in a city, and even traveling felt like being chained by invisible bonds. Now that he had a second chance, his biggest dream wasn't to become the strongest card master, but to be a wandering merchant, like in the story, the Kingdom of the Furnace, traveling through mountains and lakes, earning money by selling cards. How free that would be. Upon reflection, he felt a bit worried. It's a pity my father can't make cards. If I leave, the shop will still have to sell daily necessities to survive. Where could I sell card packs? Sitting at the door, watching the big mountain mother across the street, Lin Chi suddenly took a crystal from his pocket and placed it on the wooden table between them. At first, Reelian didn't pay much attention. He raised his glass and took a sip, but as he swallowed, he suddenly spat it out. Ugh! Cough, 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 cough. What is this stuff? Why does it taste so bad? He frowned and took another small sip, only to realize the beer in his cup was hot. The already poor quality beer, when heated, had a sour and bitter taste mixed with a burnt smell, making it as unpleasant as hoarse. Why isn't the sun shining today? Why is it so hot? Reelian looked around and finally found the source of the heat. The unremarkable crystal on the table was emitting a faint warmth. He looked at the crystal, then at Lin Chi, eyes wide open. Xiao Qi, where did you get this fire crystal? Oh, Reelian uncle, you recognize this stone? Lin Chi was surprised. He had intended to tease Reelian a little, but he didn't expect him to recognize the stone. Of course I do. Reelian suddenly stood up quickly, glanced at the street, which was now empty except for two children playing far away. He grabbed the crystal from the table and pulled Lin Chi toward the shop. Once inside, Reelian nervously closed the door and windows, even pulling the curtains tightly, making Lin Chi stare in shock. Uncle, why are you acting like a thief? Could this thing really be a treasure? Reelian carefully examined the crystal in his palm, gently scratching its surface with his fingernail, as if trying to confirm whether it was a fire crystal. After a moment, he looked at Lin Chi. Xiao Qi, did you find this thing in the abandoned mine? Kind of, Lin Chi replied vaguely, secretly thinking. Although I snatched it from Wang Meng, it was also produced in the abandoned mine. Reelian nodded as if he had expected this. Xiao Qi, you're lucky. This is a fire crystal, a special mineral from our ironstone city. Hearing this, Lin Chi suddenly felt confused. Uncle, isn't Stone Iron City famous for its iron ore? What's it got to do with fire crystal stones? Reelian sighed. That's because the fire crystal stones have been mined out. When I was young, Stone Iron City was just a small village. Reelian looked far away, with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Back then, not many people lived there, and everyone made a living by mining. One day, a miner found a fire crystal stone in the mine and sold it. Soon, someone took notice. He paused, a bitter smile on his face. This stone contains strong fire energy, which is very important for making high-level cards. A single piece can sell for 100,000 khan. The miners back then, my ancestors, didn't understand the value of the fire crystal stones, let alone the fire crystal mine itself. Reelian lowered his voice further. A merchant came that same day and bought the entire mine. He also planned to turn the village into a town. That's how Stone Iron City was gradually built because of that fire crystal mine. Lynx nodded thoughtfully. That sounds like the usual story of a greedy merchant exploiting villagers for mining. Reelian chuckled bitterly. Yeah, pretty much. But this merchant was clever. After building the town, he gained favor with the Ironfelt Kingdom. The king granted him a document, and he became the first mayor of Stone Iron City. What? Lynx looked surprised. Are you saying that's Alicia's grandfather? Reelian shook his head. No, it's her great-grandfather. Her father was the second mayor. Wow, that's a sad story. Lynx looked at the fire crystal stone in the box, eyes shining. So, I've found a treasure? Reelian's expression grew serious. Exactly. The fire crystal stone you found is of very high quality and purity. It could fetch a good price. But, it's very eye-catching, so we need to be careful. Sell it? Lynx stroked his chin, thinking, Uncle, in our small town, who would buy such a high-level material at a high price? Reelian was caught off guard. Yeah, in this poor, remote place, who would buy such high-level materials? Maybe the city lord's mansion would buy it. Lynx looked at him suspiciously. Uncle, are you sure the city lord's mansion was bought, not stolen? This question directly made Rulian lose his composure. They all knew very well how the city lord's mansion behaved. If they really found out he had fire crystal stones, losing the items would be minor. They might even resort to killing to cover it up. Lin Feng was silent for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Uncle, since fire crystals are useful for making high-level cards, could they help my dad upgrade his special card? Rulian frowned and thought. Your dad's wind-breaking blade is a wind element device card. The best material for upgrading should be windward stone. Windward stone? Since it's just a stone, fire crystals should work too. Wind helps fire. Maybe it has special effects. Lin Feng thought this sounded more and more reasonable, so he pulled Rulian and headed to the backyard. As soon as they entered, they saw Lin Feng sitting cross-legged under a tree, practicing. A faint wind element aura surrounded him. His serious look was rare for Lin Feng to see. Dad, stop practicing for now. Lin Feng ran over and gently pushed Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw Rulian and Lin Feng staring at him. He was surprised. What's wrong? Dad, I have a fire crystal stone. Try using it to upgrade the wind-breaking blade. Lin Feng handed the crystal to Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw the orange-red glowing stone, his pupils shrank sharply. He hadn't seen this thing in 20 years. Did you go to the abandoned mine again? In the next second, his brows furrowed tightly, and his tone was clearly reproachful. You went to the abandoned mine again. I've told you many times, it's very dangerous there. It could collapse at any time. You're already so old. Why do you keep going to such places to find treasures? Lin Feng looked at the crystal in his hand, muttering inside. But I just found a treasure. Rulian quickly tried to smooth things over. Brother Feng, the old captain once said that your wind-breaking blade needs windward stone as the main material. I asked many mercenary groups, and none of them have even seen windward stone. Besides, there are many ways to upgrade a main card, so why not try this fire crystal? Lin Feng hesitated a bit. But my wind-breaking blade is a wind element. Can using fire crystals really work? Lynch quickly added. Didn't you say that the ways to upgrade your main card are all very creative? With the wind helping the fire, as long as your windbreaker blade isn't water-based, I think you can succeed. Anyway, even if the main card upgrade fails, there's no real danger. At worst, it just wastes this fire crystal. Besides, I can't sell it anyway. All right then. Lin Feng finally relaxed. He placed the fire crystal on the stone table, then turned to go inside and took out a stack of cards. Lynch looked over and was instantly stunned. There were items like iron thorns, calming flower petals, and burnt plant ashes from withered herbs. Dad, are you sure these are upgrade materials? Although he didn't understand card upgrades well, as a person from Blue Star, he knew the basic 5 elements and their interactions. The forging knife should at least use iron, right? Can these flowers and herbs really work? Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. I saw the old squad leader use these when he upgraded. Dad, what is the old squad leader's main card? Lynch asked out of curiosity. I know this. Rulian immediately raised his hand, sounding proud. Our old squad leader's main card is a summon card, a face vine. Back then, he relied on that blue-quality face vine to beat other mercenary groups easily. Everyone called him Brother Mighty. As for your upgrade materials needing windward stones, that was also the old squad leader's idea. Face vine, iron thorns, calming flower. Lynch suddenly understood the problem. The old squad leader's face vine is a plant element card. Using these materials makes sense. But your windbreaker blade is a wind element device card. Using plant-based materials doesn't match at all. No wonder he specifically asked for windward stones. Lynch suddenly looked up. Dad, these materials are all wrong. Keep practicing first. I'll go to the card shop to buy new materials. Once I figure out the upgrade path for the windbreaker blade, you can try again. Before Lin Feng could respond, Lynch had already run out through the back door. This kid is always in such a rush. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly but still clenched the fire crystal in his hand, sensing the energy of fire elements inside. Inside the card shop, Lynch hurriedly ran in. Where's Kane? Help me find some card materials. The store clerk nearby clearly recognized this important customer and quickly brought over some tea to serve. Please wait a moment. Sir Kane will be here soon. Soon after, Kane ran down from the second floor, holding a card guidebook. I want the heat-resistant lizard leather card, the fine iron card, the black or card, and the wind attribute breeze card. Lynch quickly listed a long string of card names. Also, bring me some dust star cards, a variety of types, and in large quantities. Understood. Please wait a moment. Not long after, the cards were packed into a small bundle. Lynch paid and grabbed the package, heading home eagerly. He couldn't wait to try the new card fusion method in his mind. In the following days, Lynch locked himself in his room. Besides eating and sleeping, he spent all his time studying card fusion, determined to find a way to help Lin Feng upgrade to the Wind Blade. 3 small Fireball Magic cards, 2 Thorn Summon cards. Fusion success, a 2-star Thorn Trap Summon card, 3 Dust Star Breeze cards, 2 Dust Star Smoke cards. They can fuse into a 1-star magic card called Misty Dust Technique. 2 Small Sparks, 3 Greasy cards. These can fuse into a 2-star White Quality Summon card, Burning Trap. Lynch stared at the glowing 2-star card in his hand, full of excitement, and quickly recorded his experiment results on paper. So that's how it works. 5 identical cards can change in quality, but 5 different yet related cards can produce a result greater than the sum of their parts. Looking at the Burning Trap, which he fused from 5 discarded cards, Lynch felt like he had opened the door to a new world. He was sure this card was not in the card guide of the 10,000 card pavilion. Although it's just a white card, it's a real 2-star card. Even if I can't sell it for 10,000 con, 2,000 con is definitely possible. And I only spent 2 con to make this card. In the Burning Trap, Lynch only paid for 2 Dust Star Small Fire Sparks. The rest, Breeze, Greasy cards, Thorn, were all given to him for free by King. For the 10,000 card pavilion, they are training their card-making apprentices. And these apprentices can produce countless discarded cards every day. Although each of these discarded cards only sells for 10 coins, dedicated card collectors are rare. Over time, unused cards pile up in the warehouse. When Lin Shi learned that Kane needed discarded cards, Kane used his steward privileges to sell them to Lin Shi by weight. Because of this, the Strange Tale shop has been releasing new cards every day, and the number of buyers has doubled compared to One Card Pavilion. Business is very busy. Leather, 2 pieces of fine iron, a dagger, a breeze, fuse. Soon, the cards on the table turned into a swirling vortex, with a soft white light shining from the center. Lin Shi held his breath and stared at the light intensely. The white light gradually faded, and a card slowly floated down. On the card, a short blade lay quietly, with faint blue wind elements swirling around the edge, as if about to burst out. Success! Lin Shi shouted excitedly. Weapon card. Wine Pursuit Blade Star Level, 1-star quality, white attribute, speed 2 Comet. This is a sharp short blade, perfect for assassination. Ha ha, it really works like this. Lin Shi grabbed a stack of cards and hurried downstairs into the yard. Dad, I found the best way for you to advance. Lin Feng was sitting under a tree, resting with his eyes closed. When he heard this, he looked up and saw his son rushing over with dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Lin Shi's almost crazy look, he was a bit worried. Son, do you want to rest for a while? You look like you haven't slept well for days. Lin Shi ran up to him and handed him a stack of cards, full of excitement. No worries. You go ahead with your upgrade. The route I designed is definitely more reliable than the old team leaders. Lin Shi waved his hand confidently. To find this upgrade route, he had done hundreds of experiments combining card attributes over the past few days. Although he didn't fuse the Wind Breaking Blade, he fused a lower-level version of the Wind Pursuit Blade, which proved his guess was correct. Lin Feng couldn't refuse his son, so he took the cards and sat cross-legged in the yard. He first placed the fire crystal on his palm, closed his eyes to sense for a moment, then placed the Fire Lizard Leather card and 3 fine iron cards around his main card, the Wind Breaking Blade. Flame Lizard Leather, 3 high-quality refined iron pieces, and the most important fire crystal. Dad's upgrade will definitely succeed this time. He spent 725 iron ore cards to slowly melt down these 3 refined iron cards. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. Lin Shi kept staring at Lin Feng. This was no longer just Dad's main card for upgrading. If his guess was right, with his knowledge, even if he couldn't become the strongest card appraiser on the continent in one go, he could still be among the top 80%. Start the upgrade. Lin Feng lowered his voice and activated his internal energy. Suddenly, the Windbreaker knife shone with a bright blue light. The fire crystal seemed to be called upon, transforming into a stream of fire that quickly merged into the windbreaker knife. The flame lizard skin card and the refined iron card shattered one after another, turning into a silver-red energy ribbon that wrapped around the knife layer by layer. Soon, Lin Feng radiated a hot aura, and the temperature in the yard rose significantly. This process lasted for a full hour. His body looked like a forging furnace, glowing red with heat. Finally, as the energy in the yard began to gather, the red light gradually faded. A brand new long sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Did it succeed? Lin Shi stared at the sword in his hand. The blade was longer and wider than before, with faint flames flickering on it. The patterns on the sword looked like burning wind, and even before swinging it, you could hear the howling of wind and fire intertwined. Blazing wind blade. Lin Feng slowly stood up. As soon as he grasped the hilt, a fiery wind blade shot out, tearing through the air. With a loud bang, the large stone at the corner of the yard was split in two, with smoke still rising from the broken surface. It's done. It really worked. Lin Shi excitedly clenched his fist. I didn't expect it to succeed. Son, you're truly a genius. Lin Feng looked at Lin Shi, full of pride and gratitude. The thing he had dreamed of had actually been accomplished by Lin Shi. Dad, have you broken through to become a master card appraiser? Lin Feng shook his head. It's not that simple. But once the main card reaches blue quality, advancing to master card appraiser is just a matter of accumulating enough internal energy. Internal energy? That means I need source crystals. Lin Shi stroked his chin. Dad, how many source crystals do you need? I'll go to the church's priest and buy some for you. In the Yuanka continent, 1 yuan crystal is worth 10,000 khan. However, in remote areas, the purchase price is about 11,000 khan. Many merchants make a fortune by reselling yuan crystals, but few actually do it. The farther the place, the more rampant the bandits become. Even if merchants have the energy to resell crystals, they often end up being robbed completely. No need. Dad, I have some here. To Lin Shi's surprise, Lin Feng took out 10 shimmering purple crystals. Dad, didn't you swear you had no secret savings? Lin Shi felt betrayed. When they bought the Wondertail shop, the family was so poor they could only eat low-quality beast meat. Lin Feng didn't even have money then, and now he has 10 yuan crystals. Lin Feng blushed and coughed twice. These are for your dowry, but let me borrow them first. Once I become a master of card control, I'll go to Ironstone Mountain to collect protection fees from bandits. I'm sure I'll earn more than 10 yuan crystals. Seeing his father's confident attitude, Lin Shi rolled his eyes. Fine, as long as you're happy. Exhausted from several days of fatigue, Lin Shi let out a long yawn, leaned on a nearby stone chair, and rested. He hadn't slept well in days and needed to recover his energy. Just as Lin Shi closed his eyes, he felt he hadn't slept long when a sharp, loud noise shattered his drowsiness. Hand over, Lin Shi. If you delay any longer, don't blame me for breaking down the door. A hoarse shout filled with anger made the door tremble. Captain Wei, there must be some mistake. Lin Shi wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. How could he kill someone? Huh? Kill someone? Lin Shi suddenly opened his eyes, and his fatigue was instantly replaced by shock. He looked at the sky. It was already dusk, about to turn dark. Why would the city lord's guards be working so late at night? He knew those pests well. Nothing good comes without profit. Are they accusing me of murder? How would they even know? Lin Shi frowned, puzzled. He hadn't seen anyone else when he went to the abandoned mine. Dad, what's going on? As soon as Lin Shi stepped outside, he saw Lin Feng and Reilian confronting a group of city guards. Oliver's gaze was like a hook, fixed tightly on Lynch. He coldly said, Lynch, someone has reported that you killed Wang Meng and 2 others at the northern mine. Come with me to the city lord's mansion for questioning. Lynch reached into his ear, thinking he must have heard wrong after just waking up. Who did you say is dead? Wang Meng? Oliver's face was cold, and his tone carried a hint of condescension. That's right. If you admit it now, considering your young age, you'll probably be sent to serve in the army, and you might keep your life. Wang Meng is dead? Lynch looked at him with surprise in his voice. Yes, Oliver repeated impatiently. Wang Meng really died? Oliver nodded again. Yes. Are you sure it was Wang Meng? Lynch asked again, his doubt making Oliver hesitate slightly. He instinctively glanced at the soldier beside him. The soldier quickly nodded in agreement. Captain, no mistake. It's Wang Meng. His family has already come to identify the body. Only then did Oliver realize he had been caught off guard by a young man's question. It was a huge insult. He became furious and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Arrest him. I dare anyone to lay a hand on my son." Lynch stepped forward and suddenly kicked out with his right leg. The powerful force and wind knocked the approaching soldier flying, crashing heavily into the courtyard wall. "Lynch, do you want a rebel?" Oliver was both surprised and angry. He flipped his palm, and a card with a faint green glow appeared in the air, transforming into a sharp spear of icy light, pointed directly at Lynch's throat with a whooshing sound. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lynch also waved his hand. Bright orange flames suddenly flared up, and a blazing sword appeared in his hand, held steadily in front of his chest. "Isn't that the windbreaker blade?" Oliver's pupils shrank. He was stunned for a moment, then remembered something, and his voice changed. "Have you advanced? Just go if you're scared." Lynch's eyes were cold. The flames on the blade crackled, and even the surrounding air seemed to heat up. Seeing this, the other soldiers quickly summoned their own cards, some with yellowish shields, others with shining silver short swords. Different lights intertwined, surrounding the three of them tightly, ready for battle. Oliver steadied himself and spoke more fiercely. "Lin Feng, don't think that just because you've advanced, you can do whatever you want. You secretly mined the North City mine, found fire crystal stones, and still dare not report to the city lord's mansion. This city of stone iron is a crime of seizing property and destroying families." "Oliver," Ruelian stepped forward, his tone full of pain. "We are all from Shurgang village. Do you really have to go this far, Ruelian? This is none of your business. If you dare to speak again, I will arrest you too." Oliver shouted sternly, but his eyes were fixed on the blazing fire knife in Lin Feng's hand. His gaze was very complicated, full of envy, frustration, and disbelief. Oliver simply couldn't understand how Lin Feng, a discouraged mercenary, could possibly succeed in advancing his core card. Could it be that the rumors in the city about Lin Feng being taken as a disciple by the card master are true? As soon as this thought appeared, Oliver quickly dismissed it. Although he didn't know Lin Feng well, they both grew up in the same place and knew each other well. Lin Feng was just a lousy mercenary. He strongly suspected that Lin Feng had stumbled upon a secret realm by luck, where he obtained the materials for advancement and many cards. That was the only way to explain why the mysterious story shop had cards for sale. "Lin Feng, since we are fellow villagers, I'll give you a way out." Oliver licked his dry lips and spoke very softly. "Hand over the cards and materials you have, and I will let you leave Stone Iron City." "Huh? Do you even deserve that?" Lin Feng was too lazy to argue further. He flipped his wrist, and the blazing wind fire knife drew a fiery arc, forcing the surrounding guards to retreat repeatedly. "Ruelian, protect my son." He turned without looking back and suddenly surged forward with blazing flames toward Oliver. "Brother Feng, be careful." Ruelian quickly protected Lin Chi behind him. Even though he knew Lin Feng had now transformed completely, he still felt deep fear for Oliver. Back when Alicia's grandfather came to mine fire crystal stones, Oliver's father betrayed the village and became a traitor. Oliver benefited from this, awakening his core card and being nurtured by the city lord's mansion. His combat ability and card combinations far surpassed other 5-star card masters in Stone Iron City. Who exactly is it? Could it be that Wang Ming's little brat has come back from the dead to haunt us? Link was protected by Rillian from behind, feeling very confused. He didn't notice anyone following him when he went to the abandoned mine, but now Wang Ming is in trouble. That means someone saw him enter and leave the mine, and maybe even followed him inside. If it's about the fire crystal stone, he shouldn't report it to the authorities. Instead, he would use it to threaten me. If it's not about profit, then it must be about hatred. Who would hold a grudge against me? Someone willing to give up such a precious item like the fire crystal stone. Link wondered if he had any enemies in Ironstone City. The only possible rivals were a few peers with minor conflicts, like Wang Ming. Or maybe they hold a grudge against my father. A name suddenly popped into his mind. Red. Oh, that's right. It's him. Link suddenly realized. I've been wondering why everything's been so peaceful lately. Now I see. It's because Red hasn't appeared for a long time. He had been puzzled before. The last fight clearly ended with Lin Feng losing, but Red didn't seem to be injured or bedridden for 10 or 15 days like before. Why hadn't he shown up to cause trouble? Maybe it's because the rumors about my father's card-making apprentice spread, and he's allied with a mercenary group. Red doesn't dare attack openly, so he's using this sneaky plan to strike indirectly. With this thought, Link quickly formed a plan. Uncle Rillian, take this and go to Wanka Pavilion to find Fiona. Do it quickly. Rillian looked at the 3 cards Link handed him and hesitated for a moment. Is this okay? Link looked confident. Don't hesitate. The sooner we act, the sooner we can solve this trouble. All right. Rillian trusted Link's decision completely. He took the cards and rushed out. None of the guards dared to stop him. Among the 10,000 residents of Ironstone City, only 100 are card masters, most of whom are in mercenary groups. The rest are card apprentices. The City Lord's mansion has about a dozen card masters, but they are mainly responsible for city defenses. Oliver, the city security chief, is in charge of the town's safety, but his guards are mostly bluffing card apprentices who wouldn't dare fight Rillian, a real card master. Since Uncle Rillian has left, I can relax now. Link's eyes were sharp. Sending Rillian with 3 illusion sword cards to Fiona wasn't to seek help, but to create an alibi. Even if they kill someone, the City Lord's mansion would only trouble their father and son. The fight between Lin Feng and Oliver shook the yard, dust flying everywhere. Sparks flew when the fiery wind blade clashed with Oliver's spear, landing on the blue bricks and leaving small black spots. While they fought fiercely, a nearby guard stared at Lin Chi with sharp eyes, but dared not step forward. The wind chime cat crouched protectively beside Lin Chi, its pupils full of alertness. If anyone tried to approach, its claws would suddenly glow with cold light. Lin Chi watched Lin Feng fight, quickly thinking through the situation. Recently, there's been a lot of activity around selling cards. The City Lord's mansion can't be unaware of my father's identity as a card maker. In this world, card makers are highly respected. Even if I had committed murder, they wouldn't dare come after me without solid proof, especially not through my father. Although there are rules in this world, not everyone is truly equal under the law. Lin Chi was sure that the City Lord's mansion wouldn't bother a commoner like Wang Ming to find a card maker. Even if a noble died, the mansion would probably show goodwill with gifts. After all, trading a few lives for the favor of a card maker is a profitable deal in their eyes. So, it's likely that Red saw me coming out of the mine with the package of fire crystal stones, found Wang Ming inside, and suspected I had some treasure. That's why he told Oliver, hoping to catch me. Understanding the chain of events, Lin Chi's tense shoulders finally relaxed. He wasn't afraid of Oliver, who only relied on bluffing. What truly worried him was the master card maker in the City Lord's mansion. Oliver and Red definitely won't believe that my father inherited the master card maker's skills. To keep up appearances, I need these 2 to disappear. Lin Chi squinted at the fight between Oliver and Lin Feng, quietly clutching the card of the mysterious vine demon. Normally, Lin Feng's main card should have already advanced beyond blue quality. With speed-boosting boots and a magic-resistant armor that offers strong defense, he should be able to fight, dodge, and withstand attacks. But despite that, he was still evenly matched with Oliver, which shows Oliver's strength is not simple. Lin Chi's energy quietly flowed into the card in his hand. The grass in front of the courtyard suddenly moved gently. Vines with a dark green shine spread quickly along the ground toward Oliver. Under the disguise skill, these vines moved very secretly. Oliver was fully focused on fighting Lin Feng and didn't notice the danger approaching. Since you want to do it, then do it thoroughly. Lin Chi's face turned serious. Although he was only a 2-star card apprentice, his internal source power was already close to that of a 3-star master. Controlling the strange vine demon to use a few skills was easy for him. Disguise stealth, thorn entanglement, nerve toxin. He silently recited 3 commands. His source power surged into the card like a tide. The vines in the grass suddenly grew wildly, with sharp thorns shining coldly in the night. At this moment, Oliver suddenly leapt into the air. His spear whistled as he aimed it at Lin Feng. But as he was halfway up, a sharp pain shot through his ankle. The strange vine demon's vines tightly wrapped around his legs. The cold feeling spread along his skin, and the nerve toxin quickly invaded his body. What's that? Oliver's pupils shrank. His body suddenly went numb. His fierce attack instantly faltered, and he uncontrollably fell downward. At the same time, Lin Feng's blazing wine knife struck out just right. The orange-red flames wrapped around the blade, cutting through the air with a sharp sound. In his surprised gaze, the blazing wind knife collided with Oliver as he fell. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh was sharp and clear. Hot blood sprayed out like a fountain, splashing on the ground and instantly steaming into white mist. Oliver looked like a candied hawthorn on the blazing wind knife, his wide eyes full of disbelief. "You ambushed me," he gasped. The life force of a MasterCard user was indeed strong. Even with his chest pierced, Oliver didn't die immediately. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Lin Chi didn't give him a chance to speak. He coldly shouted, "Strange vine demon." The vines wrapped around Oliver's legs suddenly tightened, pulling him down from the blazing wind knife as if dragging a heavy object. He was slammed heavily onto the ground. Lin Feng's hand holding the blazing wind knife paused slightly. He stared blankly at Oliver twitching on the ground, momentarily stunned. Fortunately, it pierced through his chest. If it had hit his stomach, his internal organs might have spilled out, and cleaning up would be very troublesome. Lin Chi let out a sigh of relief, speaking casually as if he had just stepped on an ant. "Dad, are you okay? Son, are you all right?" The father and son asked in unison, breaking the brief silence. Lin Feng shook his fiery blade, which ignited a faint red flame along its edge, burning away the remaining bloodstains. Sparks fell to the ground and quickly extinguished. "You know, I used to be a soldier who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. What's this little scene? As for you, boy, I used to hide upstairs and cover my eyes when I saw chickens being killed. Why aren't you afraid today?" He looked at Lin Chi, who showed no signs of discomfort after killing, with a puzzled expression. Lin Chi awkwardly smiled. He was a second-generation person, so how could he be afraid of blood? He used to avoid looking because he was too lazy to help, just pretending to be timid. "Dad, since we're at it, let's also kill these guards." Lin Chi waved his hand, and vines began to spread across the ground, quickly blocking the guards' escape routes. The guards' faces changed drastically, and they backed away, some trembling with fear. One even stammered, "Please don't kill me. I have an elderly mother who's 70, and an 18-year-old child to support." "Oh, since you have children, I have to ask, are they boys or girls?" Lin Chi crouched down, looking at the guard with a half-smile. The guard hesitated and blurted out, "A boy." Lin Chi shook his head regretfully. "That's a shame. I like girls." As soon as he finished speaking, the vines rapidly climbed up the guard's legs, piercing through their clothes with sharp thorns, injecting neurotoxins instantly. The guards didn't even have time to scream before they stiffened and collapsed to the ground, the dull thud echoing in the yard. "Son." Lin Feng looked at the unconscious guards on the ground and frowned. He was a soldier, and he knew very well the dangers of killing. The more people you kill, the more evil thoughts will fill your heart, eventually turning you into a twisted monster. Lin Chi looked up, wearing a sheepish smile. "Don't worry, Dad. They're just poisoned. They'll be fine after a sleep." Hearing this, Lin Feng finally relaxed and put on a cheerful smile again. These guards are just following orders. A simple lesson is enough. Keeping them around can also help us testify. Oliver didn't believe he was hit and killed himself, right? Lynch raised an arc-shaped smile. "That's right. I'll talk to these guards later. I believe they'll tell the truth." "Dad, what are you doing?" Lynch watched as Lin Feng bent down to move Oliver's body and couldn't help but speak to stop him. He thought his father was acting out of hometown friendship, wanting to give the fallen comrade a proper burial. But as he got closer, his pupils suddenly shrank. Lin Feng's hand, pressing on Oliver's chest, suddenly folded out several glowing cards. "Is this an explosion of equipment?" Lynch's voice changed, filled with surprise and joy. He had only seen such scenes of items dropping from dead characters in the games he played before crossing over. He never thought that even small bosses in this source card continent could drop cards. 4 2-star green cards and 1 3-star green quality skill card. It seems Oliver, working in the city lord's mansion all these years, has been quite greedy. Lin Feng stood up, his tone very calm, but Lynch could sense some coldness. He turned to Lynch, serious. "Son, these things are better left for you to understand when you're older. Since you saw it today, I want you to see the truth of this world. Being a card master isn't as easy as it looks." Lynch's heart tightened, and he nodded seriously. He knew that what his carefree father was about to tell him was the real survival rule. Lin Feng looked at the distant town's smoke, speaking softly. In this world, everyone takes pride in becoming a card master, thinking it's glorious. But this profession is like walking on a knife's edge. Many die every year. There are two main reasons for this. First, it's hunting card beasts. Card beasts? Hearing this, Lynch was stunned. Aren't card beasts easy to hunt? Even hunters in the West City catch many every day. In the butcher's shops in the city, card beast meat is common all year round, even more than beef. Seeing Lynch's confusion, Lin Feng explained, the card beasts in Blackwind Forest are all low level. They are no better than farm animals. Any mercenary who awakens a tool card can sweep through Blackwind Forest. Are you talking about high-level card beasts, Dad? Lin Feng nodded, his eyes dimming a little, clearly having experienced these things firsthand. Beyond the town, in the Iron Mine Mountains, many mid-level and high-level card beasts live there. For us card apprentices with no background or support, the only way to gather materials to upgrade our main cards is to hunt card beasts in the Iron Mine Mountains. There's no other option. Mid-level card beasts are manageable. Most are controlled by card masters. Our mercenary group of about 10 people works together carefully, and we usually get some rewards. But when it comes to high-level card beasts, he clenched his fist suddenly, his eyes turning red. A single high-level card beast can wipe out an entire mercenary group, leaving nothing behind. Lin Shi was silent, thinking, could it be that my mother died because of a high-level card beast? The father and son both paused for a moment. Lin Feng collected his emotions and looked at his son with softer eyes. But I'm glad you have the talent for card creation. As long as you can join the Card Master Association, you can avoid dangerous jobs like this, and life will be much safer. Lin Shi nodded and kicked Oliver's body at his feet. So, is the second risk that having valuable cards makes you a target? Being watched for good cards and ending up dead or robbed? Exactly, but it's not the whole story, Lin Feng explained. Among card masters of the same level, blue cards naturally have an advantage over green cards. It's not easy for a few green cards to steal from a blue card. And high-level card masters usually look down on low-level card masters' junk, so fights over cards rarely turn deadly. This made Lin Chi confused. Then what causes people to kill over cards? It's the underground industry. Lin Feng's tone grew colder. There are many secret organizations on this continent that deal in killing and stealing cards, even taking on bounty jobs. Lin Chi was even more confused. Bounty jobs? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, bounty jobs are mainly for nobles. Most noble main cards are inherited through bloodlines, and their secondary cards are carefully chosen. Hiring a card maker to craft specific cards is expensive and requires favors. Usually, they prefer to go to the black market or those organizations that post bounties, because some card masters have matching cards. This has led to the formation of specialized hunting teams. Of course, this situation only happens with magic cards and summon cards. Like my father's equipment cards, they are always worn on the body. Even if attacked unexpectedly, the equipment would be damaged first. As long as the card space isn't taken back, even if the enemy removes the equipment, it would just be a broken item. Lynch nodded thoughtfully. I see. So that's why you didn't use the skill card earlier. He thought his father was nostalgic, but didn't expect he was afraid of exposing the wind-chasing triple slash, which could cause trouble. That's just one reason. Oliver and I are both 5-star card masters. He can't beat me, but to land a decisive, he needs to find the right moment. More importantly, if any of the guards escape, everyone will find out I have a blue-quality skill card hidden. This card is a treasure in the mercenary group, and it can cause a mad rush for it. He suddenly looked serious, grabbing Lynch's shoulder. Remember, when facing enemies outside, either don't attack or deliver a killing. Never give them a chance to escape. I understand, Lynch replied seriously. Then his tone grew darker. Father, I have to tell you the truth. This might be Red's doing behind the scenes. If you show mercy this time, he might attack me directly next time. This isn't just a guess. Over the years since I traveled here, I've used modern logic to reach this conclusion. Of course, he's also forcing Lin Feng to make a choice. Since childhood, Red has always caused trouble whenever our family did anything. When our shop first opened, business was slow because of him. If I hadn't paid the city lord's office for a stall, he might have caused more damage. Last time, you were robbed by bandits at Iron Mountain. I believe Red was the one who tipped them off. Now that our family has started selling cards, he knows that once we establish our own power in Iron Steel City, he won't have another chance. That's why he's been trying to cause trouble these days. Lin Feng's brow furrowed more and more. Although he's not as sharp as his son, he's not dull either. He immediately sensed something was wrong. After a long silence, he looked up, and the last bit of hesitation in his eyes disappeared. Don't worry, son. I will find Red and settle this grudge once and for all. The next day, a shocking piece of news spread like wildfire through the streets of Iron Steel City. Oliver, the captain of the City Lord's Guard, died in front of Lin Feng's house. It was not an accident, but a confirmed murder. Who is Oliver? He was the guard captain of Ironstone City and a 5-star card master. Among the more than 300 card masters in Ironstone City, he was undoubtedly the strongest. Yet, such a prominent figure was killed. People in the city are now talking about it. I heard from someone in the City Lord's house that Oliver and his men blocked Lin Feng's door the day before. They probably wanted Lin Feng to make a card for them, but it backfired, and someone behind the scenes took care of him. No, my uncle works in the City Lord's house. He said Oliver stole something valuable from the house, and he wanted to make a stealth card to escape. The City Lord's card masters were sent to silence him. Rumors vary, but they all focus on one point. Lin Feng is a genuine card maker with a mysterious background. The strongest evidence is that after the guard captain was found dead, the City Lord's house remained unusually silent. Even the usually meddlesome priest from the Forge Church only took a quick look at Lin Feng's house and said nothing more when he left. Everyone now suspects that Ironstone City might be about to produce a great figure. The Strange Tales shop. Today, the line is longer than usual, stretching from the shop door to the corner at the end of the street. Oliver's death did not scare away customers. Instead, it confirmed Lin Feng's identity as a card maker, attracting more people eager to see the master. Buying cards from a card maker's shop is more prestigious than from a commercial card shop like Wankage. After all, in the future, when bragging, one could say, my cards were made by Master Lin Feng. Cards bought from Wankage are mostly made by apprentices and lack status. Young Master Lin Shi, I am the vice captain of the Wild Wolf mercenary group. We worked together last time. A woman in leather armor, walking with loud steps on the stone road, pushed past the queue and approached directly. Lin Shi, who was counting cards behind the counter, looked up and was a bit surprised to see the anxious woman in front of him. Oh, the Wild Wolf mercenary group. When the Strange Tales shop first opened, the Wild Wolf mercenary group ordered 30 mercenary swords. Later, they also bought a high-priced 3-star magic item card for the Phantom Longsword. They are regular customers of the shop. He handed the neatly organized cards to Raylon and tilted his head toward the woman. Come with me. Let's talk in the backyard. They walked through the noisy front hall, and under the locust tree in the backyard, everything suddenly became much quieter. Linchi turned around and looked her up and down. She was wearing leather armor with some dust still on it, and her eyes had noticeable red veins, clearly indicating she was in a hurry. Vice Captain, are you here to add to your mercenary sword order? Linchi asked first. The woman smiled cheerfully. Young Master Linchi, you don't need to call me Vice Captain. Just call me Maple Leaf. Maple Leaf. Linchi looked her over again. Her leather armor did seem to have a hint of a maple leaf pattern. Just call me Linchi, Sister Maple Leaf. I'm not a young master, all right? I'll be straightforward then. Maple Leaf put away her smile, and her expression suddenly became serious. Honestly, I came here to ask Master Lin Feng to help us create a healing card. A healing card? Linchi narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Card makers usually have their own traditions. Each one is good at making different types of cards. Some focus on equipment cards, others on magic cards. How can you be sure what my father is good at making? Oh, I see. Maple Leaf's smile froze. She hadn't done her homework on card makers. She only knew Lin Feng was one, so she hurried over. Linchi didn't really understand the craft of card making, but he understood people. Even the bakery across from his house, run by Dashin, he had asked several times how he made his black bread so soft, but Dashin refused to tell him. And he certainly wouldn't share secrets about being a card maker, a profession with a lofty status. Seeing Maple Leaf look embarrassed, Linchi slowed his tone. Tell me, what kind of card do you need? My father can't guarantee an exact match, but similar types should be close. Maple Leaf slightly cupped her hands. I didn't think this through. I want a 3-star holy light card, or a healing card of the same type, as long as it can treat serious injuries. Oh, a holy light card. Lin Feng nodded as if he understood, but inside, he was completely confused. What is a holy light card? Since it is a 3-star healing card, even a master card maker should be able to heal it, right? Healing cards are known to me from the card catalog at the 10,000 Cards Pavilion, but they are very expensive. A 1-star white healing card is worth 1,000 Con, and the 2-star healing cards are not yet sold at the pavilion. To create a 3-star healing card, you need 51-star healing cards, which costs 50,000 Con just to buy the cards. So, the price of a 3-star healing card should be at least 100,000 Con. Plus, since there is no market for it, if a card maker makes it, they need to pay for the materials and the crafting fee. That could total around 200,000 Con. Lin Feng felt more and more surprised the more he thought about it. He wasn't sure if card makers made a lot of money, but he was certain they did. Other card makers might have a failure rate, but he would succeed 100%, no losses. He suppressed his excitement and kept a calm face. Feng, yeah, even though my father can't make holy light cards, he can definitely make healing cards. Really? Feng Ye's eyes lit up instantly. She took a step forward, her voice trembling with excitement. Don't get ahead of yourself. Lin Feng raised his hand to signal her to stay calm. The value of 3-star healing cards is well known. The materials needed are rare, and the process takes a long time. Feng Ye nodded immediately, looking serious. We understand all that. If the master needs specific materials, I'll have someone prepare them right away. Besides the materials, our Wild Wolf mercenary group will also offer 100,000 Con as a reward. Additionally, we owe the master a favor. If there's anything we can do for you in the future, just ask. 100,000 Con and a favor. Lin Feng was a bit surprised, but kept his composure. All right, I will ask my father about this. I'll make a list of the materials needed later. Feng Ye thanked him repeatedly, then left the shop happily, her fatigue from earlier almost gone. Lin Feng stood alone under the locust tree, lightly tapping the stone table with his fingers. Did I agree too easily? He had heard that the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group was a master card maker. Recently, they fought a tough battle against the Black Wind mercenary group. It was likely that the leader was seriously injured, and ordinary healing potions didn't work, so they urgently needed to buy healing cards. Healing cards cannot be linked as secondary cards. All healing cards are single-use items. Because of this, Lin Feng decided to accept this business deal. If healing cards could be reused, not only 10,000 cards, but even 100,000 cards would be in high demand outside. 10,000 cards for this deal. Looks like the mercenary group is making good money. Lin Feng stroked his chin, thinking to himself, the payment is fixed, so I should find ways to get more from the materials list. I need to earn more. As a good businessman, Lin Feng doesn't make dirty money, but earning a little extra is fine. 51-star healing cards. I wonder if the Wanka Pavilion stock is enough. But that's a problem for Feng Ye. I just need to wait for the materials, make the cards, and safely pocket the 10,000 cards and some favors. The afternoon sun shone diagonally into the shop. Lin Feng pushed a neat list of materials in front of Feng Ye, watching her reaction calmly. 101-star healing cards, 10 source crystals, and all the auxiliary materials listed. Each quantity marked clearly. Feng Ye took the list and looked it over, her brow gradually furrowing. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought, did I reveal too much by asking for too much? He quickly leaned forward, speaking casually. Is there something on the list you don't recognize? Want me to read it to you? Feng Ye was momentarily stunned. She was the vice captain of the mercenary group, responsible for task assignments and logistics. Being able to read was essential. But considering that very few people in Stone Iron City knew how to read, it was normal for Lin Feng to ask. Lin Feng, I can gather the source crystals and these auxiliary materials, but are 100 healing cards really enough? Lin Feng was a bit confused, doubting if he heard correctly. Feng Ye continued on her own. I know Master Lin Feng is good at making equipment cards, but healing cards might not be his specialty. How about we prepare more, 200 cards, what do you think? That makes sense. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement. He didn't expect Feng Ye to be so thoughtful, but he still politely declined, pretending to be modest. He deliberately put on a serious face, pretending to consider the other person's feelings. This is just to save money for Sister Maple Leaf. Our shop, The Wonderful Tales, always values honesty and affordability. Maple Leaf smiled slightly, clearly touched by Lin Chi's sincerity. Thank you for your kindness. As long as the master can make this card, I am willing to spend a bit more to ensure it's perfect. Lin Chi almost couldn't hide his surprise. He quickly calculated in his mind. 101-star healing cards are worth 100,000, plus 10 source crystals worth another 100,000. The other materials, though somewhat fake, are still worth around 20,000 cards. The card-making fee is 100,000, and Wild Wolf's contribution this time is 320,000. Spending 320,000 cards without blinking and still asking for more. I guess I've been poor for too long and can't keep up with wealthy people's thinking. Lin Chi pounded the counter and loudly said, "All right. With Sister Maple Leaf's courage, I guarantee that as long as the materials are complete, my father can definitely make this card." Definitely? Hearing this firm promise, Maple Leaf's tense shoulders finally relaxed. Then, based on this list, double the number of healing cards. 201-star healing cards. I'll deliver them to the master in 2 days. Lin Chi enthusiastically saw Maple Leaf out of the shop. Sister Maple Leaf, are you heading to other towns? Maple Leaf nodded. Yes, the Wanka Pavilion in Stone Iron City is too small, with only 10 healing cards as a display. I plan to go to New Shine City, where the Wanka Pavilion has plenty of healing cards. Lin Chi's face lit up. Can you also help me check if there are any skeleton summon cards? I want as many as you can find. Skeleton summon cards? Maple Leaf raised an eyebrow, looking suspicious. These low-level summon cards aren't very powerful in battle. Why does Lin Chi want them? Yes, even Dust Star cards or Bones are fine. 1-star skeleton soldier cards and 2-star skeleton cards. No more than 2 stars. Maple Leaf nodded without asking more, since she was the one asking for help. All right, I'll ask around there. If they have any, I'll bring them back. Fearing she might not take it seriously, Lin Chi added, "You'd better go quickly and come back fast. My dad has already started adjusting his state. As soon as the materials arrive, he can start making the cards." Okay, I'll leave right now. Maple Leaf patted his chest, turned around, and strode quickly out of the shop. The sound of his leather boots on the stone path grew fainter and fainter. Watching Maple Leaf's back, Lin Chi could no longer hide his expression. 201-star healing cards can be combined to make 4 3-star healing cards, plus 10 source crystals and 100,000 Con as a service fee. Lin Chi counted on his fingers, his voice trembling. This deal can earn 20,000, and I can keep 3 healing cards, each worth at least 10,000. So, this time, I could make at least 50,000 Con. He took several deep breaths to calm his rising excitement, hung the closed sign at the door, and cheerfully headed back to his room. All along the way, Lin Chi kept thinking, are healing cards really that valuable? Could Maple Leaf really spend 300,000 Con and not buy a healing card? Dad, why aren't you practicing properly? Why are you always wandering around? In the hall, Lin Feng had just finished practicing and was holding a bucket of beer, planning to enjoy a drink. Unexpectedly, Lin Chi caught him right as he came out. I've already practiced for 2 hours. Shouldn't I take a break? 2 hours? Is that a lot? Why don't you learn from your son? I have to practice source energy at least 12 hours a day. 2 hours and you can't sit still? Lin Feng awkwardly smiled. Son, you're a genius. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I compare to you? As he spoke, he poured himself more beer. Lin Chi shook his head and stopped trying to persuade him. Dad, do you know about healing cards? Gulp gulp. Lin Feng took a big drink, wiped his mouth, and said, Yes, I know. Healing cards can heal wounds instantly, much better than the ointments we sell. You should buy a couple from the Wand Card Pavilion, just in case. Why doesn't the Wand Card Pavilion have healing cards above 2 stars? Are these cards really rare? Lin Feng waved his hand. Not just rare. A 1-star healing card can sell for 1,000 Con, but its healing effect is just stopping bleeding, similar to coagulation ointment. Mercenaries usually choose coagulation ointment. After a few days of use, they won't buy healing cards. But 2-star or higher healing cards can not only treat injuries, but also remove toxins. 3-star or higher healing cards can even lift curses or regenerate severed fingers. Even a 2-star healing card can't be exchanged for a 3-star card because, no matter how good the card is, it's not more important than one's life. In short, healing cards are life-saving cards. The higher the quality, the higher the price. However, high-quality healing cards are mostly found in duchies and kingdoms, and their prices are extremely high. For towns like ours, a level 1 healing card is too expensive, so blood coagulation ointment is more affordable. Healing cards above 2 stars have no sales channels, and there are no card makers in dozens of nearby towns. It's really hard to buy them even if you have money. Listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Lin Shi finally understood why Feng Yi was willing to pay such a high price. So, rarity makes something valuable. Maybe a 3-star healing card costs only 100,000 KON in the capital city, but in our remote mountain area, it's a life-saving card that you can't buy even if you have money. After chatting with Lin Feng for a while, Lin Shi took a wooden box upstairs. The box was brought back yesterday by Rue Lien from the Wan Card Pavilion. Inside were a Source Crystal card and many other cards. The 3 illusion swords from Wan Card Pavilion cost 150,000 KON, plus these free skeleton soldiers. He allocated the money earned from selling cards over the past 2 days into one card. Looking at the cold balance of 200,000 KON in his account, he felt very complicated. If I hadn't discovered the real use of the fusion card, I would need to sell goods for 7 or 8 years to save up this much. The fusion card, he focused on the skeleton soldiers. In the next second, the rule card turned into a vortex, swallowing all the skeleton soldier cards. As green light flowed, 3 2-star green cards engraved with bone spike patterns landed steadily on the table, summoning the skeleton warrior. Brave skeleton, soon you will be able to upgrade to blue quality. Lin Shi gently stroked the cards, his voice trembling with excitement. When a card master upgrades their main card quality, they receive a huge boost of source energy, especially for blue or higher quality main cards, which can almost directly help the card master advance by 1 star. Since awakening his main card less than a month ago, if he can successfully upgrade, he will go from a 2-star card apprentice to a 3-star card master. He didn't know what level this speed was at elsewhere, but in Stone Iron City, even the city lord's daughter, Alicia, probably couldn't do it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi carefully laid out the prepared cards one by one. Using 3 Skull Warrior cards as the core foundation, 8 2-star Fireball Magic cards to provide flame energy, 2 2-star Tool cards, Mercenary Greatsword, to enhance melee power, along with 3-star Tool cards, Anti-Magic Breastplate and Stealth Boots, to strengthen defense and mobility. This is his carefully thought-out new fusion plan. It no longer focuses on upgrading a single card, but aims to create a fully equipped, balanced, all-around powerful main card. Fusion, with a low shout, all the cards rise into the air. The swirling vortex formed by the fusion card pulls everything in. Green and blue lights intertwine and clash within the vortex. The metallic patterns of the anti-magic breastplate and the fiery glow of the fireball wrap around each other. The sharp aura of the mercenary greatsword pierces the edge of the vortex, causing the source energy in the room to become restless. Lin Shi keeps his eyes fixed on the center of the vortex, concentrating his mind. This fusion is different from before. The energy properties of the cards vary greatly, and a small mistake could cause conflicts. He must use his mental strength as the guide and source energy as the thread to carefully direct each energy to blend in order. Under his careful guidance, the raging vortex gradually shrinks. A bright blue light breaks through the vortex. The blue glow slowly gathers and takes shape in midair, finally forming a small card about the size of a palm, floating before his eyes. The shine. On the card's surface, a vivid image of a skeleton clad in heavy armor, wrapped in flames, stands proudly. It looks lifelike. Summon card, Hellfire Skeleton star level, 3 stars quality, blue attribute, fire/undead talent, immortal combat spirit. Even if destroyed, its core, the nether flame, will linger on the battlefield. Without strong external purification, it can reshape its body from the flames and rejoin the fight shortly after. Equipment 1, Nether Flame Set. Heavy armor forged from darkened metal, with flowing nether flames in the gaps, fire resistance 50, defense 40, speed 30. Equipment 2, Skeleton Greatsword. The blade is covered with bone spikes, and it carries flames when swung, attack 45, with heavy and burn effects. Skill 1, Brave Charge. A straight-line rush that stuns the target on impact. Can be combined with weapons for a dash slash. Skill 2. Intermediate swordsmanship. Mastery of basic sword techniques like slash, chop, stab, and flick, increasing attack accuracy by 50%. Skill 3. Purgatory slash. He compresses the energy of flames into the sword, then slashes forward with great force, creating a huge, ground-hugging wave of dark fire that spreads out. This attack destroys all enemies in its path and leaves a trail of burning flames. Kaji, a tall, sturdy skeleton about 2.5 meters high, with bones much harder than steel. It wears heavy armor made of dark, molten metal that covers its entire body. The gaps in the armor and the eye sockets glow with flickering, dark red flames that seem to breathe. Evaluation. This is a perfect mix of undead and fire. It has strong defense, wide area damage, and a fierce fighting spirit. It is a strategic force capable of changing the course of a battle. Hellfire Skeleton. This is the card I truly belong to. Lynch trembles as he tightly holds the card in his hand. A mental link is instantly established, and a powerful force flows from the card into his mind. Inside his card slot, the Hellfire Skeleton stands in the center. Its dark red flames emit a terrifying pressure. Nearby, the Wind Bell Cat shivers in the corner, trembling, and the Mysterious Vine Demon, a 3-star blue card, lowers its vines in submission. At the same time, a vast amount of source power flows into Lynch's body through the card. His bones make faint cracking sounds, and his muscle lines become more defined under his clothes. He even seems to grow taller again. He suddenly clenches his fist, feeling the rushing strength inside him. Feels like I'm not afraid of fire anymore. To test his guess, Lynch pulls out a Dust Star card with a small flame. He injects a little source power. The orange flame flickers at his fingertips. He places his palm over it, and after 10 seconds, he only feels a slight warmth, with no burning sensation. So that's it. Hellfire Skeleton's fire attribute has given him fire resistance. He looks at the flickering flame in his palm, and then at the Hellfire Skeleton card in his hand, his eyes shining with excitement. With the strength of a 3-star card master, plus the Hellfire Skeleton and the Mysterious Vine Demon, 2 3-star blue cards, he is confident that even 5-star card masters in Ironstone City wouldn't look down on him. Red, and the bandits on Iron Mountain. This time, even with a card master protecting you, you won't survive. Lynch's eyes suddenly turn cold, and his old grudges become even clearer. After advancing to 3 stars, my card slot has expanded to include one more space. It's time to make a new card to fill the gap. Lynch takes out some discarded cards from his drawer. Dust Star cards, Small Sparks, Greasy Oil, A Gentle Breeze, Smoke. These are the most common cards among his discarded collection. These cards are even less useful than the bone he awakened with. After all, a bone can cause some pain when used to attack, but a gentle breeze or smoke can be easily blocked with a simple breath. However, for Lynch, who has fusion cards, these discarded cards can be given new life. Inside the Iron City card tower, the card variety is too limited. There are no more cards to fuse into new ones. He needs to use his newly fused cards for advanced experiments. 2 Small Sparks, 3 Greasy Oils, can fuse into a 2-star summon card called Burning Trap. 3 Dust Star cards, Gentle Breeze, and 2 Dust Star cards, Smoke, can fuse into a 1-star magic card called Dust Magic. I already have enough attack cards, but I lack escape methods. Why not try to fuse Dust Magic into a 3-star card? Deciding, Lynch begins to fuse many copies of Dust Magic. Soon, a pile of cards accumulates on the table. 5 Dust Magic cards. Let's see what surprises they bring. Lynch lightly taps the table with his fingertips. 5 Dust Magic cards, glowing faintly gray-white, are neatly arranged. The blurry gray mist on their surfaces looks a bit cheap. He takes a deep breath, quietly channeling his mental energy into the cards. Fuse. The fusion card turns into a swirling vortex, pulling the cards into the air at high speed, swallowed by darkness in an instant. Next second, the vortex suddenly erupts with a blinding white light. A new card slowly appears in midair. Magic card. Mist Star level. 1 quality. White description. Can create a small, dense cloud of smoke to cover friendly units. What is this? How did 5 1-star cards fuse into a 1-star card? Lynch stares blankly at the card in his hand, his mind in chaos. since he started fusing cards. Every time he fused 5 white 1-star cards, he would get a green 2-star card. This has become his fixed understanding. But this time, his belief was shattered. Why? Shouldn't 5 white cards fuse into a green card? Unwilling to accept this, Lynch fuses the 5 dust magic cards again. The whirlpool reappeared, swallowing, glowing, and falling into place with precise timing. On the desk, a white card with a faint gray smoke pattern still lay quietly. It's the magic card mist. Could it be a problem with the card type? Lin Chi muttered irritably, scratching his head. His eyes swept over the scattered card piles. He casually picked up 3 small fireball cards with flame patterns and added 2 thorn cards with spiky designs. Fusion, the 3 small fireballs and 2 thorns were into the whirlpool. Soon, a 2-star white card called Burning Trap appeared before him. No problem. I can fuse 5 useless cards to get a 2-star Burning Trap. Why can't I fuse 5 1-star white cards to get a green card? He turned and sat at his desk, pulling out a leather notebook from the bottom of the pile. It was where he recorded his experiments on fusion rules. Basic rules for card fusion. 5 cards are needed as the main materials. Fusing similar types of cards can improve their quality, but it won't change their attributes, only strengthen what they already have. For example, fusing 5 iron sword cards makes a mercenary sword, which only increases sharpness without extra effects. Special case. My dad's broken wind knife fused with a fire crystal becomes a blazing wind knife, evolving into a different attribute branch. Guess, if 5 broken wind knives are fused as pure materials, the result should be a stronger version inheriting the core attributes of the broken wind knife. His pen paused on the word, strengthen, and Lin Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his hand and tapped the desk, a hypothesis gradually forming in his mind. The Burning Trap is a product of fusing useless cards. Because of their quality, they can only evolve into white cards, not reaching green quality. But because of their power, they reach 2 stars. So, conversely, these 5 Mist Dust cards can only fuse into a 1-star Mist Fog card. Does that mean the card quality and energy are too poor to meet the standard? Once this idea appeared, it quickly tangled his thoughts like vines. The more Lin Chi thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He immediately searched his card box again and fused 4 Mist Fog cards from the Mist Dust cards. Alright, I'll try fusing 5 Mist Fog cards. This time, it definitely won't be just a white card again. The 5 Mist Fog cards were swallowed by the whirlpool. Lin Chi stared intently at them. Soon, as the white light flickered, a hint of green appeared inside the whirlpool. Magic card, hazy smoke screen star level, 2 stars quality, green description, creates a small area of dense smoke that covers friendly units. Allies inside the smoke gain concealment and a slight increase in dodge rate. Just as I thought, Lin Chi clenched the green glowing card, finally showing a relieved smile. Using 125 waste cards for 1 hazy smoke screen. I wonder how many more it will take for the green card to upgrade to a blue card. Feeling excited, Lin Chi decided to start a frantic card fusion process. Waste cards are cheap, bought by weight, and each costs about 10 cards, which is negligible. If he can fuse these into a 3-star blue card, it would be a huge gain. He transformed waste cards into Mist Dust cards, then fused Mist Dust cards into Fog cards. After merging 500 waste cards and then creating 4 Fog cards, Lin Chi finally stopped. Not because he wanted to keep going, but because his body couldn't handle it anymore. Even after reaching the 3-star Master Card Creator level, his source energy was almost depleted from this intense card fusion. Dad, give me a source crystal, Lin Chi shouted downstairs, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. Soon, hurried footsteps sounded on the stairs, and Lin Feng pushed the door open. Son, is 1 enough? Or do you want 2 more? Lin Feng awkwardly handed over 9 source crystals. His small treasury had 10 source crystals. 1 was used when upgrading the Windbreaker sword. And according to the absorption rate of a 5-star Master Card Creator, even if slow, he should have absorbed 1 in half a day. But the 9 source crystals still looked as new, and Lin Chi was sure Lin Feng had been lazy. Frowning, Lin Chi took 1 source crystal from his hand and thought to himself, living in this small town for so long, maybe for Dad, reaching Master Card Creator is the limit. Now that his main card has upgraded to blue, he qualifies to become a Master Card Creator, but he's also become complacent. He needed to motivate him. Lin Shi looked at Lin Feng calmly, but with weight in his voice. Dad, I've already become a 3-star MasterCard creator. What? Lin Feng's mouth opened wide. He rubbed his ears, thinking he must have heard wrong. Say that again? 3-star. MasterCard creator. Link did not repeat himself, but held the source crystal, beginning to absorb its energy directly. As the energy fluctuated inside his body, Lin Feng felt clearly that he was indeed a 3-star card master. My son is truly a genius. Link watched his excited expression and quietly relaxed his grip. It seems this trick works. But in the next second, Lin Feng's words almost made him spit out old blood in anger. Lin Feng, with an excited look, held Link's hand and shook it happily. Dad, am I now allowed to relax? From now on, the family affairs are up to you. Link's face instantly darkened, nearly losing his breath, and his vision blurred. He clenched his fists tightly, mentally repeating, he is my real son, my real son. Be filial to your father, don't hit him. After a full minute, Link finally managed to calm himself down. Father, he turned to look at Lin Feng with a very serious attitude. I will only give you 7 days to train. During this time, I will also provide you with 10 source crystals. After 7 days, whether or not you break through to become a card master, I will go to settle things with Reed. And those bandits at Showdown Mountain, those pests stole my goods twice, took my money, and refused to give me any news. I remember everything. I will go up the mountain and eliminate them all. Seeing the unwavering determination in his son's eyes, Lin Feng's playful smile instantly disappeared. He knew Link's character. He always kept his promises. In 7 days, this boy was truly going to risk everything. Reed was manageable, but the bandits hiding in Showdown Mountain numbered over 100. Even with his 5-star card mastery and a few blue cards, he wasn't confident he could escape unscathed. He patted Link's shoulder and gathered his scattered composure. Ambition is good. I also think it's time to eliminate the bandits at Showdown Mountain and rid the people of their harm. He took a deep breath, reigniting his fighting spirit. Rest assured, within 7 days, I will definitely break through to become a card master. When that time comes, I will go with you to crush Showdown Mountain. Don't blame your son for pushing you. Link looked at the empty doorway and sighed softly. As children, who doesn't want their parents to become dragons? Besides, I will definitely leave Showdown City someday to explore the source card continent. If you don't have enough strength, how can I be at ease leaving? He turned around and sat back at the table, holding the source crystal in his palm. The feeling of source energy flowing into his body was warm and pleasant. In just 10 minutes, his depleted source energy was fully restored, and his spirit felt much more energized. Looking at the source crystal in his hand, he saw that more than half of its brilliant glow had faded. The originally clear, purple gemstone had become dull and cloudy. It seemed it could only support one more absorption. Is my speed of absorbing source crystals really this fast? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. My father is a 5-star card master, and it takes him several hours to absorb one source crystal. I just broke through to a 3-star card master, and I did it in 10 minutes. Is it because of the fusion card? The usefulness of source crystals was not just to directly replenish source energy, but also to help card masters practice. Fusion cards consumed his source energy rapidly, but source crystals could instantly refill it. A bold idea formed in his mind. If I have enough source crystals, could I break through to the next star level in a very short time? Lin Shi looked excited. He immediately took out a pile of discarded cards and kept merging them into star-level cards, one after another, until his source energy was completely drained. Then he picked up the half-used source crystal again. After a moment, the source crystal lost all its color, turning into tiny specks of light that dispersed into the air. He could clearly feel that his source energy was slightly thicker than before. This is like turning on a cultivation accelerator. Lin Shi couldn't hide his joy, clenched his fist. I need to make money quickly. The more source crystals I have, the faster my strength will grow. He placed 10 blurry smoke screens on the fusion card, then injected source energy with anticipation. The card instantly activated. A swirling vortex formed, and all 10 green cards were swallowed up. The spinning airflow grew more intense, soon bursting out with a deep blue glow. It's done. A card with a faint blue sheen floated into his palm. The card's surface was shrouded in mist, with countless shadows dancing within. Sometimes they looked like knights holding swords, other times like rushing beasts, an overwhelming sight. Magic card, Mirage star level, 3 stars quality, blue description, creates a large-scale distorted light scene. Within this scene, multiple illusionary duplicates will frequently appear, greatly confusing enemy attacks and causing enemies within the range to become dazed. This is a very confusing card. Even MasterCard creators cannot break the environment created by this card. Mirage sounds pretty impressive. Link quietly read the card's name, a small smile appearing on his face. He immediately linked the card into his slot, and the method of using the card flooded into his mind. He lightly tapped with his finger, injecting a bit of source energy into the card. In the next moment, the furniture in the room, tables, chairs, bookshelves, began to twist and change shape. The walls reflected a dozen identical versions of himself, and even the fluff from the falling wind chime cat turned into floating points of light. So that's how it works. It's similar to a multiple mirror image. Not only can it reflect my appearance, but it can also distort surrounding objects. It's definitely a trick to confuse enemies. While observing, he suddenly felt a slight warmth in his pupils. The illusion before him instantly became clear. All illusions shimmered with a faint transparent glow. Only his own outline remained solid and clear. What's this? The ability of breaking illusions appeared in his mind, and Link understood instantly. This is the ability that Mirage feedback gave him, allowing him to see through illusions and disguises within a certain range. The strength of a 3-star MasterCard creator, combined with Hellfire Skeleton, Cunning Vine Demon, and Wind Chime Cat. If source energy is enough, under the illusion of Mirage, I can definitely win with fewer people. Link's heart was filled with excitement. He couldn't wait to go to Showtime Mountain to test his skills against those bandits. But when he thought of Wind Chime Cat, his excitement dimmed a little. Unfortunately, Wanka Pavilion doesn't have a card suitable for Wind Chime Cat's advancement. There are only 2 of the same type. He rubbed his temples. Then a sudden idea flashed in his mind. Since my father's card-making skill has been recognized by the bishop, why not try my luck at the Furnace Church? That night, after Oliver was killed, the news spread quickly. The next day, Bishop Xiaoao personally came to visit. On the source card continent, the church's status is even more special than the city lord's mansion. Usually, the city lord only handles ordinary punishments, but the church was founded by the kingdom, and even the city lord cannot control them. With Link's help, Lin Feng had demonstrated his card-making skills again, and Xiaoao immediately believed he was a true card maker. Plus, they explained the incident of Oliver being hijacked and killed in a dispute, and Xiaoao judged it was an accident, thus removing Link's suspicion. Come out, Wind Chime Cat. A white Wind Chime Cat gracefully jumped out as energy was infused into a card. Meow, the Wind Chime Cat affectionately rubbed against his cheek, its amber eyes full of dependence. Let's go, little Wind Chime. We'll visit the Forge Church. Lin Chi picked up the Wind Chime Cat and went downstairs. When passing by Lin Feng's room, he deliberately glanced inside. The door was slightly open, and the room was empty. Huh? Where did Dad go? He was curious, but the Wind Chime Cat in his arms pointed with its tail toward the yard. Lin Chi understood and looked out the window. He saw Lin Feng sitting cross-legged under the old locust tree, surrounded by a faint glow of source energy. He looked very focused, clearly stimulated by his previous dangerous words and eager to improve his strength. Only 35, just the right age to push forward. Master Yuka shouldn't be your limit. Lin Chi quietly opened the door and left with the Wind Chime Cat. Hey, Xiao-Chi, where are you going? Inside the shop, Ruelian was cleaning items when he saw Lin Chi come out and asked, Uncle Ruelian, I need to visit the Forge Church. Dad is practicing in the yard. I'll leave the shop to you. Ruelian nodded with a smile. Don't worry. As long as it's not a card-selling day, the shop's traffic is normal. I can handle it. Although the Wonder Tales shop expanded its card-selling business, it only opened for sales 2 days a week. Lin Chi didn't want to keep the shop open all day, mainly because most of the sword equipment cards from the Wankaga store had been bought out, and other equipment cards were sold out too. He still had cards like Burning Traps, Fog Spells, and Fireballs made by merging waste cards, but he needed to sell them slowly. At least he wanted Wankagu to restock their inventory first. If the market got too chaotic, it could cause trouble for himself. As he left the shop, someone greeted him warmly in the alley. "Brother Chi, come in for a mug of beer." "Young Master Lin Chi, my sister keeps talking about you." A few teenagers waved their hands, along with his ex-girlfriend's sister, who was standing at the alley entrance, looking around eagerly. Lin Chi just smiled and nodded, not stopping for long. Most of these people used to be his followers. Since he was young, Lin Chi had many followers, but he was really an adult in his 20s. To him, a group of kids seemed too childish. Even if awakening his main fate card caused these people to cut ties with him, Lynch did not mind. Seeking profit and avoiding harm is just human nature. Soon, the tallest building in Ironstone City, the Furnace Cathedral, appeared in sight. The cathedral's walls are made of dark red volcanic rock, shining with a heavy and majestic glow under the noon sun. Today is not the day for awakening the main fate card, so the front of the cathedral is unusually quiet, with only 2 knights in silver armor standing straight at the door. Reelian once told him that these 2 knights are peers of theirs. They were chosen by Shao Duo when they awakened their main fate cards at age 12 and have been carefully trained since then. Now, they are among the few 5-star card masters in Ironstone City, with strength comparable to Oliver, who was trained by the city lord's mansion. Lynch straightened his collar and calmly stepped forward. "Honorable knights, please kindly inform the bishop. I sincerely wish to visit Bishop Shao Duo." The 2 knights clearly recognized Lynch and had heard about recent events in the town. "Please wait. I will report to the bishop now." Soon, one of the knights came out of the cathedral and made a gesture inviting him inside. "The bishop requests your presence." "Thank you." Lynch placed his hands on his chest, bowed his head, and silently thought, "This disgusting etiquette." Before entering the cathedral, according to the rules of the cathedral, he should be praising the glory of the source card god and the bishop in his mind. But Lynch, being a firm atheist, naturally would not do such a thing. Especially on this continent, which leans more towards Western cultures, he sees gods as nothing more than powerful beings who have reached the peak of cultivation. He can aim for them, but would never worship them. As he stepped into the main hall of the cathedral, a huge sculpture caught his eye. Unlike ordinary cathedrals' white stone statues, this divine figure was carved from red mineral stone. Its surface texture resembled flowing lava and burning rocks, giving a fiery visual impact that was very shocking. "Shao Duo, the bishop," Lynch called out. The bishop was standing beneath the statue, wearing a long robe embroidered with flame patterns, hands clasped in prayer. He turned around and looked at Lynch. "Oh, isn't this little Lynch?" he said with a slight smile, waving at him. As a genius born with the blessing of the divine, Stone Iron City's young hero, West Ao Duo, naturally summoned Lin Chi. At that time, he didn't feel any feedback from the god of source cards from Lin Chi and gradually forgot about this talented person. Until Stone Iron City produced a card maker, who was actually the father of this blessed individual, West Ao Duo finally remembered him. 3-star card master. As Lin Chi approached, West Ao Duo immediately sensed the fluctuations of source power on him. "Child, I was mistaken before. You truly are someone blessed by the gods." "You're joking, sir," Lin Chi replied calmly, with a peaceful tone. "I am just an ordinary card maker. Blessed by the gods is just a rumor the neighbors talk about." But West Ao Duo shook his head, showing a look of understanding, as if saying, "You don't understand yet." From awakening a discarded card to becoming a 3-star card master in just a month, that speed can only be achieved by someone blessed by the gods. Lin Chi was a bit surprised, not expecting to be seen through so quickly, especially by an old man who was staring at him with intense eyes. "Come, join me in worshiping the main god and thank him for his blessing." Without hesitation, West Ao Duo reached out and grabbed Lin Chi's wrist, pulling him to the statue of the god and showing him how to perform the worship. Lin Chi was in a daze the whole time, and most importantly, he couldn't resist. Although West Ao Duo looked old, he was undoubtedly the most powerful person in Stone Iron City. Even the city lord feared him. After a long prayer, Lin Chi noticed West Ao Duo's attitude toward him had changed. "Child, the card master who traveled to Stone Iron City 10 years ago was surely guided by the god of source cards. He came to find you. But seeing your youth, he took your father as his disciple, hoping to pass on his skills to you in the future." "Really? Is that so? Lin Shi widened his eyes, trying to keep a shocked expression, but inside he was already laughing happily. West Ao Duo nodded seriously, with a very devout tone. It must be true. You are blessed by the gods. Even though you were born in this small town, your future is bright because the God of Flame Prison has already prepared your path. God of Flame Prison? What kind of deity is that? Lin Shi asked, genuinely confused this time. He knew about the God of Source Cards, but hadn't expected there to be other gods in the Source Card continent. Don't worry, I will tell you everything. Xiao Ao Dola told Lin Shi many stories about the gods' blessings. In these stories, each main character became a famous figure on the Yuanka continent. On the Yuanka continent, there is an empire and 3 kingdoms. The first rulers of these 4 nations were all blessed by the gods. After they achieved great success, they built temples dedicated to their gods and their countries. The Holy Empire has the Holy Light Temple, which worships the god of holy radiance. His light is seen as a symbol of hope and salvation, able to dispel darkness and evil. The Winter Kingdom has the Ice Temple, which honors the Frost Queen. She controls winter and snow, giving the kingdom a cold and tough character. The Beast Kingdom reveres the Spirit Beast God, who is seen as the ruler of all creatures. He protects the orcs and gives them the ability to survive and reproduce. At the place where our lava temple is located, the people worship the Fire Lord. This god controls flames and lava, bringing both destruction and new beginnings. Lin Shi listened in shock, realizing how complex the religious system of the Yuanka continent was. His understanding of this world deepened. Suddenly, he remembered a question and asked quickly, since there are so many gods, why do people all call them the Yuanka gods when they pray? Xiao Ao Dola smiled slightly and explained, the true names of the gods are only known to devout followers. Ordinary believers pray for help to fulfill their wishes. They are afraid of offending the gods, but also hope that one of the many gods might grant their wishes. So, they all call them the Yuanka gods. That makes sense. Lin Shi suddenly felt enlightened and gained a deeper understanding of the Yuanka continent. Child, can you tell me what your main card is? Xiao Ao Dola finally asked, curious. He knew Lin Shi's main card was a broken bone, but he wondered how a single bone could transform so that someone could go from an apprentice card holder to a 3-star master in just a month. Lin Shi hesitated. No one had ever seen his main card before. Oh wait, Wang Ming saw it, but he is dead now. Child, you are blessed by the gods. As the bishop of the church, I will never harm you. You can trust me completely. Western Australia Dono's old face was full of sincerity, as if saying, you must believe me. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment. If I refuse outright, what if this old man gets angry and attacks me? The consequences could be terrible. After weighing the options, he finally nodded. All right, summon Hellfire Skeleton. Lin Shi took out his main card. As he activated his source power, a blazing figure suddenly appeared in the center of the church. The skeleton knight wore a fiery armor, holding a large sword that radiated intense heat, and the air around was twisted by the scorching temperature. What is this? Western Australia Dono had been calm before, as if everything was under his control. But the moment the Hellfire Skeleton appeared, he suddenly jumped up from the ground, trembling with excitement. He shakily walked over to the fiery skeleton, circling it again and again, his eyes full of passion. Lin Shi watched him reach out to touch the flames on the skeleton, and couldn't help but warn, Bishop, be careful. But Western Australia Dono seemed unaffected by the heat. When his fingertips brushed the flames, he even looked like he was enjoying it. He slowly turned around and looked at Lin Shi with a completely different expression. Child, you are not blessed by the gods. What? Lin Shi's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his alarm bells rang loudly. He was afraid that Western Australia Dono would say next, you are not blessed by the gods and do not deserve such a powerful main card. Give it to me. But what Western Australia Dono said next left him completely stunned. I have dedicated my life to the fire prison god, but I never thought I would see a messenger of the gods in my lifetime. Messenger of the gods? Hearing this title, Lin Shi was momentarily stunned, then he relaxed. Fortunately, it still sounds like someone on our side. Lin Shi looked surprised on his face, but secretly he was relieved. Good thing you didn't do that, or I would have been brainwashed by church teachings since I was a child. Just thinking about those days makes my scalp tingle. Xiao Aodwa didn't notice his thoughts and continued lost in his own mind. Child, ordinary people blessed by gods are just given some small favors. But messengers of the gods are different. They are chosen directly by the divine to carry the ultimate prophecy and carry out the core mission. This kind of religious talk, if anyone else said it, Lin Feng would sneer. But the one saying this was Xiao Aodwa, the bishop of the Furnace Church, part of the most special group in the kingdom. Mission? What mission? Nobody knows the exact mission. Xiao Aodwa shook his head, but his eyes became more serious. But the gods will send special signs and guidance for them, and at the most critical moments, they are allowed to call upon the divine's core power. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't care much about whether there was a mission or not, but he was very interested in calling upon the divine's core power. Bishop, what kind of power can I call? Is this power given to me by you? Seeing his eager look, Xiao Aodwa nodded with satisfaction, thinking he was eager to return to the divine, and his tone softened a bit. Don't worry, child. The power of the divine has always been with you. Lin Feng was speechless, feeling a bit speechless inside. So, this help was just words, with no real support at all. But in the next second, Xiao Aodwa's words hit him like a thunderclap, making his heart shake fiercely. If it weren't for divine power blessing you, how could your innate card transform from a simple bone into the current hellfire skeleton? Xiao Aodwa's tone was firm. The power of the inferno is the core divine power of the fire god, but he bestowed this power upon you. You are undoubtedly the divine messenger. Lin Feng's heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat, and even he felt a bit shaken. Could it be that the fusion card was given to me by the fire god? But this doubt only lasted a moment. He quickly realized, no, that's not right. The hellfire skeleton was the result of my experiment with a fireball. What does that have to do with the fire god? If there really is a god, then I should also be one of the messengers of the god of fusion. Suppressing distracting thoughts, Lin Feng shifted the conversation back to a more practical topic. Bishop, as a divine envoy, aren't there more real privileges? Xiao paused, looking a bit confused. Like what? Lin Feng rubbed his hands nervously. For example, how many source crystals the church gives each month, or what special treatment we might get when visiting other towns' churches. Xiao suddenly understood. So Lin Feng was concerned about these material benefits. He chuckled silently, then said seriously, of course, those are available. But compared to material things, I'd rather pass on all the knowledge I've accumulated in my life to you. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. That might not be impossible. Compared to crystals and wealth, Lin Feng believed that in this feudal-like continent, knowledge was the real scarce resource that could help one stand firm for a long time. Xiao, who seemed very learned, could teach him many things, which was more useful than crystals. Seeing Lin Feng look eager to learn, Xiao thought he was simply moved by curiosity and nodded happily. From now on, you can come and go freely in this church. Remember to attend classes here every Sunday, and I will teach you all I know. Bishop, are you busy at other times? I want to learn more, Lin Feng asked eagerly. Xiao was pleased with Lin Feng's eagerness, but also wanted to give him some advice. Child, knowledge isn't food, but it still needs time to digest. Learning step by step is the best way. Lin Feng nodded on the surface, but secretly decided to give Xiao a good lesson later. He had once convinced his private tutor in less than a month, and although Xiao was more knowledgeable, Lin Feng was confident in his perfect memory. By the way, Bishop, I have a question I want to ask you now, Lin Feng said suddenly, wanting to solve his immediate problem. Oh, go ahead, Xiao said attentively. Lin Feng withdrew the Hellfire skeleton from his card slot and summoned the Wind Chime Cat. Bishop, I want to know the evolution path of the Wind Chime Cat. Xiao looked at the Wind Chime Cat, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Wind Chime Cat is a good pet, but its growth limit is low. In his view, the divine messenger of the flame prison god should be paired with a powerful fire-type card beast. However, Stone Iron City is located on the border, lacking resources. Since Lin Feng has such a card beast, it's not easy to find, so he didn't say much. As far as I know, Wind Chime Cat has 2 evolution paths. It depends on which one you choose. Then, Xiao Aodwa explained the evolution routes of Wind Chime Cat to Lin Feng. The first path is to evolve into Moonlight Bell Cat. It is a mid-level card beast, mainly for support and control. The materials needed for evolution are not extremely rare, but still hard to find. First, there is moonlight moss, a glowing moss that only grows deep in quiet forests under constant moonlight, containing pure moonlight energy. Next is flowing wind feather, a feather naturally shed by high-level wind-type card beasts, infused with pure wind element power. Lastly, 10 source crystals are needed to provide enough energy for the evolution. The second path is more aggressive, evolving into Wind Split Demon Cat, a mid-level card beast focused on speed and burst power. The materials for this route are even rarer. One is Storm Crystal Core, which can be obtained from high-level Storm-type card beasts or formed naturally from the Eye of the Storm, both extremely rare. The other is the Tail Fluff of the Nico, a cunning Dark-type card beast, from the tip of its tail, containing both illusion and agility powers. 10 source crystals are also required as basic consumption. Lianqi was stunned listening to this. Among these materials, the only one he could produce was the 10 source crystals. Priest, does the Wanka Guild have these evolution materials for sale? Xiao Aodhua shook his head with a smile. Kid, if these advanced materials were easy to find, wouldn't strong card masters be everywhere? I know about these 2 evolution paths, but it's just theoretical knowledge. I haven't personally verified them. Of course, Alicia loves card beasts very much. She must have some evolution materials for Wind Chime Cat. You can ask her for a copy, but I still suggest you not focus too much on Wind Chime Cat. In the end, I still can't get past Alicia. Lianqi felt a bit helpless. The evolution materials Alicia gave him initially could only upgrade Wind Chime Cat to 3 stars, and its quality was still green. That's not what he wanted. Kid, although I don't have any materials to help you, here, take this. Just as Lynch was feeling troubled, West Australia suddenly took out a fist-sized core crystal from his large robe pocket. Isn't this the core crystal used when everyone awakens their main card? Lynch remembered this core crystal. Almost everyone who awakens their main card had touched it. Archbishop, this is very valuable. Lynch wanted it, but he knew this item was the heart of Ironstone City. Without this Enlightenment core crystal, it would be hard for others to awaken their main cards in the future. West Australia smiled and waved his hand casually. Don't worry, you can take it. The Card Master Association gives 1 core crystal to Ironstone City every year. Since the population dropped sharply 20 years ago, 1 crystal is enough for the residents' awakening ceremonies for 3 years. I don't need it right now. Hearing this, Lynch's eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Wow. Does that mean the Archbishop still has many such large core crystals? He had always thought West Australia was a wise man full of knowledge but poor in resources. He never expected him to be a hidden rich person. This unexpected fortune made him very happy. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, Archbishop. You truly are a devout follower of the god of fire and prison. Lynch immediately took the core crystal, speaking sincerely to flatter him. Ha. I'm glad you understand. West Australia patted his shoulder. The church has a study room where you can freely browse the books. I have some church affairs to handle, so I'll take my leave now. Remember, you must attend class on Sunday. After saying that, West Australia turned and left, his wide robe gradually disappearing into the shadows of the church. Lynch held the core crystal and looked up at the tall sculpture of the god of fire and prison in the center of the church, feeling deeply moved. The god of fire and prison. I never expected this church visit would bring such a big surprise. Wind Chime Cat. I finally figured out how to upgrade, but I don't have the materials. Looks like you'll have to wait a while longer. Lynch carried the Wind Chime Cat home, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He never thought upgrading a card beast would be so difficult. Just 100 meters from home, a sudden urgent shout came from a side alley, trembling with panic. Lynch! Lynch! Lynch paused and quickly turned his head. A thin man was hiding in the shadowy alley, his body small and lean. His eyes moved very quickly, constantly glancing around as he watched his surroundings. Jack? He squinted his eyes, looking a bit surprised. After scanning the dark alley behind Jack and confirming he was alone, Lin Chi stepped forward. You're quite brave, daring to go into the city as a thief. Lin Chi spoke softly, with a hint of displeasure in his tone. Yes, Jack was the thief Lin Chi had paid off earlier. Last time, when Lin Feng was captured by thieves, he thought Jack was dead and didn't report back. To his surprise, Jack was waiting for him here. Lin Chi, I have important news. Jack moved a little closer, speaking quickly, clearly aware of how dangerous his situation was. Oh, Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, a faint smile on his face. Funny, I also have some news to tell you. Jack's brow furrowed, looking at him carefully. What news? Lin Chi looked him over slowly and said casually, a thief entered the town. Do you think the city lord's mansion would like to hear about this? You. Jack's face turned red instantly, and he clenched his teeth. He realized Lin Chi was trying to threaten him, to get his information for free. I was too impatient. I should have met outside the city. Jack's eyes darted around, as if trying to think of a plan. Lin Chi didn't give him time to worry. He leaned against the wall, blocking Jack's way. He crossed his arms and said coldly, "Tell me what your important news is. If you keep hesitating, I won't mind taking you to the city lord's mansion myself to get the reward." No, this news is very important. You must give me a source crystal. Jack growled through clenched teeth, trembling. A source crystal? Lin Chi's eyes finally showed a flicker of real curiosity. In their past deals, the most he ever paid Jack was 100 Khan, but a single source crystal was worth 10,000 Khan. What kind of news does this guy have that makes him ask for so much? Lin Chi's curiosity was fully piqued. He stared intently at Jack, hoping to see something in his eyes. But this guy looked sneaky and suspicious, and looking at him made Lin Chi feel a bit sick. One source crystal is enough? Just as Jack showed a hint of happiness, Lin Chi changed the subject. But I need a detailed map of Showdown Mountain, including the guard posts and secret passages. A map? Jack hesitated, looking confused. What do you want a map of that broken place for? Don't worry about what I do. Just tell me if you'll take this deal. Lin Chi wanted the map of Showdown Mountain to find a chance to attack them. In the past, he lacked strength, but now with the Hellfire Skeleton and the Cunning Vines Demon, he was ready to settle old scores. Jack hesitated for a moment, unconsciously tugging at his clothes. The temptation of a source crystal was too great. Finally, he nodded fiercely. Fine. I'll draw the map for you. Come with me. Lin Chi took Jack home and told him to draw the map in the living room. He then went to find Lin Feng and asked for a source crystal. That Jack guy, ignoring Kane and going straight for the source crystal. Looks like he's aiming to reach the 3rd-star MasterCard. Lin Chi stroked the source crystal, understanding his own thoughts. Although he had a smooth breakthrough to MasterCard, it didn't mean others could do the same easily. Just like old John back then, at 87, he finally felt his source power awakening his main card. Some card apprentices might awaken their main card, but only reach 1 star in their whole life. A source crystal could directly provide pure source energy, making it much easier for card apprentices to break through. Done. I also marked the guard posts and defenses. Jack handed over the paper. Lin Chi looked at the abstract drawing and couldn't help but marvel that Showdown Mountain still had a talented soul artist. Jack was truly talented. All right, tell me the intelligence. Lin Chi casually tossed the source crystal, secretly slipping out a card of the Cunning Vines Demon from his sleeve. If the information wasn't valuable, Jack wouldn't be able to take the crystal and would have to take a sightseeing trip to the city lord's mansion. Jack tightly clenched the source crystal, feeling the flowing source energy inside. He then relaxed and lowered his voice. It's Old Scar and Red. Hearing this name, Lin Chi's eyes instantly turned cold. He is indeed working with the bandits from Stone Iron Mountain. Last time Lin Feng was ambushed while buying supplies, he suspected Red was behind it. Now, his suspicion has been confirmed. Not just working together. Jack licked his dry lips and looked a bit annoyed. Red broke through to become a 5-star card master and has joined the mountain as the second in command. He's quite impressive. Lin Chi nodded and lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Any other news? There's something more urgent. Jack leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Now everyone in the city is saying your father is a card maker, but Red swore on his life that he isn't. He's sure your father's rare cards were found in the secret card realm. Lin Chi's expression darkened completely. So, they want to target my father? Jack shook his head. Your father is a 4-star card master, not easy to deal with. They're actually after you. In a few days, they'll pretend to attack the city, causing chaos everywhere. But really, they'll send people to sneak in and kidnap you, forcing you to make your father hand over his cards. There's a guard at the city gate who's Red's man, but I don't know exactly who. That's all I have. Jack finished speaking quickly, clearly ready to leave. Lin Chi sat quietly, his mind racing. After a moment, He looked up and asked, "How strong is Scarface really?" Scarface, the leader of the bandits at Stone Iron Mountain. No one knew his real name. He was called Scarface because of the scar on his face. Jack frowned. Clearly this wasn't information he could know. The boss became a 5-star card master many years ago. I also heard he's been colluding with the city lord's mansion. Most of the loot he's taken over the years has been given to them. I don't know what benefits he's received. Seems like bandits and officials are in cahoots. Lin Chi waved his hand. You can go now. This intelligence was worth a source crystal. Jack was overjoyed, clutching the crystal and quickly disappearing outside. Lin Chi picked up the abstract map on the table. Looking at the crooked marks, a cold smile slowly appeared on his face. Maybe I couldn't do anything before, but now. He glanced at the Hellfire skeleton card in his hand, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. I am the messenger of the god of fire and punishment. You villains deserve divine punishment. Young Master Lin Chi. This burning trap is just a white-quality magic card. Why is it so expensive? The next morning, the magic card shop once again held its card-selling day. The shop was already crowded outside, with people hoping to get the cards they wanted. Lin Chi stood behind the counter, holding a sign that said, "Honesty first." "Sir, Burning Trap is indeed a white-quality card, but it's a 2-star card. Have you ever seen a white-quality 2-star card before?" The young man hesitated and shook his head. The people around him whispered among themselves. All the 2-star cards in the card pavilion were green quality. A white-quality 2-star card was something they had never heard of. Exactly. Lin Chi's voice suddenly rose, quieting the noise. How much do 2-star magic cards usually cost at the card pavilion? Most start at 2,000 KON. My card is also 2-star, but it only costs 1,500 KON. Think about it. Am I not getting a great deal? That makes sense. Someone in the crowd agreed immediately. A 2-star card, and you want it cheaper? Plus, this is Master Lin Feng's work. Even for collection, it's worth more than 1,500 KON. Exactly. I'll take one. My kid just advanced to a 1-star card apprentice and needs a backup card for protection. Someone else directly paid, convincing hesitant buyers. With the lead, people started buying cards, and the sales quickly picked up. Lin Chi calmly took the money and handed out the cards, secretly feeling very happy. Burning Trap was made from 5 worthless cards worth 1 KON each. The cost was almost nothing, but he could sell it for 1,500 KON. It's a pity I can't sell them openly. If I did, earning 100,000 KON a day wouldn't be a dream. Lin Chi understood the principle of attracting attention. He had 100 burning traps, but only dared to sell 20, keeping some in reserve to create demand and avoid drawing too much attention. Even with just these 20, he could earn a steady 30,000 KON. Burning Trap is sold out. Next is a 1-star magic card, Sound and Light Blast. Please be quiet while I explain in detail. As Lin Chi enthusiastically explained, 50 cards were quickly snapped up, and the noisy crowd gradually dispersed. Wow, I'm so tired. He slumped in a rattan chair, taking big bites of black bread. Sweat dripped down his jawline onto his shirt. Reilian was counting on an abacus. When the clicking stopped, he looked happy. Little Chi, we sold a total of 38,000 KON this time. Hearing this number, Lin Chi wasn't surprised. This time, he sold only high-quality white magic cards. Except for the 2-star card, Burning Trap, which he priced higher, he sold about 38,000 KON worth of cards, mostly at prices lower than those at Wanka Pavilion. But Wanka Pavilion still needs to support card makers. All the cards Lin Chi sold are made from Dust Star cards, turned into profit. They are pure profit. Uncle Reilian, you've been stuck at the 3-star card master level for a long time. Keep these source crystals for yourself. Use them up, then find me. Lin Chi placed 5 source crystals on the table. Source crystals? Reilian looked surprised, clearly puzzled about where Lin Chi got these crystals. Little Chi, source crystals are rare in Ironstone City. Keep them for your training. My talent is limited, so using them would be a waste. Reilian was about to refuse, but Lin Chi interrupted. Uncle, take them. I have plenty of source crystals. I need to go to the church to read. The shop is yours, Little Chi. Seeing Reilian still hesitant, Lin Chi quickly ran out, leaving him alone. This kid, Reilian shook his head and stored the source crystals. Walking down the street, Lin Chi muttered to himself, Reilian's talent is average. I need to upgrade his main card. Otherwise, even with source crystal help, it won't be very effective. Right now, Lin Chi wasn't worried about training resources. Source crystals could be exchanged at the lava church for Khan. The market rate was 12,000 Khan for one source crystal, but as the messenger of the gods, Lin Chi could get a discount, 1,000 Khan per crystal. This was something Lin Chi strongly insisted on. Otherwise, West Australia planned to give him the source crystals directly. As a red-cloaked bishop symbolizing the spirit of sacrifice, West Australia received a monthly salary and training resources from the Cardmaster Association. However, because Ironstone City was too remote, these resources were eventually converted into source crystals and distributed once a year. Plus, the annual distribution of Enlightenment source crystals meant West Australia's source crystal stock was overflowing. Of course, these were just a drop in the bucket. Lynch once asked Westaduo why he came to Stone Iron City, a small town that seems to have little significance. Westaduo initially said it was because of divine guidance, to meet Lynch. Later, after asking more questions, he revealed that he knew about the large amount of fire crystal stones here. He came from the royal city to create a perfect sculpture of the fire god of the Inferno, and he had stayed for over 30 years. Lynch was almost stunned. The giant stone statue inside the church was actually built from fire crystal stones. Raylon once said that a single fire crystal stone could sell for 100,000 Khan. If the entire sculpture were dismantled and sold, it would be like a moving mountain of gold. In the study of the lava church, sunlight filtered through stained glass, casting colorful patches of light on the floor. There were many books here, all brought from the royal city by Westaduo. All these are books praising the fire god of the Inferno. Are there no history books? Lynch flipped through a few, quickly feeling bored. Just as he was about to pick some other books, he suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the corner of the study. Is someone there? Lynch immediately tensed up, took out the card of the mysterious vine demon, and tiptoed toward the sound. Behind the bookshelf, a slender figure was crouching on the ground, with long golden hair flowing over her shoulders like a waterfall of sunlight. She was holding an old, yellowed book and reading intently, unaware of anyone approaching. Alicia, Lynch called out in surprise. Wasn't she the young lady of the city lord's mansion? Alicia suddenly turned around. When she saw the visitor, her delicate face also showed surprise. Lynch, why are you here? Both voices spoke at the same time, then paused. Lynch explained, I got permission from the bishop to come here and read. Permission from the bishop? Although Alicia was a bit confused, she nodded. I've been able to come and go freely from the church since I was 8 years old. The study has always been open to me. Lynch's eyes sparkled. He was worried about finding the books he wanted to read. Beautiful Miss Alicia, you must know a lot about the books here, right? Because of the earlier incident with the wind chime cat, Alicia had a poor impression of Lindsay, but she still stood up and smiled politely. What kind of books would you like to see? Lindsay quickly replied. I want to look at books about the continent of Yuanka or the Lava Kingdom's history. You're interested in history books? Alicia looked surprised. To her, history was dull and fake, not as interesting as storybooks or travel journals. She then pointed to a bookshelf at the back of the study. The one at the very back has all the history books about Yuanka. Feel free to choose. Thank you, Lindsay said happily, eager to learn, with a look of curiosity on his face. First, read history. Only by understanding the past can you truly understand the world. He casually picked up a book titled Yuanka Continent Chronicles. As soon as he opened the first page, he was drawn in by the opening words. Legend says, when the universe first opened, only a chaotic, swirling sea of Yuanka existed. As Lindsay focused on reading the history, Alicia put down her own book and watched him closely. This guy can actually understand history? She thought. She had thought Lindsay was just a money-minded merchant, but now she realized she had underestimated him. A diligent learner who cares about knowledge and is good at handling affairs. If Lin Feng really is a card maker as rumors say, Lindsay might achieve something great in the future. Although Alicia was not a merchant herself, her grandfather was a cunning trader. Years ago, he bought the mines in Shurgang village at a low price, employed villagers to mine, and used the mineral profits to flatter the nobles of the Iron-Felt Principality. This helped him go from an ordinary merchant to the Lord of Iron Steel City, making a remarkable turnaround. Though her family was originally merchants, Alicia's father never let her interfere in the Lord's affairs. Instead, he focused on her studying knowledge, practicing source power, and learning noble etiquette, hoping to erase her merchant background. Lindsay lost track of time as he read the history book. From morning until the sunset, with the pages glowing in a warm golden hue, he finally closed the book, feeling satisfied. Indeed, this world is full of wonders. I never thought there would be elves in the Beast Kingdom. It's truly fascinating. As a time traveler, who wouldn't want a beautiful elf maidservant to serve tea and water, an expert elf archer to guard by their side, and an elegant, noble elf princess and queen? When busy, they can be reliable helpers. During leisure, they can be admired for their beauty. As the saying goes, elves are good at work when needed, and good at relaxing when not. Thinking of this, Lucky couldn't help but smile foolishly, his lips curling up to his ears. While he was lost in his little world, a deliberately heavy cough suddenly sounded behind him, startling him into stiffening. Cough, cough. Lucky quickly turned around and saw Alicia standing by the bookshelf, her golden eyes full of doubt and a strange, indescribable expression. Alicia? You haven't left yet. He hurriedly hid his silly smile, trying to look serious, but his muscles hadn't fully relaxed, making him look stiff. Alicia's expression was even more stiff than his. She was supposed to leave at noon, but seeing Lucky so absorbed in the history books, reading one after another, she couldn't help but stay behind, curious if this merchant, full of ideas about Khan, was just pretending. Now it seemed Lucky wasn't acting. He really loved reading history. However, his interests seemed to have shifted entirely to elves. Humph. Alicia slammed the book back onto the shelf and shot him a fierce glare before turning to leave. Her skirt swayed over the ground, stirring up a gust of wind, and she didn't bother to spare him a glance. She had disliked this merchant from the bottom of her heart since last time he chose Khan over Wind Chime Cat for the upgrade materials. Now, seeing his foolish, daydreaming look, her opinion of him dropped even further. This noble lady is quite proud. Lucky watched her tall figure and muttered softly, I just wonder if all princesses in this world are like this. He shook his head, pushing aside these random thoughts, and stepped out of the study toward the sculpture in the center of the church. Today is the once-a-month day for my main card awakening. The bishop must be very busy. It just so happens that I officially awakened my main card exactly a month ago. Lucky decided to sit cross-legged and meditate beside the sculpture of the god of fire. Until nightfall, he heard a gentle footsteps approaching from afar. Archbishop Lin Feng stood up and saluted, his gaze fixed on Shiwa Duo. This nearly 80-year-old man had worked all day but still looked lively and full of energy, with no sign of tiredness, only a healthy glow on his face. Child, your training speed is truly extraordinary. Even Alicia can't compare to you, Shiwa Duo said, patting his shoulder with clear admiration. Lin Feng looked modest. You're flattering me, Archbishop. I can't compare to Miss Alicia. He spoke politely, but also with a bit of pride. Although he was one level below Alicia, with the advantage of the fusion card and enough source crystals, reaching 4-star mastery within a few weeks was not difficult. But Shiwa Duo didn't seem to catch his meaning, and instead looked serious and encouraging. You are a messenger of the gods. Even if you can't match Alicia now, in a few years, you'll catch up to her. A few years? Just catch up? Lin Feng's smile faded, almost losing his composure. Archbishop, I am now a 3-star master, but reaching 4 stars should only take about a month. There's no need to wait so long, just a few years. Oh, Shiwa Duo raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile. Who told you Alicia is only a 4-star master? Lin Feng froze, instinctively replying. I saw her fight a 5-star master myself. Her source energy fluctuations at that time were definitely 4-star. Ha! Shiwa Duo chuckled, his wrinkles relaxing. Child, what you see with your eyes can often be deceiving. What do you mean, Archbishop? Are you saying Alicia is more than 4-star? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, sensing a bad feeling. But Shiwa Duo played coy, leaning closer with a mysterious look. Isn't it said that the City Lord's mansion in Stone Iron City has 2 MasterCard users? One is the City Lord himself. Guess who the other one is? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and a bold guess formed in his mind. He took a deep breath. Could it be? Shiwa Duo nodded, looking very sure. Could it be Lady Xiaolan? It's Alicia? Oh. Lin Feng covered his aching head, thinking to himself, This old man really can't handle jokes. He rubbed his head and forced a smile. Haha, I was just joking with you. But even if Alicia is a MasterCard user, I believe I can surpass her within 2 years. That may not be true. Xiao Ao looked proud, almost unable to hide his smile. Alicia, she awakened her main card at 8 years old and became a 5-star card master by 10. After that, she spent a lot of time studying, which slowed her training. But even so, now at 18, she has become an 8-star card master. You can't find another peer her age in the entire Iron Felt Kingdom who is more talented. What? Lin Feng froze in place, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. He had guessed Alicia was extraordinary. He was just joking with this old man earlier, but he didn't expect Alicia to be an 8-star card master. That means she's close to becoming a card master grandmaster. Did I just offend Alicia? He suddenly remembered the stern look she gave him when she left and panicked. She seemed to glare at him before leaving. Should I go to the city lord's mansion now and apologize? Seeing Lin Feng's panicked look, Xiao Ao nodded with satisfaction, as if he had achieved his goal. Child, remember this. Never underestimate anyone around you. Other small towns might never see a card master in their lifetime. But because of you, the people around you often hold unexpected surprises. What do you mean by that? Lin Feng quickly caught the key point. What do you mean because of me? Xiao Ao's eyes grew deeper, as if he could see into the future. Because you are the messenger of the gods. Your path might be very difficult or very smooth. But no matter how it develops, the people around you are not ordinary. It's all part of the gods' plan. They could be your enemies or your friends. Master, can we please not talk like that in the future? Lin Feng wanted to criticize this, but he didn't dare. He was afraid this old man might be hiding his true strength, possibly not just a card master, but a grandmaster. After all, a cardinal who can use vast amounts of fire crystals to create sculptures must have some hidden skills to protect the church. Who would believe if he told others? This old man might be more secretive than Alicia. Oh no, I almost forgot the important matter. Lin Feng suddenly slapped his forehead, his face turning serious. Cardinal, the bandits from Ironstone Mountain will attack Ironstone City in 3 days. I suspect the city lord's mansion is colluding with them. If Alicia is a master of the 8-star card, then we are in big trouble. They're stealing from them. What does it have to do with our church? Seeing Xiao Duo looking calm and relaxed, Lin Feng became a bit anxious. Cardinal, their attack is a distraction. They really want to kidnap me. But even after hearing this, Xiao Duo still looked composed, waving his hand and saying, It's okay. I will talk to Alicia and ask her to handle it. Lin Feng stared in shock, feeling worried. Why is this old man so confident? Cardinal, Alicia is a master of the 8-star card. What if she doesn't respect you? He was worried about hurting the old man's pride, so he spoke very carefully. Xiao Duo didn't reply. He slowly walked to the statue of the fire god and began praying solemnly, completely unfazed by the situation. Why isn't this old man worried at all? Lin Feng pretended to be full of doubt, patiently waiting for him to finish praying. Finally, after the prayer, Xiao Duo turned around slowly and casually said, Alicia is my student. Just keep your mind at ease. What? Lin Feng was stunned. Alicia, a master of the 8-star card, is your student? Thinking of the rumors in the city that Cardinal Xiao Duo was a 7-star card master, Lin Feng felt like everyone in the city was a liar. For a moment, he even felt like everyone around him was a werewolf. Anyone he met seemed dangerous. He quickly moved closer to Xiao Duo, knelt down with a thud, and imitated the prayer gestures perfectly, each movement precise and flawless. Xiao Duo raised an eyebrow, surprised. Child, you said your waist hurt and you couldn't kneel? Why are you able to do it suddenly today? Lin Feng looked up, serious and sacred, speaking with the utmost sincerity. Dear Bishop, it must be the great god of the inferno who heard my prayers and healed my wounds. As a messenger of the gods, I should sincerely praise the Lord and serve you. Bishop, seeing his shameless and overly respectful attitude, West Australia didn't get angry but nodded in satisfaction. He stroked his beard and thought, this cleverness is exactly what a chosen one of the gods should have. My leg. The next morning, just as the sun rose over the church spire, Lin Feng dragged his aching right leg and hobbled home. The cobblestone street not only hurt his feet, but also made his knees creak with every step. To show his devotion to the god of the inferno, He had spent 3 hours last night kneeling in prayer with West Australia until his knees went numb. Early this morning, before dawn, he was sent to clean the statue of the god of the Inferno. The statue was so tall that West Australia only sent him alone, claiming it was a special honor reserved for the chosen messenger to serve the divine. But Lin Chi did gain something. While cleaning the statue, he unexpectedly found a piece of fire crystal, which was a small comfort. "Little Chi, you're finally back?" As he turned into his shop's alley, Ruelian ran out from behind the counter. Seeing his anxious, pacing figure, Lin Chi immediately tensed up. "What's wrong, Uncle Ruelian? Did Red come to cause trouble?" "Not Red." Ruelian waved his hand, looking like he wanted to say something but couldn't. His eyes kept glancing toward the backyard, filled with a mix of envy and worry. "You'll see when you go to the backyard." "I'm not good with words," he said. His strange expression made Lin Chi breathe a little easier. If there was real danger, Ruelian wouldn't hide it. This nervousness probably wasn't anything urgent. He rubbed his stiff knees and sat down at the counter. "Uncle Ruelian, forget about the backyard for now. We're closing the shop today, no business." Closing the shop? Ruelian hesitated but didn't argue. Selling a batch of cards was enough to cover half a year's worth of business, and those small transactions weren't important. "All right, I'll close the shop." After hanging up the closed sign, Lin Chi placed the fire crystal and a few cards on the counter. The leather of the flame lizard, 3 pieces of high-quality refined iron, and fire crystal stones. As Ruelian's eyes fell on these materials, he paused briefly, and a faint guess formed in his mind. He lowered his voice slightly. "Shao Chi, what is this?" "Uncle, this is for you." Lin Chi pushed the materials toward him. "I've studied your arc iron bow. It can fully follow my dad's path to become an advanced craftsman. With the fire crystal's power, your bow will also have fire damage, at least doubling its strength." Ruelian looked at Lin Chi, then at the materials on the counter. His throat moved slightly. "Shao Chi, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." Lin Chi frowned slightly. "Uncle, you and my dad raised me since I was young. Giving you some advanced materials is nothing." His tone softened. "Besides, my dad is about to become a master of the magic card. If you can't keep up, he might laugh at you later." Hearing this, Ruelian's eyes turned slightly red. He had no spouse or children, and had always treated Lin Chi like his own nephew. He never expected that Lin Chi remembered his kindness. Now he felt like his child was growing up. Ruelian wiped his face with his hand, his voice trembling slightly. "All right, Uncle will take it. I won't hold you and Brother Feng back." Seeing him accept the materials, Lin Chi was satisfied. That's right. Years ago, Lin Feng, Ruelian, and Red were brothers in the same mercenary group. Ruelian's talent was far less than Lin Feng's, at best comparable to Red's. Red was able to become a 5-star magic card master purely because of his obsession. People with strong beliefs often achieve great things, and clearly, he did. If Ruelian hadn't had a lucky encounter, he would probably have been stuck at 4 stars for his whole life. Now, with these materials, his path is broader. After handing the materials to Ruelian, Lin Chi remembered what was happening in the backyard and became curious. What's so secretive? Did Dad slack off again and hide in the backyard to relax? Originally, Lin Chi strode confidently into the backyard. But as soon as he crossed the threshold, he suddenly recoiled as if burned, quickly sticking to the wall and peeking with half an eye into the yard. Wow, why is she here? In the open space in the center of the yard, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged, practicing cultivation. A faint wave of source energy surrounded him, showing he was focused on his training. But in front of him, there was a stunning figure. It is not someone else, but Fiona, the person in charge of Wanka Pavilion in Stone Iron City. Fiona is wearing a close-fitting purple long dress that highlights her graceful figure. She sits elegantly cross-legged on a cushion in front of Lin Feng, holding a small incense burner and gently fanning him with a decorated fan to keep away mosquitoes. Looking at Lin Feng, he appears serious with his eyes closed, but Lin Chi, who has been clever and cautious since childhood, knows things are not that simple. After a while, he notices Lin Feng glancing at Fiona from the corner of his eye, even his ears turning slightly red. This woman is definitely trying to dad with tricks, Lin Chi mutters silently, then feels regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have interfered when his father was flirting with the widow Wang next door. Although she is fiery, she is simple-minded. Unlike Fiona, who seems to have a purpose. He quietly steps forward, thinking of going in to send the suspicious woman away, but then he calms down. No, I can't do that. Fiona is recognized as the most beautiful woman in Stone Iron City. Dad used to peek at Wanka Pavilion from time to time. If I chase her off, it would hurt his fragile heart. Lin Chi peeks through her in the wall, carefully observing and weighing the danger of the situation. I'm no longer the helpless person without a birth card like I was before, and Dad isn't the same discouraged mercenary he used to be. There's no need to be overly cautious around a woman who isn't even a card master. Plus, there's the Bishop of Western Australia watching over Stone Iron City. With him here, the Wanka Pavilion branch leader can't cause much trouble. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Dad is only 35, full of youth. Over the years, he hasn't dated anyone to protect my feelings. Maybe it's time for him to have a late-life romance, he considers. And since I am the one who can make cards, and the family source crystal cards are in my hands, Fiona can't get any advantage from Dad. On the contrary, Dad has always wanted a simple life, and maybe Fiona will even spend money on him. When Fiona discovered that her father was not a card maker, she abandoned him. Later, even if I am no longer in Stone Iron City and Fiona wants revenge, some bishops from the West Australia region can protect my father. Link knew that driving Fiona away would reduce many troubles. But over the years, Lin Feng had been very wronged. If there was a chance, he decided to let him enjoy some good food. Without disturbing these two thoughtful adults, he quietly turned around, tiptoed upstairs. Link sat at his desk, opened his diary, and took out the defense map of Showdown Mountain. Compared to Fiona's situation, he cared more about how to eliminate the bandits. Will the attack be at night? The bishop said Alicia would make a move, but who knows if Alicia will kill or just show force. I can't rely on others for this. I have to do it myself. He studied the defense map for a while, and a detailed assassination plan gradually formed in his mind. In 2 days, after the bandits at Showdown Mountain attack the town and fail, they will return to their base feeling very discouraged. That will be my best chance. Uncle Ruelian is an excellent archer, perfect for taking out the sentries. My father is a seasoned old mercenary, so sneaking and assassinating shouldn't be difficult for him. I also have the cunning vine demon for stealth attacks. Once I deal with the small minions, I can lead a direct attack on the scarred bandit leader. Link spent the whole morning studying this defense plan. Although he had never experienced war firsthand, as a young person immersed in Blue Star's rich history and culture, he knew many classic battles where the fewer defeated the more. The key to victory was always surprise attack and catching the enemy off guard. Fortunately, these bandits don't set up proper camps. Their houses are all dilapidated, so the smell of blood and noise probably won't spread. The more he thought about it, the more confident he became. His fingers moved quickly over the map, sketching out the plan. While Link was analyzing tactical details on the defense map, hurried footsteps came from the stairs, followed by 3 steady knocks on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Link, a slightly hoarse female voice called from outside. Feng is back? Link's eyes lit up. He was just thinking about whether to go to Wanka Pavilion to pick up some 1-star healing cards as backup. He didn't expect the messenger to arrive first. He quickly called out, "Come in." Maple Leaf pushed open the door, and a mixed scent of sweat hit her face. Lin Chi looked up and saw Maple Leaf's messy hair sticking to her forehead, her eyes dark and tired. She was dressed in a combat outfit covered in dust, clearly having rushed back quickly. "How many nights have you stayed up?" "It seems the Wild Wolf captain's injuries are worse than expected," he thought silently. Maple Leaf placed several boxes on the table, speaking hurriedly. "Lin Chi, I brought everything. Can you ask Master Lin Feng to start making the cards now?" Earlier, she saw Fiona happily talking with Lin Feng in the yard and was worried her healing card might be made later. "Don't worry, Maple Leaf. Rest somewhere in the city first. I'll have my dad make the cards now, and you can come back this afternoon." Hearing this, Maple Leaf's tense shoulders relaxed, and most of her fatigue disappeared. "Okay, I'll come back this afternoon." Lin Chi saw her go into a tavern downstairs. Then he stopped smiling and hurried upstairs. Card fusion, card fusion. I can finally fuse cards again. Since becoming a master of card control, Lin Chi's internal energy had become very full. Not fusing cards for a day made him feel uncomfortable. He used to feed wind chimes to drain his energy, but now he fed them twice a day and still had plenty left. so he needed to fuse cards to use it up. Let me see what healing cards Maple Leaf brought back. He rubbed his hands together eagerly and opened the wooden box. Inside, 4 stacks of cards were neatly arranged, each with 50 cards. Lin picked up the top stack. The cards had blurry holy light patterns, looking more like prayer charms. Praying mark? Can this thing heal injuries too? The first 3 stacks were all praying marks, but the last one looked more promising, called Healing Bell. Besides, in another wooden box, there were 21-star skeleton soldier cards, 10 green 2-star skeleton warrior cards. There was also a box with 10 source crystals quietly glowing with a beautiful purple light. Taking people's money to do work. Time to get started. He flipped his palm, and a fusion card appeared out of nowhere. Lin was very familiar with the rules for fusing 3-star cards. Without hesitation, he placed 50 praying marks on the fusion card. The next moment, the swirling vortex that appeared in the center of the fusion card instantly swallowed all the cards. Lin immediately activated his internal energy and mental strength, pouring them in. The vortex spun faster and faster, causing tiny energy ripples in the surrounding air. When nearly 20% of his internal energy was drained, a soft blue light suddenly lit up inside the vortex, and a new card slowly floated out. Healing card, Divine Blessing star level, 3 stars quality. Blue description, summons a concentrated and stable pillar of holy light at a designated spot. Those bathed in the light will heal their physical wounds and recover 50% of their mental strength. It also continuously suppresses and burns undead creatures, while dispelling gloom, darkness, fog, and low-level curses. Sounds pretty good, but can this healing effect really work? Thinking of the customer's benefit, Lin picked up another stack of healing bells. This card is called Healing, so it should have a strong healing effect. Soon, as the vortex appeared again, another blue card floated out. Healing card, Sacred Bell sound star level, 3 stars quality. Blue attributes, light/sound description. Activates the card by shaking the bell made of holy light, producing a melodious and sacred tune. It releases 3 slow-spreading healing sound waves centered on the user. These waves moderately heal all friendly units along the path and relieve fatigue and mental pain. Another attribute added, and it's a group healing card too. Lin looked at the 2 cards, feeling a bit conflicted. Since Sacred Bell sound is a group healing, maybe its effect is weaker than single-target healing like Divine Blessing. After thinking for a moment, Lin decided to give Divine Blessing to Maple Leaf. Based on his past gaming experience, single-target healing usually works better than group healing. After all, enjoying the benefits alone is better than sharing a big pot of food, and you get to eat more. Half of my energy remains. I'll keep merging. He continued to fuse the remaining 2 stacks of cards, resulting in 2 more healing cards. Divine Blessing. Only then did Lin feel his energy running out. Phew, he staggered back to his bed and took out the giant source crystal the bishop had given him from under his pillow. Lin quickly entered a cultivation state. In the past, when he was a 2-star card apprentice, with the help of source crystals, he could recover his energy in about 10 minutes. Now that he has broken through as a 3-star card master, his internal energy storage limit has increased more than 3 times. Even with plenty of source crystals, it still takes half an hour to fully recover his energy. All afternoon, Lin was immersed in training. During this time, he fed the wind chime cat some source energy again, merging the skeleton cards, which used up all his energy. He then continued with a second round of training. Lin, are you there? A hurried shout came from downstairs. Maple Leaf was standing anxiously at the door of the Wonderful Tales shop, pacing back and forth. She was originally resting at the tavern, but after closing her eyes for less than 2 hours, she saw Lin Feng and Fiona sitting together, drinking and chatting happily. Seeing this scene, her heart nearly jumped into her throat. Lin Feng was not at home making cards, but was out drinking. Had the healing card he commissioned been completed? Maple Leaf didn't dare to go forward and ask directly. Mercenaries usually have a habit, they only communicate with their clients. She hurried over to inquire. Coming. Lin finished packing his cards and walked downstairs cheerfully. Big Sister Maple Leaf, you came quite early. Seeing her anxious expression, he immediately guessed her concern and handed her a card glowing with a gentle blue light. Big Sister Maple Leaf, is this what you need? As soon as the blue card was handed over, her gaze fixated on it, unable to look away. Her tense heart finally relaxed. As expected, Lin Feng really is a card master. I'm glad I wasn't fooled. Maple Leaf excitedly took the card and bowed to Lin Shi respectfully. Lin Shi, our Wild Wolf mercenary group will remember this kindness. If you or Master Lin Feng ever need anything, just ask. You're too kind, big sister Maple Leaf. Lin Shi smiled and waved his hand. He was just doing business. As long as the buyer paid, he wouldn't owe anything. By the way, big sister Maple Leaf, can I go back to the mercenary group with you? Fearing she might have other thoughts, Lin Shi added, honestly, I've never seen the effect of a 3-star healing card. I'd like to see it. That, Maple Leaf was stunned. Their mercenary group had never allowed outsiders. Lin Shi is just a young boy, looks innocent, with no bad intentions. Plus, if we build a good relationship with him, it will be easier to have Master Lin Feng make cards for us in the future. After thinking carefully, Fengya agreed happily. Of course, that's fine. However, our mercenary group is stationed outside the Iron Mine Mountains. If you leave today, you'll probably need to stay overnight at the camp. Do you think Master Lin Feng will agree? He will definitely agree. When Lin Shi heard they could go to the Iron Mine Mountains, he was very excited. Afraid that Fengya might change his mind, he quickly ran inside the house. I'll leave a note, and we can leave right away. He found a piece of rough paper in the drawer and drew a simple picture with a few strokes. It showed a small person opening a door, with a curved moon drawn nearby, then a round sun further away, and finally his name, Lin Shi. The message roughly said, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back tomorrow. This was the only way he could think of because Lin Feng couldn't read many big characters. Learning to recognize characters by pictures was much easier than trying to read. To handle urgent matters, the father and son came up with this method. Done, he placed the note on a visible spot on the counter, then turned to shout outside. Wait for me 2 more minutes, I just need to grab a few things, and then we'll go. Before he finished speaking, he hurried upstairs. Fengya held the card deck, listening to the hurried sounds inside the house, and couldn't help but smile. Burning trap, sound and light explosion, exploding fireball. Lin Shi packed all the cards from the box into his storage card. These were essential for self-defense. At the city gate of Stone Iron City, the setting sun painted the walls in warm gold. Lin Shi was riding his horse behind Fengya, feeling very excited. Since he was a child, he often heard Lin Feng talk about life in the mercenary group. The mercenaries in the shop came and went constantly. But besides the abandoned mine and the outskirts of Black Wind Forest, he had never been anywhere else, let alone joined a mercenary group. Maybe because he was the little king of Stone Iron City when he was young, Lin Feng was afraid he would run around with a bunch of half-grown kids. To keep him safe, he often scared him with stories. He said, outside the city, the green-haired wolves are bigger than calves, with sharp teeth that can bite through stones, and they only eat disobedient children. That scared Lin Shi quite a bit. Although he was very curious about this world, he also felt fear because this wasn't a fairy tale. Outside, there were beasts more terrifying than the wild animals on Blue Star in his previous life. But now, things are different. Lynch is already a 3-star MasterCard user with 3 powerful cards. His real strength is comparable to a 5-star. He is worried because he has 100 sealed cards, but no place to use them. If he really encounters a pack of blue-haired wolves, it would be a perfect opportunity to use his beast cards. Outside the city gate, a man in a guard uniform saw Maple Leaf and immediately smiled as he approached. Vice Captain Maple Leaf, are you returning to the mercenary group, Hans? Maple Leaf was a bit surprised to see him. Isn't this your rest week? Why are you still on duty? Hi. A brother in the team has a family emergency, so I'm filling in. We're all neighbors in Stone Iron City. Helping each other is what we do. Hans smiled kindly, but secretly glanced at Lynch behind Maple Leaf. This young man looks unfamiliar. Is he from your mercenary group? Our mercenary group isn't that lucky. This is Master Feng's son, Maple Leaf explained with a smile. Since you work in the city, you must have heard of Master Feng, right? Oh, so he's the master's son. No wonder he has such a noble bearing. Hans kept smiling as he moved the city gate barriers aside for the two. Hans, Lynch, riding his horse, followed behind Maple Leaf without saying a word. When he looked back at Hans, his eyes showed a hint of curiosity. He remembered Jack once said that Red had a subordinate guarding the city gate, and this guard seemed a bit eager towards him. But that doesn't matter. With the Wild Wolf mercenary group around, the bandits of Stone Iron Mountain wouldn't dare to come openly to the Iron Mine range. Of course, there's a possibility they might send someone to block Lynch halfway. If they really try to stop him, it would be just what he wanted. After leaving the city, the trees on both sides sped past. Maple Leaf controlled his horse's speed while explaining the mercenary group's situation to Lynch. Lynch, our Wild Wolf mercenary group, has been stationed outside the Iron Mine range for many years. We mainly caravans and gather minerals. Everyone in the group is experienced in battle. If you have any tasks, just come to us. Lynch listened carefully, thinking that being a mercenary was very versatile. As long as a task was issued, almost anything could be done. As the sky darkened, a line of lights appeared ahead. From a distance, dozens of tents were neatly set up at the foot of the mountain. Around the campfire, the cheerful laughter of mercenaries could be faintly heard. Here we are, this is our camp. Maple Leaf pulled on the horse's reins, speaking proudly. Vice Captain, seeing Maple Leaf return with people, everyone looked at him curiously. This is Lin Chi, son of Master Lin Feng, Maple Leaf introduced. Son of Lin Feng, no wonder he looks different. The group started talking, and the mercenaries became friendly, stepping forward to greet him. Hello, everyone. Lin Chi smiled and responded to each greeting. Let's go, Lin Chi. I'll take you to your place first. Okay, Lin Chi nodded. Soon, Maple Leaf led him to a clean tent. Lin Chi, you'll stay here tonight. The bedding inside is all new. If you need anything, just call me. The inside of the tent was tidy and clean, with soft beast hide mats, much more comfortable than he expected. Big Sister Maple Leaf, let's try the healing card now. If there's any problem, I can ask my father to help again. Hearing this, Maple Leaf nodded. Then you can look around here. I'll go ask the captain and come back soon. After Maple Leaf left, Lin Chi also stepped out of the tent and wandered around the camp. The evening breeze carried the scent of grass, trees, and fire. The steady, orderly footsteps of patrolling mercenaries sounded different from the free and relaxed image he had of mercenary groups. The mercenary camp is definitely more organized than the bandits at Stone Iron Mountain. My dad once said the leader of the Wild Wolf group is a reserve knight of the royal city. It seems the rumors might be true. Lin Chi headed toward the brightest fire. He saw 7 or 8 mercenaries gathered together. A half-lean sheep was roasting over the fire, sizzling and dripping oil onto the hot coals, making a crackling sound. The aroma drifted with the wind. Although the green-leaf sheep was a low-level beast, its meat wasn't as bad as other beast meats. Especially when roasted with a bit of salt, it was quite tasty. Is that Lin Chi? Could it be the smell brought him over? Ha ha. The mercenaries burst into hearty laughter, clearly joking around to add some flavor to their dull lives. Lin Chi didn't hesitate and laughed along. Honestly, I was really drawn in by the smell. I brought some seasonings and beer. If a few of the uncles don't mind, shall we have a small drink together? Beer? Everyone's eyes lit up at the mention of alcohol. In the Lava Kingdom, a country with a warm climate all year round, storing large amounts of beer is very difficult. They can only enjoy a drink when they return from shopping. Recently, Feng has been busy collecting card-making materials, and they haven't had a drink for many days. Come on, sit down. A bearded old mercenary pushed aside a young man nearby. Ha ha ha, the old drinker moves quickly. Isn't he afraid Bob will go tell the captain? Bob is just occupying space and not helping. He should have moved aside long ago. Bob scratched the back of his head and smiled honestly. It's okay, my master is right. Lin Chi glanced at Bob, feeling a bit surprised. Why does this guy seem like a typical anime hero? Even though he's bullied by the old mercenary, he remains cheerful. His silly smile is infectious. If he had a bit more reckless energy, he would be a perfect hero type. Young Master Lin, the seat is reserved for you. Please take out the wine. The old drinker stared intently at Lin Chi. Although he had no hostility, his strong presence made Lin Chi feel like he was being watched by a hungry wolf. Lin Chi secretly thought, this old mercenary has such a powerful aura. Let's go, Lin Chi. I'll help you carry the wine. Bob stepped forward with a friendly smile. No need, I'll do it here. Everyone looked surprised. He took out a card, and a flash of light appeared. A half-meter-tall wooden barrel materialized in front of him. Storage card. Did Lin Feng really become a card maker? Someone whispered in amazement. Most of the mercenaries present were old mercenaries. Some had even been in the same mercenary group as Lin Feng before, so they knew him well. As mercenaries, they lived day by day on the edge of danger. They earned money quickly, but also spent it just as fast. None of them were wealthy. A storage card usually costs at least 100,000 KON, and such items are not sold in Ironstone City. Now that Lin Feng's son has one, it's clear that the rumors of him being taken as a disciple by a master card maker are probably true. 6 years ago, Lin Feng was still in the mercenary group. No one expected that after 6 years, we would still be mercenaries, and he had grown so much that we couldn't catch up. Everyone was full of emotion. Compared to their feelings, the old drinker didn't care much. His eyes were only on the wine. Gulp, gulp, gulp. His loud drinking quickly woke everyone up. Old drinker, save some for us. Realizing what was happening, everyone rushed to grab the wine. The old drinker truly lives up to his nickname. In just a short time, he had already drunk a third of the barrel. Ugh! He let out a long burp, still looking like he wasn't satisfied. That was so good. It's been a long time since I drank such flavorful beer. He was about to dip his head into the barrel again. Bob, hold him back. That's our wine. Master, don't be reckless. Bob was quick to act, grabbing the old drinker's waist. Master, share a cup with everyone, and the rest is yours, okay? The old drinker was furious, frowning and struggling to break free. You unfilial disciple. Why don't you stop them or me? Lin Chi watched this scene with a smile. He finally understood why Lin Feng and Reilian always missed their past life as mercenaries. The noisy but trusting relationships were truly precious. While everyone was fighting over the remaining wine, suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded outside the camp. Wolf pack attack. Everyone be careful. The alarm was like a splash of cold water, waking the old drinker instantly. The other mercenaries also put away their smiles, quickly grabbed their weapons, and prepared for battle. Wolf pack. Lin Chi's heart tightened. He didn't expect to encounter this right after arriving. Bob, stay here and protect our guests. Everyone else, follow me, the old drinker shouted loudly, rushing toward the camp entrance. Don't worry, master. Bob quickly took out a card. A flash of light appeared, and a shining mercenary sword appeared in his hand. Bob, let's go help too. Lin Chi looked at the line of torches ahead, feeling eager. Since awakening his main card, he hadn't truly tested his limits. Now was a rare opportunity. Bob looked serious and carefully scanned the darkness around him. No, the wolf pack is very clever. If the defenses are broken, it will be too dangerous for us to retreat. Feeling Bob's 2-star card user's energy fluctuations, Lynch felt a bit helpless. Who is protecting whom here? Just as Lynch was thinking, a strong wind suddenly blew, and several dark shadows swooped down from above. Be careful, Bob shouted loudly. Then he swung his sword and leapt up. The sword flashed, and a dark shadow screamed as it fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Is that a black-beaked crow? Lynch had seen this card beast in the Lava Church's bestiary. This type of card beast usually feeds on corpses and rotten meat. It rarely attacks living creatures first. Why is it here now? The wolf pack had just arrived, attracting all the mercenaries, and now they were under attack. Lynch frowned slightly and suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be Hans, the guard at the city gate? He might have told Red about my whereabouts, and they want to catch me in the chaos. The thought was terrifying. Lynch's mind moved, and a card quietly appeared in his hand. If it's a controlled card beast, the controller must be nearby. In the darkness, a few vines silently extended from the grass, reaching toward the shadows to the west. The strange movement of the vines made his eyes turn cold. There's definitely something going on. He deliberately pretended to be frightened by the card beast, staggering toward the shadows on the west side. Lynch, come back quickly. Bob thought Lynch was scared out of his wits and shouted for him to return, but Lynch ignored him. In the shadows, 3 pairs of eyes stared fixedly at Lynch, full of excitement like prey caught. Just as they were about to attack, Lynch suddenly felt numb in his legs, and sharp pain shot from his ankles. What is that thing? Not good. It's not poison. Lynch's face showed a faint smile. The neurotoxin of the evil vine demon is fully activated, and it can numb most people. He turned and walked into the grass. Soon after, when he reappeared, Lynch was holding a blood-stained long sword and 5 white cards. A 3-star master of the card control, 2 card apprentices. With this lineup, They dare to come and catch me. As the two card users died, the two iron-beaked crows circling in the sky suddenly stopped attacking and awkwardly hovered in place. Soon after, the two crows flew into the night and disappeared from sight. Watching this scene, Lynch had a realization. So that's how it works. After a card master dies, if the summoned beast is still outside, it will regain its freedom. Lynch, are you okay? Bob hurried over in 2 quick steps, scanning Lynch from head to toe. When his gaze landed on the long sword dripping with blood beads, a look of surprise flashed across his face. I'm fine, just some small minions, Lynch said casually, flicking the blood beads off the sword into the grass. Small minions? Bob looked at the bloodstains on the ground and soon saw 3 bodies lying in the grass. Each had a precise blood hole in the chest, clearly pierced through with a sword, leaving no room for struggle. He gasped in shock. This swordsmanship is incredible. Bob considered himself a seasoned 2-star card user, but if he faced 3 opponents at once, he wouldn't be able to cut them down cleanly. Escaping unscathed would be a blessing. Swordsmanship? Lynch paused at the words. He didn't understand much about swordsmanship. He just took the opportunity while the neurotoxin of the cunning vine demon paralyzed the enemy to land a finishing. He didn't want to explain further. He raised his hand and patted Bob's arm. Let's go, Bob. We need to support everyone. Bob snapped out of his shock and didn't refuse again. After witnessing Lynch's skills, he realized this young man was far from the useless card boy rumors. All right, let's quickly tell the master and others about this. How? Outside the camp, the wild wolf mercenaries were already fighting the blue-haired wolf pack. To Lynch's surprise, none of these mercenaries used their main cards. Everyone held a mercenary sword, and their moves were perfectly synchronized, working together seamlessly. When the blue-haired wolves launched their charge, the frontline mercenaries drew their swords simultaneously, forming an impenetrable barrier of sword light. When the wolves' claws reached out, they were cut off instantly. After the charge, the frontline mercenaries quickly swapped positions with their comrades behind, catching their breath and reorganizing without any injuries throughout the fight. Lynch watched with bright eyes. Using battle formations to coordinate instead of fighting alone, although less explosive than my main card, greatly reduces mistakes and keeps my teammates safe. You also know about battle formations? Bob looked at him in surprise, not expecting the card maker's son to understand these battlefield tactics. I wouldn't say I know them well, but I've seen similar strategies before, Lin Shi replied vaguely. In his past life playing games, he had used formations like the swallowtail, the straight line, and the 8-trigram array. But he only knew what these formations did. Since the computer arranged the troops for him, he wouldn't be able to command hundreds of soldiers to set up formations in real life. Bob, why are you here? A rough, hoarse voice came from behind as the old drunkard, carrying a bloodstained sword, stepped back from the front line. Master, 3 members of the Black Wind mercenary group sneaked into the camp, but Lin Shi killed them. I'm worried there might be more of them, so I came to tell you. Black Wind mercenary group? The old drunkard's face darkened instantly. I knew those green-haired wolves suddenly attacked the camp. It was Johnson's old trick, luring us away with wolves so they could sneak in and attack the leader. What? The Black Wind mercenary group? Aren't they here to catch my bandit friends from Iron Mountain? Lin Chi was confused. He thought Bob had misunderstood, so he asked, Uncle, why are you so sure it's the Black Wind mercenary group? The old drunkard explained in a deep voice. In the entire Iron Mountain range, only Johnson from the Black Wind mercenary group has a 2-star beast tamer card with the green-haired wolf king. No one else can command so many green-haired wolves. He paused, then suddenly looked at Lin Chi. The people you killed, did they have iron-beak crows with them? Lin Chi nodded, understanding completely now. It turned out to be a feud between 2 mercenary groups. He had just stumbled into the conflict by accident and was mistaken for an enemy. I guess I'm not important enough for anyone to send an assassin after me. The old drunkard's gaze swept through the chaotic wolf pack, his brow tightening more and more. Without a wolf king to command, the wolves would just run around aimlessly. But now, their attack was well organized, so the wolf king must be controlling them from behind. Bob, can you use your main card to find the wolf king's location? I'll try. Bob took out a green card with a serious look. Lin Chi stood beside him, able to clearly see the card's appearance. The card features a vividly drawn eye. What's this card? As soon as he spoke, the card suddenly emitted a gentle glow. Bob quickly closed his left eye. When he opened it again, the eye had changed. The pupil had become a vertical slit, and the white part of the eye was a faint yellow-brown, sharp as an eagle's eye, as if it could see through darkness. This is Bob's special card, Eagle Eye. It can see things we can't normally see. The old drunkard explained proudly. In the dark, human eyes can't see well, but Bob's eye has saved us many times from danger. Lynch was completely surprised. This was the first time he saw a card that directly affected a body part. The card system on the source card continent was more amazing than he had imagined. We found it. In the grass northwest, Bob suddenly shouted loudly, his slit eye locking onto a direction. The old drunkard looked where Bob pointed, his expression serious. Everyone listen up. Change the formation and move toward the wolf pack. Yes, the mercenaries responded together. Their tight defense formation quickly shifted, like a sharp spear, rushing toward the weak spot of the wolves. The old drunkard patted Bob on the shoulder and looked at Lynch. You guys wait here. I'll go deal with the Wolf King. Before he finished speaking, he drew his sword and rushed into the darkness, quickly disappearing into the grass. Lynch watched the soldiers working together in the firelight, feeling something in his heart. This is a mercenary group. Everyone has their place, and no one can be missing. Suddenly, Lynch remembered something and warned, by the way, Bob, don't you need to send someone to protect the leader? Those 3 assassins might just be scouts. Maybe more dangerous people have already reached the leader's tent. Bob calmly shook his head. With the vice leader and others here, the leader will be safe. Oh no. The sacred blessing in Maple Leaf's hands. Lynch suddenly remembered. Besides exploring the Iron Mountain Range, his main goal was to see the effect of the sacred blessing himself. He still had 2 more, but this healing card was a one-time use. It cost at least 50,000 Con just for the basic price. He couldn't afford to use it. Bob, we're not much use here. Maybe we should go see the leader. If we don't see it with our own eyes, can you really be sure? Well, Bob hesitated. Last time, the leader was injured because the Black Wind mercenaries ambushed us in the dark. He wasn't nearby, which is why he got badly hurt. He paused for a moment, then nodded quickly. You're right. Let's go now. The 2 hurried toward the leader's tent. As they got close, they heard loud fighting inside. Lynch and Bob looked at each other. Sure enough, there are others. They rushed inside immediately. Inside the tent, 2 groups were fighting. One group wore black armor. These were clearly members of the Black Wind mercenaries. The others wore blue chest armor. They were the Wild Wolf mercenaries. Lynch looked around and pulled Bob into a corner. That must be the Wild Wolf. He saw Feng guarding a man wrapped in bandages from the waist up. The man was badly hurt, but still radiated a strong presence. Like a wounded Wolf King, glaring at his enemies and ready to strike back at any moment. Dinar, why isn't your boss here? Is he already dead? The Wild Wolf's voice was hoarse, but full of sharp mockery. Dinar, the leader of the black-armored mercenaries and vice-leader of the Black Wind mercenaries, sneered arrogantly. Wild Wolf, our leader and his men are outside clearing out your troops. You won't get to see him personally, so I can kill you now. Before he finished, he suddenly raised his hand. A green glowing card appeared in his palm. In the next second, the ground inside the tent trembled violently. Gravel fell, and a small, calf-sized yellowish card beast burst out from underground, its sharp claws shining coldly in the torchlight. Is that a shattered rock fierce mouse? Lynch exclaimed in surprise. He was very familiar with this card beast. He had fused 2 of them himself and sold them to Lin Feng for 12,500 Con. He didn't expect to see one again so soon, especially in such a scene. This card beast's destructive power is a bit beyond what I expected. Previously, he thought that even if Wind Chime Cat couldn't defeat the Broken Rock Fierce Mouse, it could hold out for a while. But after seeing the sharp, curved claws about 30 centimeters long and the earth element source energy surrounding the beast, Lin Chi completely gave up that idea. The Wild Wolf also suddenly understood when it saw this beast. So that's why you can sneak into the camp quietly. He had been confused earlier because the camp was backed by mountains, with watchtowers at the main entrance and patrols on both sides. How did the enemy break through the defenses? Dinar, don't think you can beat me just because you have beast cards. Maple Leaf stepped forward. As the vice leader of the mercenary group, she and Dinar were old rivals. Haha, Dinar smirked with disdain. Maple Leaf, you probably don't know how powerful my beast is. I can tell you, even though the Broken Rock Fierce Mouse is a 2-star beast card, its fighting strength is no less than a 3-star. Perfect. Then let's see how this 3-star card in my hand works. Maple Leaf flipped her wrist, and a blue glow flashed, summoning a long sword in her hand. Illusionary longsword. Dinar's confident face instantly darkened. Everyone knew about the 3-star blue card appearing in Ironstone City. He had also participated in that auction. Unfortunately, after buying the Broken Rock Fierce Mouse, his funds were very limited. Their leader was a stingy person who refused to spend a coin, waiting outside for Maple Leaf to succeed before intercepting her. As expected, both mercenary groups suffered losses. The Wild Wolf was badly injured, and Black Wind was probably not much better. As Dinar just said, their leader was out killing people, but Lin Chi thought he was just talking nonsense. Just as tensions rose, Dinar suddenly changed the subject. Maple Leaf, I heard you've been busy in New Shine City these past 2 days. You haven't had time to visit the Wondertail shop during those 2 business days, right? Maple Leaf's brow furrowed, feeling uneasy. What do you mean? Yeah, what does that mean? Lin Chi also looked confused. I didn't sell any 3-star blue cards during those 2 days. But Dinar, with his confident look, must have some other secret plan, right? Suddenly, Lin Chi's heart sounded an alarm, an instinctive reaction to danger. During those 2 days, the cards I sold were. In an instant, Lin Chi's pupils shrank. Run away. He quickly grabbed Bob and turned to run out of the tent. Lynch remembered that although the 2 cards sold earlier were not very high in star level, they were extremely powerful. There was a 2-star magic card called Burning Trap and a 1-star magic card called Sound and Light Explosion. These cards are weak alone, but if they are detonated together, the consequences could be terrible. Lynch, why are you running? Bob was pulled so hard he staggered and didn't understand why. He still wanted to protect the team leader. Seeing Bob stop outside the tent and not run further, Lynch let go of his arm and ran quickly himself. As Bob looked on in shock, the tent behind suddenly burst into a blinding white light, brighter than the midday sun. Then, a deafening explosion echoed across the camp. Boom! A strong shockwave flipped the tent over instantly, and dust and stones flew everywhere. Lynch stumbled and fell to the ground, his head ringing from the loud noise. After about 10 seconds, he finally regained his senses and looked back at the scene of destruction. The original tent was now a blazing fire, flames from the burning trap licking the ground, and the aftershock of the sound and light explosion made many people cover their ears and roll on the ground. The mercenaries of Black Wind and Wild Wolf were all disheveled and looked very miserable. Bob was somewhat lucky. Lynch had pulled him out of the explosion zone, but he was still lying on the ground and couldn't get up for a while. This power, at least 10 sound and light explosions, 5 burning traps. Lynch took a deep breath, full of doubt. I clearly sold these cards to different people, so how did they all end up in Dinar's hands? While Lynch was shocked by the incredible power of the cards he made, the ground moved again. The figure of a broken rock ferret burst out of the fire, its yellowish fur blackened by smoke, but still lively. Dinar was hiding behind the card beast and emerged unscathed. He actually used the broken rock ferret to dig a hole as a hiding spot. This Dinar is really a genius. Lynch suddenly understood. He had to admit, Dinar's move was really ruthless and clever. Ha! Seeing the fallen figures around him, Dinar couldn't hold back anymore and laughed wildly. Wild Wolf, Maple Leaf, you didn't expect this, did you? Your 3-star blue card and this camp are all mine now. I, Dinar, will become the only leader of the Ironstone City mercenary group. Maple Leaf was half kneeling in the raging fire, her chest heaving violently, blood constantly dripping from the corner of her mouth. Yet she still struggled to stand and look toward the direction of the Wild Wolf. Leader, are you okay? The Wild Wolf was protected beneath her, with more blood seeping from his bandages, but he hadn't sustained new injuries. He tremblingly raised his head, the glow of the flames reflecting on his pale face, but his eyes were unusually sharp. Cough, cough. So, Black Wind is dead, right? Dinar's smile froze on his face. Then he sneered and admitted, so what? That old guy should have stepped down long ago. That's good. After receiving the confirmation, the Wild Wolf sighed in relief. He raised his hand, a card shimmering with gentle gold light quietly blooming in his palm. In the next second, a burst of holy light suddenly erupted, forming a pillar of light that enveloped the wild wolf. The wounds on his body healed at a visible speed, and his pale face gained some color. Dinar's face turned pale with shock. "You actually have a healing card." The gentle healing light receded like a tide, and the fierce wounds on the wild wolf's body disappeared without a trace. Even the old scars embedded in his flesh became barely visible. He supported himself with his fingertips, bones creaking as he slowly stood up. The aura around him suddenly surged, becoming as heavy as a mountain. The oppressive feeling was completely different from his previous appearance of being gravely injured. Leader, Maple Leaf and several loyal mercenaries clenched their fists tightly, their voices trembling with excitement. Lynch outside the tent's heartbeat was also pounding like a drum. But his excitement wasn't because the wild wolf had recovered, but because of the healing card. This healing card's effect, it's almost like full health on the spot. Lynch restrained his urge to clenched fists and stared intently inside the tent. "Dinar, you betrayed the trust of the mercenary group. Today, I will clear out Black Wind for good." The wild wolf's voice was low but carried a decisive killing intent. Dinar's face instantly turned as dark as a pot's bottom. The wild wolf's recovery far exceeded his expectations. But he still pretended to be calm, clutching onto a last shred of hope, and roared, "No one can lift Black Wind's curse. Break the rock rat. Tear him apart." As soon as the words fell, the fierce rock rat's yellowish fur muscles tensed, and its claws sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. Faced with this surprise attack, the wild wolf remained calm. With a flick of his fingertips, a blue glowing card appeared quietly. "Ice Prison." With his low shout, a chilling cold quickly spread inside the tent. In the next second, thick ice spikes burst from the ground, their tips carrying a fierce cold, accurately piercing the rock rat's body. Squeak! The sharp scream lasted only 5 breaths before the rock rat collapsed on the ground, its body rapidly frozen by frost. Rock rat! Dinar's pupils suddenly shrank, and his panic could no longer be hidden. He was unsure whether the wild wolf was truly healed or just pretending to be strong. "Wild wolf, today is your death day," Dinar roared loudly, throwing out a card burning with orange flames. But this was just a distraction. As soon as the flames flared up, he turned and ran. "Clown," the wild wolf sneered. A green light flashed in his palm, forming a cold-looking spear. Then, another green card merged into the spear, causing its tip to burst with dazzling sharpness. Clearly a skill card. "Traitor, die." The spear shot out with a whistling sound, like a green meteor, piercing through Dinar's armor and stabbing deeply into his chest. Dinar's eyes widened as he looked down at the spear in his chest. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he finally fell to the ground with a face full of regret. A 5-star card master had been so easily killed on the spot. Lin Chi was amazed. Using the spear as a javelin, that's a brilliant idea. Compared to Dinar, who had 5-star strength but such clumsy tactics. The wild wolf glanced at the soldiers pretending to be dead on the ground, but paid no attention. He walked straight to Maple Leaf, took a glowing potion from his pocket, and fed it to her. "Captain, are you really healed?" Maple Leaf asked weakly, her eyes full of worry. As one of the few who knew the truth, she understood better than anyone that the injuries on the wild wolf were not fatal. What was truly making him weaken over time was the curse of the Black Wind. The wild wolf nodded, speaking in a rare, gentle tone. "Don't worry. This healing card can remove curses. Rest for a few more days, and you'll fully recover." "That's great, Captain." Bob also hobbled over, his face full of relief and happiness after surviving the ordeal. "Bob, give the brothers some medicine to heal their wounds." "I'll go outside to check the situation," the wild wolf said in a deep voice. Despite the commotion caused by Dinar, no one came to support him. It was clear that the fight outside was intense. The wild wolf casually put on a coat and headed toward the camp gate, where Lin Chi was standing. "Is this the strength of Master Yuka?" Lin Chi thought, feeling amazed. He had thought that in a remote place like Stone Iron City, Master Yuka would only be slightly stronger than a 5-star card master. But the wild wolf's performance completely changed his view. Even though he only had secondary cards that were all white, his source energy reserve was far beyond that of a 5-star card master. Plus, Based on the feedback from the cards, his physical strength already surpassed that of low-level card beasts. Young man, you're quite talented. Are you interested in becoming a mercenary? The wild wolf asked, stopping in front of Lin Chi. His tone was still cold, but softer than when speaking to others. Perhaps that was just his personality. No, no. Compared to the danger of being a mercenary, I prefer to be a traveling merchant, Lin Chi said with a smile, waving his hand. Oh, the wild wolf looked surprised. He examined Lin Chi from head to toe, then slowly said, maybe an adventurer suits you better. Being a merchant is too exhausting. Don't waste your talent. After saying that, he patted Lin Chi on the shoulder and turned to leave quickly. Lin Chi's mind moved. It seems the source energy fluctuation I released when I pulled Bob away was noticed by the wild wolf. Yes. The wild wolf had indeed sensed his strength. He was a 3-star card master. At Lin Chi's age, probably no one in Stone Iron City had achieved this level. Even Bob, the most talented member of their mercenary group, became a 2-star card apprentice at 17. Even if he manages to upgrade his main card this year, he's still a step behind Lin Chi. Watching the wild wolf's figure disappear outside the camp, Lin Chi quickly walked over to Maple Leaf. Maple Leaf, don't you want to clean up Dinar's body? There might still be a blue card, he asked. Maple Leaf was bandaging her arm and replied without looking up, he probably doesn't have a blue card. Lin Chi looked confused. He killed the Black Wind leader, so he should have inherited that blue card. Maple Leaf looked at him and first seemed surprised, then smiled knowingly. Black Wind's blue card is a main card. Main cards are different from side cards. When a card master dies, their main card also disappears. Oh, I see. Lin Chi suddenly understood. That's why no one was interested in the cleanup scene. But the white cards others overlook are treasures in his eyes. He is currently studying how to combine cards of different attributes and needs many basic cards of various types for experiments. Ahem. Lin Chi cleared his throat and casually said, Maple Leaf, I'm just standing around with nothing to do. Maybe I can help clear the battlefield? Maple Leaf didn't expect Lin Chi to have this hobby, nor did she think he was interested in collecting corpses. His father is a card maker, so he wouldn't look down on those white or useless cards. In that case, thank you, young Master Lin Chi. No need to be polite. It's for everyone's benefit. Lin Chi rubbed his hands, already eyeing the bodies on the ground. A few minutes later, Lin Chi looked at the cards in his hand with a confused face. He had searched 3 bodies, Dinar and his 2 subordinates, and the best card he found was a mercenary sword. Small fireball, mercenary sword. He squatted on the ground, laughing and crying. No wonder no one wanted to pick them up. Turns out they're all poor guys. Lin Chi quickly dragged the 3 bodies outside the camp to an open space, then turned to help Bob put out the remaining fire and repair the damaged tent. Honestly, your leader hid pretty well. He has 2 blue cards. Lin Chi was talking while pulling at the tent fabric. Bob had just moved a stone to weigh down the tent and looked confused. Our leader only has 1 blue card. Where did 2 come from? Huh? Lin Chi paused his actions and looked at him. I saw the wolf leader use an ice magic card just now. Plus, his main blue card is 1. So isn't that 2? Oh, I see what you mean now. Bob finally understood and realized Lin Chi had misunderstood. Our team leader's main card is of green quality, the same as the long spear just thrown. What? Lin Chi's eyes widened in surprise. He had always thought that the spear was just an ordinary green secondary card and never considered it as a main card. But if the Wild Wolf leader didn't upgrade to a blue main card, how did he break through the card master level? Hearing this, Lin Chi realized he had asked a bit recklessly. The process of advancing as a card master isn't something you can easily inquire about. I was just asking out of curiosity, nothing more. Bob didn't think there was anything wrong. Instead, he felt Lin Chi's curiosity was just like his own when he first joined the mercenary group. He pressed the stone slab into the corner of the tent and squatted beside him. To become a card master, you don't necessarily need a blue main card. But having a blue main card greatly increases the chances of breaking through. To make sure Lin Chi understood, Bob gave a simple example. For example, a card master with a white quality main card might have a source power cap of only 50. To become a card master, you need at least 80 source power. A white secondary card can add 1 point of source power. If a 5-star card master has 5 white secondary cards, that totals 5 points. Reaching 55, still not enough to break through. A green main card can add 5 points, So 5 of those add up to 25. Adding that to 50 gives 75, still below the threshold. But if his main card is of green quality, the source power cap is 55. Plus, the secondary cards add 25, totaling exactly 80, allowing him to break through. Of course, if all your secondary cards are blue, then you get 50 points. Even with a white main card, you could then break through. Lin Chi listened, stunned, his mind racing. Is that really how it works? His father and Reilian had started with white-quality main cards and later upgraded to green. Lin Chi's previous teacher, Lin Feng, had said that card masters who join the mercenary group for a few years usually have a chance to upgrade their cards. So, most card masters in Stone Iron City have green main cards. According to Bob's explanation, does that mean as long as you gather 5 secondary cards, you can break through to become a card master? Although Wankage doesn't have blue cards, there are plenty of green ones. Just save some money and buy a few green cards, and you can break through. Then why are there only a handful of card masters in Stone Iron City? Seeing Lin Chi's face grow more confused, Bob smiled and said, "Don't overthink it. I'm talking about theoretical values. The limit of source power depends not only on the card, but also on the talent and compatibility of the card master. Most people understand cards at about level 20, and those with better talent can reach 30. So, to become a MasterCard user, you need talent, perseverance, and luck. Missing any one of these means failure." His words were like a bright light, and Lin Chi suddenly understood everything clearly. You're right. The main card is fixed, but people are alive. Some have quick minds and learn faster. Others work hard and can still succeed. Exactly. Bob nodded in agreement. That's what our team leader often tells me. Hard work can make up for lack of talent. Once his doubts were cleared, Lin Chi and Bob talked more easily. They discussed the training of card masters, adventures and funny stories from the mercenary group, card pairing skills, and their hopes for the future. The more they talked, the more they got along. Lin Chi looked at Bob, who was full of energy, and suddenly had an idea. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a charming smile. This guy looks just like a hero from an anime with endless potential. And there's also Alicia, the talented daughter of the city lord in Shirtai City. Am I somehow transported into a story or script? Lin Chi moved closer to Bob and nudged him with his elbow. Bob, do you know Miss Alicia from the city lord's family? Bob nodded, looking at him confused. Yeah, I know. She's the only daughter of the city lord. I even escorted her to New Yao City before. Do you like her? Lin Chi asked with a teasing smile. Bob looked puzzled but shook his head quickly. When I escorted her, I often heard her talking with her maid about changing the color of her beast's skin or how to take care of her hair. She seemed pretty childish, so I didn't like her much. Lin Chi nodded in agreement. He also thought Alicia didn't seem like a card master or someone with clever plans. Last time, he brought her some pink fluorescent stones. Alicia went to a beauty contest and got 3rd place. When she returned, she stood right outside his house. She didn't say why or what she wanted, just stood there looking unapproachable. Lin Chi hid upstairs all afternoon, not daring to make a sound or even go to the bathroom. Oh, you don't like childish things? Lin Chi stretched out his tone and stared at him intently. Then you probably like mature and steady Sister Maple, right? Caught so straightforwardly, Bob's face suddenly turned bright red, and he started to stammer. And no, don't say nonsense. I didn't. Lin Chi widened his eyes. Wow, you really like Sister Maple. Sure. Bob was so scared his soul seemed to fly away. He quickly covered Lin Chi's mouth and looked around nervously. Keep your voice down. If others hear, they'll definitely laugh at me. Ugh. Lin Chi slapped away Bob's dirty hand and spat in disgust. What's there to laugh about? What's wrong with liking mature women? When I was a kid, I also liked the widow next door. Her son is a friend of mine from the same mountain. She doesn't mind, so what are you afraid of? He patted Bob on the shoulder, looking serious. So, don't care what others think. Be brave and pursue love. Okay, brother. Bob looked confused, scratching his head. He felt like being Lin Chi's brother might not be a good idea. Just then, the excited voice of Sister Maple came from outside the tent. Bob, Lin Chi, get ready to leave. We're heading to Black Wind Camp to collect the spoils. Spoli? Bob's eyes lit up. His previous embarrassment was forgotten instantly. He grabbed Lin Chi's wrist and rushed outside. Hurry up. If we go late, others will have taken all the good stuff. Hey, slow down. Lin Shi was pulled off balance. It's just spoils. What's so special about it? The Black Wind mercenary camp was also set up in the Iron Mine Mountains, but it was 20 miles away from the Wild Wolf camp. Lin Shi followed the mercenaries under the moonlight, running wildly. Halfway through, he suddenly realized, what am I doing following them? I'm not even part of the mercenary group. Even if I help seize the loot, I can't take anything. Don't worry, Bob called without looking back. You helped us out tonight and worked hard cleaning up the battlefield. You've earned a share. Sister Maple said this time. You're also entitled to a cut. Really? When he heard he could grab some stuff, Lin Shi's eyes immediately lit up. For a good merchant, buying low and selling high is the right thing to do. But the most profitable deal is always getting something for nothing. Lin Shi suddenly moved faster than Bob, rushing ahead of the team with great energy. Let's go. Everyone's enthusiasm was sparked, and they increased their speed, quickly reaching the camp. However, the Black Wind mercenary camp was already in chaos. Clearly, the defeated mercenaries had escaped early, taking many valuable items with them. These were ready to run from the start. Now, we've lost most of what we could seize, one mercenary said angrily, kicking a wooden post as he looked at the mostly empty tents. Don't be discouraged, everyone. Fengye's voice came at the right moment, calm and convincing. The Black Wind mercenary group has disbanded. From now on, only our Wild Wolf mercenary group is near Stone Iron City. More missions mean more long-term benefits, which are better than just taking a quick loot. As the deputy leader in charge of logistics, Fengye's words immediately lifted everyone's spirits, which had been low. Split up and search. Anything you find belongs to you, but no stealing from your teammates. Hearing this, Lin Shi grabbed Bob and ran into the camp. Bob, quickly use your special card to find the biggest tent. At night, in the dark, blindly searching was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But Bob's special card had night vision, so with him, they had a treasure-hunting radar that was 10 times more efficient than others. Leave it to me. Bob quickly activated his special card. His pupils turned into vertical slits, glowing faint green in the dark. After scanning the entire camp, he immediately pointed southwest. That way, the biggest tent must be the main tent of the Black Wind group. The two ran straight to the tent. To avoid disputes over stolen items, Lin Shi decisively said, Split up? Okay. Let's see who finds more. Bob charged into the tent. Lin Shi was also excited and entered the camp, summoning the Windbell cat. Little Windbell, you just smelled Denar's scent. Try to find the same smell. Meow, the Windbell cat obediently responded, flicking its tail and pacing inside the tent, its pink nose twitching constantly. But after only a few steps, it suddenly stopped, covering its nose with a paw and suddenly bending over to gag. Ugh! Lin Shi was so frightened that he quickly stepped forward. Fengling, what's wrong? Could there be poison in the camp? Mew! Fengling the cat let out a distressed cry. Lin Shi surprisingly understood what it meant. Are you saying the camp smells too bad, and you can't smell it? Mew! Fengling nodded and jumped out of the camp. Fengling? Lin Shi followed outside, but Fengling was no longer in sight. Meow! A cry came from the darkness. Lin Shi turned to look. He saw Fengling had run a short distance away and was signaling for him to follow. Lin Shi knew Fengling was very smart, but he had never seen it act like this before. Fengling, wait for me. Where are you going? Under the moonlight, Fengling's white fur shone brightly as it ran toward a small forest outside the camp. Lin Shi hurried after it. Soon, they both reached the small forest. Once there, Fengling stopped running and stood on a large rock, waiting for him. Pant, pant. Lin Shi was already out of breath, leaning on his knees to catch his breath. He had just run 20 miles from the wolf camp, and now after a sudden rush, even his enhanced body was feeling the strain. Meow! Fengling jumped down and used its tail to nudge Lin Shi's hand resting on his knee. Are you saying there's something under this rock? Fengling nodded. Meow! Lin Shi's eyes lit up. I knew it. That sneaky guy Dinar wouldn't hide real treasure on himself or in the camp. It makes sense to hide it somewhere secret like this. Looking at the large stone in front of him, Lin Shi pushed it, but it didn't move. Hellfire skeleton, it's your turn. A blue light flashed, and a 2.5-meter tall hellfire skeleton appeared with a loud bang. The ghostly flames burning on its bones were especially striking in the night. This huge stone didn't seem so big anymore in front of him. Bang! Without hesitation, the hellfire skeleton kicked the stone, sending it flying. The stone arced through the air and crashed into several small trees, making loud crashing sounds. Lin Feng jumped high and slapped the helmet of the Hellfire skeleton. Use your hands to push. Making such a big fuss. Are you afraid others won't know we're treasure hunting? The ghostly fire in the Hellfire skeleton's eyes flickered, but it made no other move. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. This is my main card too. Even the mysterious vine demon is clever, but you're more stiff than wood. Meow meow. The wind chime cat had already jumped to the ground, furiously digging at the spot where the large stone had pressed down. Soon, it dug a small hole, circling around it, urging Lin Feng to come over. Coming. Lin Feng quickly squatted down, inserting his fingers into the soft soil to dig. Before long, his fingertips touched something cold and hard. It was an iron box. Wow, there's really a treasure. Wind chime cat, you did a great job this time. The wind chime cat lifted its tail proudly, meowing happily. Hellfire skeleton, open this box and remember not to damage what's inside. Roar. With clear instructions, the Hellfire skeleton finally didn't make any mistakes. Its skeletal greatsword slowly slid down, the blade slicing through the iron box as easily as cutting paper, making a neat opening. Moonlight shone through the cut into the box. Lin Feng leaned in to look and gasped in shock. Inside the box was a dazzling layer of source crystals, glowing with a purple light that dazzled the eyes. Wow, there are over 20 source crystals. The entire stash of the Black Wind mercenary group must be here, right? Clattering. Lin Feng joyfully poured the source crystals onto the ground, a small pile of purple crystals shimmering enticingly in the moonlight. Huh? There's more stuff. He shook the empty box and found something seemed stuck inside, unable to come out. Hellfire skeleton, one more sword. The sword light flashed again, splitting the iron box into two halves. A smooth, white jade-like stone rolled out from inside, landing beside the pile of source crystals. What's this? Lin Feng picked up the stone. It felt warm and smooth, with a fine texture, definitely not an ordinary stone. Anything that can be stored with source crystals should be a treasure, right? Having learned from the fire crystal stone, Lin Feng was now especially sensitive to these unusual-looking stones. Let's try it. 100 Con isn't much. Without hesitation, he took out a sealing card. This is a new discovery made by Lynch. He found that he could learn about cards by merging them, but he was helpless when it came to real objects. However, sealing cards can turn real objects into cards, allowing Lynch to get information about them. I must say, this is his second proud skill. Seal, Lynch shouted softly, channeling his source power into the blank seal card in his hand. The card instantly glowed with a gentle, bright light. The light wrapped around a cold-looking crystal under the moonlight, and with each breath, the crystal shrank into a point of light, all absorbed into the card. The previously blank card now showed an image of a stone. Moonlight stone card description, a rare crystal containing pure moonlight energy. It has a smooth texture and stable energy, making it one of the key materials for advancing artifact and beast cards. Rating. It is said that each formed moonlight stone is a tear shed by the moon goddess. Since it's a tear, it probably tastes salty. Moonlight stone seems to be a high-level material, Lynch thought, his eyes brightening as he stored the card in his inventory. He then looked to a nearby open space. He saw the wind chime cat chasing a few fireflies. Its fluffy white fur shimmered with a silver edge under the moonlight. When it ran, the tiny bell on its tail occasionally jingled softly, especially clear at night. Watching this graceful little creature under the moon, Lynch suddenly had an idea. Since moonlight is Een, but in the source card continent's attribute system, there's no such thing as Een. Based on elemental traits, moonlight stones should lean toward water attributes, gentle and cool, or maybe even icy. My dad's burning wind knife, after advancing, has wind and fire attributes, thanks to the fire crystal. If I use moonlight stones to help the wind chime cat advance, could it break through its current attributes and become wind and ice dual attribute? He secretly made a note of this guess and decided to research it further after returning to the city tomorrow. Lynch, where did you go? Before he could return to the camp, Bob's voice came from afar. Lynch had run there, but was walking back, so the delay made Bob, who had already searched the camp, quite anxious. No worries. The wind chime cat was playing and ran far away. I just caught it back. Bob looked at the wind chime cat and showed a look of realization. Let's go quickly, said the deputy captain. It's getting late. We'll stay overnight here at Black Wind and return to the mercenary group tomorrow morning. Okay. Lin Feng responded and looked around at the messy camp. He said quietly, but we need to find a clean tent. This place smells too strong. I can't stand it. By comparing the camps of the two mercenary groups, Lin Feng finally understood the value of the Wild Wolf mercenary group. Although they only had about 50 people, each was a skilled fighter who had fought through many battles. Their camp was small but well organized. In contrast, the Black Wind mercenary group had 3 times as many people, mostly hired mages rejected by other groups. Their tents were crooked, trash piled up in the corners and smelled bad, and the air was thick with a sour mix of cheap beer and sweat. After searching for a long time, they couldn't find a single tent suitable to sleep in. Let's just give up, Lin Feng said irritably, kicking aside an empty wine jar. That grassy hill over there looks good. We can sprinkle some insect repellent, lay down a cloak, and sleep. Bob nodded. Sounds good. I have some insect repellent with me. As a mercenary, he could manage a night in a dirty environment. But since the deputy captain specifically asked him to look after Lin Feng, he couldn't let him sleep alone outside. They quickly cleared a patch of grass, sprinkled the repellent, and laid down a clean blanket. Although the Lava Kingdom is warm all year round, the mountains at night are quite cool. Meow, the wind chime cat, probably having slept enough in its beast card, was full of energy and ran around wildly. Lin Feng wanted to cuddle it to sleep, but couldn't catch it. Lin Feng lay on the blanket, staring at the moon in the sky, which was much larger than Earth's moon in his previous life. He felt no sleep coming. Next to him, Bob was poking the campfire with a stick, sparks flickering in the night. Bob, Lin Feng suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Why did you choose to be a mercenary? Such a dangerous job. Would your parents agree? Bob paused his fire tending, his voice deepening slightly. When I was 10, my parents were killed by bandits in the mountains. It was my master who pulled me out of the pile of bodies and raised me in the mercenary group. The air instantly grew tense. Only the crackling of the fire and the occasional insect sounds from afar. After a while, Lin Feng softly spoke, with a hint of sadness he didn't realize he had. I think I might also be an orphan. Huh? Bob suddenly turned his head, looking surprised. Isn't your father Master Lin Feng? How could you be an orphan? Lin Feng rested his chin on his hands and smiled at the moon. If you had met him, you'd understand. He's okay looking, but there's no way he could have a son as handsome, smart, and talented as me. And I've never seen his wife since I was little. Maybe I was adopted. Bob was speechless for a moment. He thought Lin Feng was joking to comfort himself. He scratched the back of his head and changed the subject. By the way, Lin Feng, I heard the team leader say you want to be a traveling merchant. Will you go to the Winter Kingdom someday? Of course. When he mentioned this, Lin Feng's voice became more excited. I want to visit every country on Yuanka continent, see the local customs, and collect rare card materials. Bob looked at the light in his eyes and suddenly felt a bit jealous. Lin Feng, can you do me a favor and bring back something for me? Oh, buying something? Hearing there was a business opportunity, Lin Feng immediately perked up. What do you want? Bob lowered his voice, as if sharing a precious secret. I want you to bring me a winter flower. Winter flower? Lin Feng frowned. He had never heard of such a flower. Is it a specialty of the Winter Kingdom? Probably. Bob looked at the campfire, his gaze drifting into the distance. When I was a kid, my mom told me that the Winter Kingdom is a land covered in snow and ice forever. Few plants can survive there. Only the winter flower can take root and grow in the cold and snow. A flower growing in ice and snow. Lin Feng's mind moved, and he nodded seriously. All right, I accept this task. But it'll have to wait a few years. I haven't even left the Ironfelt Principality yet. Ha! That's okay. Bob suddenly burst into laughter. Not just a few years, even 10 or 20 years. I'll be waiting for you in the Wild Wolf mercenary group. By then, I might even be the leader. Then I'll make a deal with you in advance. When the time comes, I'll need source crystals, and Khan can't buy this exotic flower of life for you. The flower of life? Hearing these 4 words, Bob was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. Growing strong from cold despair truly is the flower of life. The night breeze blew in, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees. The wind chime cat had somehow curled up between the two of them, softly purring. By the campfire, two young boys sat quietly under the moonlight. One dreamed of traveling across the continent, while the other held memories of the past. They enjoyed this rare moment of peace. The next morning, dewdrops dripped from the grass onto Lin Chi's face. He curled up tightly, clutching the wind chime cat, clearly very cold. Bang! Bang! Clatter! Suddenly, a loud noise came from nearby, like someone taking things apart, making it impossible to sleep. Huh! What's all that noise? He sat up groggily, looking blankly at the tents in front of him. As his mind cleared, Lin Chi remembered he was not at home, but in the Iron Mine Mountains. He reached out and gently picked up the still sleeping wind chime cat. You lazy thing, weren't you supposed to stand guard tonight? With your sleeping habits, if we camp outside, the beast might think we're snacks and eat us. Meow. The wind chime cat blinked its amber eyes weakly, yawned cutely, then flopped back onto its fluffy body and fell asleep again. This lazy cat sleeps about 18 hours a day out of 24. Sighing helplessly, Lin Chi shook his head and recalled it back into his space. From now on, it couldn't be on night duty. That task should be left to the ghost vine spirit. He stretched lazily, cracking his bones with a few pops. Turning his head, he noticed that Bob, who had been sleeping beside him last night, was gone. Outside the camp, several wagons were now loaded with supplies. Miss Maple Leaf, are you packing up to leave? The mercenaries kept loading items onto the wagons, even dismantling the tents. Maple Leaf, who was giving orders to tie down the tents, turned around. Her hair was slightly tousled by the morning breeze. These items are good quality. It's a pity to throw them away. We can sell them at a good price in Ironstone City's flea market. Lin Chi nodded in agreement with Maple Leaf's careful planning. When the Strange Tale shop first opened, he was very short on money. All the furniture was bought from second-hand markets, which made it very affordable. He was about to lend a hand when Maple Leaf patted the cart's board and said, "Stop working so hard. Your mercenary group's trial day is over, and I'm heading that way anyway, so I'll take you home. Does Bob not go?" Lin Chi looked around the cart and saw only a few unfamiliar mercenaries. Bob's shadow was nowhere to be seen. That kid is a key trainee for the leader. He has more important tasks to do. I can handle these small chores, Maple Leaf said as she jumped onto the cart, signaling him to come up. Wow, they really are training him to be the leader. Lin Chi sat in the cart, curious about the scenery around him. Last night, it was too dark to see anything, but now with the morning light, the view is clear. The bushes by the road glistened with dew, the distant iron mine shimmered with a bluish-gray hue, and the air smelled fresh of earth and plants. As the cart reached the main road, Lin Chi pointed ahead and asked, "Maple Leaf, which way leads to New Shine City?" "Follow this main road. It'll take about half a day on foot, but there's a chance we might encounter beast creatures on the way, so usually mercenaries are hired to travelers." "Beast creatures?" Lin Chi became interested. "I heard there are high-level beast creatures deep in the mountains. Have you ever seen any, Maple Leaf?" Maple Leaf shook her head. "High-level beast creatures are as strong as card masters. Our Stone Iron City is just near the outskirts of the Iron Mountain Range. We've only encountered a few mid-level beasts. Those big guys don't usually come here." "Why not?" Lin Chi asked eagerly. "Don't beast creatures eat people? Wouldn't it be easier to hunt near towns?" "Ha." Maple Leaf couldn't help but laugh. "High-level beast creatures are usually huge. People are small, so if they sense danger, they run away. Why would they bother to catch humans and eat them? Plus, high-level beasts have their own territories. Usually, they don't leave them. You can rest assured." Along the way, Lin Chi asked many questions, from the resources in the Iron Mountain Range to common beast creatures. Maple Leaf patiently answered all. Only a few questions about the mountain's central area made her look uncomfortable, as she admitted she didn't know much about that region. When the cart had traveled halfway, the mercenaries at the front suddenly pulled on the reins. "Vice Captain, something's wrong up ahead." Maple Leaf stood up, stepping on the edge of the carriage to look at the forest ahead. "Yes, there's something strange. There are no bird sounds in the woods," she quickly decided. "Zhao Jian, go check it out." "Yes," a slim mercenary responded and drew his short sword, rushing into the forest. But as soon as he stepped into the shadows at the edge of the woods, he seemed startled by something and quickly retreated, his face pale as he shouted, "Ambush!" Whoosh! Before he finished shouting, an arrow shot out from the trees. Thud! Zhao Jian was hit in the back and suddenly fell to the ground. Zhao Jian, the mercenaries on the carriage shouted in alarm. Just as they were about to rush over to help, Zhao Jian suddenly moved, then quickly got up and ran back toward the carriage. "Li San, your aim is terrible. You hit his shoulder, but missed the vital spot." Shouts and curses came from the woods, and then a group of people dressed in mismatched clothes rushed out, blocking the road completely. "Vice Captain, these are bandits from Shirtai Mountain." Zhao Jian, clutching his bleeding shoulder, ran back to the carriage, his voice trembling. "Take him to get bandaged first." Maple Leaf's face was serious. She jumped down from the carriage and headed forward. On the carriage, Lin Chi was also startled. Bandits? Last night, he thought he wasn't that important, and these bandits wouldn't attack him. But he underestimated them. They didn't bother with sneaking attack. Instead, they openly blocked the road and robbed people in broad daylight. "I am Maple Leaf, vice leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way." Maple Leaf unleashed her full aura as a 5-star master of magic. Her strength was among the top in Shirtai City, only second to the strongest, even the bandit leader, Scar. He thought the bandits might back down, but suddenly the crowd parted, and a figure stepped out, matching Maple Leaf's presence and power. Red, Maple Leaf's brow furrowed in disbelief. This mercenary, once somewhat famous in Shirtai City, had fallen so low as to join bandits? "Maple Leaf, let's be honest." Red crossed his arms, his eyes coldly sweeping over the carriage, finally settling on Lin Chi. "Hand over Lin Chi to me, and I will let you leave safely. Lin Chi is my guest. You can't take him." Maple Leaf's hand flashed with blue light, and a blue-card illusionary sword appeared in her hand. Now, she can only hope that this 3-star blue card can scare the opponent. "Big Sister Maple Leaf, they want me." Lin Chi had already jumped down from the carriage and quickly walked to Maple Leaf's side, speaking calmly, as if he was not about to be kidnapped. "Lin Chi, don't be impulsive." Maple Leaf looked serious as she observed the situation. She had a 3-star blue card. Defeating Red was not a problem. But she was worried about the dozens of bandits behind Red, among whom more than 10 had the source power fluctuations of 3-star card masters. 3 of the 5 transport car drivers she brought were 2-star card apprentices, and they were no match for the bandits. "Red, you're a mercenary, yet you've fallen so low to work with bandits." Seeing Maple Leaf protect Lin Chi behind her, a fierce look flashed in Red's eyes. "Maple Leaf, don't be stubborn. Wild wolves are card masters, but you know well who stands behind our Iron Mountain." Lin Chi sneered coldly. "Oh, a bunch of stray dogs on Iron Mountain, and surprisingly, they have a master. Who is your master?" "Could it be me, Lin Chi?" Red's face darkened, glaring fiercely at him. "You little brat, I will break your limbs and make Lin Feng watch you die." "Heh, when a dog is cornered, it really dares to bite its owner," Lin Chi said without fear, insulting Red. Maple Leaf watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Young people are still too impulsive. If Lin Chi hadn't provoked Red, relying on the power of the Wild Wolf mercenary group, even if Lin Chi was captured, she could protect him from harm. But now, Red's anger was uncontrollable, and this fight was probably unavoidable. She clenched her fist around the frost-flowing sword, her source power raging inside her, ready to act at any moment. "Second in command. Let me take out this little brat." "Yeah, second in command. Break his legs and take him away. I can't stand it anymore." It must be said, Lin Chi's verbal attack was a masterful group mockery, insulting all the bandits of Iron Mountain as dogs. This group of people had always been unclear with the city lord's mansion. Every time they fought bandits, the mansion would use the excuse of clearing out trouble to raid their hideout. Their leader looked obedient and submissive, like a loyal dog. Lin Chi's words were basically slapping them in the face. "Oh, so you guys are pretending to be brave? Well, I'll give you a good lesson," Lin Chi shouted loudly. I want to kill him." The crowd erupted in chaos. Some hot-tempered bandits couldn't hold back anymore and rushed out of the group, eyes red with anger. "Good, come on then." Lin Chi's eyes sharpened. He held 5 flashbangs and 5 burning traps, ready to use. He intentionally provoked them to confuse their formation, making them focus only on killing him and forget about the cards he might be carrying. The hot-tempered bandits had only taken a few steps when Lin Chi saw the chance. He threw the flashbangs forcefully. Boom! The cards exploded instantly. A loud blast shook the ground, and a bright white light swallowed the area in front. The sudden flash and noise made the frontline bandits lose their sense of direction. They covered their eyes and screamed in pain. My eyes! At the same time, Lin Chi quickly activated the burning traps. Flames suddenly burst on the ground, cutting off the bandits' retreat. Fire! Fire! In the chaos, the bandits panicked, running around in the firelight, completely losing their order. To with you! With the speed boost from his stealth boots, Lin Chi reached the bandits in just a few breaths and kicked one of them down. At the same time, a huge figure appeared out of nowhere among the bandits. Roar! A giant skeleton materialized from the flames. Standing 2.5 meters tall like a small mountain, it wielded a bone sword that gleamed coldly white. As soon as it landed, it swung its sword in a wide arc. The sword's energy carried heat, slicing through 3 bandits with ease, like cutting vegetables. Lin Chi didn't rush over just to kick a few guys and vent his anger. His real goal was to close the distance and throw the Hellfire skeleton into the crowd. Everyone, stay calm. After the light faded, Red was the first to regain his sight. He looked at the chaotic scene and shouted loudly. Upon hearing his voice, the remaining bandits forced themselves to stay calm. They each summoned their signature cards and began attacking the Hellfire skeleton. Red picked up a long spear, stepped on the ground, and used the recoil to rush toward Lin Chi. Seeing Red approaching, Lin Chi tightened his grip on 2 explosive fireball cards. Red! You're fighting me! A sharp cry rang out. Maple Leaf, shaken from the flashbang explosion, looked up. She saw the Hellfire skeleton in the field and was deeply shocked. It was only when Red moved that she reacted. Lin Chi, you're a 3-star card master. At this moment, Maple Leaf realized that this kind and gentle boy had been hiding his true strength. You might think the Hellfire skeleton was a secondary card given to him by Lin Feng, but the energy fluctuations of the 3-star card master couldn't be faked. This was definitely something he had trained to summon himself. Without hesitation, she stepped in front of Lin Chi. Her card flickered with light, and a half-human-sized wind wolf appeared out of nowhere. The wind wolf's fur stood up like steel needles, and it howled as it lunged at Red. Red sidestepped to avoid the attack, but his spear still aimed straight at Lin Chi, showing he didn't consider the wind wolf a threat. How can this little brat be a card master? Compared to Maple Leaf's shock, Red felt like he was dreaming. No, even nightmares weren't this terrifying. He had personally seen Lin Chi awaken a useless card. Now, just a month later, he was already a 3-star card master with a terrifying summoning card. This completely overturned his understanding of energy cultivation. No way. I must not let him live, Red admitted he was scared. He used to think his only opponent was Lin Feng, but now Lin Chi's appearance made him feel threatened with death. Although he had fought Lin Feng for 15 years, Lin Feng only injured him badly each time and never killed him. But Lin Chi was different. From the moment he saw Red, his eyes were full of hatred. If Lin Chi grew stronger, Red would surely die. I told you, you're fighting me. Maple Leaf swung her illusionary longsword, blocking Red's spear precisely. With a sharp clang, sparks flew everywhere. She used the recoil to step back half a step, immediately adjusted her stance, and used her longsword to block all of Red's advance. Her attack was smooth and flowing like clouds and water. Get lost! Red kept attacking, but each strike was blocked by the Maple Leaf shield. Meanwhile, Lynch saw Red being held up and felt relieved. First deal with these minions, then finish Red. He had expected to be intercepted during this outing, and it was actually part of his plan. He wanted to use the bandits to practice, drain their strength, and prepare for a surprise attack on Shurtai Mountain. He didn't expect Red to come personally, which was even better. In the bushes, the sinister vine of the evil spider quietly reached out, like a poisonous snake, wrapping around the ankles of 2 bandits who had been driven back by the Hellfire skeleton. The toxic venom flowed into their bodies through the vines. They didn't even scream before collapsing, completely paralyzed. Lynch quickly stepped forward, picked up a short sword from the ground, and stabbed it into the chests of the 2 bandits. Thud! Blood gushed out, and its bright red color made him even more excited. He hid behind the bushes, watching the battlefield closely. When the Hellfire skeleton first appeared, it was powerful because of its surprise attack. Now, the remaining bandits were all 3-star card masters, using various subcards to surround the skeleton tightly. Everyone attacked together. No matter how strong it is, it only has one, and it's huge, so it's an easy target, shouted one bandit. Kill it. The other bandits responded, launching attacks like rain on the skeleton, causing cracks to appear all over its bones. Each bandit's main card had its own strengths. Some were good at long-range attacks. Others were very fast. Together, they kept draining the skeleton's energy. But Lynch was calm, even smiling coldly. Keep fighting. The more you fight, the better. The more hope you have, the deeper your despair will be. His main card had the ability to resurrect after death. The goal of this fight was to successfully ambush, drain the remaining bandit's energy, and finally be harvested by the evil spider and himself. Imagine this. After the bandits exhausted themselves trying to kill the monster, and just when they felt relaxed, the monster suddenly revives, completely intact. Would they still have the will to fight? Hiding in the bushes, Lynch didn't just wait idly. He held a source crystal, quickly restoring his lost energy. The previous 10 cards had directly drained half of his internal energy. Even though he still had some consumption cards, he dared not use them lightly. Wait, since there are so many enemies, why not try the Mirage card? Link suddenly had a bright idea. He used the Mirage card in a one-to-many battle. If used well, it could be the best weapon to defeat enemies. Magic card, Mirage star level, 3 stars quality, blue card effect, creates a large area of distorted light and shadow. Within this area, many illusionary duplicates appear frequently, confusing enemy attacks and causing enemies within the range to become dazed. 30 meters, this distance is enough? Link calculated the distance between himself and the bandits. Although the Mirage card can produce a large distortion of light and shadow, he wasn't sure how far its effect could reach, so he decided to be cautious. Mirage, activate. Source energy surged from his palm into the card's pattern. Link suddenly felt weak. Just after restoring about 60% of his energy, this card drained 30% in one go. Does this card consume so much energy when used at full power? As the Mirage unfolded, the twisted shadows completely covered the mountain path where the bandits were. The original group of just over 10 bandits was now almost filled with countless shadowy figures. Li San, weren't you dead? One bandit suddenly froze with his knife raised, staring in horror at his resurrected companion. But in the next second, his pupils widened as 3 identical Li Sans lunged at him from different directions. Oh my gosh, this is a trick! Shouts of fear echoed one after another. The bandits quickly realized something was wrong. Their comrades, torn apart by hellfire skeletons, had all come back to life. Even the huge fiery creature, burning with flames, had turned into 3 identical fire monsters, walking heavily toward them. So that's it. As long as the target is within range, even corpses, the Mirage card can manipulate them. Link silently remembered this practical experience in his mind, hiding in the grass. Kill. Kill these things. The bandits became chaotic, desperately swinging their weapons at the illusions around them. Truth and falsehood, real and fake. Illusions naturally cannot be harmed, but the blades are firmly struck into the bodies of nearby companions. Are you crazy? Why are you attacking me? He attacked me first. As blood splattered, scenes of mutual slaughter continued to unfold. Those who died truly died, while the survivors, with eyes red from fear, immediately fought back with their blades. A cold light flashed in Lin Chi's eyes. Now is the time. The mysterious vine demon no longer lurked in hiding. Under the illusion of a mirage, countless vine shadows grew wildly and spread. Of course, these were just illusionary vines, but some real vines hidden within could be deadly. The bandits couldn't tell the difference between real and fake. They could only watch helplessly as their companions were dragged into the depths of the shadows by the vines, unable to call for help. The remaining ones were already terrified and trembling. Hellfire skeleton, charge. Lin Chi's gaze fixed on a 4-star card master in leather armor among the crowd. 3 fiery figures immediately formed a V-shape and rushed toward the last bandit leader, still trying to hold his ground. No, don't come closer. The bandit had already gone mad from the chaos. His hands, holding a spear, trembled like leaves in the wind. He wanted to retreat, but behind him, illusionary vines twisted around, and the ground beneath his feet distorted in the light and shadow, making it impossible to tell direction. In the next second, two fiery shadows pierced through his body. Just when he thought he might have escaped death, the front-facing hellfire skeleton slammed into his chest. Bang! The bandit was thrown like a kite with a broken string, landing in a pool of blood and flesh, with scorched marks on his blackened skin. As expected, even the strongest card master is just flesh and blood. They can't withstand this kind of power. Lin Feng approached the corpse, reaching out to grab it. 4 cards, 3 white and 1 green, were taken from the body. Still have a green card. Not bad. Besides this bandit, he collected a total of 17 white cards, 26 dust star cards, and 3 green cards. This grim harvest made him exclaim, "Indeed, bandits are far less wealthy than regular mercenary groups." The battle ended in just half an hour. Lin Feng didn't expect his combat strength to be so high, or perhaps it was because his deck was well coordinated. Such a pity. The wind chime cat isn't strong enough. If it could reach 3 stars, that would be a real trump card. The mirage card was pulled back, and Lynch strode confidently toward another battlefield. Maple Leaf and Red were still fighting fiercely. Sword light and gunfire clashed, sparks flying everywhere, and neither side was gaining the upper hand. Red, that dog, actually has some skill. He's been fighting Maple Leaf for so long, Lynch thought. He walked over with the Hellfire skeleton, heavy footsteps echoing clearly in the empty battlefield. The two fighters paused at the same time. Red kicked Maple Leaf away, jumped back to create space, and turned his head sharply, his pupils narrowing suddenly. On the open ground, the bodies of his subordinates were scattered everywhere, some cut in half, others strangled by vines. The scene was terrible. These useless fools can't even handle a little kid. Red's voice trembled, teeth clenched and grinding. Maple Leaf swallowed hard, her eyes full of shock as she looked at Lynch. She knew very well that even if she faced more than 30 card masters and card apprentices, she could only fight to break through, but she could never achieve total victory like this. The mercenaries hiding by the carriage looked even paler. The screams from the light and shadow just now, along with the mountain of corpses before their eyes, completely changed their view of this young man. Red, I've seen 4 of your subcards. If the last one isn't for escaping, then today you'll die here. Lynch's voice was cold as frost, coming from behind. Red stiffened all over, gritting his teeth as he stared at Lynch. His eyes seemed to want to tear him apart. You little brat. I should have crushed you back then. Lynch sneered coldly. Haha, I should have shot you against the wall back then, so you wouldn't have been born to cause trouble in Stone Iron City. As soon as he said that, the whole scene fell silent. Everyone was stunned at first, then suddenly realized, and their eyes toward Red became strange. Red was furious, his chest heaving violently, trembling all over. Maple Leaf's face also turned slightly red. She hadn't expected Lynch to insult him like that. Come and die, Red roared, raising his spear. Frost, the skill card activated, and a biting cold spread along the spear tip. Water vapor in the air instantly froze into ice shards. Lynch remained unfazed and calmly said, Hellfire skeleton, Inferno slash. The Hellfire skeleton took a step forward, and its giant sword was immediately engulfed in flames. With a loud roar, he suddenly swung his flaming greatsword. A half-meter-wide flame cut streaked across the ground, smashing stones, burning grass, and leaving a black scorch mark. Boom! Red didn't expect that. As a fellow weapon user, his opponent's skill had such a wide range and could attack from afar. He was originally jumping to attack, but the Hellfire skeleton's move, the Purgatory Slash, left him with no way to dodge, and he collided directly with the Frost. At this moment, the importance of card quality becomes clear. When the ice and fire clashed, the frost shattered like melting snow. Red's spear was sharp, but it wasn't a shield and couldn't withstand the fierce flames. He watched the flames swallow his vision, and a desperate, bitter smile appeared on his face. Fighting Lin Feng all my life, I never thought I'd die at his son's hands. He lost, a defeat caused by years of underestimating his opponent. Even after seeing Lin Feng wipe out his men with his own eyes, he still saw him as that little brat who could be trampled, insulted, and bullied at will. Only when the flames burned his body did he realize how wrong he had been. The scorching slash was powerful, but Red's spear blocked it, preventing him from being cut in half. Still, he was knocked flying heavily. His clothes and hair were burned, and he collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Lin Chi watched him coldly. Hellfire skeleton, send him off with dignity. As he finished speaking, the Hellfire skeleton moved heavily to Red's side. Its skeletal greatsword lifted and fell repeatedly, blood and torn flesh splattering, the dull impact echoing across the open space. Even the veteran mercenaries, who considered themselves emotionally cold after so many killings, were stunned by this scene. Is this a dignified send-off? It looks more like a dismemberment. They swallowed hard and turned away, afraid to watch anymore. Lin Chi, Maple Leaf hurried forward and grabbed Lin Chi's shoulder. She didn't oppose killing Red, but was worried that such a bloody scene would twist the mind of this talented young man. Maple Leaf, I'm fine. Lin Chi looked up and surprisingly smiled brightly. But in Maple Leaf's eyes, that smile was more terrifying than the blood on the battlefield. Lin Chi, Reed is already dead. You don't need to, shill. Lin Chi gently interrupted her, his warm gaze turning cold. He looked calm and said, Maple Leaf, don't advise others to be kind without understanding their suffering. My childhood dream, besides being a wandering merchant, was to tear Reed into pieces. I'm just fulfilling my dream. As a person from Blue Star, Lin Chi's nature was gentle. But after coming to this world, everything changed. Reed. He had been a part of Lin Chi's life for 15 years. Even his nightmares were about him. From his past and present, from childhood to now, he had never hated anyone as much as he hated Reed. Since he could remember, Reed would insult him every time they met, and when Lin Feng was not around, he often looked down on him, treating him like a beast. That condescending gaze he would never forget. The Lin family's business in Ironstone City was always disrupted by Reed. Lin Feng fought him off every time, but never dared to kill him. He used to wonder why his father always fought Reed, but never killed him. Only when he grew up did he understand. It was because Lin Feng was not strong enough. He was not powerful enough to kill someone without facing consequences from the city lord's mansion. In this world, nobles could kill at will, but ordinary people who killed would face death. If Lin Feng died, he would become a helpless orphan at the mercy of others. That was Reed's soft spot he couldn't exploit. But now, everything was over. Lin Chi watched as the Hellfire skeleton sheathed his great sword, and the coldness on his face finally eased a little. Maple Leaf, we should go. He didn't even bother to pick up Reed's green card. It was touched by an enemy, and he found it disgusting. Maple Leaf looked around, but said nothing. The convoy set off again, heading toward Ironstone City, but the atmosphere was no longer lively. Everyone's eyes on the carriage, where the young man pretended to sleep, showed a mixture of awe and respect. At the city gate of Ironstone City, it was already bustling. Many residents, clutching their money pouches, looked eagerly ahead, apparently having heard the news that the Wolf Mercenary Group was selling off their spoils. Look, it's the Wolf Mercenary Group's carriage. I heard they swallowed the Black Wind Mercenary Group. This time, they're selling only Black Wind's belongings. That's great. The Mercenary Group's supplies are of top quality and much more durable than those from the general store. Compared to the destruction of a mercenary group, the residents were more interested in what good deals they could buy. Lin Chi, let me take you home, Maple Leaf said with some concern. No need, Maple Leaf. My house is just a few steps away. You should focus on selling your goods and not let those guys lower the prices. After waving goodbye to Maple Leaf, Lin Chi turned and headed home. On the way back from defeating Red, his mood was very complicated. He couldn't tell if it was the joy of revenge or the dazed feeling after achieving a long-held wish. But no matter what, the heaviest burden in his heart was finally lifted. Passing by the tavern, he bought a bottle of wine and some cooked meat before slowly walking home. His wooden door was slightly open, leaving a gap. As Lin Chi pushed the door open, the paper-wrapped package in his hand hit the door frame with a thud, almost falling to the ground. Dad, what are you doing? Lin Chi stood at the door, confused, staring at Fiona and Lin Feng at the dining table, eating. Lin Feng was so startled, he jumped up suddenly, the spoon in his hand clattering into the bowl. Son, why are you home all of a sudden? What do you mean? Can't I come home? Although Lin Chi had expected Fiona and Lin Feng to develop a relationship, He never thought that after just one day away, they would be so close as to seem like they spent the night together. Ahem. Well, Lin Feng looked helpless, like a kid caught in a crush. Cough, cough. Fiona's cheeks turned bright red instantly. She quickly stood up and straightened her skirt. Brother Feng, I'm going back to Wanka Pavilion now. There's something at the shop. When she passed Linchi, she kept her head down, almost touching her chest, walking quickly, completely different from the decisive maid at Wanka Pavilion. Son, have you eaten? Dad will serve you some porridge. Lin Feng hurriedly tidied up the table and then ran to the kitchen to serve the porridge. Sigh. It seemed that even when I wasn't home, Dad could still enjoy life. Linchi shook his head and sat down at the table. He laid out the beef with sauce and the marinated chicken. As he tore open the paper, the aroma of meat filled the air. Since last night, he hasn't eaten anything, especially after just experiencing a big fight. His energy was already drained, so he grabbed a piece of beef and shoved it into his mouth. Come on, try the meat porridge my dad made. Lin Feng ran out of the kitchen with a sheepish smile and placed a wooden bowl in front of Lin Chi. His eyes flicked over the wine and meat on the table, showing a hint of surprise. Although Lin Chi didn't stop him from drinking, he had never bought him alcohol before, especially such good bottled wine. Today's unusual behavior made Lin Feng feel a bit uneasy, but as long as Lin Chi didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask. The father and son sat there eating and drinking happily. After finishing the bowl of porridge, Lin Chi quietly said, Dad, Red is dead. Lin Feng paused with his spoon in midair. Lin Chi added softly, I killed him. Lin Feng suddenly looked up, instinctively asking, Are you hurt? He knew Lin Chi was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be powerful enough to defeat a 5-star card master. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Chi spoke confidently. My main card has turned blue, and I have 2 blue subcards. In this city of Ironstone, except for card masters, no one can hurt me. Lin Feng opened his mouth wide, unable to speak for a moment, shocked and happy at the same time. This news was truly surprising. Wow. He took a deep breath, opened a bottle of wine, and poured himself a glass. One sip, unlike cheap beer, a spicy feeling immediately filled his senses. He looked at Lin Chi for a long time, his eyes complicated, as if he had made a firm decision. Son, actually, I've kept something from you for many years. Lin Chi kept eating his food and nodded. Go ahead. Actually, I am not your biological father. Lin Chi chewed the beef calmly and said peacefully, I know, you know? Lin Feng suddenly jumped up from his chair, his eyes wider than before. How do you know? I've never told anyone, not even Ruelian. Lin Chi put down his chopsticks and looked at him sincerely. Because of my appearance. Lin Feng was stunned. Appearance? Lin Chi nodded. Dad, honestly. With your square face, do you think you could have a son as handsome as me? Lin Feng choked for a moment before finding his voice again. Is that all? Just because of this? What else could it be? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. It can't be because your cooking is bad, right? Suddenly, the room fell silent. Lin Feng looked at his son's serious face and felt both annoyed and amused. Actually, when I was young, I was also a handsome soldier. Yeah, I believe you're handsome. But even so, you can't be more handsome than me. You little rascal, Lin Feng scolded with a smile, poured himself a glass of wine, and his serious expression softened a bit. So, who are my parents? Lin Chi asked, a question he cared about. He always suspected his background wasn't simple. If he was the child of some important person, he could go from being an ordinary person to a member of a wealthy family overnight. Lin Feng took a sip of wine and looked out the window, as if reminiscing about years ago. Your mother is Lily's cousin. Lily? Which Lily? Lin Chi frowned. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he'd heard it. That's Lily, the girl Red keeps talking about. Lin Chi suddenly understood. Lily isn't your girlfriend? Lin Feng nodded, his eyes softening. Yes, we were partners in the soldiers group back then, and we got along very well. So, you should be my cousin-in-law. Lin Chi's mouth twitched slightly. The relationship sounded a bit dramatic. Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Lily and I aren't married yet. We were just dating at the time. But you're right about that. And what about my parents? Are they from Stone Iron City too? Lin Feng shook his head and finally got to the main point. No, your parents are merchants from New Shine City, and they are not card masters. Lin Chi's face fell completely, feeling speechless. So, My awakening of a useless card is because of this. He thought he was a rich kid with a family heirloom card, waiting to find his ancestors and explode in power. But it turns out he's a second-generation disappointment. Can't he be a positive one instead? Lin Feng added. Your awakening of a useless card isn't entirely because of your parents. There are also examples of people whose parents aren't card masters, but still awaken powerful main cards. It's just rare. There's no real difference from not saying anything. While Lin Shi was still complaining about himself, Lin Feng started to talk. Lily is our mercenary group's healer. She is kind and gentle. Every time we go on a mission. Stop. Lin Shi raised his hand to interrupt. Dad, let's get straight to the point. Just tell me about my parents. You can write a memoir about Lily's heroic deeds later. Lin Feng's face turned red, and he awkwardly smiled. All right, then I'll just tell you about your parents. Originally, I heard from Lily that your parents took a big job. A noble from the kingdom was coming to Stone Iron City to buy fire crystals. As Lin Feng told the story, Lin Shi heard a very dramatic tale. Basically, his biological parents came to Stone Iron City for business and hired Lin Feng's mercenary group as guards. While crossing the Iron Mine Mountains, a beast tide happened by chance. His parents and Lily all died because of it. Lin Feng survived thanks to the old captain's protection and escaped back to Stone Iron City with the baby Lin Shi in his arms. As for Red and Lin Feng's grudge, it's even more exaggerated. Red was Lily's passionate admirer. He was out on vacation at the time, and when he returned, he found the mercenary group destroyed and his beloved dead. To make things worse, Lin Feng was holding a baby and acting as a father. He believed Lin Feng had secretly had a child with Lily and felt deeply betrayed. From then on, he saw Lin Feng as a thorn in his side and chased him for 15 years. That's pretty much how it happened. Lin Feng put down his wine glass and looked serious. Although we aren't related by blood, if you don't like me and Fiona hanging out, I will go talk to her now and make sure you don't get hurt. In his heart, Lin Feng cared about how Lin Shi felt much more than whether he remained single. No, that's not right. Lin Shi kept shaking his head. He was still thinking about the details in Lin Feng's story. Didn't you say that when you escorted that noble girl, she also had a child with her? Could it be that we got confused in the chaos back then? Maybe I am actually her child. No way. Lin Feng shook his head immediately without hesitation, his tone firm. I even teased you on the road back then. I would never mistake a child. Lin Shi frowned tightly, but still found it hard to accept. Did you find any keepsake when you hugged me? Maybe a jade pendant engraved with a family crest or a long-life lock embedded with gemstones. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He quickly stood up and ran back to the bedroom. Not long after, he came out holding an old silk box. Carefully, he opened it, revealing a smooth, white jade pendant. It was carved with intricate cloud patterns and felt warm to the touch. Is this what you mean? Lin Shi's eyes brightened. See, I told you, you hugged the wrong person. Just as the evidence seemed clear, Lin Feng shook his head. You are Lily's cousin's son. This jade pendant was taken from that noble baby's neck. Why? Lin Shi held the pendant in midair, guessing softly. Could it be because that baby is gone? Lin Feng scratched his head sincerely. No, Lily said the little kid's jade pendant was pretty and she wanted to buy one for you someday. It was Lily's last wish, and I wanted to fulfill it. But that jade pendant is quite valuable, and with my ability, I couldn't afford it. Lin Shi looked shocked. So you stole it. Hey, what are you talking about stealing? That's such a harsh word. It was just a quick grab. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. The noble person never came back for it, probably forgot about it long ago. Speechless, utterly speechless. This is the most unbelievable story I've ever heard, Lin Shi sighed. Although the story was quite dramatic, at least he now knew his background, which eased some small regrets. Son, if you don't want to wear this jade pendant, Lin Feng said, reaching out to take it back. Wear it. Why wouldn't I? Lin Shi snatched the pendant and clenched it tightly in his hand. This is Lily's heartfelt gift. I must wear it. The moment he held the pendant, a cool breeze flowed through his palm and into his body, making him feel much more energized. This material is really good. It looks valuable, Lin Shi said, rubbing the pendant and liking it more and more. Of course, Lin Feng immediately perked up. I heard that the noble is a big figure in the duchy, and his guards are all master-level warriors. This jade pendant is worth at least a few thousand coins. Thousands? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow at him. Dad, you're thinking too small. A single fire crystal can sell for 100,000 con, and this jade pendant is worth at least 200,000. 200,000. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, noble items are truly different. All right, Dad, stop drooling over the pendant. Lin Chi casually fastened the pendant around his neck, keeping it close, completely ending Lin Feng's idea of changing his mind. If you really can win Fiona over, not only will you get the 200,000 con, but you won't have to worry about your retirement money for the rest of your life. You don't mind? Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly, full of hope. Lin Chi rolled his eyes and burst his bubble. It's not about whether I mind or not. Fiona approaches you mainly because of your identity as a card maker. Once your identity is revealed, she will naturally leave. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face fell again. Then what should I do? Seeing his worried look, Lin Chi knew he had developed feelings for Fiona. He cleared his throat and pretended to be wise. Since you're my son, today I will teach you a few tips on how to win a girl's heart. Lin Feng nodded seriously, clasping his hands in respect. Please, teacher, enlighten me. Lin Chi straightened up and nodded with a serious look. To impress young women, use sincere sweet words and a handsome face. To persuade mature women in their 30s, use benefits and your good looks. Lin Feng touched his rough, unshaven face and pinched his slack jaw, whispering, what if I don't have either? Then use the ultimate secret move. Strength, people, and difficulty. Lin Chi suddenly slammed the table, adjusted his non-existent glasses, and said confidently, women are naturally attracted to strength. Whether you're a card maker or not doesn't matter. What's important is that you're stronger than her, stronger than all the men around her. If you do that, she has no other choice but to choose you. Lin Feng clapped his thigh suddenly, enlightened. That's right. As long as I am better than all the men in Tieshing, Fiona has no reason not to pick me. Lin Chi took the opportunity to reinforce. So, you know what to do now, right? Yes. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly, his eyes burning with determination. As long as I become a master card controller, Fiona definitely won't leave me. Lin Chi nodded with satisfaction, looking proud as a teacher. Good. I am going to practice now. Lin Feng was very encouraged. He didn't even bother finishing the remaining half bottle of wine and ran to the backyard. Seeing his father's determined back, Lin Chi couldn't help but exclaim, wow, women really are the best at inspiring a man's potential. Previously, Lin Chi was worried that Reed had died and that Lin Feng wouldn't feel any sense of crisis, which might make him become lazy again. But now, he was no longer worried at all. He shook his head and smiled to himself, saying, a man can give up drinking and gambling, but he can never give up his longing for love. Even Lu Bu couldn't resist a beautiful woman, so how could my father be any different? Lin Chi touched the jade pendant on his chest. The cool feeling made him feel calm and at peace. Although his background was complicated, he had avenged his big enemy, and his father had a new goal. Life was finally heading in a good direction. In the days that followed, Lin Chi lived very peacefully. Since Reed's death, the bandits on Stone Iron Mountain hadn't dared to attack the city. Rumor had it that they had closed their gates tightly and dared not come down the mountain. Without bandits causing trouble, the trade caravans coming to and from Stone Iron City increased visibly. The streets were filled with shouting from morning till night. Also, Fiona found out that Lin Feng was not a card maker. Lin Chi's original plan was to test Fiona's attitude and make her give up. But unexpectedly, she seemed to have always known and showed no surprise. When asked, Fiona revealed that she had always suspected Lin Chi was a card maker. That's why she gave him a storage card as a sign of goodwill. A card maker, if they only learn to make one-star white cards after years of study, even after 10 years, can only produce green cards, not blue cards. In contrast, those with natural talent for card making can often produce blue cards in just 1 or 2 years. So, Fiona didn't believe the story that Lin Feng had only become skilled after 10 years of study. Although his identity was exposed, Lin Chi didn't think it was a big deal. Not to mention Fiona and Lin Feng's relationship. Even if she was short-sighted and wanted to make some small moves, with his current strength, he wouldn't be afraid. Plus, he still had support from Xiao Ao. But as it turned out, Fiona was a clever woman. She used her privileges to fully open the card collection at Wanka Pavilion to Lin Chi. The combined cards are still sold at Wanka Pavilion, but the profits are split into three parts. One goes into Lynch's pocket, another into Fiona and Lin Feng's small fund, and the last is Wanka Pavilion's profit. Previously, he bought 5 iron sword cards for 50 Khan, fused them with mercenary swords, and sold the result for 190 Khan, making a profit of 140 Khan. Now, with Wanka Pavilion backing him, the card price is set at 250 Khan. He can earn a steady 150 Khan per card, with Lin Feng and Fiona sharing 50 Khan, and Wanka Pavilion only keeping the original profit from the Iron Sword cards. This move is basically them using Wanka Pavilion's resources to make money. If Wanka Pavilion finds out, Fiona might not just be fired. Lynch is only slightly trusting her because of this. In the past, he sold only 50 cards at a time to stay low-key. Now, with Wanka Pavilion selling cards, he focuses on fusing cards. The number of cards sold each day has increased dozens of times, earning over 30,000 Khan in steady income. And this is just from working a few hours each day. Lynch's time is divided into many parts: learning from West Australia at the Furnace Church, reading ancient books in the library, focusing on training to improve his strength, and studying how different cards fuse together. For him, making money is never the main goal. Breaking through to higher levels and understanding the source card continent are the most important. After all, wealth is easy to gain but hard to keep. Only strong power can help him stand firm in this world. Young Master Lynch, the headquarters has sent another batch of skeleton summoning cards. I brought them all for you. Outside the courtyard, Kane respectfully called out, carrying a heavy wooden box and walking quickly inside. Thanks for your effort. Sit down and rest a bit. Lynch put down the source crystal in his hand and pointed to the stone chair opposite, signaling him to sit. I can stand. It's fine. Kane quickly waved his hand, becoming even more respectful. Since Fiona and Lin Feng confirmed their relationship, Wanka Pavilion underwent a big layoff, leaving only Fiona's trusted followers. She can't let anyone know her little moves now. Kane was brought in by Lynch to be his personal assistant, but really, he's a liaison between Lynch and Wanka Pavilion. His daily tasks are delivering raw materials and collecting finished cards. At noon, I'll go to the Furnace Church. You get half a day off. Lynch stored the wooden box in his storage card and patted his shoulder. Whether you rest at home or practice in the courtyard, it's up to you. But the materials I need. Once there's news, you must notify me immediately. That is your main task, young master, rest assured. Kane quickly lowered his head and replied, within 7 days at most, the echo shells and frost wolf claws you want will definitely be delivered to Stone Iron City. Good. Lin Chi nodded and left through the back door, heading onto the street. Recently, he had figured out how moonlight stones work. According to Xiao Duo's guess, moonlight stones are indeed the key materials for the Wind Chime Cat's evolution. So Lin Chi began preparing for the Wind Chime Cat's upgrade. To help it evolve into a dual attribute of sound and ice, he specifically chose materials like echo shells, frost wolf claws, glow-in-the-dark butterfly powder, and calming flowers. However, echo shells are rare in the Lava Kingdom. These sea-dwelling creatures are usually sold only in the Holy Empire or the Winter Kingdom. Perhaps in those two empires, such items are common and cheap, but in the Lava Kingdom, they are rare. Lin Chi spent a source crystal to get one, 10,000 Khan, just to buy a shell. This made him even more determined to become a traveling merchant. Reselling goods is so profitable. Thinking about his upgrade plans, Lin Chi quickly arrived at the Forge Cathedral. Usually, at this time, Xiao Duo would be praying before the statue of the fire god. Today, however, he was unusually relaxing in the main hall, sitting on a deck chair with a purple clay teapot, basking in the sun. You're early today. Xiao Duo didn't lift his eyelids and pointed to an empty chair beside him, signaling Lin Chi to sit. Archbishop, what day is it today? Lin Chi sat down and asked. Xiao Duo's lips curled slightly. Yesterday, I had a revelation dream. The great main god, to encourage my years of devout prayer, granted me a 1-month holiday. Oh, Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Did the main god mention me? Maybe give me some source crystals or rare cards as a reward. Xiao Duo smiled mysteriously. Of course. Really? Lin Chi looked surprised. He had only been joking, teasing the old man. But unexpectedly, there was actually something. Xiao Duo nodded. Your gift will arrive soon. Be patient. Lucky caught a strange choice of words. Clearly, West Australia didn't want to explain, so he just sat there reading patiently. After a while, a clear, crisp sound of footsteps came from the church entrance. Sunlight shone through the Gothic arch, casting long shadows on the ground. A beautiful figure in a white long dress walked towards them against the light, with lace trim on her skirt standing out in the shadows. Alicia? Lucky's eyes widened as he turned to West Australia. Bishop, about the gift you mentioned. Could it be? West Australia smiled so broadly that his eyes nearly closed, clearly implying something. Lucky twitched his mouth. Can I refuse to accept it? No. West Australia firmly refused, leaving no room for discussion. Teacher. Alicia had already approached and performed a proper noble kneeling gesture, graceful and polite. But when she looked at Lucky, her eyes carried a strange expression. Good girl, I brought you here with a task. West Australia signaled for her to sit across. Please, teacher, tell me what to do. After sitting down, Alicia kept her back straight. West Australia pointed at Lucky, and under Alicia's puzzled gaze, he slowly spoke. In a few days, your holiday will be over. When you return to the academy, bring this little guy with you, and also deliver this letter to Saris. He picked up a sealed letter from the tea table and handed it over. Alicia took the letter, looked at Lucky with surprise, then at her teacher. Finally, she couldn't hold back and asked, Teacher, why are you recommending a merchant to enroll? In Alicia's mind, merchants driven by profit are unlikely to become great. Lucky might have some talent, but his past action of giving up the wind chime cat for Khan still troubled her. Before West Australia could answer, Lucky suddenly stood up from his chair, staring directly at Alicia. Miss, what's wrong with merchants? There are good and bad people among merchants. Just because I didn't offer tribute to the city lord's mansion when I sold cards, you think I'm a bad person? You. Alicia's cheeks instantly turned red. Lucky's words hit her exactly where it hurt. The Lord Mayor's residence receives tributes from the Wan Ka Pavilion every year, and even the bandits from Stone Iron Mountain are forced to pay tribute every 6 months. Alicia feels quite helpless about this. Their family isn't short of money, but perhaps because they are merchants, her grandfather likes to take small advantages. She has advised him many times, but it was useless. Now, Lin Shi has exposed him publicly, and she feels both ashamed and angry. Alicia's chest rises and falls quickly, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. I have nothing to say about the customs of the Lord Mayor's residence. My grandfather is indeed a dishonest merchant, but you would easily give up your friend's chances for promotion just for money. Is such behavior honest and fair? Wow, this young girl is quite fiery. She's so fierce, she even exposes her own secrets. Lin Chi feels a shock in his heart, and the teasing look on his face fades. He rarely becomes serious. Miss Alicia, I respect your honesty in facing family matters, but I don't agree with your judgment. The reason I didn't choose the materials you provided wasn't because I gave up on the wind chime cat, but because your materials were too poor. I didn't like them. What did you say? Alicia seems to hear a huge joke, suddenly stands up, and raises her voice by a few octaves. I'm a certified card appraiser from the Card Appraisal Association. Even Lady Isabella of the Duchy, who is a beast tamer, had her evolution plan for her beast card drafted by me. You can question my family background, but you can't insult my dedication and love for beast taming. Her eyes turn red, but her back is straight, and the badge of the association on her chest shines in the sunlight. This is her honor earned after countless sleepless nights and many failures. How come, after saying all this, you're still fired up? Lin Chi feels a bit confused. Looking at this girl who is so determined about the beast-taming way, he unexpectedly feels a kind of hero-like aura. But, I'm not playing the villain in a story. What do you mean? Lin Chi clears his throat and tries to steer the conversation back on track. Alicia, let's stick to facts and reason. The material you provided, can it make the wind chime cat evolve to a blue grade? Alicia pauses, instinctively shakes her head, but her tone remains proud. The wind chime cat is a common pet card among nobles, and its growth limit is naturally low. So far, only my method has allowed them to steadily upgrade to 3 stars without fighting or training. Because of this, I earned the certification as a card appraisal master. Oh, is it really so easy to become a card appraisal master? Lin stroked his chin, a bit surprised. It seems people in this world don't know much about card advancement. Lin, show some respect. Alicia's cheeks flushed with a hint of anger, and her voice trembled slightly. Every card appraisal master has stayed up countless nights and learned from hundreds of failures. You shouldn't belittle their hard work. Don't get so worked up. I didn't mean to look down on you. Seeing Alicia's fiery expression, Lin suddenly found it quite amusing. He changed the subject. Want to make a bet? Alicia lifted her chin proudly and snorted. Betting is a mean trick. I won't do it. Lin smiled slightly. Then let's just have a fair competition. Alicia looked at him sideways. What kind of competition? Let's see who can make the wind chime cat evolve to a higher quality and star level, Lin said casually, as if it was an everyday matter. Are you admitting you're wrong? Alicia raised her chin, acting proud. In her mind, she was the ultimate authority on wind chime cat evolution. Lin suggestion to compete was, to her, a sign of weakness. He chuckled at her pride. Deep inside, he really wanted to teach this young lady a lesson, maybe even make her cry. All right, I think this contest sounds fun. Zai, who had been quietly watching from the side, finally couldn't hold back. He stepped forward, smiling broadly. He enjoyed watching the two young people argue earlier, and now it was his turn to join in. Teacher, could you please be our witness? Alicia immediately turned to Zai, bowing slightly with respect. Sure, I like being the matchmaker. Zai stroked his goat beard, squinting happily. Teacher, you're the witness. Alicia blushed shyly. Close enough. We're just here to witness, Zai replied with a smile. Western Australia waved his hand and changed the topic. But since it's a competition, there must be winners and losers, along with rewards and punishments. Don't you think that's fair? Link crossed his arms and looked indifferent. I have no opinion. Alicia also snorted coldly, confident. It's all up to the teacher. Western Australia clapped his thigh and laughed even more happily. Good. If Alicia loses, she has to marry Link. What? Link immediately jumped up. Link, don't overreact. Western Australia waved his hand and seriously advised. Do you lack confidence in yourself? Look at my disciple, so steady. Alicia couldn't help but show a little pride at her teacher's praise. In her mind, she would win no matter what, and the rewards or punishments didn't matter. Link recovered and immediately asked, what if I lose? Oh, you lose. Western Australia stroked his chin and smiled. Then you have to marry Alicia. What? Both of them exclaimed in shock, staring at him. Ha ha, isn't this a good punishment? Western Australia laughed heartily. Letting a man marry someone. Isn't that the harshest punishment? Alicia's eyes lit up, thinking this punishment was perfect. It's settled. If Link loses, he has to marry Xiaolon. No way. I don't agree. Link realized that Western Australia was deliberately trying to push Alicia onto him. If we compete, it must be a fair contest. Whoever loses has to do a favor for the winner. No bargaining allowed. Deal. Alicia decisively extended her delicate hand, full of fighting spirit. What are you doing? Link was surprised. Swearing an oath. Shake hands and vow. And keep your word, Alicia said. Oh, I thought you wanted me to give you a hand kiss, Link said shyly with a smile, also reaching out his hand. Alicia's cheeks reddened. Dream on. Only nobles do hand kisses. Clap. Their hands struck firmly, the sound crisp. Alicia looked determined and full of fighting spirit. Link, I will make you see that in the path of advancing in the beast realm, I am truly an expert. Lin smiled confidently and said, let's wait and see. Remember to cry loudly if you lose, or else I won't feel much achievement in winning. Xiao Duo watched the two arguing happily and nodded with satisfaction. Young people should compete with each other. Only then can they truly appreciate each other, develop feelings, and finally become close friends. Lin listened carefully and couldn't help but tease. Master, if you don't know idioms, don't try to force them in. When I win against your disciple myself, don't feel embarrassed. Ha, don't worry, kid. Xiao Duo laughed generously, full of hope for the younger generation. Whether it's you Ka or Jian Ka, this path is about the new generation pushing forward. We old folks are looking forward to you overthrowing us. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, Xiao Lan was lying comfortably in a rattan chair, taking a nap, when suddenly she heard hurried footsteps. She opened her eyes and saw Alicia returning. Miss, why are you back so early today? Alicia walked into the room without turning her head, giving instructions as she went. Xiaolon, help me bring Lingling here. Although puzzled, Xiaolon quickly ran to the lawn. She carried in a snow-white wind chime cat dressed in a small embroidered outfit. Seeing Alicia take out materials for the wind chime cat's evolution, Xiaolon wondered, "Miss, haven't you already finished your research?" Meow. The wind chime cat elegantly shook its ears, then leapt lightly onto the corner of the table, its sapphire-like eyes quietly watching Alicia work, its tail sweeping the table surface. Lingling, choose which one you like this time. Alicia poured a pile of materials from her storage card onto the desk, covering half of it instantly. There were shining wind-patterned stones, fluffy gale foxtails, dried but fragrant wind chime grass, and a few smooth animal bones. The wind chime cat tilted its head, sniffed, then suddenly meowed softly, gently pawing at the wind chime grass. Still prefers wind attributes after all. Alicia sighed in relief, her eyes becoming firm. My research idea is correct. Allowing the card beasts to choose their favorite materials and then combining them again is a safe method passed down by master card makers through generations. Beast card advancement is different from equipment card advancement. If equipment card advancement fails, at most, materials are lost. But if a beast card goes wrong, it can cause minor injuries that keep someone bedridden for half a month, or even damage the foundation, making it impossible to advance again for life. Only by following the beast's nature can the risks be minimized. This time, I'll try mixing in some auxiliary materials. Although it's unlikely to upgrade Wind Chime Cat to blue, I have to give it a try. Alicia muttered to herself as she carefully placed the wind chime grass into a jade box. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and looked up sharply. Oh no! Xiaolon was startled by her expression. Miss, what's wrong? Alicia frowned, her voice full of worry. Lin Feng is just a commoner and hasn't studied beast card advancement at the academy. How could he understand it? If he mixes the materials carelessly, what if his wind chime cat gets hurt? Xiaolon blinked, not quite understanding the connection between the advancement and Lin Feng, but she still comforted her. Miss, don't worry. You said Lin Feng goes to the Forge Church every day to learn from Master Xiao Ao, right? The Archbishop is a famous scholar in the duchy. A few words of guidance from him are better than college professors. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Alicia slapped her forehead, feeling relieved. But then, her face turned a bit annoyed. He's not even a student of the teacher, yet he runs to the church more diligently than my own disciple. Really? Meanwhile, inside the study of the Forged Church, sunlight was broken into beams by tall bookshelves. Behind the shelves, Lin Feng was flipping through books at an almost frantic speed, the sound of pages turning filling the room. In just one day, the pile of books he finished was taller than himself. Perhaps thanks to the benefits of crossing over, Lin Feng not only has a photographic memory, but can also read 10 pages at once. His reading speed is astonishing, but he knew deep down that reading alone wasn't enough. Talking about theories on paper wouldn't compare to practical experience. To test his ideas, he had to do experiments. Experiments need funds and beast cards. How can I get those? Lin Feng rubbed his sore eyes and started calculating his savings. I have some money saved, but half of it is for my father's retirement, and the other half is for future trading. I can't spend it all. The Beast Card Pavilion has so few beast cards. I definitely can't go to the Black Wind Forest to catch them myself. Thinking about how I still have many seal cards, Lucky feels that capturing card beasts is also an option. However, most low-level card beasts have no potential for advancement, and capturing mid-level card beasts might take more time. The idea of using Moonlight Stones is correct, but Echo Shell still needs a few days to arrive. We can't just do nothing during these days. Lucky tapped on the table, then suddenly brightened his eyes. Oh right. When the Wild Wolf cleared the Black Wind Mercenary Group, Bob seized a beast card of the Blue Fur Wolf King. Since it's a Wolf King, it should be more compatible, right? Compatibility, that's a guess Lucky made after reading many books on card evolution. Just like how he used a fire crystal to upgrade Lin Feng's Windbreaker Knife and Rielian's Bow, but couldn't use a fire crystal to upgrade the Wind Chime Cat. Why? The root cause lies in compatibility. The Windbreaker Knife is a tool card, a weapon. Genuine gold can withstand fire, so as long as the attributes don't conflict, tool cards can usually adapt. For example, Old John, who awakened his staff beast card at age 77, can't use a fire crystal on his wooden staff because the attributes clash and would burn it to ashes. But if he used a metal material, the upgrade would succeed. Since card beasts are flesh and blood, each has different bloodlines and habits, and their evolution paths vary greatly. Some card beasts can't even evolve. He once experimented with merging jumping rabbits. Fusing 5 jumping rabbits produced a stronger hind leg, and 10 produced a bouncing rabbit. That's when he realized that simply increasing quantity might produce useless cards. It's like an ant is an ant, and a swarm of ants is still essentially ants. But the card masters on the source card continent have a unique way of evolving card beasts. Their methods are very different from Lucky's card fusion skills. They improve card strength by matching evolution materials. For example, giving an ant thin wings might evolve it into a flying ant. But if you give an ant sparrow wings, it definitely won't work. Of course, this is just a metaphor. Real evolution is much more complex. Better materials don't always mean a stronger evolution. If incompatible materials are used, the card beast might still evolve, but its strength could be greatly reduced or remain about the same as before evolution. After spending time and money gathering many materials, the final result was not satisfactory. This is something every card master hopes to avoid. Therefore, the profession of card evaluator is very important, even more so than that of card creator in some ways. Decided, I will use the blue hair wolf king for an experiment. Lin Feng made the decision, crawled out from the pile of books, grabbed a bucket and a cloth from the corner of the wall, and rushed toward the main hall. Archbishop, please move aside so I can clean the main god statue. Watching Lin Feng hurriedly climb up to the statue of the fire god, Co nodded with a sigh. Child, now you're trying to please the main god. But don't worry, your idea of using moonlight stones to upgrade the wind chime cat is correct. I have a friend. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng poured a bucket of water onto the statue, causing droplets to fall, and then singing to be heard. Clean it well, don't be lazy. Co chuckled and took a chair, heading outside to find a quiet place to sleep. An hour later, Lin Feng polished the statue until it shone brightly. He respectfully stood in front of the statue, clasped his hands, and said, Great God, the cleaning is done. Please accept this fire crystal as my reward. I look forward to serving you again. Afterward, he skillfully put a fire crystal into his storage card and hurried toward the wand card pavilion. But this dream could only be truly realized once he turned 18 and gained enough strength to protect himself. For now, becoming a card appraisal master was his most urgent goal. Since the Bishop of Western Australia allowed Alicia and me to study at the Advanced Card Master Academy, I should take this chance to meet more nobles. Alicia is helping Lady Isabella develop a plan to upgrade her card beasts. If I can help them evolve cards far beyond what the continent knows, I could earn 2 million credits for my efforts. Thinking of this, Lin Feng became very motivated and focused on studying how to upgrade card beasts. Right now, he was just a commoner or below, and even if he became a student at the Cardmaster Academy, nobles wouldn't pay much attention to him. Only by becoming a card appraisal master could he have a chance to enter the noble circles. Young Wolf, a low-level, non-elemental card beast, 1-star white card. Its biting strength is even better than a 2-star green card Wind Bell Cat. Its basic stats are on par with 2-star card beasts. Why isn't anyone using it for evolution experiments? As he pondered this, the carriage slowly stopped at a fork in the road. On one side was the busy new city of Xinyao, and on the other was a rugged mountain road leading to the Iron Mine mountain range. Young master, it looks like a caravan of traveling merchants ahead, Kane said from outside the carriage. Traveling merchant caravan? Lin Feng's voice was a bit excited. He immediately lifted the curtain and looked out. In this remote border area, traveling merchant teams often brought special products and rare card materials from other places. Let's go and take a look. The two eagerly headed toward the caravan. But as they approached, the guards in the caravan immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly and watching them sharply. Don't be nervous. We're just here to buy things, Lin Feng said with a smile and raised his hand to show he meant no harm. Seeing this, the guards relaxed slightly, and one of them shouted loudly toward the center of the caravan. Boss, we have guests. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in rough linen clothes stepped out of the largest wagon. He was slightly chubby, with a round face full of a kind smile, but his small eyes revealed a shrewd merchant's sharpness. His gaze quickly swept over Lin Chi's clothes and Kane's accessories, silently assessing their value. Young man, our caravan comes from the Obsidian Kingdom, mainly selling their special product, obsidian. Of course, we also have some cards and other materials. Lin Chi glanced at the other's clothing and secretly smiled. A wealthy person wearing rough linen clothes might not attract bandits' attention. But since you're a caravan, even if everyone dressed like beggars, as long as the loaded wagons are still here, bandits will still be tempted. But Lin Chi didn't point this out. Maybe everyone has their own taste. Perhaps he simply preferred this simple style. Boss, could I see your inventory list? As soon as he said this, the middle-aged merchant's eyes lit up. People who ask for a list are usually not casual buyers, but important customers with clear needs. Still, he kept his composure and said calmly, "Of course, we have a list, but the customer must first prove they have the ability to buy." The caravan boss was quite cautious. He suspected Lin Chi might be a bandit's bait, sent to see if the caravan was worth attacking. If Lin Chi could show a certain amount of con, it would prove he was a genuine customer. After all, no bandit would give a young boy a large amount of con as bait. Lin Chi understood his concern and smiled as he took out a source crystal card. 100,000 con. I hope your caravan has what I need. Seeing the balance on the source crystal card, the caravan boss's attitude became even friendlier. He quickly took out a rolled animal hide scroll from his pocket. Please, take a look, sir. This is our complete inventory list, all clearly priced. Lin Chi unfurled the scroll and quickly scanned it. There were indeed many items not found in Ironstone City. Fire tangle grass, I'll try this. Obsidian, maybe a few would be useful. Black flame, what is this? Looking at a card on the scroll with a drawing, Lin Chi couldn't help but feel curious. The caravan boss looked at the drawing and said proudly, "This is a special black flame unique to our Obsidian Kingdom's black volcano. It's the only place on the continent that produces it." Black flame? Lin Chi was truly surprised. He had searched through many texts but had never seen such a record. A sudden idea flashed through his mind. Since it's a flame, maybe it can be used for my hellfire skeletons. Soon, Lynch selected some materials that Iron City did not have, and even bought 10 cards. Dear customer, thank you for your patronage. I'll give you a 10% discount. The total is 24,000 con, the caravan boss said with a big smile, eyes squinting. Since the Obsidian Kingdom and the Iron Felt Kingdom are neighbors, this price is quite fair. Lynch happily swiped his card and carried his package back to the carriage. The carriage started again and headed toward the Iron Mine Mountains. The bumpy feeling returned, but Lynch didn't mind. He eagerly took out the card of the strange vine demon. Poison vine. Too bad there are only 10 cards. If I had more, the demon's nerve toxin could be greatly strengthened. He took out a fusion card and laid the 10 one-star poison vine cards on it. Fuse. As the whirlpool appeared, 11 cards were instantly swallowed. After a moment, a new card with a faint blue glow slowly appeared in his hand. Summon card. Strange Vine Demon star level. 3 stars quality. Blue attributes. Toxin 11. Life 10 talent. Mimicry and stealth. When in forests, grasslands, or any environment rich in plants, the demon can perfectly blend into the surroundings, making it very hard to detect. Skill 1. Thorn Wrap. Releases 5 thorns, each wrapping around different targets, or working together to strangle a single target, causing continuous damage and binding tightly. Skill 2. Neural Toxin. Its spikes secrete a strong neurotoxin. Enemies hit by its attack will slow down and may temporarily become numb. Evaluation. The Strange Vine Demon is a deadly hunter that combines stealth, control, and continuous damage. It perfectly embodies the transformation from plant to monster. 10 white cards only increase the toxin by 1 point. Lynch looked at the card in his hand and frowned. Calculating like this, to upgrade the Strange Vine Demon from a blue card to a purple card, I need at least 10 blue cards. That's equivalent to 100 green cards and 500 white cards. It might seem like 500 white cards isn't a lot, especially since Lynch bought hundreds of Iron Sword cards before. But the Strange Vine Demon is a summon card, which is completely different. He had already bought out all the stock of the 10,000 card pavilion in Iron City to fuse the demon, and he hadn't replenished the stock yet. It can be said that if only parasitic vines were used to upgrade the mysterious Vine Demon, it would probably be very difficult to gather enough from all the manga guilds across the entire duchy. Forget it, take it slow. For now, the blue quality cards are enough. Maybe when I reach the duchy, I will find other high-level cards to fuse. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his mindset and took out a stack of black flame cards. Just this stack of cards cost him 10,000 con. Don't let me down. He activated the fusion card. In an instant, a flood of information poured into his mind, clearly engraved in his consciousness. Black flame star level, none quality, none attribute, magic/fire card description. A special flame originating from the sealed land, formed after being corrupted by the aura of a magic dragon. Magic dragon? Lin Feng sat up straight, eyes full of shock. The Obsidian Duchy actually sealed a magic dragon? This news is truly shocking. But after the shock, he felt even more excited. This black flame is definitely the perfect fuel to enhance the attributes of the S remains. Fuse. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He flicked his wrist and sent the entire stack of black flame cards into the energy vortex. As the light flickered, a brand new card quickly took shape and floated in his palm. Dragon Fire Star level, none quality, none card description. The magic fire spat out by a magic dragon, with erosion effects and incredible destructive power. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He took out the card of the S remains in his left hand and 4 fire crystal stone cards in his right hand. Looking at these 4 cards, he felt a bit of pain. These fire crystals are not only proof of his hard work, but also worth 400,000 con. For a stronger main card, it's worth it. He closed his eyes tightly and made up his mind to push all the cards into the energy vortex together. In an instant, a dazzling blue light burst out from the carriage. The glow grew brighter and brighter, and a faint noble purple halo appeared at the edges. Is this a sign of advancing to a purple card? Lin Feng swallowed hard, his heart pounding. He never expected that fusing 5 material cards could cause such a strong energy fluctuation, even triggering the purple halo. So, if I prepare just 2 more blue cards, my main card can break through to purple quality? The light gradually dimmed, and a new, faintly glowing card quietly rested in his palm. Link looked down, and the pattern on the card made his breath catch. Summon card, skeleton star level, 4 stars quality, blue attributes, undead/magic/fire talent. Immortal flame. After the skeleton falls, the power of the flames remains without a host, continuously burning enemies' souls. This damage can affect all enemies. Equipment 1. Dark Flame Armor, Fire Resistance 60, Defense 50, Speed 30. Equipment 2. Skeleton Greatsword, Attack 55, with Heavy Strike and Burn effects. Skill 1. Brave Charge, a straight-line rush that stuns the target. Can be used with weapons for a dash/slash. Skill 2. Intermediate Swordsmanship, mastery of basic sword techniques like slash, chop, stab, and flick. Attack accuracy 50%. Skill 3. Purgatory Slash, compresses magic flames into the sword, swinging a fan-shaped wave of dark flames that deals devastating damage and leaves a burning black fire. Skill 4. Death Domain. Within the magic flame's range, slain creatures can be turned into skeletons and controlled. The card's image. A towering skeleton nearly 3 meters tall, with bones harder than refined steel, clad in dark metallic armor. Black flames flicker in the gaps of the armor and eye sockets, breathing like a living thing, radiating a terrifying aura. Evaluation. A terrifying being born from the fusion of hellfire and the power of a magic dragon. It is no longer just a simple undead creature, but a death embodiment infused with the savage soul of a dragon. It is a disaster, a harbinger of destruction. Skeleton, its attributes have become threefold. Link clenched the card tightly, trembling slightly with excitement. He didn't even notice the star level increase from the card upgrade. His mind was entirely focused on the space in the card slot, where a figure cloaked in black flames, wielding a greatsword, stood like a death god. Although it no longer has the ability to rebirth, it now has an indestructible flame like a curse. The most important thing is the death domain. With this ability, doesn't that mean I can build my own undead army in the future? Even before reaching the destination on the Iron Mine mountain range, Link felt such a great surprise, and his mood was exceptionally happy. It wasn't until the surge of spiritual power within him, bringing a wave of fullness and pain, that he suddenly realized. Huh, I've broken through to 4-star Master of Cards. However, Lynch was not surprised. He was already close to the 4-star threshold, and this time, the enhancement from the Demon Bones just helped him fill the last gap in his source power. That's good. Now I have one more slot in my card space. I can buy a mount-type card beast. Lynch happily thought about whether he should choose a flying card beast for soaring in the sky or a land-running beast. Suddenly, his smile froze, and he stood up quickly. No, I've run out of fire crystals. What will I use to experiment on the blue-haired Wolf King? His main goal in coming to the Iron Mine mountain range was to use the blue-haired Wolf King for an upgrade test. He hurriedly lifted the car curtain. Kane, turn the car around quickly. Chase after that wandering merchant caravan. Understood, young master. Hold on tight. Kane thought Lynch had bought a fake item. Without hesitation, he whipped the horsewhip and sped up to chase after the caravan. About 10 minutes later, Lynch, holding a heavy bag of lava stones, said goodbye to the caravan boss with a smile. Boss, I hope we meet again in the Obsidian Kingdom someday. Definitely. I've prepared rare goods, waiting for your visit. The caravan boss waved with a big smile. Only after Lynch's carriage disappeared at the end of the mountain road did he hurriedly take out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. That was close. I thought they were here to return goods. The carriage headed back toward the Iron Mine mountain range. Lynch played with the lava stones in his hand. Compared to fire crystals, their temperature was at least a level higher. I originally wanted to use fire crystals to upgrade Bob's powerful card beast and make some money to compensate for Maple Leaf's expenses. Now it seems I can only try with lava stones, Lynch thought with some regret. When Maple Leaf ordered the healing card, he made quite a profit from the material list. If it was an ordinary customer, that wouldn't matter. But later, he developed good relationships with Maple Leaf, Bob, and even the other members of the Wild Wolf mercenary group. Lynch could comfortably cheat other nobles, but he would never cheat poor people or friends. Lava stones, fire moss, the fangs of the red flame tiger, and 2 spirit-calming flowers. The materials used by card appraisal masters in books are not fixed. Some use 3 types, others 4, and some even 7 or 8, with varying quantities. Since my fusion card rule limits me to 5 cards, it's best to use 5 upgrade materials. Besides the fire upgrade path, Lynch has also prepared materials for the wind element upgrade. These include wind stones, wind chime grass, calming flowers, the whiskers of the extreme shadow panther, and the fur of the wind chime cat. He also wants to see if the blue-haired wolf might develop towards the wind wolf route. Among these materials, Lynch considers the calming flower to be essential. This seemingly ordinary plant can stabilize a beast's emotions and mental strength, making it a great material to ensure successful advancement. However, to his surprise, there are no records about the calming flower in the ancient texts, and it is surprisingly cheap. This suggests that the people on the source card continent have not yet discovered its true value. Lynch has already planned that once he gains the reputation of a card appraisal master, he will write and publish a paper about the calming flower to make his name known. He knows very well that card makers and appraisers on the source card continent follow strict traditions. Everyone keeps their core skills secret and rarely share them, let alone publish research openly. If he publicly reveals the benefits of the calming flower, more people will benefit and his fame will grow. This will make it easier for him to enter noble circles or develop business partnerships. Of course, Lynch's plans go beyond that. He has already bought 10 acres of land outside Stone Iron City and has started training Rulian to cultivate calming flowers. Although there are only 100 flowers now, he believes that after a year or 2 of cultivation, the 10 acres will be full of calming flowers, turning that land into a continuous source of wealth. Lynch, half a mile from the Wild Wolf mercenary group's camp. A familiar call carried on the wind. Bob? Lynch lifted the curtain of his carriage and looked out. He saw Bob running toward the carriage, closely followed by a blue-haired wolf. The wolf's fur was shiny and smooth, larger and more muscular than a typical blue-haired wolf, with well-defined limb muscles, looking quite formidable. How did you know I was coming? Lynch greeted him with a smile, pausing to look at the particularly spirited blue-haired wolf. Bob proudly puffed out his chest. You forgot? I am the eyes of the wild wolves. I can't miss any movement at the foot of the Iron Mine mountain range. He said this while grabbing Lin Chi's arm and walking toward the camp. His tone was full of excitement. Come with me. Yesterday, we went into the mountains and found a beast nest. We caught several fat ones, and one of the intermediary beasts was just roasting. Perfect. I brought some wine for everyone. It's all on the carriage. Lin Chi pointed to the carriage behind him. Oh my goodness, you're a real hero. Bob's eyes lit up instantly. The deputy squad leader just bought that wine a few days ago. It was gone in less than 2 days because of these drinkers. After hunting the beast yesterday, we didn't even have a toast to celebrate. Everyone's faces looked longer than a horse's. Lin Chi couldn't help but laugh. Looks like I arrived just in time. As they led the carriage to the camp entrance, Bob suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone wake up. Lin Chi brought wine. Hurry and come help carry it. If you're late, you'll miss out on even the foam from the wine. As soon as he finished speaking, several canvas curtains of tents were pulled aside with a loud rustling sound. Muscular men with bare chests and cooks wearing aprons rushed over. Even those tending the fire and grilling meat dropped everything and hurried over. Wow, I love you, young Master Lin Chi. Lin Chi's face darkened. Get lost, I don't like men. Ha ha. Everyone burst into loud laughter, and the previously quiet camp suddenly came alive. In the chaos, a slender yet tall figure stepped out of a tent. Maple Leaf was dressed in practical combat clothes, her long hair tied into a neat ponytail with some grass clippings on the tips. Seeing Lin Chi surrounded by everyone, her eyes softened with a gentle smile. Bringing wine again to feed these drinkers? If you keep doing this, they might even team up to make you deputy squad leader. Lin Chi chuckled and waved his hand. You're joking, Maple Leaf. I don't have your ability. Maple Leaf stepped forward and patted Lin Chi on the shoulder. Come on, try the beast meat we hunted yesterday. It's really delicious. In the open space at the center of the camp, a bonfire blazed brightly. Skewers of beast meat were sizzling on a wooden rack, releasing a fragrant aroma mixed with the scent of wine, filling the entire camp. Everyone sat around the fire, holding wine cups, chatting happily about the fun of yesterday's hunt. Their laughter was even more lively than the crackling fire. Lin Chi took a piece of roasted meat handed to him by Maple Leaf, took a bite, and found it incredibly tender. It had a fresh mountain flavor, with no trace of the usual gamey smell. He was chewing on meat and looked at Maple Leaf, who was brushing sauce on the barbecue. Suddenly, he asked, Miss Maple Leaf, does the mercenary group accept requests to catch live card beasts? Oh? You want to catch a card beast? Maple Leaf paused her action and looked up at him. Lin Chi nodded and explained, I need a card beast to help me get around. It would be even better if it could fly. Maple Leaf thought for a moment and nodded. Catching live card beasts isn't hard. We often help merchant groups catch gentle card beasts to use as pack animals. But mid-level and higher card beasts are very aggressive, and sealing them is quite difficult. Usually, you need a high-level beast tamer to do it. Beast tamer? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. He had never heard that term before. That's a person who has a beast taming card. Bob, sitting nearby, quickly explained, there are 4 main types of core cards: tool cards, summoning cards, magic cards, and beast taming cards. Beast tamers, who have a beast taming card, are naturally good at getting close to card beasts. They play a key role in sealing them, so they're called beast tamers. So, beast taming cards have other uses too? Lin Chi was quite surprised. He had read very little about beast taming cards in the books he studied. He only knew they were one of the 4 main types. It's normal that you don't know. Maple Leaf flicked a spark from the campfire, which jumped up. In our lava kingdom, most people awaken tool cards. Beast taming cards are rare. But if you go to the Beast King Kingdom, it's different. Most people there have awakened beast taming cards. Even children can play with small card beasts in the forests. It's the most friendly country on the continent toward card beasts. Miss Maple Leaf, I heard that the Beast King Kingdom also has elves. Are they considered humans? Lin Chi blinked, looking curious. He had searched through most of the church's books, but couldn't find detailed records about elves. Maple Leaf smiled and looked at him. What? Do you want to marry an elf? Oh, I'm just curious, Lin Chi said, waving his hand awkwardly. Ha ha ha, Lin Chi, don't even think about it. Elves never marry outside their kind. Bob laughed loudly. That's not always true, Maple Leaf teased. If little Lin Chi can become a beast-taming master in the future, maybe there's a chance. Lin Chi's curiosity grew even more. Is it because elves admire strong people? No, Maple Leaf shook her head patiently and explained, it's about lifespan. Elves can live up to 500 years, and some long-lived wood spirits can live over 1,000 years. Once they choose a partner, they stay together for life. But humans only live about 100 years, so compared to them, our lives are very short. We don't really consider such things. I see. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Then his eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had found something important. So, Master Yuka, can you live for 500 years? In this world full of unknowns and magic, even if eternal life isn't possible, he still wanted to live a few more years, see more of the world, and fulfill his dream of traveling far and wide. I can't say for sure. Maple Leaf shook her head. It depends on Yuka's cards. If your secondary cards are all about increasing life, then you'll probably live longer than us. Lin Feng pouted and complained. Listening to you is better than hearing a story. You're asking for a beating, Maple Leaf playfully scolded, then casually grabbed a piece of deliciously roasted beast meat from the fire and threw it at him. Yum! Foamling Cat leapt up quickly, perfectly blocking Lin Feng in front of the fire, and caught the flying meat in its mouth. Good job, little Foamling, Lin Feng praised, rubbing the cat's head. Foamling Cat licked its paws, but its glass-like eyes stayed fixed on the roasted meat on the fire, clearly still craving more. By the way, Maple Leaf's gaze shifted to Foamling Cat, and her tone carried a gentle reminder. Foamling Cat's price has gone up quite a bit recently. In the card market of New Shine City, it's said to have risen to 15,000 KON per pet. It's a very good choice as a companion, but you need to think carefully. Raising a card beast is always tricky. If you cancel the secondary card contract and lose the source energy supply, it will quickly become thin and may even die. This sudden, somewhat random warning made Lin Feng pause. He quickly realized Maple Leaf had misunderstood and hurried to explain. Maple Leaf, I didn't say I want to replace Foamling Cat. Oh, Maple Leaf looked a bit surprised and raised an eyebrow. Then are you planning to find another mount card beast? Do you have enough space in your card slot? Lin Feng smiled silently, and a faint aura of source energy radiated from him. Seeing this aura, Bob, standing nearby, widened his eyes in surprise. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I thought that by working hard and breaking through to 3 stars, I could finally catch up with you. But in the blink of an eye, I was left behind again. Lin Feng smiled and patted his shoulder. Hard work is definitely the best way to succeed, but the scariest thing is that geniuses work even harder than you. Get lost. Bob and Feng were speechless about his arrogance. Feng looked at Lin Feng with a hint of regret in her eyes. Don't let your talent trap you in Ironstone City. The Intermediate Card Master Academy in the Kingdom recruits students every year. With your talent, you'll definitely get in. If you're lucky and catch the eye of a noble lady, your future will be much brighter than struggling in this poor place. As she finished speaking, Bob, who was sprinkling spices nearby, shook his head repeatedly. Vice Captain, have you forgotten Master Lin Feng? It's great that Lin Feng stayed in Ironstone City to inherit the card-making skills of the master. But those nobles are all proud and haughty, and working for them isn't easy. Feng rolled her eyes at him. You don't understand. Being a card maker is indeed a noble profession, but this continent is ultimately ruled by nobles. Even if a card maker wants to become a noble, they have to marry into a noble family. Lin Feng listened quietly to their conversation, but his mind was stirred. Alicia's grandfather, isn't he just someone who bought the city lord position with money? The city lord is an official position, not a noble title. Feng's gaze darkened. True nobles have at least a few hundred years of family heritage, and their bloodline carries a mark of honor. Money can't buy that. I can't explain everything now, but once you go to the capital, you'll understand. I see. Lin Feng suddenly realized and thought, no wonder card makers have traditions. It seems most of these traditions are held by noble families. A sudden thought came to him. Should I still get certified by the Card Maker Association? Lin Feng felt a bit confused. He had thought that the source card continent was straightforward, but now it seemed he hadn't yet touched the true face of this world. The barbecue was quickly finished. Lin Feng didn't eat much, mostly giving it to the wind chime cat. Nearby, Bob's green-haired wolf king was gnawing on a bone, with bone fragments splattering everywhere and oil spots on its fur. Bob, do you plan to raise this green-haired wolf king long-term? Bob smiled and looked up confidently, saying, of course, the green-haired wolf king has the ability to command the wolf pack. I just haven't connected with it well yet, but I believe I will in the future. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and said teasingly, "Do you want it to try advancing now?" Bob scratched his head with a sad smile. "I wish I could, but none of us in the mercenary group understand how to make the beast advance." "No problem. I have prepared something for you." Lin Feng took out a wooden box from his storage card and looked at Bob with anticipation. Bob hesitated a little. Is it too valuable?" "It's okay. It's not worth much. Just take it and see if it works," Lin Feng said, handing the box to him. His hopeful look made Bob unable to refuse. Okay, I'll try." Bob waved to the green-haired Wolf King and called out, "Come here, Wolf." But the Wolf King only lifted an eyelid, glanced at him, then lowered its head and kept gnawing on a bone. Everyone around burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Bob, how did you raise your beast? It doesn't listen to your commands. The vice captain's wind wolf is always obedient. Even if you put meat in front of it, it wouldn't ignore you. Bob's just raising a troublemaker." The teasing continued, and Bob's face turned bright red. He stood up quickly, walked over, and grabbed the Wolf King's neck fur, pulling it over. Seeing the Wolf King growling slightly to protect its food, Lin Feng hurried forward and pulled him back. "Hey, Bob, you need to learn to communicate gently with your beast. If you're rough, your connection won't improve." He had noticed that, in Ironstone City, besides Alicia, no one truly treated their beasts as partners. Bob was a bit anxious. "But I'm not a beast tamer, so I can't communicate deeply with it." "You don't have to be a beast tamer. Just take your time to build a bond. Interact more and give some rewards," Lin Feng said, then turned to call the Wind Bell Cat. "Little Wind Bell, spin around." The Wind Bell Cat immediately leapt lightly and spun a beautiful circle in place. Its amber eyes sparkled as if proud of itself. "Good girl." Lin Feng took out a piece of dried meat and gently patted its head. The Wind Chime Cat comfortably closed its eyes, nibbling on some dried meat and gently rubbing its paw against his palm, showing affection. "Try it," someone suggested. "Huh? Is it that simple?" Bob asked, doubtful but still giving the order to the blue-haired Wolf King. "Stand up, then sit down," he commanded. For a beast linked to a slot, these basic commands were easy to give. The blue-haired Wolf King reluctantly stood up, then sat down heavily, its tail sweeping dust into the air, clearly upset. Bob looked confused. "Does this work?" Lynch said. "Feed it some dried meat." Bob quickly handed over the meat. The wolf hesitated briefly, then opened its mouth and took it, chewing happily. "Now, pet its head," Lynch instructed. Bob hesitated, saying, "The blue-haired wolf doesn't like me to touch it." "Just try. It's not hostile right now," Lynch encouraged. The nearby mercenaries also gathered, curious about this unusual scene. Encouraged by Lynch, Bob gritted his teeth and slowly raised his hand to the wolf's head. To everyone's surprise, the wolf just chewed the meat, twitched its ears, and showed no resistance. It even tilted its head slightly and rubbed against Bob's hand. "Wow, it really works," the watching mercenaries exclaimed in amazement. These wolf-type beasts are known to be fierce, and this one is the Wolf King. "I didn't expect it to be so gentle in Bob's hands. Lynch is really impressive. Just a few words, and he tames the Wolf King." Bob was so excited his voice trembled. He grabbed Lynch's arm. "Lynch, how did you do it?" "It's simple," Lynch said, pointing to the faint old scar on the wolf's neck. This blue-haired Wolf King was taken from the Black Wind mercenary group. Those people treat beasts like tools, beating and scolding them. They must have mistreated it a lot. If you show kindness and treat it as a partner, it will respond. Bob suddenly understood. "I see." He turned to look at the blue-haired Wolf King, his eyes serious. "From today on, your name is Little Green. You're not my tool. You're my partner, and an intern mercenary of the Wild Wolf mercenary group." Perhaps sensing Bob's strong feelings, the blue-haired Wolf King sat up straight, lifted its head to the night sky, and let out a loud wolf howl. With the wolf's howl, its aura suddenly surged. A faint green glow of source energy enveloped its body, making its fur shine even brighter. It had directly advanced from 2 stars to 3 stars, and its wolf power grew stronger. "Is this really possible?" Lin Feng stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he saw. "Little Green, you've advanced. That's great." Bob excitedly hugged the blue-furred Wolf King, spinning around several times. The Wolf King happily rubbed its head against his face, showing affection. They look very close. Lin Chi watched with envy. He turned and picked up the wind chime cat, speaking softly. Little wind chime, I'll give you a proper name. From now on, you'll be called Wind Chime. You're not just my pet, you're my family. The wind chime cat blinked and nuzzled his cheek affectionately. Lin Chi held his breath, full of hope, waiting patiently. But the wind chime cat only made a purr sound, with no other signs of breakthrough. No glow, no special phenomena. Why doesn't it work for me? Lin Chi looked at Bob, who was playing with the little green wolf, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Is Bob using the hero's script? Does he have a special aura? He sighed and poked the little wind chime cat's soft paw. While he was pondering life with the wind chime cat, Bob suddenly ran over with the little green wolf, looking excited. Lin Chi, I feel great now. I want to try the advancement materials you gave me. Oh, go ahead and try yourself. Lin Chi, feeling tired, fiddled with the wind chime cat's tail, puzzled. He had spent so much time with the wind chime cat, treating it sincerely. Why didn't he get the same bond breakthrough treatment? Why did Bob inexplicably develop a bond with the blue-furred wolf king? Little green. A sharp cry suddenly pulled Lin Chi back to reality. What's wrong? Lin Chi's heart tightened, and he stood up quickly. Not far away, on an open ground, a group of mercenaries was panicking, forming a circle. In the center of the circle, the blue-furred wolf king was wrapped in blazing flames, rolling and howling in pain. The black wolf fur was sizzling as it burned, with a burnt smell mixed with the heat wave hitting the face, making people's throats tighten. Why is there such a strong reaction? Link hurried over, frowning tightly. The lava rock's fire energy isn't very high, so why is this happening? Captain is here, someone in the crowd shouted urgently. The mercenaries immediately fell silent and made way for a clear path. A wild wolf quickly approached, dressed in black armor that outlined his strong muscles, giving off a cold aura like ice. He looked at the burning blue-haired wolf king on the ground, his gaze suddenly darkening. He turned to stare at Bob. Did you use that thing on the blue-haired wolf? I didn't mean to, Bob stammered, standing nearby with an anxious face. Little Green told me it needed that, so I. What thing? Don't beat around the bush, Link asked anxiously. Maple Leaf sighed and said seriously, it's fire crystal. When the old drinker saved Bob, he found it among his parents' belongings. Fire crystal? Link's voice rose a few tones. And the lava rock? Did you also give that to Little Green? Bob nodded with tears in his eyes. Link was both angry and anxious. Combining two types of fire energy, this could up the body. Hurry and find water to cool Little Green down. Yes, cool him. Bob finally realized that since the blue-haired wolf king was hot, giving him water should help. One mercenary shouted, I'll dig a big hole with the gold-digging mouse. You guys go get water. He immediately summoned a chubby gold-digging mouse. The little creature's paws flitted, and dirt was quickly dug up and splattered everywhere. Others also started moving, lifting water buckets, flipping over the barbecue grills. The lively camp suddenly became chaotic, leaving only the painful howls of the blue-haired wolf king. Soon, buckets of water were poured into the makeshift water pits. But as soon as it touched Little Green's body, it instantly boiled into hot water, steaming fiercely. This won't do. It's all turned to boiling water. Everyone, get back. At a critical moment, the wild wolf stepped forward, suddenly holding a card glowing with blue light. He poured his source power into the card. The air around him immediately turned cold. The wild wolf pressed the card onto the water pit, and the water quickly froze into thick ice. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the ice layer suddenly cracked and melted into warm water, which didn't last long to cool things down. The wild wolf furrowed his brows and said, Stay back. I can handle this. I won't leave. Bob rushed forward and hugged the blue-furred wolf king's neck. The hot temperature instantly burned his arm, causing blisters to form on his skin. Even so, he refused to let go. Xiaoqing is my friend. I can't abandon it. Maple Leaf frowned and ordered loudly. Everyone, step back. Leave this to the team leader and Bob. Others, stay 30 steps away. The mercenaries didn't dare disobey and backed away. Lin Chi also moved to a safe distance, but kept his eyes fixed on Xiaoqing and Bob. He was worried about Xiaoqing's safety, but also curious. Could a special mutated card beast appear in such an extreme situation? Time passed second by second. After an hour, The blue-furred Wolf King's struggles grew weaker until it finally lost strength and sank into the water. Xiaoqing! Bob's cry was hoarse and filled with despair. Just when everyone thought the evolution had failed, the flames on Xiaoqing suddenly retracted. Then, a dazzling blue light burst from its body. Within the blue glow, the burnt wolf fur grew back at a visible speed, but the color had changed to a fiery red. Its fangs and claws became sharper, shining with a metallic coldness. The aura it emitted was deep and commanding, more than twice as strong as before. It's done. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, sweat soaking his clothes. Xiaoqing, wake up. Open your eyes and look at me. Bob shook his wolf head, voice trembling with tears. Although the blue-furred Wolf King had successfully evolved, it hadn't woken up yet. Bob, it's just exhausted and unconscious. Let it rest in the card slot. It will wake up soon. The wild wolf also sighed in relief. He hadn't expected it to succeed. Hearing that Xiaoqing was fine, Bob finally relaxed. Okay. After Bob put the blue-furred Wolf King back into the card, everyone still felt a lingering fear. So, it turns out that using a tribute countering during evolution to help the card beast reduce pain can greatly increase the chances of success. As the sound of writing echoed in the air, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Feng. They looked hesitant, wanting to speak but not daring to be the first. Lin Feng, thank you. Bob crawled out of the puddle, his arm covered in alarming blisters. He walked over to Lin Feng, soaked from head to toe, with a grateful look on his face. If it weren't for you, Xiaoqing wouldn't have made it. Don't thank me yet. Lin Feng grabbed his wrist eagerly. Tell me, what kind of card beast did Xiaoqing evolve into? Let me see. Bob was startled by the intense look in Lin Feng's eyes and quickly focused on the card slot. A card glowing with a smooth blue light appeared in his hand. The nearby mercenaries gasped with envy. That's a leader-level card. Bob is really lucky. Xiaoqing evolved into a flame wolf. Bob touched the card, still in disbelief. And it's a 4-star flame wolf. It also gave me a lot of source energy and has heat resistance. Lin Feng nodded. A 4-star flame wolf. The source energy returned by a secondary card isn't as good as that from the main card. If your main card evolves, you could break through to become a 5-star card master. Bob looked embarrassed. Xiaoqing is safe. That's the most important thing. Whether I break through or not doesn't matter. Lin Feng asked again. What new ability did Xiaoqing awaken? Any skills? Bob shook his head. I don't know. I'll have to wait until it wakes up to test. Huh. Lin Feng looked surprised. You don't know your card beast skills? He thought all card masters could directly know their card beast's abilities, but it turns out they need to try first. Yeah, how else would I know the card's abilities without trying? Before Bob finished speaking, other mercenaries couldn't hold back and rushed forward. Hey, don't push me. Bob was quickly pushed aside by the crowd, and a group of burly men surrounded Lin Feng. Young Master Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be a card evaluator. That's truly impressive. Yes, Master Lin Feng is a card maker, and his son is a card evaluator. Truly a talented family. Lin Feng was trapped in the middle, feeling the stifling mix of sweat and roasted meat fumes assaulting his senses, making his throat tighten as if he were about to suffocate. Everyone spread out. Maple Leaf's shout came just in time, carrying a firm tone. You usually aren't so eager when taking on tasks, but now you're trying to flatter people. The mercenaries all took a step back in unison, but their eyes remained fixed on Lynch like wolves watching prey. Lynch looked confused, not realizing he had done something extraordinary. What are you all doing? Just say what you mean, don't just stare. Maple Leaf stepped forward, sounding a bit awkward. They want you to help guide how to upgrade the cards. Oh, Lynch suddenly understood and then shrugged. But I only studied how to upgrade the green fur wolf. Do you have a green fur wolf? His goal in joining the mercenary group was to experiment with upgrading the green fur wolf. However, Bob's card beast was a 2-star green fur wolf king with added fire crystal stones, making the experiment less strict. If other mercenaries had green fur wolves, Lynch would like to do more experiments. I do. A young mercenary in the crowd raised his hand quickly, almost jumping up. Young Master Lynch, I have a green fur wolf subcard. Lynch's eyes lit up. He took some materials from his storage card. Here, use this material to upgrade. The main materials were still lava stones and fire fuzz grass, with Ningxian flowers and red flame tiger's fangs as helpers. Besides the fire crystal stones, it was exactly the same as Bob's. Thank you, young Master Lynch. The young mercenary eagerly took the materials and summoned his green fur wolf. This wolf was a bit smaller than Bob's, its fur duller, and its aura much weaker. But that was exactly what Lynch wanted. Only by making the weaker card beast stronger could he become a card master. The surroundings instantly fell silent, with all mercenaries holding their breath. The young mercenary slowly poured source energy into the materials, guiding it into the green fur wolf. The wolf's fur began to glow faintly red, but it wasn't like Bob's blazing flames. Just a gentle halo covered its body. In less than half an hour, a pure stream of source energy spread from the green fur wolf. Its size subtly increased, and it happily wagged its tail, looking very content. That's it. Lynch clenched his fists, excitement shining in his eyes. This calm upgrade reaction is the best result. Wolf accompanied by a clear wolf howl. The blue-haired wolf completely transformed. Its fur turned a warm orange-red, and its rank upgraded from 1-star white to 2-star green. Furry Fire Wolf. Lord Lynchy, my card beast has evolved into a furry fire wolf. The young mercenary was so excited he couldn't speak clearly. With this 2-star card beast, his strength doubled. Lynchy stepped forward to check the claws and teeth of the furry fire wolf. It's definitely stronger than the blue-haired wolf. It can handle 5 blue-haired wolves alone. Now, the other mercenaries couldn't hold back anymore. They moved closer and said, Lord Lynchy, we also want your guidance. Everyone stop. Maple frowned and shouted sternly, you don't even have a blue-haired wolf. What are you trying to do? Vice Captain, we don't have one now, but we can catch one. The mountains are full of wolves. Yeah, since we're called the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group, maybe everyone should have a wolf-type card beast? That's a good idea. If everyone has a wolf card beast, we'll look so impressive when we go out. As they discussed, the leader of the group, the Wild Wolf, came over to Lynchy. He spoke sincerely, Lynchy, I want to buy evolution materials for the blue-haired wolf. You can set the price. I don't have that many lava stones, Lynchy replied, looking a bit troubled. He only bought 5 lava stones, mainly for experiments, and didn't expect to need so many now. Maple nodded sadly. That's true. I've never heard of lava stones near Ironstone City either. The Wild Wolf looked at him seriously. How about this? I'll pay you 100,000 Khan for the evolution list, and I promise it will only be used within my Wild Wolf mercenary group. It won't be shared outside. How does that sound? 100,000 Khan. Lynchy was surprised. Such a simple evolution plan is worth so much. After thinking for a moment, he looked up and said, I can give you the list, but I don't want the Khan. I bought the lava stones from a group of traveling merchants. Their caravan should still be in New Shine City. If you go now, you might catch them. We'll go buy them right now. Several eager mercenaries immediately grabbed their weapons and hurried off. The Wild Wolf didn't take out a source crystal card, but instead showed 10 source crystals. Their value was much more than 100,000 Khan. Lynchy shook his head and pushed the source crystal back. Captain Wild Wolf, I don't need the source crystal. I just want you to help me with something. Wild Wolf was surprised. You want? Lynchy's tone grew serious, with a hint of sincerity in his eyes. If I am not in Stone Iron City, and my father encounters any trouble, I hope you can help him fully once. That. Wild Wolf looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting Lynchy to make such a request. He paused for a moment, and then said slowly, Master Lin Feng once made a healing card that saved my life. I already owe him a favor, then I owe him one more. Lynchy smiled slightly, with a stubborn tone. I just don't feel at ease without doing so. Wild Wolf looked at him for a few seconds, and a rare faint smile appeared on his usually tense face. All right, I agree. In the next 2 days, the Wild Wolf mercenary group was fully caught up in the wolf hunting craze, while Lynchy returned to Stone Iron City to prepare materials. He only sold the list of items to Wild Wolf, but among these materials, besides lava stones and fire velvet grass, the most important calming flowers were only in his possession. One calming flower will be temporarily priced at 50 Khan, since lava stones are already 100 Khan. The Wild Wolf mercenary group ordered 50 flowers, so we can earn 2,500 Khan this time. It sounded like a small profit, but these calming flowers are almost zero-cost advanced materials. Selling them at 50 Khan now. If Lynchy monopolizes them later, each could sell for 500 or more. Little Chi, Wasn't this item sold at 1 con in the Won Card Pavilion before? Will anyone buy it at such a high price? Ryulian asked with doubt. Linchi looked confident. Uncle Ryulian, I've asked Kane to buy calming flowers from several nearby towns. Now only our shop has them. Rarity makes them valuable. Selling at 50 con isn't expensive. In a few years, one flower could sell for 200 con, and people will be crazy to buy it. Ryulian was shocked. Although he instinctively doubted, his instincts also made him trust Linchi. The reason was simple. Linchi's business sense far exceeded Ryulian's understanding. All right, then I'll take good care of these flowers. Inside the Lord's mansion, Xiao Lan held a freshly brewed floral tea, her eyes filled with worry as she watched Alicia studying at her desk. Since learning that the young lady was competing with Lin Chi, she often inquired about Lin Chi's whereabouts, wanting to understand him better and be prepared. Alicia was stirring powdered advanced materials in a porcelain bowl with a small spoon. Hearing this, she paused her movements. Lin Chi went to the Iron Mine mountain range. She looked up and gazed out the window at the tall, continuous mountains with some confusion. Besides using advanced materials to improve star levels and quality, card beasts can also train with source crystals or fight other card beasts to unlock potential and break through to 3 stars. Exactly, Xiaolan guessed. Miss, do you think he might have given up studying materials and is now taking a rougher approach with his card beasts? I'm not sure. Alicia stood up, her skirt brushing the ground with a soft sound. But since the competition is about card identification skills, we shouldn't use other methods. She moved to the window, staring thoughtfully at the mountains for a moment. Xiaolan, send someone immediately to New Shine City to buy 2 Wind Chime Cat Beast cards. I'm heading to the Furnace Church to clarify the competition rules again. Understood, Mississippi. I'll arrange it right away. Inside the Furnace Church, sunlight shone on the sculpture of the flame prison god, casting colorful shadows on the ground from the red crystals. Xiao Ao Duo was sitting in front of the sculpture, polishing a bronze lamp. When Alicia entered, he looked up slightly. Did you find a way for Wind Chime Cat to improve its quality? Alicia knelt in a formal noble bow, then stood upright with a serious expression. Teacher, we haven't yet found the perfect method for advancement. I came to refine the competition rules. Oh, what rules? Xiao Ao Duo looked a bit surprised. The Wind Chime Cat must use pure advanced materials as the catalyst for its evolution. It is strictly forbidden to rely on practical combat, source crystals, or other methods to increase star levels. Alicia's gaze was firm. The competition is about card identification and matching skills. It shouldn't involve these shortcuts. Xiao Ao Duo's eyes showed understanding, realizing that his disciple had probably heard some rumors. This rule is already part of the competition framework. You don't need to worry. After receiving her teacher's approval, Alicia's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but speak. Teacher, I have a question. Why do you value Lin Chi so much? He's just a newcomer who recently awakened his main card, and it's a useless card. Xiao Duowen smiled upon hearing this and lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. You, child, have loved to ask questions since you were young. If you don't want to say, I will withdraw my earlier question. Alicia immediately lowered her gaze and spoke respectfully. Fine, it's okay to tell you. Xiao Duo sighed and looked past Alicia, focusing on the mural on the church's dome. It was a scene he personally painted 30 years ago as a revelation. Over 30 years ago, I came to Stone Iron City because of a dream that showed me a vision. At first, I thought the dream was guiding me to create a sculpture. Later, you were born with extraordinary talent, and I thought the dream was about you. It wasn't until Lin Chi appeared that I was sure. My 30 years of waiting were all for him. For him. Alicia's fingertips clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palm without her noticing. She felt as if something hit her deep inside her heart, and a wave of sourness and sadness spread instantly, dimming her eyes a little. So I am not the destined person my teacher was waiting for, just a detour. Xiao Duo saw her disappointment and softened his tone. Child, everyone's mission is unique. My mission is to teach and pass on my knowledge. Your mission is just beginning. Alicia looked up, full of confusion. Teacher, do you mean? Xiao Duo shook his head. I can't predict your exact mission, but I am sure it is closely linked to Lin Chi. Lin Chi, Lin Chi. It's always Lin Chi. Alicia bit her lip hard. Despite her good manners, Her heart couldn't help but swell with strong jealousy. She took a deep breath, her eyes full of stubbornness. Teacher, if I win this competition, I will make Lin Shi leave Stone Iron City and never come back. The prize for winning the competition was that the winner could ask the loser to do one thing. She hadn't decided what to make Lin Shi do yet. After all, he was just an ordinary merchant, and she couldn't do certain things herself, so he probably couldn't either. But now, Alicia wanted Lin Shi to leave, so her teacher would focus on her as his disciple. Western Australia was often amused by her appearance and shook his head as he asked, "Are you so sure that the winner will definitely be you? Because I am your disciple." Alicia straightened her back, proud like a peacock spreading its feathers. "You are the most respected cardinal of the Lava Kingdom. As your disciple, whether it's about magic, card skills, or knowledge, I will never lose to someone who has only studied for a few weeks." "Ah, you." Western Australia shook his head helplessly. "Child, when you think you are very knowledgeable, that's when you start to realize how little you actually know. Why does being knowledgeable mean being shallow?" Alicia looked confused. "Teacher, I don't understand what you mean." Western Australia waved his hand, showing the kind and caring look of an elder. "You don't need to understand now. Young people should have this spirited attitude. Wanting to compete and be better isn't a bad thing. When you reach my age, you'll naturally understand the reason." He paused for a moment, then changed the subject. "Since you are so confident, how about I make a deal with you?" Alicia immediately nodded. "Please, teacher, tell me. If you win, everything about Lin Shi's future is up to you. I won't interfere. But if you lose..." Western Australia deliberately paused before continuing slowly. "Then you must bring Lin Shi back to the Card Academy and do your best to protect him until he grows up, helping him face all difficulties." Alicia pouted, her tone a bit playful. "Teacher, if Lin Shi didn't look so much like you, I would even suspect he's your illegitimate child." "Girl, stop talking nonsense." Western Australia blushed. "I've lived my life honestly. I can't have my reputation ruined by you." Realizing she might have been disrespectful, Alicia lowered her head in guilt. Western Australia waved his hand, his expression turning serious again. "Enough, enough. Don't always focus on Lin Shi. Focus on improving your card beast evolution. You've been stuck at 8-star card master for almost half a year. If this continues, you'll probably find it hard to become a card grandmaster next year. Disciples, I am disappointed that I didn't meet your expectations. It's okay. I'm just worried that Lin Shi might surpass you, and you might find it hard to accept." This remark completely ignited Alicia's competitive spirit. She lifted her head, her eyes shining brightly. "Don't worry, teacher. Master Yuka's star level was always easy to improve. Lin Shi took just over a month to reach 3-star Master Yuka, which shows he has talent. But the height he reached with all his effort is only just at my starting point." Alicia didn't boast. On the day she awakened her core card, with the help of West Australia, she quickly became a 3-star Master Yuka. This starting point was enough to crush 99% of new Master Yuka practitioners on the continent. It's good that you have confidence, but remember not to be too proud. Blind confidence can turn into a chain of arrogance, West Australia said earnestly. "Disciples will remember," Alicia replied respectfully, bowing and walking away gracefully. Watching her distant figure, West Australia sighed helplessly, his gaze returning to the flaming prison sculpture. "It's all my fault. I hope she can correct her character in the future." When Alicia awakened her core card, he truly thought divine guidance had descended. His teachings were inevitably tinged with some biased ideas of the favored daughter of heaven. Fortunately, Alicia also studied noble etiquette, which prevented her from becoming unruly. But that deep-seated pride ultimately became her greatest obstacle. Meanwhile, in the Iron Mine Mountains, the camp of the Wild Wolf mercenary group was suddenly filled with panic. "Not good. The Fire Woolly Wolf has gone mad." With a cry, a Fire Woolly Wolf suddenly lunged at a nearby mercenary, its sharp fangs gleaming coldly, aiming straight for his throat. The mercenary was so frightened he was paralyzed, with no time to defend himself. At the critical moment, a streak of air cut through the sky. A long spear like a shooting star accurately pierced the wolf's head, the tip covered in blood, pinning the out-of-control beast to the ground. The wolf twitched violently, its red flames gradually dimming, and soon it was dead. "Old Wong, are you okay?" The mercenaries rushed over, helping the pale old Wang to his feet. His exposed arms were covered with 3 deep claw marks bleeding, causing him to grimace in pain. "I'm fine, just some flesh wounds." Old Wang, holding his wound, looked at the convulsing firewall wolf on the ground with a shocked expression. "What's wrong with this beast? It just advanced and turned against its owner?" "Yeah, it's really strange." Someone patted the quiet firewall wolf nearby, looking confused. "But why is our firewall wolf fine? Maybe now it's okay, but who can guarantee it won't have problems later? If it suddenly betrays us on the battlefield, we all might die." When they heard this, the mercenaries became very scared. "Lin Shi, do you know what's going on?" Bob asked urgently, squeezing next to Lin Shi. Lin Shi squatted down, gently touching the cold body of the firewall wolf, then looked around at the other firewall wolves. He already had an idea. The reason is simple. These blue-haired wolves were captured and forced into a secondary contract right after being caught, so they have no real feelings for their master. When they advanced, their strength suddenly increased, and their wild nature overtook the contract. Naturally, they would attack those who captured them. Feng Yi suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. My wind wolf also took a whole week to really trust me." She quickly ordered, "All those who haven't advanced yet, stop. Keep the card beasts close and build trust. When they're willing to wag their tails at you, then we can talk about advancing." "Vice Captain, what about those of us who have already advanced?" someone asked sadly. "We can't just get rid of all the firewall wolves, right?" "Yeah, I even released a secondary card to link with the card beast. If the firewall wolf can't be used in battle, the danger level of future missions will be too high." Hearing this, everyone became anxious again. "Lin Shi, do you have any ideas?" Feng Yi asked earnestly, moving closer. In times like this, they had developed the habit of turning to Lin Shi for answers. "It's not hard to solve." Lin Shi stood up and looked at Bob. "Bob, let your flame wolf come out." Without hesitation, Bob activated his card. A flash of red light appeared, and a large, fierce flame wolf materialized out of nowhere. It immediately rubbed affectionately against Bob's hand. "Little Green, be good. Sit down first. I'll give you some dried meat later." Bob patted its head gently, and the flame wolf obediently sat down. Seeing how well-behaved the flame wolf was, everyone couldn't help but feel envious. The wild wolf leader also came over unexpectedly. When Lin Shi asked Bob to summon the flame wolf, he guessed what Lin Shi's plan was. "So, you want to make a wolf king among these fluffy fire wolves?" "Exactly," Lin Shi replied clearly and confidently. "The flame wolf is actually an evolved form of the blue-haired wolf king, naturally possessing the aura to command a wolf pack. You don't need to take up space in your card slots with these fluffy fire wolves and blue-haired wolves. Just keep them outside for breeding. They might reproduce, and in the future, they can serve as combat units or patrols. This will make your missions much easier." "Yeah, that's a good idea." Everyone cheered up immediately. If they followed Lin Shi's plan, their mercenary group's strength could double. The wild wolf leader also brightened up and looked at Lin Shi with approval. "You are a born leader. Have you ever thought about joining our mercenary group?" "No, I prefer being a merchant," Lin Shi said with a smile, waving his hand. He then looked at Bob. Bob is the right person for this. After all, the Wolf King is his card beast. "Huh? So, Bob could become the leader of the wolf team in the future?" Everyone joked around, and Bob scratched his head shyly, but a hint of hope shone in his eyes. "Leader of the wild wolf team, for now, you should keep training these blue-haired wolves. Also, feed their beast cards with source energy every day. It's the best way to build a bond. Don't worry, I will supervise them myself." The wild wolf nodded seriously. His eyes showed admiration. This young man is not only smart, but also careful in his actions. His future is bright. "Lin Shi, are you going back now? Not staying for another night to try the beast cards we just hunted?" Bob asked a little reluctantly. "No, I have a lot of things to handle," Lin Shi replied. He turned his horse around, a smile on his face. "Remember to save some good beast materials for me when you hunt them in the future. I promise the price will be fair." "No problem. We'll save the best for you," Bob assured confidently. As Bob watched him ride away, Lin Shi gradually disappeared into the distance. But once he left the mercenary camp, he suddenly pulled on the reins, turned his horse, and headed in a different direction. Shirtaizhan. This mountain at the edge of the range has long been a thorn in the side of the residents of Shirtai City. Right now, Lin Shi is standing at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the hideout, a cold glint flashes in his eyes. Toxins, don't think hiding on the mountain will keep you safe. Today, you all will become my army of bones. Lin Shi has long wanted to eliminate the bandits on Shurtai's Han, but he never found the time. Now that the mercenary group's affairs are settled, he plans to test the death realm of the Hellfiend skeleton. He swings off his horse, ties it to an oak tree, then adjusts his clothes and confidently walks toward the mountain trail. As he approaches the entrance, distant watchtowers start to make noise. Several figures with machetes are running toward him quickly, their footsteps clear on the open mountain path. Well, this terrain makes things easier. Lin Shi stops and surveys the surroundings. Shurtai's Han leans against a cliff, with only one mountain path leading to the hideout, making it a natural choke point. Impossible to pass without his permission. Back against the cliff, no way out. No wonder the city lord's mansion is willing to leave them here. If they ever decide to leave, it'll be easy to catch them all. Kid, stop right there. 5 bandits rush forward quickly. The leader, a man with a fierce face, glares at Lin Shi with a fierce look, trying to intimidate him with his presence. Who are you? Dare to trespass on Shi Tieshan's territory? Are you tired of living? Lin Shi crosses his arms, a playful smile on his face. I am your father. What did you say? The bandit pauses, doubting he heard correctly. Who would dare say that on Shurtai's Han these days? Brother 9, he said he's your dad. A skinny subordinate nearby yells loudly, afraid the boss didn't hear. Smack. Brother 9 slaps the bandit's head. I'm not deaf. After the scolding, he looks back at Lin Shi, his eyes now more cautious. Anyone who dares to come alone into the mountain and talk big is either crazy, capable, or has powerful backing. Kid, I ask you again, who sent you here? Brother 9's voice turns serious. Since Red took half of the elite bandits last time, only a group of old, weak, and injured soldiers remain in the hideout. Even he, a 3-star Yuka master, is the 9th strongest person there. His status has risen, but he is still always worried, afraid that someone might attack him at any moment. Nobody sent me here. Lin Shi spread his hands, smiling more warmly. I'm just here to see my unfilial son. How about it? Is that okay? You're asking for trouble. Brother Joe was completely angered and roared with a fierce face. Kill him. Tear his bones apart and soak them in wine. The 5 men immediately drew their weapons and rushed toward Lin Shi. But just when they were less than 3 meters from him, something strange happened. Several dark green vines suddenly sprouted from the grass beneath their feet, wrapping around their ankles like snakes, tightening more and more. What is this thing? The robbers shouted in surprise and tried to struggle, but they felt a numbness spreading quickly through their bodies. Their limbs suddenly became weak and soft. Thud! Thud! 5 heavy thuds sounded as the robbers, who had just looked fierce, collapsed to the ground like mud. Only their eyes could still move, and they looked at Lin Shi with fear. Lin Shi took out a card called the Soul Card. On the card, a huge skeleton figure appeared faintly in the dark fog, giving off a cold, deathly aura. Death Domain. Within the magic flame's range, it can turn any creature it kills into a skeleton and control it. Turning killed creatures into skeletons. Does that mean it doesn't have to be humans? Could it also be beast cards? And does kill mean I have to do the killing, or can others do it too? Lin Shi looked coldly at the robbers on the ground and ordered, Cursed Vine Demon, entangle and strangle. Following his command, the 5 vines wrapping around the robbers' ankles climbed up to their necks. The thorns on the vines grew sharper, piercing deep into their flesh. Blood instantly stained the vines, dripping down slowly. Death Domain. Activate. Lin Shi placed the soul card on the ground and used his energy to channel power into it. This was a technique he learned earlier when watching a wild wolf use a magic card to cool down a fiery wolf. Using the card as a medium, he infused his energy into it. Although the power released was not as strong as summoning a full creature, it used less energy and was perfect for testing his skills at this moment. Suddenly, black flames burst out from the card, spreading along the ground to the 5 corpses. Next, the 5 bodies were quickly consumed by flames and disappeared. Is it done? Lin Shi felt clearly that his main card now had 5 new sources of undead energy he could control. But he didn't have time to examine his gain when the ringing of a copper bell suddenly echoed through the camp. Little Wind Bell. Go to the watchtower and keep watch. Don't let any escape. Meow. The wind-bell cat responded and darted out like lightning. In just a few jumps, it climbed up the wooden post of the camp gate to the watchtower, leaving only a white shadow. Summon, skeleton. A black glow shot into the sky. A tall, 3-meter figure appeared out of nowhere. Dark red flames burned fiercely in the gaps of its armor, and as soon as it landed, it emitted an oppressive aura that made breathing difficult. Skeleton, charge of the brave. Lin Feng completely abandoned his original plan for a night attack. Now, only the main boss of Shurtai Mountain was a 5-star master of the card system. To deal with such enemies, there was no need for complicated assassination methods. Just charge forward directly. Roar. The skeleton roared and stomped the ground. Black flames gathered around its body, forming into shape, and it charged straight at the camp gate like a heavy tank. Boom! A loud explosion shook the mountain wall, and the wooden gate shattered instantly into splinters, flying everywhere along with stones. The nearby earthen and wooden walls also collapsed mostly, revealing dozens of panicked bandits behind. Go? Show them the power of the undead. Lin Feng stood at the mountain gate, quietly watching the skeleton charge into the camp as if no one could stop it. Enemy attack. Someone is attacking the camp. The bandits shouted in panic, many running toward the gate, but when they saw the flame skeleton, they froze in fear. Surrender. I give up. One bandit raised his hands and scrambled toward Lin Feng, face full of terror. Master, I surrender. Suddenly, a vine covered in thorns shot out from the ground, tightly wrapping around his neck. With a crisp, the bandit's head tilted weakly to the side, eyes wide with shock. Seeing this, the other bandits lost all hope of survival. Surrendering is death too. Brothers, let's fight him. Someone suddenly shouted loudly, and a group of 2-star card apprentices, led by several card masters, charged at Lin Feng with knives and swords. Faced with the crowd rushing toward him, Lin Feng felt nervous. It was the first time he had to face so many enemies directly. Strange Vine Demon. At his command, 5 vines quickly and accurately wrapped around the necks of the 5 frontmost apprentices. However, the remaining bandits kept moving forward. The Strange Vine Demon only has 5 vines. Next time, I need to give it more attack options. Just as the bandits were about to reach him, a blue card appeared in Lin Feng's hand, ready to use. Mirage. In an instant, 17 or 18 copies of Lin Feng appeared out of nowhere, scattered across the scene. At the same time, the number of bandits also increased, filling the entire area densely. What's going on? Suddenly, so many people appeared? Wow, that guy looks just like me. A short, chubby bandit looked at himself nearby, scared almost to drop his sword. When people face known dangers, they may feel fear. But when they see several identical copies of themselves suddenly appear, their reaction shifts from fear to pure terror. This fear floods their minds, causing the bandits' charge to become chaotic. Many hesitate, holding their swords but not daring to advance, eyes full of panic. Stop panicking. They're just illusions. Attack together and cut that kid into pieces. The only 4-star card master in the scene shouted loudly. He held a giant axe and led the charge, swinging at one of the Lin Feng copies. Sure enough, his axe passed straight through the illusion. Seeing this, the bandits began to ignore the illusions and attacked the real Lin Feng, tangled with many copies. Strange Vine Demon, free to kill. In the illusion, the vines of the Strange Vine Demon seemed to split into countless strands, weaving through the crowd. The bandits couldn't tell which vines were real and which were fake, and many fell as they were struck. With my current strength, I should be much stronger than an adult, right? Lin Feng took out a mercenary sword card, feeling eager to try. He knew well the weakness of card masters. If they can't use their cards, they become easy targets, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Of course, weapon card owners like Lin Feng don't have this weakness because, to unleash the power of their weapon cards, they need to train their physical strength. Lin Feng, you must overcome your inner fears. You can't kill anyone. No matter how strong your cards are, you're just a coward. He shouted at himself and suddenly turned his mercenary sword into a solid form, gripping the cold hilt tightly, which made him feel more focused. Take it slow. They don't know which illusion is mine, but I can tell where their real bodies are. Lin Feng looked around, and saw that the bandits no longer reacted to the illusions of their companions. They were just chasing after Lin Chi's illusions, which was a good chance for him. Mirage, illusion. With a thought, Lin Chi's appearance changed into that of a short, fat bandit nearby, even mimicking the wine jug hanging from his waist perfectly. He forced himself to calm his heartbeat and slowly approached the bandit from behind. Which one is real? The short, fat bandit turned his head angrily, and his pupils suddenly shrank. A long sword was piercing out from his chest, blood dripping down the blade. What shocked him even more was that the person who killed him was actually himself. Number 1. Lin Chi pulled back his sword, warm blood splashing on his face. The thrill of a successful sneak attack instantly eased his tension. So this is what it feels like to kill someone. He had killed before, but those were with the neurotoxin from the evil vine demon, and he only finished the kill afterward. Now, killing a person with his own hands felt incredibly real and intense. He didn't feel disgusted or nauseous like in the stories. Instead, he felt a rush of adrenaline and excitement. Kill. Using the face of the short, fat bandit, he swung his sword at another person nearby. It was a burly man with a face full of flesh, swinging wildly at the illusion. "Fatty, are you crazy? I'm your captain," the bandit shouted, but Lin Chi quickly knocked his weapon away with a sword and then stabbed his throat. A strong gust of wind hit him from behind. Lin Chi spun around and saw a vine whip-like attack, which struck the bandit, knocking him 3 meters away into the wooden wall, where he fainted. Good job, evil vine demon. The battle on Lin Chi's side was easier with the help of the 3-star demon, the evil vine demon. Most of the enemies were killed by strangulation or a single sword stab, making the scene relatively gentle. On the other side of the battlefield, it was almost like itself. The bandit leader, Scar, was leading 7 card masters and several apprentices in attacking the skeleton. Most of their cards were tools, with only a few magic cards like the fireball, which was useless against the skeleton. There were also a few wolf beast cards, but they were cut in half as soon as they got close. To hurt the skeleton, one had to get close, but that was very dangerous. The 3-meter-tall giant was skilled in mid-level swordsmanship, swinging his sword so fast it looked like a blur, like a moving meat grinder. His armor was covered in blood and flesh, and the dark red flames fueled by blood made the air thick with a strong smell of blood. "Big boss, where are you going?" Seeing the skeleton's slaughtering blade getting faster. Only 2 of the 7 card masters were still alive. Scar was terrified and, without hesitation, turned and ran toward the mountain gate. Trying to escape, Lin Chi had already defeated all the apprentice-level bandits. The mirage disappeared, and only blood remained on the ground, no bodies. "Who are you? We have no enemies with you. Why are you attacking my ironstone mountain?" Scar was blocked at the mountain gate, leaning against the broken gate, shouting loudly and fearfully. "No enemies?" Lin Chi sneered and pointed his sword at him. "Scar, have you forgotten who you are? A bandit, and now you're complaining?" Scar's eyes flickered as he quickly looked at Lin Chi. "Young man, don't be too arrogant." Although Lin Chi looked fierce and intimidating, his youthful appearance still gave Scar some hope. He quickly changed his strategy to attack mentally. "Behind me stands the city lord's mansion. Even if you have powerful backing, they might not want to oppose the card master." "Oh, is the card master very strong?" Lin Chi tilted his head, showing clear disdain in his tone. "At that level, he's just a guard in my family." As a seasoned second-year enthusiast of the Blue Star, Lin Chi may not have learned noble manners, but after countless anime and online stories, his dramatic flair is deeply ingrained. Moreover, he genuinely looks down on scoundrels like Scar, making his acting even more natural. Scar's heart sank. He couldn't tell if Lin Chi was pretending or not, but his arrogant attitude of, "I'm the boss, you're the second," was not something an ordinary person could fake. Thinking of the terrifying summoning card behind him, a cold thought ran through his mind. Could this young man be a noble from the duchy? With the strength of a 4-star card master, 2 blue main cards, and an air of confidence, these clues together made it hard not to guess. For a moment, neither of them moved, but Lin Chi's presence grew stronger, and Scar felt more and more afraid. Especially as the screams behind him grew quieter, he knew his subordinates might already be dead. At this moment, hesitation was not an option. Desperate to survive, Scar knelt down with a thud. Sir, I am willing to follow you and offer my treasures. Please spare my life. Lin Shi showed a hint of surprise, not expecting this guy to kneel so easily, with no dignity at all. Your treasures? Some broken copper and iron can be called treasures? How laughable. Lin Shi's tone grew more contemptuous. He decided to play along, stalling for time so that the hellish skeleton could finish off the last two people. Not even interested in the treasures, Scar became more certain that this young man was a noble. Sir, although my belongings are not worth much, they are my sincere filial piety, Lin Shi asked casually. How much are your filial piety cards worth? Scar's eyes lit up, thinking he had been promised. In these years, I only have about 100,000 source crystal cards. But I have a treasure that you will definitely find interesting. A treasure? Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't keep me in suspense, Scar smiled politely. Yes, sir. I have a fire crystal stone, a special mineral from Ironstone City. 30 years ago, this mineral could sell for 100,000 cards. Now, the fire crystal mine has been exhausted, and it's hard to find a single fire crystal stone in the entire duchy. The one I have is extremely precious. Oh, I see. Lin Shi immediately lost interest. Fire crystal stones are indeed valuable, but he doesn't lack them. Every time he cleans the sculpture of the flame prison god, he conveniently gets a piece. However, Scar's words also reminded him that all the fire crystals are used by Bishop Xiaoyou to make sculptures. In Ironstone City, they are worth about 100,000, but if sold to other duchies or even kingdoms, they could fetch several times that amount. Thinking of this, he felt very excited and decided he must often go clean the flame prison god statue in the future. Sir, are you satisfied with this treasure of mine? Lin Shi glanced at the black figure approaching from afar and smiled slightly. It's okay. Since I let you live so long, you don't need to thank me. As soon as he said this, Scar's flattering expression froze instantly. What do you mean? Lin Shi tilted his chin and looked behind him. Close your eyes. Don't look back. Scar trembled all over and instinctively turned to look. He saw a huge sword wrapped in black flames falling from the sky, slashing fiercely toward him. A clear sound rang out as a half-foot deep appeared where Scar was standing, but he was only knocked back and not killed. What's this card? Lin Shi had seen clearly just now. When the skeleton's sword struck down, a shield-like thing appeared on Scar. Since you won't let me live, then I'll die with you. Scar suddenly stood up, full of hatred, and charged at Lin Shi. Lin Shi remained calm, whispering softly, Summon, skeleton army. With Lin Shi's call, black flames spread out, and then a group of eerie skeletons burst out of the ground, their pale bones reaching out with claws to trap Scar, surrounding him completely. How can he be so strong? Scar's face showed despair. The skills this young man possessed were all things he had never encountered before, but he still unwillingly pulled out a card from his chest and activated it fiercely. Want me to die? Not so easily. A dazzling light flashed, and the great sword in his hand suddenly doubled in size. This skill card is quite interesting. Link waves his hand, and more than 20 skeleton soldiers rush forward. A few skeleton warriors charge straight at Scar. Get out of the way. Scar swings his great sword, smashing 10 skeletons with a single strike. Bones scatter everywhere, and even the skeleton soldiers behind are knocked back. He looks happy and is about to break through the defense line, but in the next moment, the broken skeletons reassemble in black flames and attack again. How is this possible? Scar is shocked. He has never seen such a strange move. Reviving these skeletons doesn't use much of my energy, but their attacks are too weak. Feeling that he has lost about 10% of his energy, Link no longer hesitates. He controls the hellish undead to attack Scar from behind. Just as Scar cuts through a skeleton, he feels a bone-chilling cold behind him. He quickly turns around, holding his great sword horizontally to block. He barely manages to stop the hellish undead's large sword, but the opponent's strength is far beyond his expectations. Black flames burn along the blade, scorching him. He is shaken and forced to retreat, with his hand bleeding from a torn wound. Being able to fight the hellish undead for so long, Scar truly is a bandit leader. He is a 4-star card master. Even with high-quality cards, Scar can hold his ground against the hellish undead for so long, which is quite impressive. Only 30% of my energy remains. If I keep wasting it like this, I might run into trouble. Link controls the skeleton soldiers onto the battlefield, blocking Scar's retreat. Hellish Undead, Purgatory / Roar. The Hellish Undead raises its skeletal great sword. Black flames instantly spread across the blade, giving off a strange aura that saps Scar's courage. He turns to run. The surrounding skeleton soldiers, though weak in combat, are brave and fearless. One after another, they rush forward to block Scar. Get out of here! Scar swings his great sword, cutting down skeletons one after another. But the howling wind behind him is approaching. He suddenly turns around, and a pale blue energy shield appears in front of him. But this time, the hellish undead slash is wider than his entire body. As the black flames of the great sword fall, the shield shatters inch by inch, offering no protection. The ground is forcibly split open, creating a deep groove about half a foot deep. At the end of the groove, among scattered bones, lies a charred figure, already unrecognizable. He's not dead yet. Truly, good people don't live long, and trouble lasts for 1,000 years. Lin Feng slowly stepped forward, his stealth boots crunching over a ground full of bone powder. He looked down at the pile of coke from above. Cough, cough. Scar's already ugly face looked even more like coal, mouth open as if trying to speak. But blood mixed with internal organs kept flowing out, making it hard to hear. No need for a last word. I'm not interested. Lin Feng turned his hand, gripping his sword, and suddenly stabbed downward. Thud. The blade pierced his heart and stuck into the ground. The light in Scar's eyes first shrank violently, then slowly faded, until there was no sign of life left. Lin Feng calmly watched this scene. Let me see what card the City Lord's mansion gave you, making you willingly help them gather wealth. He reached out and grabbed the body of Scar. 5 cards appeared in his hand, 1 white, 3 green, and 1 blue. Among them, the 1 white and 2 green cards were common in the wand card pavilion. Only the blue card and a green skill card caught his eye. Skill card, doubling. A smile appeared on his face. So, your weapon's power doubled because of this. But, this card's effect probably doesn't only work on equipment cards, right? Lin Feng looked at the card in his hand, thinking of other possibilities. In the Ironfelt Kingdom, every card master knew skill cards could greatly boost the power of equipment cards. But Lin Feng hadn't heard of other types of cards being able to use skill cards. Luckily, I still have a slot open. Trying it won't cost me much source energy. He immediately linked the skill card to the slot. Then, he looked at the hellish skeleton with some anticipation. Skill card, doubling. As the card's light shone, the hellish skeleton was enveloped in a glow. The light wrapped around it, and its size rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, it grew from 3 meters tall to a massive 6 meters. Roar, the ghost fire in the skeleton's eyes flared up half a foot. Black dragon-shaped flames wrapped around its bones, twisting the air around it, as if burning. From afar, it looked like a ghost or god crawling out of the underworld. Lin Feng clearly felt that the skeleton's strength, defense, and the temperature of its black flames had all more than doubled. This is why the source card continent pays so much attention to the master card's main card. The same skill card, Scar felt it looked average, but when Lynch used it, the effect was more than doubled. Now, he even feels that his hellish skeleton could fight a master card expert. The power of a skill card is fixed, but it also depends on who uses it and what main card they pair it with, Lynch suddenly realized. No wonder Alicia's card was a 3-star green card. It wasn't just to disguise her identity. Since learning from West Australia that Alicia was an 8-star master card expert, Lynch had also thought she was not what she seemed, kind and gentle in daily life, but using a green card to hide her true strength. Now it seems Alicia didn't lack a blue card. Rather, other blue cards might not have a suitable green card as strong. Using the double effect consumes 10% of my source power each time, but if I want to keep the double effect after a minute, I have to keep using my source power. His remaining source power was already limited, and now he only had 10% left. Come back, hellish skeleton. He recalled the card and quickly took out a source crystal to absorb energy. Lynch remembered what Lynch had taught him. Always keep 10% of your source power, so if something unexpected happens, you won't be completely defenseless. Pure energy from the source crystal flowed through his meridians, slowly easing the fatigue from the battle. After 20 minutes, when the source crystal was fully drained, his source power finally recovered to 40%. Phew, that should be enough for now. Glancing at Scar's corpse, Lynch took out the hellish skeleton card. A black flame appeared, and in an instant, the corpse disappeared. Summon, Bone Legion. With the infusion of source power, black flames rose from the ground, and 36 skeletons crawled out. He kept observing the skeletons, noticing one that was clearly different from the others. Even the surrounding skeletons seemed somewhat afraid of it, not standing with it. This must be Scar's remains. 7 Master Card Experts, 29 Card Apprentices. After transformation, their strength is noticeably weaker. Lynch guessed that all these skeletons were at the 1-star card level, with Scar being the only one reaching the 2-star skeleton warrior level. Better to have some than none. Since these skeletons come from the skills of the underworld demonic remains, maybe they will get stronger as the demonic remains improve. With a wave of his card, the skeleton army immediately disappeared. Lynch then looked at another card in his hand. A magic card, Source Power Shield, consumes source power to form a shield that blocks damage. This card is good for self-defense, but unfortunately, I have no card slots left. I'll keep it as a consumable for now. Using a 3-star blue card as a one-time consumable felt worth it to Lynch. That was his conclusion from his past life. When he died, he still had thousands of dollars in his bank account. He didn't spend it all before drowning, which was his biggest regret. Now that he has a second chance, Lynch definitely doesn't want to make the same mistake. If he faces danger this time, even if he uses all his cards or destroys them, he won't leave anything for his enemies. While inspecting the village, Lynch walked inside. He had finished the bandit dungeon, so now the main task was to gather loot. But with so many rooms filled with all kinds of junk, he quickly lost patience after checking one. He reached out and took out a card. Summon, Gold Digger Mouse. A white light flashed, and a yellowish ground mouse appeared at his feet. Its big eyes looked around blankly, and it dug with its paws, trying to burrow into the ground. But just as it was about to rise, a white shadow suddenly darted over, and a pure white cat paw slapped it away with a snap. Meow. The wind chime cat caught the falling Gold Digger Mouse and started a series of playful paw strikes, swinging its claws like tiny hammers. Squeak. The Gold Digger Mouse squeaked, cowering and making a distressed sound. Meow, meow. Be good. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I'm not running. Stop hitting me. Meow, meow. After a little love lesson, the wind chime cat proudly strutted over to Lynch, tail high like a flagpole, while the Gold Digger Mouse shrank back, looking scared. Is everything settled? Lynch asked with a smile. This was his unique method of controlling beast cards, using beasts to control beasts. The mining rat is naturally good at finding treasures and digging for them, making it perfect for collecting. However, its storage space is full, so it can only use its cat and mouse skills to control the situation, temporarily having the wind chime cat act as a beast master. Little wind chime, take us to find the treasure. Meow. The wind chime cat blinked and obediently responded. When it turned to look at the mining rat, its expression changed instantly. It growled at it with a serious tone. The mining rat nodded repeatedly and immediately lay on the ground, sniffing wildly with its nose pressed to the floor. Its whiskers trembled. Within half a minute, it squeaked and rushed toward a wooden house. Already found it so quickly, a person and a cat followed behind. As soon as they entered, they heard the sound of wood being scratched and dug. The mining rat had already dug a hole in the corner of the wall, revealing a rusty small iron box. Wow, it really found it. Lynch happily held the iron box. As he opened it to check, the mining rat moved to the next room to start digging again. Soon, it dragged out another iron box. Quite efficient. Lynch followed behind, collecting the boxes. The wind chime cat walked gracefully beside the mining rat, occasionally patting its rear with a paw to urge it on. The person and the two animals worked together very smoothly. It would be great if they had a treasure hunting rat. As Lynch walked, he thought, if only I had a treasure hunting rat, I could find source crystal mines or special ores. That would be real wealth. With the precise guidance of the mining rat and the strict supervision of the wind chime cat, the treasure hunting went very quickly. In the end, Lin Shi counted his gains: 30 source crystal cards, a total of 50,000 con in balance, 17 source crystals, and the fire crystal stones found in the scarred room. Altogether, this haul was worth nearly 400,000 con. As he thought, a bandit's belt of gold, Seizing a mountain of bandits could net 40,000 khan. If I robbed a city lord's mansion, Lin Chi's heart burned with excitement. He loved this kind of risk-free profit. But he quickly slapped his face and forced himself to dismiss the idea. Calm down, stay calm. I must not make bad choices just for a little profit. If I get wanted by the public court, I'd be in real trouble. The countries on this continent are somewhat like his previous Western countries, but also completely different. In his past life on Blue Star, a duchy might have been just a small village, with princes and princesses everywhere. The continent of Yuanka is vast and endless. A well-governed country there might be larger than all the land on Blue Star combined. A city like Stone Iron City, a level 3 town, can stretch for 10,000 kilometers. And there are also level 2 and level 1 towns. A top-tier country usually has at least 3 level 1 towns and 10 level 2 towns. Level 3 towns are so numerous that they are not counted separately. The Iron Felt country is not a top-tier country. It has only one level 1 town, but its territory is still very large. From Alicia's father going to a country meeting, it takes about half a year to travel there and back, which shows how big the area is. Of course, this is because transportation is not very convenient. If they had a dragon, they could fly there in a day or two. Digging Mouse, you did a good job. I'll reward you with these iron ores, and you can even dig freely in the entire Iron Mountain. Lin Chi placed some iron ore in front of it, then carried the wind chime cat and headed to the village gate. He mounted his horse and started back home. Stone Iron City, Kane? As soon as Lin Chi entered the city gate, he saw Kane pacing anxiously. Young Master Lin Chi, you're finally back. Kane hurried over and helped him with his horse. Why are you waiting here? Is something important happening? Nothing big. Kane scratched his head awkwardly. It's just that today you haven't made any cards, and the Wanka Pavilion is urging us to deliver. Oh, I thought something serious happened. Lin Chi let out a sigh of relief. He had just finished clearing out the bandits on Iron Mountain, and he was worried the city lord's office might come looking for trouble. Young master, it's getting late. Are you going to the church or the manor? Lin Chi sighed. Let's go home. I'll have to face it sooner or later. Kane, though serious, couldn't help but smile a little. Recently, Lin Chi had been either at the church or at the new manor he bought. He tried to avoid going home as much as possible. Why? Because his stepmother had moved in and was now living with Lin Feng. Although Lin Chi lived on the second floor, he saw her often enough that it was a bit awkward. He couldn't bring himself to call a woman he had just met mom. Even at the doorstep, Lin Chi hesitated to go inside. Kane, the cards will be ready for pickup tomorrow morning. You can go back and rest now. Yes, young master. Kane respectfully led his horse away. Taking a deep breath, Lynch opened the door and said, I'm back. Little Chi is back? A pleasant voice sounded, and Fiona came out of the kitchen carrying some food. Aunt Fiona. Fiona smiled and said, Feng Ji and Raylon are practicing in the yard. You can rest for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Oh, okay. Lynch honestly carried Wind Chime Cat to the dining table and sat down, beginning to think about the Wanka Pavilion matter. In a few days, I should leave Stone Iron City. When that happens, our cooperation with Wanka Pavilion will end. I wonder if Fiona will cause trouble. Although Feng Ji always emphasized that Fiona truly loved him, Lynch always believed she was only interested in his card-making talent and was pretending to be in love to deceive Feng Ji. If I leave, will Fiona abandon her father when she loses her benefits? Lynch imagined that if Fiona left, Feng Ji would definitely fall into despair and spend his days drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Thinking of this, he couldn't feel at ease. Aunt Fiona. Seizing the moment as Fiona brought out the soup, Lynch suddenly asked, in a while, I might leave Stone Iron City to explore outside. Do you and my dad have any plans? According to his expectations, Fiona would either try to persuade him to stay or suggest that she and Feng Ji go with him, since only by staying with him could she continue to enjoy the benefits. Fiona didn't seem surprised. She sat beside Lynch, smiling gently as she looked at him. Feng Ji often talks about how excellent you are, and he also says you shouldn't stay in this small place and waste your talent. Go out and explore the world. The outside world belongs to you. She paused, her tone becoming more sincere. As for me and your dad, we'll stay here. Stone Iron City is our home, and with me here, I won't let him be wronged. In this small piece of land, I can still hold my face. Lynch looked surprised. Aren't you coming with me? Fiona shook her head, her tone tinged with some emotion. When I was young, I did think about leaving Stone Iron City. I even went to a few towns outside. But later, I realized my own strength and came back. Now I only want to spend the rest of my life with you in Ironstone City and your father. Only then will I not be a burden to you and can let you fly freely. Aunt Fiona, Lin Chi was completely stunned. He hadn't expected this answer, no matter how many possibilities he considered. He looked into Fiona's sincere eyes, without a hint of falsehood. Suddenly, he felt he had been thinking too selfishly, assuming bad intentions where there were none. His cheeks grew warm. Soup is almost ready. You can go call your father to eat. Fiona stood up and headed to the kitchen, leaving Lin Chi sitting there with complicated feelings. How could this be? Could it be that they truly love each other without any selfish interests? Even Dad has such charm. Although Lin Chi couldn't understand it, he felt that this outcome was the best possible. Son, I heard Ruilian say you've been working on calming the mind flowers these days. Are these things really that valuable in the future? Lin Feng and Ruilian came into the yard. As soon as they sat down, they eagerly asked about buying land to plant flowers. As a mercenary, planting flowers and farming are outside his knowledge. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't understand how these delicate flowers could be worth more than cards. Brother Feng, don't worry. Ruilian wiped his sweat and handed him a bucket of wheat beer. Little Chi is now learning from Bishop Xiaoyao. He knows all the tricks, and we can't catch up. Just listen and do what needs to be done. Lin Feng nodded. That's true, but I'm just curious. Ruilian smiled silently. Not long ago, he vividly remembered Lin Chi selling a flower for 50 con. He trusted this completely. The two old friends clinked their cups and then started talking about planting flowers. Son, did you hire a gardener? With just me and Uncle Ruilian, I'm afraid we can't handle 10 acres of land. Ruilian added, we can manage tilling and sowing, but the key is careful care after planting and harvesting. Even if we work non-stop, it's hard to do everything. Hearing this, Lin Chi paused while picking vegetables and frowned. This is indeed a tough problem. He had only been thinking about the market prospects of the calming flowers and hadn't considered this issue. More importantly, the cultivation method of the calming flowers must be kept strictly secret. It can't be shared with others. If the technique leaks, this business will be impossible to run. At that moment, Fiona came out of the kitchen carrying a pot of thick soup. If it's about managing the business, I can help a bit. You don't need to worry about the gardener's work either. Just go to the market in Xinyao City and pick some up. It's easy and useful. Slaves? Lin Chi looked up, his face full of surprise. He had been transported to Yuanka continent for a long time, but this was the first time he heard that word. His heart felt like it was squeezed by something. Yes, buying some slaves is fine. Our estate is so big, we really need to train our own workers, Ruilian agreed. The market in Xinyao City mostly sells prisoners of war and commoners in debt. In the markets of kingdoms and duchies, you can find goblins and orcs. Those orcs are born to tend flowers and plants, so they are the best choice for gardeners. Lin Xing immediately decided, that's settled. We'll go to Xinyao City soon and buy some slaves. Seeing the three of them discuss buying slaves as if they were buying goods, Lin Chi felt a strange discomfort in his heart. He knew Lin Feng's personality, kind and gentle. But even so, when they talked about slaves now, they didn't see them as people. As he ate his meal, Lin Chi thought, I really don't know much about this world. This strange world still held cruel rules he hadn't encountered before. The atmosphere at the table grew quiet. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked at him with excitement in his eyes. Son, I'll soon break through to become a master of the Yuka. Then we can go together and get rid of those bandits on Shurtai Mountain. Dad, you should focus on practicing. Don't rush it. Lin Xing thought for a moment, but decided not to tell him the truth, that Shurtai Mountain's bandits had already been defeated. Keeping that hope might be a good motivation. Over the past few days, Lin Xi noticed an interesting problem. Even with enough source crystals to support him, Lin Feng's strength hadn't improved as quickly as he expected. At first, he thought Fiona might be distracting his father, but after watching for several days, he saw Lin Feng practicing at least 10 hours every day. Despite working so hard and using dozens of source crystals, Lin Feng was still separated from becoming a master of the Yuka by an invisible barrier. Even Ruilian was in the same situation. Initially, Lynch provided him with materials to upgrade his main card. Rilin successfully promoted his main card to a blue burst bow card, and his card master star level advanced from 3 stars to 4 stars. However, that was all. Even with source crystal training afterward, his star level remained fixed at 4 stars. This made Lynch curious. Besides the main card and resources, could there be other talent differences? The next morning, the chirping of birds outside the window was already loud. Lynch stretched lazily and reluctantly opened his eyes. Last night, he almost stayed up all night merging cards, using 2 source crystals. He only went to sleep after finishing merging all his stored cards. Sitting cross-legged on his soft bedding, he began his daily routine. First, he used his own source energy to nurture the Wind Bell Cat card. In the card slot, the little creature seemed to sense the familiar aura and responded happily. Its lively energy came through the card, making him smile slightly. After feeding, Lynch entered a meditative state. Through the battle at Ironstone Mountain and the card merging last night, he could clearly feel that he was just 1 step away from reaching 5-star card master level. As long as he had enough source crystals, he could break through in about a week. Maybe less than a week. The materials for the Wind Bell Cat's upgrade were almost ready, and the source energy returned would definitely help him a lot. An hour later, Lynch gathered his source energy, which spiraled around him like a tide of pale purple energy flowing into his body. He opened his palm. The Enlightenment source crystal in his hand had dimmed quite a bit. Its once brilliant purple gemstone color had faded to about 1/3 grayish-white, as if its soul had been drained. Source crystals are really fragile, he sighed helplessly. Although I get 3 source crystals every day, I need at least 1 to train for an hour. If I use 1 during card merging and then run out of source energy, I'll need 3 or 4 more for an hour of training. My daily income just can't keep up with the consumption. He rummaged through his small bedside safe, and 10 source crystals fell onto the bed sheet. These were from the last purchase of his upgrade method by the Wild Wolf mercenary group. He also took out the savings from his storage card and dumped everything onto the bed. 1, 2. Link counted his sources. He only had 35 source crystals, 1 enlightenment crystal, and a source crystal card with a limit of 400,000. I'm so poor, he groaned and collapsed onto the bed. With only 35 source crystals, even if he saved some, he would need at least 5 each day. That would only last him a week. Plus, he had to share some with Lin Feng and Ruilian. Life was really hard. Suddenly, he sat up straight, his eyes firm. Go to the church. First, ask the bishop master about the bottleneck, and also, I'll be brave and borrow some source crystals. I really can't survive without them. Link quickly changed his clothes and went downstairs. As soon as he reached the yard, he saw Lin Feng fighting with Ruilian. Lin Feng was swinging his mercenary sword skillfully, beads of sweat on his forehead, clearly having practiced for a long time. Dad, I'm going to the church. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, wiped his sweat, and said, Go early, come back early. Remember to follow the church rules and don't offend the bishop. Okay, I've left the card on the table. When Kane comes, remember to give it to him. He placed his hard-earned card on the table, then called out the wind chime cat and headed to the church. Oh, my most revered bishop, may your brilliance shine forever like the holy fire of the god of fire, illuminating the path of the faithful. Inside the forged church, Link bowed exaggeratedly, saluting with his right hand over his heart. His Shakespearean-style monologue was long and loud. Sunlight shone through the stained glass windows onto him, making him look like a devout pilgrim. Xiao smiled gently and shook his head. Your praise is lovely, I accept it. But exchanging source crystals? That's not allowed. Link's face stiffened, and he looked at him with a resentful expression. Revered bishop, cultivation is so hard. I've spent all my savings just to train for 2 weeks. At this rate, how can I complete the main god's task? Xiao shrugged, looking helpless. Child, when you do something wrong, you must be punished. Take fire crystals from the great statue of the god of fire. If others did this, they'd already be in the dungeon repenting. I've only taken away your right to exchange source crystals. That's mercy. Link scratched his head awkwardly. He hadn't expected Xiao to notice his little tricks. But he quickly straightened his back, his embarrassment gone, and replaced it with a serious and determined expression. Bishop, what was your original purpose in creating this statue of the deity? Oh, Xiao Duo glanced at him briefly and calmly said, Of course, it was to serve the gods and let their light cleanse the souls of all believers. Lin Chi stared at him intently. Not a bit of selfishness? Xiao Duo's heart trembled, but he remained calm. Ahem, what exactly do you want to say? Lin Chi walked to the base of the sculpture with his hands behind his back and looked at him seriously. Bishop, I've recently read many books about the god of the Inferno. They often mention that the gods love people, and when a believer is at their most helpless, the main deity grants them the power and courage to be reborn from despair. Xiao Duo nodded with satisfaction. Yes, you've read many stories. Lin Chi continued, Bishop, I am now in such a helpless situation. And isn't the fire crystal on the statue the power granted to me by the main deity to be reborn from despair? I took the fire crystal because I follow the divine will, to better fulfill my mission and continue serving the gods. Xiao Duo frowned slightly and fell into thought. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Chi seized the moment and spoke passionately. Bishop, you built the statue to bless the people. I used the fire crystal to train, and in the future, I will have stronger strength to spread the divine light. This is not against your original intention. Moreover, after 100 years, won't I be the one to inherit this church? Xiao Duo was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. You are quite eloquent. Lin Chi smiled awkwardly. But Xiao Duo changed the subject. Although what you said makes sense, this church will eventually be handed over to Alicia. What? Lin Chi suddenly looked up and gazed at the statue of the god of the Inferno. Such a large fire crystal statue, you're going to give it to Alicia? He grasped Xiao Duo's hand sincerely, more than ever before. Bishop, I can also become your disciple. I am willing to serve the church tirelessly, go through fire and water. This is not possible. Western Australia withdrew his hand and looked very serious. The messenger of the god of fire and punishment must be purified in flames and tempered through pain. Your path cannot take shortcuts. Is that true, Bishop? Lin Chi stepped back 2 steps, afraid that Western Australia might set him on fire next. Ha ha ha. Western Australia didn't explain much. He casually took out a beautifully decorated treasure chest. Since you defeated the bandits at Stone Iron Mountain and completed the task I set 10 years ago, I will give you these source crystals as a reward. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. He took the box and opened it. Inside, 10 enlightenment source crystals were neatly arranged, shining with an attractive glow. Ugh, Lin Chi swallowed hard. Bishop, do you have any other tasks for me? He asked. Western Australia looked at him with a deeper gaze. There are some, but none that you can do now. Wait until you break through to the Master of the Protective Card. Master of the Protective Card? Lin Chi was surprised. He had just reached the threshold of a 5-star Protective Card Master, and the Master level seemed far away. His curiosity grew. What kind of powerful person was this seemingly gentle bishop? He suppressed his doubts and quickly asked, Bishop, I have a cultivation question I want to ask you. Go ahead. My father's main card has already advanced to blue, and his source power has reached the 5-star Protective Card Master level. He's been absorbing source crystals recently, but why is there no sign of him breaking through to the Master level? Lin Chi shared all his observations. Western Australia nodded slightly, looking serious. How many source crystals has he absorbed? Lin Chi counted on his fingers. About 20 or so in total. Western Australia nodded thoughtfully and explained, the quality of the main card determines how fast the source power is absorbed. If a white main card absorbs a little each day, then a green one can absorb 10 points, and a blue one can absorb 100 points. So, the higher the quality of the main card, the greater its power. You understand this, right? Lin Chi nodded. He understood very well. His own main card had been upgraded from a discarded card to its current quality, and each upgrade brought huge changes to his strength. According to this, should a master with a high-quality main card advance faster? Why is my father still stuck there with no progress? Have you seen other card masters? Western Australia asked back. Yes, I have. The leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group. Western Australia smiled slightly. What is the quality of his main card? It's green. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand Western Australia's point. Exactly. The higher the card's quality, the more source energy it takes to break through a level. A green quality card from the Wild Wolf might only need 100 source energy to advance 1 star, but to go from a 5-star card master to a 6-star master, it requires 1,000 source energy. And for a blue main card to reach the master level, at least 10,000 source energy is needed. So, your father doesn't have enough source energy yet. With another year or two of refining, or by absorbing more source crystals, he can improve. Lin Chi frowned more tightly. This sounded a bit off. That's not right, teacher. If what you say is true, then the lower the quality of the main card, the easier it is to break through. Why are most people in Stone Iron City still stuck at the card apprentice level? I was just giving an example. Western Australia shook his head with a smile and patiently explained. The quality of the main card is the foundation, but the compatibility between the card master and the card is more important. Even if you hold a golden main card, if the compatibility is 0, training might be less effective than using a blue card with full compatibility. Golden card? Lin Chi looked surprised. He had never heard of such cards before. Teacher, what are golden main cards like? Let me tell you, beast cards like the giant dragon and tool cards like the dragon slayer's sword are all golden cards. And awakening cards, without exception, are the cards of geniuses. Thinking for a moment, Western Australia patted Lin Chi on the shoulder. But don't underestimate yourself. With the blessing of divine power, you will catch up to those people. I firmly believe that. Lin Chi was still digesting this new knowledge when Western Australia continued. Since you asked about main cards, today I will tell you the origin story of the card master and the main card. In front of the statue, Lin Chi sat cross-legged, his back straight. Next to him, Zaiwei Duo put away his gentle smile and looked serious, like a strict teacher. In legends on Yuanka continent, there used to be many tribes, and humans were just a small part of them. Back then, the continent was very chaotic and much harsher than now. People constantly faced unpredictable natural disasters. The scorching sun could the earth, snow and ice could freeze bones, and plagues would wipe out everything in their path. Food was scarce, and different tribes often fought each other fiercely. Sometimes entire tribes were wiped out, and defeated groups were even used as supplies. Humans, because of their weak bodies, were at the bottom of the social hierarchy. But humans had a strong point. They reproduced quickly. Even with frequent large-scale killings, they didn't go extinct. As Zaiwei Duo spoke, Lin Chi seemed to see a wasteland full of corpses, where life was fragile and easily destroyed. Then what happened? He asked eagerly. Zaiwei Duo's eyes showed admiration, and his voice grew louder. Later, some great pioneers among humans appeared. These were the gods. They obtained cards from the Sea of Origins and used them to seal various disasters. They also created ways to control these disasters and infused the power of the cards into human bloodlines. From then on, we were no longer helpless lambs at the mercy of others. At the same time, they formed alliances with some other races to fight against cruel tribes. In the final great battle, humans and their allies defeated many powerful enemies. After that, humans established a firm foothold on Yuanka continent. Lin Chi was deeply shocked. So, the destined card isn't something you're born with, but a gift given to humans by our ancestors. That's one way to see it. As for why some people find it hard to break through to higher levels, that involves even more secret past events. In ancient times, humans didn't talk about card quality. Everyone's destined card was top tier, making cultivation smooth and without bottlenecks. All top-tier cards. Lin Chi's eyes widened with curiosity. What kind of scene would that be? Zaiwei Duo didn't answer, because he wasn't from that time. Greatness often fades. That's just the way of the world. Humans quickly rose to power using the strength of cards, overturning the old order. The strongest race, which could be overthrown, sacrificed their entire bloodline before death, casting a cruel curse into their veins against humans. The curse states that those who steal power will eventually be abandoned by that power. Your bloodlines will become shackles, not stepping stones. Your descendants will never truly control the source of the card power. Lynch felt a chill. Has this curse taken effect? Yes, it has, and it is more brutal than swords and blades. Xiao Ao pointed at Lynch and then at himself. Our current talent as card masters is the most direct proof of this curse. What does that mean? Lynch was shocked. Xiao Ao asked, where does the power of the cards come from? Lynch replied, you said it comes from those sealed calamities. Xiao Ao nodded. Exactly. These calamities are also called natural forces. They originate from the most fundamental and violent rules of the world. Our ancestors tried to harness these powers, but the curse twisted everything. This caused each new generation of humans to be weaker than the last. The first generation of humans was born with a natural card that was incredibly powerful. The second generation could only awaken their natural card at age 3, and those with poorer talent might not awaken until age 10. Even then, their card's power was only about 2/3 of the first generation. If some second-generation humans had good talent, their training would face many bottlenecks. That's also the curse at work. However, to counter this bloodline curse, the ancestors found ways to break it, such as bloodline reversion, blood exchange, purification. And of course, the simplest method was intermarriage with other races, Lynch and Xiao Ao said in unison. Xiao Ao was first stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Yes, yes. Looks like your reading these days wasn't wasted. Your mind is quick. Lynch looked curious. So, the beastmen of the Beast Kingdom are descendants of humans and other races intermarrying. Exactly, Xiao Ao nodded. Lynch swallowed nervously, eyes shining with curiosity. Master, I heard that the Beast Kingdom has goblins, giants, and even centaurs. With so many mixed races, which brave hero first started this? Xiao Ao's smile froze on his face, and he twitched the corner of his mouth, clearly caught off guard by Lynch's question. Who is the deity worshipped in the kingdom of beasts? The spirit beast god, Lin Chi blurted out. Xiao Duo nodded and said, the spirit beast god has many titles, like the goddess of life and the god of fertility. I see. A small look of disappointment appeared in Lin Chi's eyes, which Xiao Duo noticed. Just as he was about to give some advice, Lin Chi quickly interrupted. Archbishop, since you said that the Yuka bloodline has been losing power, will there be no high-level Yuka masters on the continent in the future? That's not entirely true. You are an exception, Xiao Duo replied. Lin Chi looked surprised. What do you mean? Why are you talking about me now? It's obvious you didn't listen carefully. I told you that the gods sealed the calamity with cards and gained power. This power is natural. Fire, ice, holy light, diseases. Basically, common elemental forces. So, Lin Chi started to have some guesses. So, this curse mainly affects magic cards that directly manipulate natural forces. Later, to deal with the curse, we developed summon cards and artifact cards. Cards created after that era are not affected. I see. Lin Chi stroked his chin. Are there still people on the continent who have kept their ancestors' pure bloodlines? Yes, Xiao Duo said with a deep look and a complex tone. The royal family of the Winter Kingdom are direct descendants of the ancestors. To keep their bloodline pure, they have married within the royal family for generations. This practice lowers the chance of awakening their special cards, but once awakened, they are either useless junk cards or powerful cards that can shake the continent. Junk cards and top-tier cards. Lin Chi felt this story sounded strangely familiar. Isn't this like the genetic issues caused by close relatives marrying? He remembered a report from his previous life on Blue Star. Humans bred close relatives to produce attractive dog breeds. While these dogs looked better, some were born with many defects or even unable to survive. He looked at Xiao Duo with confusion. Archbishop, is what you're talking about history or myth? Cough cough, Xiao Duo said seriously. It's a mix of history and myth. Link was speechless inside. He thought Western Australia was mostly about historical facts, but it turned out to be a bunch of nonsense. Such a waste of my feelings. Link got up and left. Hey, where are you going? He replied without looking back. To the bathroom. The story from the bishop scared me silly. Western Australia shook his head helplessly. Kids, I told you, this is a mix of stories and facts. While walking in the small garden, Link summarized what he learned today. He couldn't say he gained nothing. According to the bishop, my father can't break through to become a master Yuka because he lacks source power. That makes sense with game leveling logic. The lower the quality of a character, the less experience it needs to level up. My dad just doesn't have enough experience yet. He'll get there slowly. But how many source crystals will I need to become a master Yuka? Thinking about how much source crystals I've already absorbed at the Yuka master level, I might need hundreds of them. Converted to Khan, that's millions. Although cultivation can absorb the power of heaven and earth, it's so slow it's like a snail crawling. I don't have the patience to wait 10 or 20 years. This feels like I'm being forced to rob. Link shook his head repeatedly, pushing away the evil thoughts about the fire prison god eagle sculpture in his mind. No, I need to quickly write about the advancement of ordinary attribute card beasts and research on the Ningxian flower. I should also ask the bishop to help me get connected so I can get the title of card master. That will make earning money easier in the future. After returning from the church, Link threw himself into endless training. 24 hours a day, he spent 2 hours merging cards as usual. The remaining 16 hours were all for training. He compressed eating and sleeping into 6 hours. He trained like this for 3 days straight until all 35 source crystals and 2/3 of his previous enlightenment source crystals were used up. Only then did he stop. It cost him half his savings to reach 5-star Yukon Master. Training as a Yukon Master really is a bottomless money pit. He massaged his aching temples and looked at the demon skeleton's star level changing to 5 stars. That was a small comfort. Link used his mental power to check the card slot space. 6 cards stood quietly, looking quite impressive, but their star levels couldn't keep up with his rapid progress. Among all the cards, a black fusion card floats steadily above the others, like a steady anchor. Below the fusion card stands a towering hellish skeleton holding a sword. This is undoubtedly Linchi's strongest card. He even thinks that just using the Hellfire skeleton alone could challenge the Wild Wolf captain, a master of card control, without losing. Surrounding it are several supporting cards forming a circle. A 3-star summon card, a 3-star magic card called Mirage, a 2-star beast card named Windbell Cat, and a 2-star skill card called Doubling. I can't rush to break through to become a master card controller now. Having a powerful main card isn't enough. My supporting cards need to keep up. Even if they can't fully match, they can't fall so far behind. Linchi is already a 5-star master card controller, but his supporting cards are still 2 or 3 stars. This affects the team's image. He plans to upgrade his supporting cards as well. The fastest way to upgrade supporting cards is to advance them. But I don't have suitable cards for that now. I can only use Enlightenment Source Crystals to build up their energy. Linchi recalls the Hellfire Skeleton card. Then the Mirage card appears in his hand. After several battles, and the last time swallowing 10 white cards, Linchi can feel that the Mirage is close to leveling up. While practicing with the Enlightenment Source Crystals, Linchi's mind races, thinking about any special methods to speed up the card's star upgrade. In the Source Card Continent, besides the main card, only beast cards and summon cards can level up. The star quality of tool cards, skill cards, and magic cards is fixed at the moment they are created, but with the fusion card, this restriction doesn't matter. Still, his training focus should be on beast and summon cards. Beast cards are easier. Besides practicing with source crystals, they can also eat high-level beast meat to increase energy. Since Mirage is a summon card, it can't eat. So, could there be another way to supplement? Eating. Linchi's mind is now filled with this word. Hunger needs food to maintain energy. To level up, you also need to eat energy. So, training is really an endless feast. Feast? Linchi suddenly looks up, as if he's about to grasp the key point. The priest earlier mentioned a plant card beast that can grow stronger by blood dash. What was it called? His thoughts about practicing instantly vanished. He quickly got out of bed and walked to the desk, searching for the rare card beast encyclopedia borrowed from the church. Not this one, not this one. As he flipped through the pages faster and faster, he finally stopped when a picture of a blood-colored pattern caught his eye. Rose Blood Demon. There really is one. Reading the card description carefully, Lucky's eyes grew brighter. A special card beast created when a high-level card beast, the Rose Demon, fails to advance to a lord. It can absorb blood to increase its energy. Although it hasn't reached lord level, its strength is still very deep, almost at lord level. Does that mean it's comparable to an 8-star card master? Lucky gasped. He felt confident fighting a card master, but only against a 6-star master with a green quality main card, like a Wild Wolf. I'll only have a chance to take down the Rose Blood Demon after I reach the 7-star level of the Demon Skeleton. Looks like I have to wait for now. Lucky sighed and decided to visit the Wand Card Pavilion to see if there were any new cards. Wand Card Pavilion. As Lucky entered, he immediately ran into Kane. Young master, how did you know the items arrived? Oh, Lucky's eyes lit up, and his worries suddenly disappeared. Have all the materials been collected? King quickly handed over a wooden box. They're all here. I was just about to deliver them to you. Lucky opened the box, revealing 3 neatly arranged items. A echo shell, a frost wolf claw, and a small jar of glowing white firefly powder, the materials he had asked Kane to gather for card crafting. Great, finally collected everything. Lucky waved and stored them in his storage card, looking relaxed as he watched Kane. Kane, I have a paid task for you. Do you want to do it? Kane quickly bowed. Yes, young master, I am at your command. Come here. Lucky stepped onto the second floor, with Kane obediently following behind. Inside the room, Lucky patted the seat beside him to signal Kane to sit. Kane looked a bit hesitant. Young master, I can stand. Stop the nonsense, sit down, Lucky said firmly, with an unyielding tone. Seeing this, Kane dared not refuse and sat down obediently. Kane, what is your dream? Lynch suddenly asked. Kane looked surprised. I used to want to become an officer in Vanka Pavilion. Later, thanks to the young master, I achieved that goal. Now I want to go further and become the chief officer of Vanka Pavilion. But I know my abilities, so I think that might be difficult. Lynch nodded and spoke sincerely. Lacking skill can be learned over time, but it's good that you know your limits and have a positive attitude. Kane, honestly, I plan to train you to be the leader of Vanka Pavilion in Iron City. But now, Fiona and I have a special relationship. You should understand that. Kane's heart tightened. He quickly stood up again. Young master, I owe my current position to your support. The chief officer values me because of you. I have never had any improper thoughts. Sit down, Lynch waved his hand. Although it's hard to make progress in Vanka Pavilion, I have a business opportunity here. If you do well, your future achievements could surpass even the chief officer of Vanka Pavilion. This made Kane's eyes light up immediately. He looked at Lynch with eager hope. Lynch no longer beat around the bush. He explained everything about the Ningxin flower. Now, our Strange Tales shop mainly sells Ningxin flowers. The Wild Wolf Mercenary Group is our regular customer. We will have more customers in the future and develop more channels to sell Ningxin flowers to towns everywhere. Your task is to promote and create buzz in other towns ahead of time. Once my research is approved by the Carding Master Association and the effects of Ningxin flower are officially recognized, our sales will be fully opened. Promotion? Creating buzz. Kane nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't know if Ningxin flower really had such magical effects, he believed in Lynch. Just the promotion ideas Lynch shared just now made Kane admire him deeply. Someone with such a mind doesn't need to waste effort on useless work. So, he was sure Ningxin flower would sell very well. Young master, don't worry. I will do a good job with the promotion. Lynch placed a crystal card on the table and pushed it toward Kane. There are 300,000 con here, which is your travel and activity fund. I give you a year. That's enough for you to visit all the major towns in the Ironfelt Kingdom. He patted Kane's shoulder with trust in his voice. It's up to you now. 300,000 con, plus a year of time and full trust. That was something Kane had never experienced before. He suddenly stood up, bowed deeply to Lynch, and his voice trembled with excitement. Please rest assured, young master. I will not fail my mission and will not let you down.